Hey, peace, and love. This is Brother Garfield. Welcome to another Sunday Man Cave. Started 7 years ago. I took a break for a while, but I'm back on. I want to give a shout out to Christian Corey Brewer, um, Tabernacle of David. Did this thing last week. I gotta give props where props is due, man. Brother with Mike Holloway. Oh man, that was a hell of a conversation. Mike Holloway came back, threw some left hooks and jabs. Corey came back with them questions, and we did our thing. You know, Ali Dawood L. What's up, brother? The reason why I'm making this video is I was watching my good brother, and this is all love, Zion Lex, with a guy by the name of Rabbi Mordecai. And I don't know if Zion Lex knows this, but on Clubhouse, Rabbi Mordecai changes his tune a lot of times. In front of white folks or in front of Orthodox Jews who are European looking, or the people who are the main people that are in charge of what we call Judaism, he has one voice. To your audience, he has another voice. On Clubhouse, he has another voice. So when I saw the video on your channel, I don't believe African Americans are Israelites. I am not convinced through history, archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, or genetics. I'm not, those five main things that we use to research, I am not convinced at all. And in fact, over the last 10 years, the Dagger Squad has issued a challenge to the entire Hebrew Israelite, and let me say black Hebrew Israelite community, because a lot of people don't like that black Hebrew Israelite. But when you go back to the old tapes, that's all they used to talk about. Black. We're the black Hebrew Israelites. We're the black Hebrew Israelites. The brothers nowadays, they got smart. They said, we don't like that term. So when you go back to the 80s, we got newspaper clippings. We got stuff that they used to dish out. As a matter of fact, I sent some to Zariak years ago. He's like, where you got this from? So when they say black Hebrew Israelites, you know who we're talking about. We're talking about something that was made up in America. All right? Now, this is why I call myself the Hebrew Israelite doctrine killer, because it's just so easy to beat up these guys. It is just 1, 2, 3. And they'll go to the scriptures. All right. So this is my challenge to everybody that holds to that they're an Israelite. They're like, well, what's wrong if we're doing this? No, what you're doing is you're adding on to a wait and see program that will never happen. You're giving us false hope. False hope is a problem. We as black folks have been a problem. And I'm not speaking for African Americans, but I'm not speaking for black people in general. We have lived through too much false hope. And this is just another false hope. And it's fake. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to do a little thing today and prove it through what I'm teaching. All right? Watch this. If we look at British Israelism, and I was reading this article this morning on British Israelism, right? And bear with me a second. The brother, shout out to my brother, Mr. 707 video, said, we Israelites, he's scared to come on the stage and have a respectable conversation because he can't prove it. Close the Bible and prove you're an Israelite. All right. Well, Garfield is not by, we're not saying it's 100% true. It's by faith. So if it's faith, why you say you're in the truth? You can't be in the truth and you're going by faith. The two don't add up. It's the same thing with the Muslims. The Muslims come out and say, if you don't follow Allah and his messenger, and don't you and everybody else say that they're false and they're liars and they're twisting up God's word, so-called God's word. The same thing. But by the way, too, Garfield, what do we do if we don't believe what we believe? Are you saying that we need to follow you? No, I am not looking for followers. I'm just a guy that says, hey, this is a problem. Ron Savage online where? On Facebook or on YouTube? Fontaine, Logic, Peace and Love. All right. And by the way, too, before I go, we need to get familiar with who Marcellus Williams is. Everybody's talking about Diddy. F Diddy. I don't care about Diddy. F Diddy. Marcus Williams is about to be terminated. He's about to be killed. He's on death row. I'm gonna play that. Matter of fact, let me get to that right now. Let me get that out the way. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play this right throughout the show. We need to call this number and get this. We need to get with this brother right here in Missouri and call the governor and get this going. Continue as Brother Garfield podcast. Let me get this on the screen for a second because I don't think a lot of people know about this. And I want to play my role as a humanitarian, not as a Hebrew Israelite doctrine killer right now. All right. Let's look at this right here. All right. Save. Let's look at this. All right. So let me share my screen. Peace and love. And let's take a look at this right here. For those who know, I'm sorry, I spelled his name wrong. I got to change that. It's Marcellus Williams. So let me
executed in 4 days. Now, I have a problem. One of my followers just sent me.
Yo, Jamaica is true.
This is Marcellus Williams, a man who's set to be executed in 4 days. Now, I have a problem. One of my followers just sent me this information, so I did hours of research, and I witnessed something that I've never seen before. The prosecutors, the people who put people in jail, came out and said, hey, he might not have done it. Can we just give him life in prison instead? They were denied. The family of the victim, he supposedly came out and said, hey, don't do it. And they were ignored. But why? Well, the answer is no one knows. But the story gets a little crazier than that. See, this isn't the first time he was supposed to be executed. Back in 2015, in the last minute, the governor of Missouri, this was in Missouri, by the way, comes out and says, stop. They found new evidence. He really might not have done it. So the governor makes a special council of judges to do an investigation. They said, okay, well, he might not have done it. We're making you a report, governor. The governor says, great. But the governor resigns. A new governor comes in and he says, I don't want to see the report. You guys are all done. And he's going to be executed. So they went to the Supreme Court of Missouri. And the Supreme Court of Missouri said, let's just go through with it anyway. So the prosecutors came out and they did their own investigation. And they said, wow, he really might not have done it. The trial was a mess. And I'm going to be frank here, racist. 11 white jurors and 1 black juror were selected in Missouri. A black juror was rejected because his hair was kind of messy and unkempt. He didn't look trustworthy. And most importantly, the DNA on the weapon did not match his. So the prosecutors go over to his team. They said, let's talk it out. What if we just give him a plea deal, life in prison, which would give everyone time to come together and figure everything out. But in what is being called a bizarre twist, a judge rejects it. He just says, no, we're going to go through with it anyway. Now, all people are asking for is time. They're not asking he walks out. They're just asking for time. And it'd be one thing if his team was asking for this to be stopped, but if prosecutors, if representatives, if people, if the victims' families are asking for a little more time, then I think it warrants that. Now, 4 days is not a long time, so where do we go from here? Well, as many people as possible needs to be aware of this, because bringing attention on an issue does a lot more than people may think. Governors, prosecutors, the Supreme Court, they all work for you. So again, in 4 days, the fate of a man is decided. So really, I just thought you should know, especially the people of Missouri, what some of your employees have decided to do to Marcellus Williams. This is Marcellus Williams, a man who's set to be executed in 4 days. Now, I have a problem. One of my followers just sent me this information, so I did hours of research, and I witnessed something that I've never seen before. The prosecutors, the people who put people in jail, came out and said, hey, he might not have done it. Can we just give him life in prison instead? They were denied. The family of the victim, he supposedly came out and said, hey, don't do it. And they were ignored. But why? Well, the answer is no one knows. But the story gets a little crazier than that. See, this isn't the first time he was supposed to be executed. Back in 2015, in the last minute, the governor of Missouri, this was in Missouri, by the way, comes out and says, stop. They found new evidence. He really might not have done it. So the governor makes a special council of judges to do an investigation. They said, okay, well, he might not have done it. We're making you a report, governor. The governor says, great. But the governor resigns. A new governor comes in and he says, I don't want to see the report. You guys are all done. and he's going to be executed. So they went to the Supreme Court of Missouri, and the Supreme Court of Missouri said, nah, let's just go through with it anyway. So the prosecutors came out and they did their own investigation, and they said, wow, he really might not have done it. The trial was a mess, and I'm going to be frank here, racist. 11 white jurors and 1 black juror were selected in Missouri. A black juror was rejected because his hair was kind of messy and unkempt. He didn't look trustworthy. And most importantly, the DNA on the weapon did not match his. So the prosecutors go over to his team. They said, let's talk it out. What if we just give him a plea deal, life in prison, which would give everyone time to come together and figure everything out. But in what is being called a bizarre twist, a judge rejects it. He just says, no, we're going to go through with it anyway. Now, all people are asking for is time. They're not asking he walks out. They're just asking for time. And it would be one thing if his team was asking for this to be stopped, but if prosecutors, if representatives, if people, if the victims' families are asking for a little more time, then I think it warrants that. Now, 4 days is not a long time, so where do we go from here? Well, as many people as possible needs to be aware of this, because bringing attention on an issue does a lot more than people may think. Governors, prosecutors, the Supreme Court, they all work for you. So again, in 4 days, the fate of a man is decided. So really, I just thought you should know, especially the people of Missouri, what some of your employees have decided to do to Marcellus Williams. This is
all right. Shout out to Marcellus Williams. I'm going to replay that. I'm going to play it 2 more times. And I mean, I just think that's something that we should focus on. I'm going to get the phone number so that we could actually call. Hold on. The number is, hold on. This is right here. I'm going to put it in the chat right here. Put it in the chat so that everybody could have it. We all need to call, man. Everybody needs to call. Everybody needs to call. The system is wicked, yes, and it affects men of color more than anybody else. That is facts. Hold on a second here. Let me do this. So I know I can't multitask, so bear with me 1 second. All right. Call Governor Parson to stop the September 24th execution of Marcellus Williams. Yeah, oh man, September 24th of all the days. Oh, man. Yeah, so if we could call that number right there, we'll put it on the screen, to stop the September 24th execution of Marcellus Williams. This is why I know claiming to be an Israelite or a Muslim, it don't really mean nothing except the fact that you might have numbers where you could unite. IUIC want to go in front of what's his name church. Why don't they go in front of here? So I'm going to notify IUIC. I'm going to let Tazar, I don't know if Tazar knows about it. Where is the public outcry? We could march and go in front of Christian churches. Oh, y'all teaching wrong. What about this execution of this black man? This is a real issue. Your belief system can't do nothing right now. It can't do nothing. What can it do? You going to pray? What are you praying for? Because if we could pray everything away, there'd be no white people on earth, because nobody hates white folks more than the black Hebrew Israelites. Where is Tariq and FBA? Yep. Next thing they're going to say he's Haitian. Crazy. Craziness. So this right here for me is a hobby. So for the last year and a half, I've been on Clubhouse, family. And I like to hear new arguments, new conversations. And I'm saying to everybody, there ain't no way African Americans, not that I want to stop y'all blessings, that we are my children, my children's children. I don't think any one of them, I have not seen any evidence to say, hey, Garfield, these people are Israelites. And I'm going to make a point. All right? And the reason why I brought this up, though, is because of this gentleman right here, Zion Lex. Zion Lex made a video yesterday. Shout out to Zion Lex. I know he believes in whatever. All right? So he made a video clarifying the halakhic status of African-American descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. First of all, there's no such thing as lost tribes of Israel. Doesn't exist. It's made up. No such thing as lost tribes of Israel. It's based on a conversation that Rabbi Hanassi or Rabbi Akiva and this other rabbi had, and they were arguing about if the lost tribes, the tribes are going to come back and so forth. I don't think people who believe the Bible understand the historical context or how important a role. I mean, I'm going to give the Bible props. They play with certain instances in history. The Persian period, the Maccabean period. All right. I'm going to ask everybody in the audience, what is the ultimate goal of the Old Testament? I'm going to see if anybody want to jump on the panel so I can have a conversation? Because I'm not trying to debate. I mean, there's nobody to debate. There's nobody to debate. Once you believe you're Hebrew Israelite and you descend from Jacob, the debate's already over. It's already over. It's over. It's over before it started. And I want to show something before I even show this video in context. I want to show the definition of the word halakhic, because people need to understand the context. Halakhic definition. All right, I'm going to use Chat GPT, and I'm going to use, let me stop sharing for a second. The goal of the Old Testament is to tell stories. Yes. But there's also a reality, a historical element that's a part of all of this. And people need to understand why the Bible written, why was it written, how it was written, where was it written, how, who, what, where, why, when, and how. All right? Those are the questions you need to ask yourself. You don't get up and say, oh, it's us. Deuteronomy 28, it's us. That's a lie, another lie. But anyway, if you look at the Chat GPT, it says halakhic means relating to or connected with the Jewish law or halakha. For example, someone might receive a halakhic ruling from a rabbi. Here are some other things to know about halakhic. Halakha and the Talmud. Halakha is a body of Jewish law that supplements the scriptural law and is a key part of the Talmud. All right. For those who don't know that, that's why. Let me scroll down a little bit more. A little bit more. The halakha, let's go to the Encyclopedia Britannica. The halakha, Jewish law in Judaism, the totality of laws and ordinances that have evolved since biblical times to regulate religious observances and the daily life and conduct of the Jewish people. Jewish people. African Americans, they have called Jewish people, they say they are Jewish. They wish they were Jews. They call them derogatory names, the small hat people. All right. Now, just to let you know, Zion Lex was under what we would call the halakha and follows the Old Testament and all that stuff. Now, I don't know where the brother is at. I think he believes Jesus and the New Testament. I don't know. I don't want to speak for the brother. But I think that's what's going on with him right now. He's now a New Testament believer or whatever. I don't know how the halakha fits or the Talmud fits into that with Jesus, but that's another conversation for another time. All right? And I'm not picking on Zion Lex per se, but this was on his channel. All right. Now, let me get this right here. I wish my brother Gadal was free right now. Where's Gadal? Gadal. I wish Gadal was free right now, man. I could bring Gadal on so we could talk about this Mordecai guy. All right. Let me go to my messages with Gadal and see what we have here. All right. Here we go. All right. All right, let me put this on the screen. I gotta put this on the screen right here. This is what Mordecai and them folks. There's a PDF that they have out. Let me see if I could share it. So we know what halakha means, or halakha. Yeah, Zion and Rabbi Mordecai. Right. Here we go. Christine, who is your top Hebrew Israelite scholar? Let me know who they are right now, so I could text them. All right. Let's take a look at this right here. Let me see if I could find this. If I could find this, it would be perfect. It's like I got a screenshot this PDF. Hold on, family. Give me a second. I'm trying to put this information on the screen. All right, let me do this in the meantime, just to help us out. And he's not Old Testament anymore, only. Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarity right there, because I don't want to spread misinformation, brother. So let's take a look at this right here for a second. All right. This is the Neo-Babylonian Empire. You're going to see why I show this in a minute. It might not apply to what I'm saying right now exactly, but I got to show this right now for a reason. So the Burgundy map, right? As you see, where the Sinai region and where Egypt is orange. The Babylonian Empire never controlled Egypt. All right. They control here, the Levant, the whole Levant, actually. Arabia, Jerusalem, Judah, Phoenicia, Syria, Assyria, of course, their own hometown, Mesopotamia on a whole. All right. That's where the geography of the Babylonian Empire is. And why this is important, because I want you to see this picture right here. This picture, the light green is where the Assyrians controlled, and the dark green is where they controlled earlier on in around their surrounding areas. So now, when you see, I'm going to read the book of Ezekiel and Esdras, they're actually talking about these areas here. But if you know anything about the lost tribes made up story, these areas where they took them is where the Assyrians controlled earlier on in the dark green area. And this right here is where the Babylonians also control. So wherever, I hope you guys get what I'm saying. Wherever the Jews went or the Israelites went, the so-called northern tribes, the Babylonians also control those areas. All right. I hope I'm making it clear. So when the Bible is talking about all Israel or Cyrus said X, Y, and Z, he's talking about the entire area that the Babylonian Empire controlled before the Persian Empire. And those areas is where the northern tribes, according to the story of 2 Kings, they went. So they were under now the control of Babylon instead of the control of Assyria. I hope I'm making sense to people. I hope I'm not, I mean, this is a better map of showing where the Assyrians were and where the rivers are. If you see the rivers right here, you could see the rivers. They were by the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down. So near Shebar, or whatever it's called, that's where they are. Ezekiel is talking about them. But when Cyrus came in, according to the Bible, which is not from a historical perspective, he wanted all of Israel had the ability to come back to Judah or come back to Israel. And I hope I'm making sense. I hope I'm clear as day. I don't want nobody to call me and text me and say, no, Golf, you mean X, Y, and Z? No. All right. So now, when we're looking at these maps, it's important because the Bible says one thing. All right. So now, when we talk about lost tribes, where would the lost tribes be under the Babylonian Empire? Where would they be? They would be in the Babylonian Empire. See, that's where they would be. The Shebar River. That's what Ezekiel is talking about in the biblical text. Jeremiah. I think not Isaiah, but Ezekiel and Jeremiah and Ezra. They are referring to people that live within the confinement of the entire world to them, which is the Babylonian Empire at the time. All right. So now when the Persian Empire takes over, they are not in there anymore, Babylonian Empire. They're under the Persians. So what Cyrus did, according to the Bible, I'm going to get to this article in a second. Let me get to this article right now. Where is this article? Where is it? All right, here. This is the article on British Israelism. So it says here, the house of Israel was in Babylon with Ezekiel between Ezekiel 3:1 to 15. In verse 1, God told Ezekiel to go speak unto the house of Israel. In verse 5, God said that he should speak to the house of Israel only. In verse 11, he was told to speak to them of the captivity unto the children of thy people. In verse 15, it identifies them as those who were in Babylon with Ezekiel that dwelt by the river Chebar in Babylon. But everybody knows that the Jews were in the captivity of Babylon, not the 10 tribes. So the Jews in Babylon, according to Ezekiel, were the house of Israel. Ezekiel was commanded to speak to them, but he was told to speak only to the house of Israel, those in Babylon dwelling by the Chebar River. Hold on, I need to know where Chebar River is. 1 second, let's do a little geography class. Chebar River. Chebar River, Chebar. Let me see what this says. So this is hold on 1 second. So let's look at where Chebar River is, so we are clear about what we're talking about. So the Chebar River is where Babylon is, or Kutha, Opis, right here. So it's stay in Mesopotamia, Chebar River. Let me see if I could find it on my map. Chebar River, Opis. Okay, all right. So I think I found it. Family. The Chebar River would be right here. Let's take a look at this. And homosexuals live rent free in Israelites. So that's all y'all talk about. Christians and homosexuals. So if you want to know if Israelites, what nobody could talk about Israelites. So right in with Chebar would be right here where Opis is. Opis down here near the river. The Chebar River would be right where the Mesopotamia sign is. It would be like where the M is, right there beside the river. That's where Chebar is. So we know that those people, the ones who were siding, I think, with Zedekiah or whoever the king was, that they were beefing with the with Nebuchadnezzar. That's who Nebuchadnezzar was mad with, because Nebuchadnezzar actually brought a lot of people back who he encouraged. All right. You battle with Christians every day, bro, on social media. So stop it. All right. So now it says, so the Jews in Babylon, according to Ezekiel, were the house of Israel. Jews and Israel, the wording can be synonymous at times. Ezekiel was commanded to speak to them, but he was told so it seems that there were quite a number of Jews in the house of Israel after all, and destiny might be wrong. Ezekiel pictures the whole house of Israel in return from the Babylon of captivity. What is the whole house of Israel? Come on, brother. Why don't you click the link? Just click the link and come on. What is the whole house of Israel? Is it just the ones in Babylon, the Jews, or is it all of Israel who was in Babylon? The statement that in that house there are no Jews is absurd. All right. The house of Israel returned from Babylon with who? Ezra, Zerubbabel, and Nehemiah. Ezekiel 47:13 says, thus says the Lord God, this shall be the border whereby ye shall inherit the land according to the 12 tribes of Israel. Joseph shall have 2 portions. Here Ezekiel tells them the portion of all the 12 tribes when they return. Why are they doing that? Jeremiah said that the house of Israel would return from the north country to dwell again in their land, Jeremiah 23:8. But a lot of people teach that this is the future, as in nowadays. That's going to happen after now, right? But the Lord liveth, which brought up and which led the seed of the house of Israel out of their north country, and from all countries whither I had driven them, and they shall dwell in their own land. Now watch this. Cyrus the Great, remember when I talked about Babylonian Empire, now the Persians, when they took over? Cyrus the Great, king of Persia, made a proclamation in Babylon to all the Jews throughout all his kingdom. Who are the Jews throughout all his kingdom? He also means all the people of God. Look at this. For any who were of all his people, talking about God's people, because remember, Cyrus is working for the Most High God of the Bible, according to their story. So he's talking about of all his people. Who is all his people? It can't just be the Judeans. It has to be the Judeans and the other Israelites, because they're all God's people according to the biblical text to return. So he wants them all to return. He gives them that option. This is Cyrus in the Bible. Ezra 1:1-3. Who is there among you of all his people? his God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, who is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord of God. All his people. It can't be just the Jews. You want to debate me on that? Who cares? All his people mentioned, all of God's people, meaning the ones who were the descendants of the ones who went up in the north. The small amount, less than 5% of the population that went up. Now, this proclamation by Cyrus was addressed to Israel. God had stirred up the spirit of Cyrus to make this proclamation. It fulfilled all that Jeremiah had spoken concerning the return to Israel to their land, a blanket fulfillment. If the 10 tribes were not included in this proclamation, they were not of all his people, not God's people. They all had the opportunity to return, all Israel in Babylon and those in the northern country. The 10 tribes, and this proves definitely that the distinction which the Anglo-Israelites attempt to make is a false distinction. Again, this is an article about British Israelism. And if you notice, British Israelism and Hebrew Israelism is pretty much identical. Yeah, they're pretty much identical. All right, let me see if there's any questions in the audience or anybody want to jump on. All the Jews are fake Jews. All of them are fake. There's no such thing as a biblical Israelite. All of them are. All of them are. Every single one of them are. What we are following is something, an offshoot of rabbinical Judaism. Look at this guy. Garfield has Ashkenazi DNA. So what does that mean? Y'all is weak. Weak. And most of y'all are R markers anyway, come from a European daddy. So what does that say about you? All right, but anyway, let me not even get too emotional about that whole situation. But anyway, let's go to Ezra now. After the return to Jerusalem, Ezra commanded a sin offering for every tribe of Israel, and he referred to them as all Israel. In Ezra 6:16-17, and the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity, kept the dedication of this house with joy, and offered at the dedication of this house of God 100 bullocks. And by the way, when he said the children of Israel, what is he referring to? Watch this, watch this, watch this. They say, Garfield, you don't know the scripture, but watch this. The house of God, 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel, 12 he goats. Why is he doing it? If it's only the Jews, why is he only doing a sacrifice? Why is he doing a sacrifice for 12 for all Israel? According to the number of tribes. Why offer for all Israel if it was only the Jews who returned from Babylon and not Israel at all? You see, what this does, family, even if I'm wrong, you go back and read it yourself. The ultimate goal of the Old Testament is for the people to get independence. How do you get independence? In Israel, your country, and by following the laws, statutes, and commandments. That's what the Old Testament story is about. It's about how did we get where we are, and where they're writing from. They're writing from a Hellenistic position of how they were free. When were they free? I'm going to get to that right now to show you that all of this that you learn from these guys is fake. Because if they ever ruled Israel by themselves, and this goes to Zion, and they want to take my word for it or not, go back and study. Go and see history. Once you know the history, family, it defeats all this religious faith nonsense. It defeats it. This is why a lot of them won't entertain Garfield for a debate, because I know the ancient Near East history. Look at this guy in the chat, 707. Look at this guy. All these guys, they're trolling. Why they won't press the link? And they can't take off. He won't let them speak because I'm listen. I will mute up. I will let you talk for 2 minutes, and then I'll go after you for 2 minutes. That's all I ask. Just the time, so you could say whatever you want to say. Garfield, I bet you won't say the Ashkenazi is fake. There is no such thing as the lost tribes of Israel. Period. The biblical Israelites are not real because they come from Jacob, who is an eponymous ancestor. So you can't descend from him. It's a religious theological text. What the text is doing, for those who don't know, and you better learn one day, the text is basically telling you, if you reverse your lifestyle and return to the evil ways of the pre-exilic time period, when you're worshiping God and many gods and Asherah and all this stuff, you're going to get you're going to be under captivity like how you were under the Assyrians, under the Babylonians, under the Egyptians, under the Persians, under the Greeks. That's what it's saying. And of course, a lot of rewriting took place in the 2nd century when the Jews or the Israelites literally controlled themselves. They control the entire land, and I'm going to prove it in a minute. Watch this. So anyway, there's a sin offering. Let me see if there's any questions. Come on, who want to jump on? Who want to jump on? Jump on. Jump on. Let's have this conversation because you're running around saying you're in the truth. So if you're in the truth, you can defeat Garfield's falsehood. Watch this. I'm gonna watch this right now, family. Watch this. Watch it. Look what this article says. And this article is about British Israelism. All right. Now watch this. So sin offering for all Israel, 12 he-goats, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. Why offer for all Israel if it was only the Jews who returned from Babylon and not Israel at all? Yeah, 12 bullocks, 12 he-goats. So Jews, when it says Jews, come on now. Let's look at it now. Take another look at Ezra, read chapter 3:11. And they sang together by portion, praising and giving thanks unto the Lord, because he is good, for his mercy endureth forever toward Israel. And all the people shouted with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. If the Jews and Israel are not the same, why should these Jews have returned from Babylon who were not in the house of Israel per Anglo Israelite? Why should they be shouting for Israel if they were not Israel? Now watch this, family. In the book of Ezra, another thing too. And I got to say this. But anyway, before I say this, in the book of Ezra, they're called Jews 8 times and Israel 40 times. In Nehemiah, they're called Jews 11 times and Israel 22 times. If these terms are not used interchangeably by Ezra and Nehemiah, how could they have used them interchangeably if they had wanted to do so? Now, in Nehemiah 4, I believe, verses 6, a guy is saying that he was taken away by Ashurnapal while he was a part of the northern kingdom, and he was worshiping Yahweh before he came back under Ezra. So that is proof within the book of Ezra. This is us off the script right now. Read Ezra 4. It talked about a gentleman who said he was a part of the northern kingdom who came back. He said he used to worship Yah before. It's just that the worship of Yah in the north was different than in the south, because remember, the priesthood was taken away to Assyria, so they had to learn how to worship Yah when those people from Israel migrated to Judah, over 80,000 of them. That's what history says in archaeology, not the Bible. So this is why Judah is now the featured tribe. Everybody want to be the tribe of Judah, because Judah, the writers of the Bible, switched up the writings to feature Judah as the main guy. If you go to Genesis 49, all the tribes before Judah is, I think, number 4. All of them are killed. One of them slept with their father's wife. One of them did this, the other did that. So they said, nah, you can't be the main guy. They made Judah the main guy. This is why in Genesis 38, it's cut off. From 37 to 38, it's cut off, because it changes the whole dynamic of Judah to make him the main guy. So you have the twins in the womb now story, just like the twins in the womb story with Jacob and Esau. The same type of storyline, right? But then you have, because they're trying to make Judah the new Jacob, or Judah the main guy, or his seed the main guy, which Jesus come from. So it's all about the tribe of Judah. And that's how it changed, because the majority of the people from the north, who were the literate people, moved to the south when the Assyrians were attacking them. So the story became all about Judah at that time. All right. Israel returned to Judah from Babylon, but if the terms Jews and Israel are used interchangeable, then they are identical, the same in more than 2 or 3 instances, and their whole argument is lost. In the 2 lists found in Ezra 2 and Nehemiah 7, the number of Israel was 12,000, and the number of Judah was 30,000. And the sin offering was made for all Israel, for every tribe of Israel. Oh man, should I even go into any more of this? Oh man. All right. I'm not gonna go into the New Testament and all that stuff. I'm not doing that. All right. I'm gonna stop sharing this. Let me get off of that. Any questions? Any questions? When have I ever debated that Jesus existed? How many times have I did it? I'm waiting for somebody to click the link. They run and tuck tail. All right. Now watch this now. I want y'all to pay attention to this because this is important. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So here we go. All right. I've shown this several times. I showed this in the debate with Gorilla Hebrew. And let's have a simple conversation. Are the 12 tribes of Israel from real people, or they fictional characters? That's worded so bad. Bad English by Garfield. All right. So somebody asked me on Clubhouse last night. I was talking to Rabbi Mordecai, and this girl said, "So Garfield, are you saying we didn't come from Egypt and da 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 da?" So I said, "Sis, this is the problem. We know." I said to her, "Do you know who Romulus is?" And this will go for everybody who's in the audience. Romulus is the progenitor of the Romans. Do you ever see Romans running around say, "I'm a true follower," or "I come from Romulus," and argue about Romulus? Because Romulus is considered a fictional character. When you talk about Medes is the progenitor of the Medes. Do you find people from the Mede culture or Persians today running around saying that they come from Medes? What about the Persians and Persis? Persis is what you call an eponymous ancestor. It's not a real person, but it's who they claim they come from. We know Hellenistic Greeks. They come from Hellene. Is Helene a real person? And just to show you that the Bible is rewritten at a certain time period, I want you guys to look at this genealogy right here. Helene genealogy. Let me Google it real quick. Welcome to Hellenic Greek genealogy. Hold on a second. Let me see if I could find a map. Let me see if I could find a map. Let me look at images. All right, here we go. This is actually perfect. Let's see this one. Which one is the best one to show you guys? Here we go. Perfect. I want you guys to look at this for a second. This is Helene. And what you're going to observe, right, is something that we see in the Bible. This is a genealogical breakdown of different Greek gods, right? I want you to look at this carefully. Family tree of the Greek gods. And when you look at all of them, it reminds you of something, right? The genealogy in the Bible. Is this a coincidence? I don't think not. I think not. So if you look at this right here, in all these people that's right here, hold on a second, let me do this. Cronus, boom, boom, boom. And if you look at their stories, look at this right here. You see Iapetus? Who is Iapetus in the Bible? Japhet. It's like the root word to Japhet. Japhet? Japhet is who? You have Shem, Ham, and Japhet, right? So Iapetus and Japhet is connected. This is not a coincidence. This is not a coincidence. Cain is in the Greek mythology also. So when somebody says they come from Helene, right? I'm just trying to make a quick point here. I'm not go too deep into this stuff right here. Hellene is a part of the genealogy of the Greeks, saying, hey, you come from Hellene or whatever. So the Hellenism is based off of genealogies and who they come from, and it's a part of Greek mythology. So in the Bible, you have Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and the people branched out from it. That type of writing style, because the first 5 books of the Bible is written in a style called chronological synchronistic writing. You never heard that from anybody else ever in your life. White, black, red, yellow, or green scholarship. You heard it from Garfield. It's called chronological synchronistic writing. It means the story is being told in a chronological order, and you can synchronize the history of it within the text in a timeline going straight across. So from 2000 BC to 1200 BC. It's chronological and it synchronizes with the history that's going on at the time period. That's the type of writing style. The Greeks invented this in the 6th century with Hectaeus Miletus. So that's how we know that the Torah could not have been written before that time period, because that type of writing style was after the 6th century BC. Damn, this boy good. Nobody want to come on stage and challenge me? Nobody? Nobody at all? Oh, man. I'm telling y'all right now, come on down. You're off the rocker now, Garfield. Psalms 3:16, come and jump on. All right, let me read something from my great book that Garfield wrote that people want to hate on. Oh, he stole information from this, but none of them may refute one word in the book. This book right here. Let me go to page 7 real quick and read something for y'all. Stories have no borders. Homonyms and homophones, Greek and biblical texts. We will see numerous names that are prevalent between Greek and biblical texts. The best example is the character of Japheth, son of Noah, Genesis 9 and 10. Japheth is a homonym of Japhet or Japetus. Hold up. Didn't I just show you this? Hold on 1 second, family. Didn't I just show this right here? Let's scroll across. Where's Japheth or Iapetus? Iapetus. That's who it is. Iapetus. It's the same word, Japheth. It's the same word. You can't get around it. Right here in the corner. Right here. Iapetus. Let me click on it so y'all can see it right here. See, look at this. It's Garfield. This is from Wiki, and you can research it yourself. In Greek mythology, Iapetus, also Japetus, is a Titan, the son of Uranus and Gaia, the father of Atlas. Look at this. Iapetus was linked to Japheth, one of the sons of who? Noah. I didn't make it up, but listen to what it says in my book. Because y'all like to hate on my book, right? I copied stuff, I stole this, but y'all can't refute what's in the book. The best example is Japheth. Japheth is a homonym of Japhet or Japetus, the Titan who appeared most notably in Hesiod's theogony. Japheth in the biblical text, the son of Noah. The son of Noah. Right? Japheth in the biblical text is the son of Noah, while in the Greek deluge, oldest account of the deluge in the Greek literature, Pindar's 9th Olympian ode, Japheth is the father of Prometheus and Epimetheus, respectively. The father of Deculion, who played the parts of Noah and his wife, are Mesopotamian Utnapishtim. The question to ask is, what tradition were biblical writers aware of? It is obvious the biblical writers are familiar with Mesopotamian literature, but at what time period would the Greek tradition influence the writers of the biblical text? Philip Wagenbaum hold on, beloved. Philip Wagenbaum goes on to give an explanation of how the flood account of Mesopotamia is in the biblical text, but the Greek version is also mentioned in Genesis 1-11. The biblical writer had knowledge of the Mesopotamian account of the deluge as seen in the detail of Noah sending birds to find land, as in the Epic of Gilgamesh and Berosus. But as the name Japheth persists, he also must have had knowledge of the Greek version. In Genesis 10:2-5, Japheth is the father of Ion, ancestor of the Greeks, though pronounced Yavan by the Masoret and Yavan by the Septuagint, the Hebrew consonant Yadwa nun spelled ion. Ion appears in the Greek tradition as a direct descendant of Deucalion and hence of Japheth too, and as the eponymous ancestor of the Ionian Greeks. The traditional Greek genealogy is compressed in Genesis, making Japheth Ion's father. Whenever Genesis was written, these verses demonstrate that the author possessed knowledge not only of the Greeks, but also of their mythical genealogy. Go ahead, brother. Ask your question.
Yes. Did Jesus exist, and was he an Israelite?
Did Jesus exist? I do teach that on my channel that Jesus exists. I do.
Was he an Israelite?
Was he an Israelite?
Yes or no?
In what sense, though?
Yes or no?
In what sense?
Was he a Jew?
He was a Jew. He probably more than likely was a Jew.
Are Jews and Israelites synonymous?
In what context?
Is the word Jew and Israelite synonymous?
In some instances, yes.
Case closed. Thank you.
So what is the argument? What is the argument? Oh man! And then he go in the chat and say, "Yo, bro, I've been teaching Jesus exists. This is why. Listen, I'm the only one that's been on the forefront teaching that Jesus exists. What is he coming on here for? He don't want to talk about the lost tribes. He don't want to talk about nothing. That's just nuts. Look at it, got him. Anyway, listen, family. I'm teaching. I ain't worried about that. Why would the biblical writers use Greek stories? Names from the Greek traditions are retained and replaced on the genealogic scale, a process that occurs several times. Japheth went from being the grandfather of Deucalion to Noah's son. Cainius, king of the Lapis, was the descendant of Axion, humankind's first murderer, an association that gives rise to the character of Cain. Who was the first murderer in the Greek tradition? Cainius. Who the first murderer in the biblical tradition? Cain. It's not a coincidence. Wajim Bob goes on to say, all these subtle allusions are fingerprints left by the biblical writer that led back to his sources, hints that only one who has read both the Greek and biblical literature can understand. But anyway, let me see. You're a Jamaican, you wouldn't get it. Ah man, thanks for that, bro. Thanks for that shout out right there. But I had to give my book a plug. I just got a check from Amazon. People still supporting your brother buying the book. And I'm not in this to sell the book. But if you have a book, why not sell it? All right. So now, as you can see, I showed what do you call it? All right, sorry about that. I pressed the wrong button. Look up the Maccabees saying the Jews are related to the Spartans, Garfield. All right, but anyway, let's move on. So now we found the genealogy of the Hellenistic god, right? Hellenistic genealogy. And okay, let's do this. Now, this is the point I was making earlier. When did the Israelites exist in history for the first time? The first time in history that we find the Israelites is the reference of Israel in the Mesha stele. Then we find a message on but anyway, let me finish doing what I'm doing, brother. I'll answer your question in a second. Now, this is what I'm referring to. The Hasmonean Dynasty. Who were these people? Was a ruling dynasty of Judea and surrounding regions during the Hellenistic period. Now, look at this. Look at this, Mika. From 140 BC to 37 BC, between 140 and 116, the dynasty ruled Judea semi-autonomously. And from roughly 110 BC, which is kind of, I think that's kind of off, but I'm not going to argue with. This is the Wikipedia. I'm not going to argue with it right now. From 110 BC to around 63 BC, it was autonomous. They were ruling themselves. And you could see right here, you could click this. Let's go to the article, Hasmonean Dynasty. But watch this. Watch this. The place for them called Israel Mika. Look at this. This is what they will never teach. I challenge any Israelite to teach this. They know this in them, but they won't teach it. I want you to look at this right here. Look at this right here. This is the territorial expansion of the Israelites while they're ruling themselves. Look at where they control. Look at the map. Where you call Israel today, they control it. That's the ultimate goal of the Old Testament, to lead you back to Israel. And you control it autonomously without no empire over you. This is the ultimate goal. You get back your land. They got their land back. Almost 100 years. So what are we arguing about today? Oh, this is for this prophecy. This didn't happen. Of course it happened. But what happened, ladies and gentlemen, the book of Daniel was based to be the Greeks, to be the last beast or the last kingdom. But what happened is, at 63 BC, what happened? The Romans took over Israel. This is why we have the New Testament. So the New Testament now, they need another Messiah to conquer the Roman Empire. This is why they think the Roman Empire is the United States of America and think the prophecies is regarding America. See, look at this. I'm not making this up. This is territorial expansion between 167 and 80 BC. The Israelites control themselves. This is the ultimate goal of the Old Testament. The beef now that they have is something now. This is where this video comes in now. I'm going to play this video with, no. This is what happened. The small hat explain what. But disrespects Igbo Jews. What are you talking, Rasta? Shut the F up. Christ has redeemed. Da, 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 da. Look at the map, y'all. I'm gonna keep the map on. This is a dagger. They are ruling themselves. This is what the Old Testament is about. But y'all argue, oh, this didn't happen yet. How do you know a prophecy? Mika, how do they know a prophecy didn't happen? And they don't even know history. This is the craziest part of when they're reading the Old Testament. How are you reading the Old Testament and telling us there's a prophecy? Oh, man, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. That's crazy. I have conversations with people who are Orthodox Jews all the time. I have no fear for no man. No man now pay my bill. I may pay my own rent, my own bill them. So now, listen now. If the Israelites control Israel on their own terms, when did most of the retraction of the Bible take place? During this time. This is when let me teach y'all something, and this is what Zion Lex have over everybody else. He's a master. I remember one time, shout out to Orthodox More. I asked Orthodox More, have you ever heard of the Zugat period? The Zugat period, this is what happened, family. When you Google Zugat, right, on Wikipedia, and you could go to the Jewish Encyclopedia, right? What happened in the Zugat period, and why is it called the Zugat period? Why is it called that? Why is it called that? You see, you can't say you know the history. You want to teach the Bible to black people. Mike Jones. All right, you know what I'm gonna do, brother? I'm gonna give you a little timeout so you could get on your brain. You're on your FBA juice today. I don't give a damn about no group. None of them group pay my rent. Shout out to my big bro in the building, man. Shout out to my big bro. Now watch this. This is the Zugat, right? When is the Zugat period for rabbinical Judaism? Look at what it says. The Zagat, also called Zagat, in the Ashkenazic pronunciation, refers both to the 200-year period from when? From 170 BC to 30 CE. The era of the peers. What is the peers that they're talking about? The era of what peers? During the later Second Temple period, which the spiritual leadership of the Jews was in the hands of 5 successions of peers of religious teachers, and to each of these peers themselves. So if you look at them, it's kind of weird because you're going to see some names like, yeah, Israelites with the name Jose. I don't know nobody's name, family. I'm just Israelites have Spanish names, y'all. I'm just playing. Although Hyrcanus right here, John Hyrcanus, that's a Persian name. But so these are the Israelites who are ruling from a spiritual perspective in charge. So the peers were Hosea ben Jazar and Hosea ben Yachanan. Dr. Ben family. Who flourished at the time of the Maccabean revolt. So these are the people who are the leaders and the instructors at the time. It's called the Zagat period. All right? All right. Now, after the Zagat period, right? What period is after that? The Tanaim period. What's going on during the Tanaim period? So you still have a root of spiritual guidance from these people like Gamaliel and all the people that's mentioned in the New Testament. Repeaters, teachers. That's what Tanaim means. The rabbinic sages whose views are recorded in the Mishnah from approximately 10 to 220 CE. The period of the Tanaim, also referred to as the Mishnah period, lasted about 210 years. It came after the period of the Zagat peers and was immediately followed by the period of the Amoraim interpreters. So this is what is going on. So this is the development of rabbinical Judaism. Rabbinical Judaism was started by Israelites. These were started by Israelites, whether they were brown skin, dark skin, black skin, white skin, brown skin, blue skin, it doesn't matter. It was started by, you claim you are the Israelites, claimed by y'all. Now the Tanaim lived in several areas of the land of Israel. The spiritual center of Judaism at the time was Jerusalem. But after the destruction of the city and the Second Temple, Yochanan ben Zakkai and his students founded a new Council of Jamnia. We're not sure. Council of Jamnia is kind of shaky. There's not many sources on that. But after that, you got the Amoraim period and so forth and go on and go on and go on. And this goes on until when? Let's go to the Achareim period. If you go to the Achareim period, which is after the Rishonim is the Achareim. What time period is this? This time period is the Achareim, followed the Rishonim, the first one, the rabbinic scholars between the 11th and the 16th century, following the Genoim and the preceding Shalach Arot. The publication of the Shalach Arot, the Achareim are thus contemporary with the early modern period. So, ladies and gentlemen, look at this right here. From 200 BC all the way to 2000, these people have some sort of history that they can match up. Where are the Hebrew Israelites in this? Where? Where are you located? Who are you a part of? Because even the Jews in West Africa, they're connecting with these people. Because this is the authority. They moved from Israel, from Havna in northern Israel, to Babylon around the 3rd century AD. So these are Israelites. And these people are Judeans, Israelites, whatever you want to call them. And they have a tradition that goes back 2,200 years. Where's your tradition? You know about Judaism because of these folks, but you call them the small hat. So you running around here today with some new modern day made up religion, you don't have no talk in this game. So this is why when the Rabbi Mordecai come on now, hold on 1 second. I need to play a video. Hold on 1 second. I need a 2 minute break. 2 minute break. 2 minute break. As a matter of fact, let me play this video again with the guy on Instagram. Marcellus, for those who don't know, Marcellus, what's his name? Marcellus, what is his name again? Williams. They're about to execute this guy. Call this number. I'm going to put it on the screen. 417-373-3400. Listen to the story.
Williams, a man who's set to be executed in 4 days. Now, I have a problem. One of my followers just sent me this information, so I did hours of research, and I witnessed something that I've never seen before. The prosecutors, the people who put people in jail, came out and said, hey, he might not have done it. Can we just give him life in prison instead? They were denied. The family of the victim, he supposedly came out and said, hey, don't do it. And they were ignored. But why? Well, the answer is no one knows. But the story gets a little crazier than that. See, this isn't the first time he was supposed to be executed. Back in 2015, in the last minute, the governor of Missouri, this was in Missouri, by the way, comes out and says, stop. They found new evidence. He really might not have done it. So the governor makes a special council of judges to do an investigation. They said, okay, well, he might not have done it. We're making you a report, governor. The governor says, great. But the governor resigns. A new governor comes in and he says, I don't want to see the report. You guys are all done. And he's going to be executed. So they went to the Supreme Court of Missouri. And the Supreme Court of Missouri said, let's just go through with it anyway. So the prosecutors came out and they did their own investigation. And they said, wow, he really might not have done it. The trial was a mess. And I'm going to be frank here, racist. 11 white jurors and 1 black juror were selected in Missouri. A black juror was rejected because his hair was kind of messy and unkempt. He didn't look trustworthy. And most importantly, the DNA on the weapon did not match his. So the prosecutors go over to his team. They said, let's talk it out. What if we just give him a plea deal, life in prison, which would give everyone time to come together and figure everything out? But in what is being called a bizarre twist, a judge rejects it. He just says, no, we're going to go through with it anyway. Now, all people are asking for is time. They're not asking he walks out. They're just asking for time. And it would be one thing if his team was asking for this to be stopped, but if prosecutors, if representatives, if people, if the victims' families are asking for a little more time, then I think it warrants that. Now, 4 days is not a long time, so where do we go from here? Well, as many people as possible needs to be aware of this, because bringing attention on an issue does a lot more than people may think. Governors, prosecutors, the Supreme Court, they all work for you. So again, in 4 days, the fate of a man is decided. So really, I just thought you should know, especially the people of Missouri, what some of your employees have decided to do to Marcellus Williams.
All right. Shout out to the brother for that information. I didn't know about it until early this week. So I said, I'm going to play my part. And to the brother who said that Garfield is not FBA and he shouldn't care. I don't know who Marcellus Williams is. I don't know if he's Haitian. I don't know if he's Jamaican. I don't know if he's African American. But I know that brother, it's a possibility he may not have committed a crime, and we need to call that number. So let's put aside our differences, forget about religion, because that can't help us right now. And I'm saying, let's call in and help out Marcellus Williams to save that brother's life. All right. All right. All right. So now, and by the way, to the brother, Mr. 707, said the small hat people are, I don't say the small hat people are the real Jews. I don't think anyone can be an Israelite. And I'll say it again, there's no such thing as a lost tribes. I'm saying the people, they have a tradition from over 2,200 years. And you guys branch off from them. Because I'm going to call him Father Wentworth. Wentworth Matthews is the originator of where One West branched off from. And most of you guys were influenced by One West teachings as far as got into it. You might not follow One West camp, but you were influenced by the black man saying, hey, we are the Israelites. You were influenced by this. All right. Let me finish teaching on this part. Again, that's the number. Freeze the screen. Help out our brother. Mr. 707, did you call a number? I bet you didn't call a number. You worried about Garfield so much. I live in your ears. Your head rent free. But let me get back to this for a second. The reason why I brought up the whole thing about the Midas, the progenitor, and the Hellenistic, and showing all these things is to show you that Israel, or Jacob, is the progenitor of the Israelites, and he's not necessarily a real person. So you arguing over 3,500 years ago or 4,000 years ago that you're related to this guy is actually ludicrous. It is craziness. It is not true. It is simply the writers are emulating the writing styles of the cultures that they lived in. Nobody's saying that there weren't people that had a small kingdom by the name of Israel. Nobody's disputing that. But what you have is writers who are writing later on who are trying to write retroactively. So at the time when the tribes were supposedly taken to Assyria, they didn't know the law, statutes, and commandments because they weren't written down fully yet. They weren't codified yet. So they couldn't have known the law, statutes, and commandments. So when the Igbos said, hey, we come from God, the tribe of God did not know the law, statutes, and commandments. And by the way, to the tribe of God comes from a deity named God, G-A-D. Let me break that down for y'all. Let me get to that real quick. So when you look at this right here, let me just finish this part and I'll get to that. Is that you have the Medes Empire, right? You have the Assyrian Empire, the Persian Empire, the Hellenistic Greeks, the Romans. They all controlled Israel. So some of the elements of these stories and this lifestyle come out of those cultures. Like the calendar that you have a month called Tammuz. That is evidence you were influenced either by Assyrians or Babylonians because they have the same calendar. So you are now following Tammuz, the map. I mean the calendar based off of days from Babylon. It shows influence. Certain things in Babylon that you have 70 years and all that stuff comes out of Babylon teachings. And you're gonna find rules and laws in Iran, in Persia. They had a rule that homosexuals should be killed. So when you read Leviticus 20, the abomination of God, it should be killed, you could see an influence, according to what scholarship feels, that they went into that era and that's what they taught under the Persians. So they changed the laws to fit them. So at the end of the day, you're going to find different elements from different cultures, from the Hittite culture, from the Egyptian culture, from the Babylonian culture, the Assyrian culture, the Greek culture, the Persian culture, the Roman culture. You're going to see elements of it within the biblical text. But the bottom line is none of these empires, Roman, Romulus, Hellenistic, Helen, Persian, Perseus, Assyrian, Ashur, the deity, Medes, Medusa, none of them running around saying we worship Medusa and that we're chosen because of that. The only people that's doing that is the Israelites. And that's all. It's just a narrative, a creative writer who made this up about them being the chosen of God. That's all it is. It's just a part of a cultural writing from back up, remixed and retracted over 2,200 years ago. So those people now who are now redacting this book are free in their land. So they're trying to write how they got free in their land. That's the bottom line to the Old Testament. How can we get our land back that God promised us? Because if you notice, all these prophecies that these brothers in these camps are reading, or anybody's like, oh, we're going to get back Israel. Da, 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 da. But they're not talking about the Hasmonean time period. They did get back Israel. They got it back. They got it back. The other day I was in a group on Clubhouse and I asked the brothers, what was the name after the Maccabean period of the area? They didn't even know that. Some of them didn't even know that. Of course, Yawasap knew, but some of them didn't even know that. You see, we're teaching with a focus like what we have is the truth, when at the end of the day, you don't know if a prophecy came true or not. You don't know. You don't know if a prophecy happened. You can't know. You can't. There's no way that you know, because you wouldn't be teaching what you're teaching. Let me get to this guy right here. Hold on 1 second, family. Right here, from the Dictionary of Deities and Demons in the Bible. Look at this. Is God a person or a deity? God is the name of a deity of good luck, equivalent for the Greek Kiche and Latin Fortuna. God is mentioned together with many in Isaiah 65:11 as being worshipped in post-exilic Judah. The God is also attested in personal names: Gadai, Gadiel, Asgad in Ezra, place names like Baal God, Migdal God, most probably in the sense of an appellative meaning, good fortune, rather than as the name of a deity, as good of fortune. God is attested in text from Canaan, Phoenicia, and the Punic world, Haran, and Arabia. The first reference to God, when it comes to the earliest West Semitic attestations of the God, remember, Divine Prophet, my big bro, used to teach that he's from the tribe of God. And what happened? Garfield pulled this out. I haven't heard him say that he come from God ever since. When it comes to the early West Semitic attestation of the God, attention must be paid first to God as an element of personal names in Ugaritic, Phoenician, and Punic. God means good fortune or good luck. All right. Just to let you know, just like the name, if you have a name like Elijah. Elijah comes from Eli, is a Yahwistic name. Ezekiel, El, the deity of Canaanite deity El, is a theophoric element name. Jeremiah is a Yahwistic name. Daniel is a El name it's a theophoric element El that's attached to the name, so it's connected to the deity. So God, Abu God was a theophoric name element that's attached to names also. So it was a God that was in the Canaanite region. So if you come from God or you're connected to God, you have your own area where you live and so forth. All right. So the people of God existed, but they weren't a part of the 12 tribes. How we know that? We go into Misha Steele and he talks about the men of God and he talks about the men of Israel. He talks about them separately. So they weren't even attached. Now in the Bible, they're attached. But in real history, they weren't attached. All right. And that's one of the problems that people have when they study in the Bible. If you're a believer, you're going to believe what the Bible says 100%, although you don't have any primary sources. And if you don't believe in the Bible, you have a more relaxed position, because if you go against the Bible tradition, you're like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That means your belief is shattered or whatever. Shattered. But that's that. Let me play this video here and get this out of the way, man. There's something I was about to say about the Igbos. The Igbos say they come from God. Come to think of it. They say they come from God. Don't they say that? Abu God. How could they come from a deity? It was never a tribe called a tribe of God. There was no tribe that's attached to Israel that was the tribe of God. Yeah, the Igbos. I think the Igbos claimed it. Yeah, the Igbo claimed the tribe of God. Genesis 46:16. Saying that Eri was the progenitor of the Erites in Numbers 26:16. The figure of Eri in the Igbo history is identified as Eri from the Bible, who is the son of God. Thus, Igbos are the tribe of God from the lost tribes. The Igbos were distributed, yet God is listed as North American Indians on the chart. God, you see, this is the problem now with the 12 tribe chart. This was a part of the 12 tribe chart debate. God is listed as North American Indians on the chart. Igbos are largely contribute to African Americans. The people labeled as Judah on the 12 tribe chart. This is what's so confusing now. So the Igbos say they're from God, right? But in the African American chart, they would be Judah. So the brother that's saying that I'm not an African American, I shouldn't talk, I shouldn't point out what's a common problem. North American Indians are the tribe of God. Igbos are part of African Americans, black community descendants, and they're labeled as Judah. North American Indians include Canadian and Mexican Indians, yet they are the same as the Igbo. How do they magically tribe jump based on where they were dropped off? Is divine geography a better method than genetics? Shout out to Fortune for that one. And even the father Erie. Erie was 900 years ago. See? Right here. And then through the river Niger, where they eventually landed in Aguilera and what is now known today as Niger around 1305 BCE. The legend and oral tradition goes that while in Egypt, living among many other nations who also resided there to escape the famine, God's son Eri, his youngest brothers, Ariel, his wife, Ishmael, and other relatives such as Ijah, Edo, Igal, and Idoma, saw the coming persecution of the future Egyptian bondage and left with an Arab man named Odudoa. A Babylonian said the father of the Eurochild and his relatives, and journeyed further down into Africa, crossing the Nile River into Sudan to Chad, and eventually Lokoja, which is now the present-day Nigeria by way of river, and then through the river Niger, where they eventually landed in Aguilera, what is known today as Nigeria. The stories don't match. But what's important also with the Igbos is that from the Bight of, where are they from? The Bight of Biafra? They're from the Bight of Biafra, right? Yeah, the Bight of Biafra. 92,000 came here. The 92,000 would be less than 25, would be about 20%. That would be 20% of the African Americans. When you talk to this guy who we're going to show the interview with Zion Lex in a few minutes, he says that we should disregard every numbers, every scholarship, unless it's from Remy Yona and Demoda. And I just thought that this guy just lost his goddamn mind. Lost his goddamn mind. Does anybody know that circumcision? He claimed that they were circumcised. The Igbos were circumcised, and the rabbis, when they were trying to transport them to the Netherlands, I believe, or somewhere in Europe, they said, "What do we do with these guys? They're circumcised." Now, does anybody know that the Igbos do circumcise? Are people familiar with that? If you're familiar with the Igbos circumcising, you should understand. Let me get my Igbo files out real quickly. Let me get my Igbo file out. All right, hold on. Why did I bring that up? Hold on. Okay, my bad, family. Part 1. Yeah, because circumcision is probably the biggest argument that people have when they talk about the Igbos. The Erie thing don't make sense because Erie is like 900 years ago. So it's not like that they're not talking about the same Erie. Probably the argument that is used the most as proof of a Jewish origin of Igbo people is the fact that they circumcised their infant males. Unfortunately, what they forgot to mention is the fact that circumcision on the 8th day is not universal in Igbo land. There are places like Afikpo where it could be done as late as the teenage years, but when it is done in Igbo land, all right. Oh man, so I was teaching the whole time and no sound. Oh man. Oh man, thanks, bro. Oh man. Oh man. I apologize. I apologize. Hey, Rob 816. Oh man, I was reading all this stuff and I never, oh man, I can't do it. This is too much for me. What's up, more? I guess he was dumping on to help me out.
Yeah, I came on to tell you he was on mute, bro.
Yo, that shit is crazy. All right. So you know what? Let me read over the circumcision part from the Igbo people perspective, and then you guys could tell me. And it's important that you guys know this, by the way. So I don't have a problem reading this over. Probably the argument that is used the most as proof of a Jewish origin of Igbo people is the fact that they circumcise their infant males. Unfortunately, what they forgot to mention is the fact that circumcision on the 8th day is not universal in Igbo land. There are places like Afikpo where it could be done as late as the teenage years. But when it was done in Igbo land, the delay was typically 1 to 8 days after birth. Like here in America, right now, if you get circumcised at birth, it's usually the first or second day. The delay, they come in and ask the parents, do you want your child to be circumcised? And you don't wait until no 8th day. You do it right there in the hospital. The delay of both, and plus they're kicking you out of American hospitals quicker nowadays anyway. All right, the delay of both the circumcision and naming of the child in Igbo culture was done mainly because of the high infant mortality rate in the days before colonialism. That practice was shared amongst many African groups. There is no covenant whatsoever mentioned when the rite is done, and the foreskin is not even preserved, as it is often in the Jewish rite. Furthermore, the burial of the umbilical cord actually has far more significance than circumcision, and actually does represent a covenant between the child and Allah, the earth deity, as well as the ancestors. Furthermore, they also intentionally leave out that both male and female circumcision was a part of the traditional society until recently, which is certainly not part of the Levitical code. The source for that is Infancy Rights Among the Igbo of Nigeria by Christian Oniachi Ochegbo, Department of Religious and Cultural Studies, University of Calabar in Nigeria. Unfortunately, female circumcision is one aspect of the tradition that's being practiced to this day, with figures estimating that nearly half of women reportedly still undergoing it. So you women in the audience, if you want to go in Igbo culture as the rabbi recommends, I'm going to play the video in a second. He recommends that you go back and practice the rites of the Igbos or do something with the Igbos or whatever. They are circumcising women in Igbo land. Female genital cutting in South Urban and Peri-urban Nigeria, self-reported validity. That's the source. All right. Last but no, I don't want to get into that. All right. So let me get into this that I have on the screen right now. All right. And Rob816, peace and love, and thank you for the donation, bro. Garfield, you cannot stop the most. Yo, I'm gonna send you to Igbo land to get circumcised just for GP, Amina. Don't be getting bad with me in the audience, man. Don't be doing that, Amina. Don't be doing that. All right, let me see what else. He looks like Equiano with a hat. Oh, you funny, bro. It's still a circumcision. No, my brother. I just read that they'd sometimes do it in teenage years. You didn't see that part, the Afikpo? You didn't hear that part, bro? Oh man, bro. There's no such thing as real Israelites. All I'm going to say is that watching the video between Yalatap and Garfield, that showed me that he's a biased scholar and doesn't understand the Bible. Check him out. Yashar, if you watch it, and I heard from everybody that I won that debate. Only people who watch Ramgad Gadala support it say that dude won the debate. Yawasap ain't win nothing, man. Come on, man. Get out of here. You saw the Yawasap debate, Orthodox more? Hold on. Orthodox more dropped off. Bias scholarship. Everything, when you disagree with anybody that believes, it's bias scholarship. Because the problem is there's no scholars in the community. So they don't understand what a methodology is or how to decipher sources. And that's the main problem. You got to have a methodology, brah. You got to have a methodology. Now, let's take a look at what I'm saying right here. Yes, you did. Circumcision. Anthropologists agree that amongst the Polynesians, Aborigines, and South American tribes, circumcision probably started as a test of bravery and endurance, a ritual mutilation, a sacrificial spilling of blood, rather than the initiation rite it has become in recent centuries. Even today, elements of this persist in Australia and some Pacific islands. It then changed from being a rite of passage and initiation into manhood to being, for some people, such as the Jews and Muslims, a symbol of their faith and their relationship with God. Only in recent times has it been performed for medical reasons to discourage masturbation, reduce the risk of penile infection, carcinoma, and more recently, HIV. Its popularity, hopefully performed only in a sterile environment, is not likely to lessen, and if the experience of America and Korea are anything to go by, may increase. All right, so ritual male circumcision, a brief history by D. Doyle. All right. Circumcision, a history of the world's most controversial surgery. This bas-relief from the Egyptian necropolis, 2400 BC, is the world's most ancient depiction of a surgical operation. Not circumcision, a surgical operation. Male circumcision in Africa. The origins of circumcision in Africa are unknown, although male circumcision is practiced sporadically throughout much of sub-Saharan Africa. Mark has pointed out that such male circumcision is generally associated with initiation of boys into manhood and involves undergoing hardship and formation into some form of age regimen. So similar are the practices that they must have a common origin somewhere in the north, from whence the ancestors of many Africans spread southwards. The engravings of masked men in Auger de Geret, including the circumcised man and the woman in figure 14, have been ascribed by Hashid and others to the large wild fauna or bubulus period dating to 6,000 or more years ago. Those images are possibly some of the earliest visual records of circumcision in Africa. So we got visual records from 6,000 years ago. Ain't no Jew, ain't no Hebrew, ain't no Israelite around at the time. And this is even before Egypt. Women wearing hat and skirt surrounded by apparently circumcised penises. Yo, look at the first picture. That's his circumcised penis right there. Oh man, where did Israelites get circumcision from? According to Herodotus, he said that the Phoenicians and Assyrians of Palestine acknowledged that they learned the custom from the Egyptians and the Syrians of the valleys of the Thermodon. These are the only nations that circumcise, and it seems that they do just as the Egyptians. So that's where y'all got it from. Oh man, I got some more information on that too that I need to drop, man. And this is from my debate with what's his name right here, Yawasa. They got all type of cultures, 5,000-year-old cultures older than Egypt, building pyramid structures or structures older than Egyptian pyramids. And we're gonna say that nobody lived there, and this is who the people descend from, but they're Israelites. Y'all crazy, man. I don't know how y'all survive with this belief system so long. If y'all believe in God, that's one thing. I ain't got no gripe with that. That's your own personal belief. But to go around and spread that we are this, our black people is this, my son is this, because African American, my son is an African American. My daughters are African Americans. My both sons are African Americans. The DNA of the Clovis child. This is what kills the whole thing, family. 96% of the Y markers stem from some of these markers. S&P analysis indicated that the three major haplogroups denoted as C, Q, and R accounted for nearly 96% of Native American Y chromosomes. C, Q, and R. The Q that they're talking about is not the one that leads back to the Levant. That's a different Q. You have Q1A, you have Q1B. Were deemed to be present in early Native Americans. C, Q, and R. Oh man, I tell you. All right, but I'm all over the place. This is sad, laugh at a golf. He does not know the Bible, and you know it, right? You know it. You have an original manuscript. Watch this. I bet you he won't click the link. I bet you won't click the link. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. It's Craziness. Well, actually, it was Jesse Jackson in 1988, my brother. That's not the white man. It's what do you call it? It has nothing to do with that. Y'all run from the DNA. And then my brother Yawasab tried to pull out the Q. That was a joke. They're not. I don't know everything, but I know a lot about this shit. I live this shit, bro. This is what I do. This is what I study. This is what I do on my free time. All I do, I read a book, one book per week. That's it. That's why I know so much shit. Craziness, yo. Craziness. And don't want to defend it. They can't defend it. Oh, if you don't know the Bible. Okay. I'll tell you this, though. I know history. This is Israel after they took control of their land. This is Israel right here. 2nd century BC. This is what they did. They conquered and they took over areas, and that's what they did. What happened to that Israel right there? That's not Israel? Yeah, son, everybody want to be a part of something, bro. We want to be Moors. We want to be Nubians. We want to make up our own language. We want to do all type of stuff. It's shit's crazy. Oh, let me do this, by the way, too. Yeah, but that's the Israel. That's Judah. They call it Judah, Yahudah. They call it Judah. But that's just that back then, man. That ain't. Come on, we ain't going to that right here. They got their land back. That's the goal. That was the ultimate goal. All right. All right. Let's do this right here. Oh, I gotta play the video with Rabbi Mordecai. There's something I wanted to address before he said. All right, so this is the video with what's his name? Zion Lex played yesterday. I mean, a couple days ago.
Still waiting for the cosign of the very people you act like you don't want to be cosigned by, which, you know, speaks to a travesty among our people and maybe even a hypocrisy among our people. But for the most part, it was well received by the masses in our community, and that is chiefly and mostly what I am concerned with. So without any further ado, I'm going to play a couple of minutes from the video between myself and the chief rabbi, Mordecai, and then I'm going to go into detail. I have a whole PowerPoint. I'm going to go into more detail on the concept and idea of Tinok Shenishba and exactly what that means and the implications for our community. So in the meantime, everybody throw up the video and share the live stream. If anybody wants to join, the live stream, I am literally taking the link and I'm posting it in the chat. If you want to weigh in on the matter live with me, doesn't matter who you are, you can. And here we go.
I took two things that I love, dancing and dogs, and I made them into a successful business.
Is a time where you have an additional power, additional koach for blessings. So I want to give a blessing to Rabbi Zion Lex, to the entire African American community, that, you know, that we in his lifetime, you know, achieve, you know, our potential, and we're able to identify what makes us unique, and to be able to contribute it on an interpersonal level, on a communal level, and on the international level, and that we are able to see the different experiences of pain, of sadness that we've had throughout our history in North America, and to be able to expand our consciousness back to the land of Israel, and to go through that process through Africa, through the migrations from the west of Africa to the Central Africa with Congo and the Bantus, all the way back to Eretz Israel, the Holy Land, because many of us, we are descendants of the Israelite tribes that were put on the slave ships on the west of Africa.
When you realize bloating and discomfort don't have to be routine, everything changes.
That's who we are. We have the halakhic status of being children. It's a term, but I'm saying in English, it's a term that is for children that are captured by non-Jews and raised in a non-Jewish environment.
Stop right there. And I have to stop you. Why I must stop you? Because this is groundbreaking, and I want to make sure everyone is processing what you just said. Now, we spoke behind the scenes about talking about this publicly. And all right, I'm going to pause that right there, because I'm just absolutely sure that at that moment in time, what the rabbi had just said had went over many heads in the community. And so that's why I decided to pause it. So I'm going to replay it right now. I'm going to let the rest play, but I want everybody to listen carefully to the ruling and the details of the ruling, and more importantly, who it's coming from, and how the details also explain that this does not mean that we are coming into conversion. We are not converts. We are bloodline descendants of the children of Israel. Everyone, please listen carefully. For some time now, this is the very first time that you're saying this publicly on this platform. So I want you to rewind a bit and say that again. What is the status that we enjoy? Please do repeat yourself.
Yeah, so in terms of like, anytime you want to classify something or understand something or bring the different laws of the Torah to something, it has to have a classification, right? Whether it's something that, like, say if we're talking about inanimate objects, right? So something that is owned by a person or not owned by a person. Something that was left behind versus something that was lost, right? There's all different types of statuses. So when it comes to individuals and their relationship to the Torah, there's all different classifications, because there have been so many different situations throughout history. And so the rabbis have a particular status of, it's an overall term. The overall term is basically children that were a child that was captured by non-Jews, okay, and raised in a non-Jewish environment. And so they don't know that they're Jewish. They don't know that they're Israelites. That individual or group of people have no idea, because they were captured and put in, whether it's slavery or indentured servitude, whatever they are, but they have no idea where they come from. So that's the classification that African Americans would follow underneath, that went through chattel slavery, that came on slave ships and were took from the coast of Africa and were Igbo, but there's many other tribes too that were Israelite tribes, not just the Igbo tribes. And we came to North America, and North America strategically wiped away our history. The whole education system, all their historians, all their data, all their statistics was all strategically designed to take a group of people and deny their existence, and to basically make them into the first Americans, right? Which are people that don't have any identity outside of that land, right? And whatever that land has imposed on them. And so the reason why that is significant, because then there's certain halakhic responsibilities that the Jewish community has to help those people come back, right? To help those people be able to return to who they are, and they're not converts.
That's right.
We're not converts. I am not a convert.
Thank you. Okay, I want to rewind that part again, because there were people that asked me, does this mean that we're going to be converts? And I said no. And they was like, but in the video, the rabbi said we're going to be converts. I said, what video was y'all watching? What video was y'all watching?
Hey, what's up, Moore? You want to say something about that before I go in?
No, not just yet.
All right, cool. All right, let me say this. I have no gripe. Me and Zion Lex have gone back and forth for the years. We've disrespected each other. We've done a lot back and forth. I'm here in love today. I'm not even. I just think Zion Lex is
Cool.
disillusioned.
I'll be bad cop then.
Yeah. Yeah. I just think he's disillusioned. That's all. That's all it is. I don't think we're Israelites. I don't think African Americans are Israelites. I don't think so at all. But with that being said, that's his religious faith. I can't argue faith because he can't prove he's an Israelite. He can't do it. But anyway, besides that, let me take this video down for a second. The gentleman on the video, as a matter of fact, let me show the video. The gentleman who's on the video. Let me take this down so we could look at who the gentleman is. The gentleman on the video, Chief Rabbi Mordecai, usually goes on live streams and people, he'll bring me up and talk about me, like a dog or whatever. Talk about me, whatever. Garfield is a pseudo-intellectual and all this foolishness, right? All right. I'm not here to bash him. But what I did, though, I confronted him yesterday. I confronted him because usually when people come in a community, right, and we sit there, they're showing some agent type, I don't know, some agent type behavior, and I'm gonna tell you why. I don't trust this guy. First of all, I don't think he's a rabbi. I don't think so at all, and a chief rabbi at it, because I heard somebody confront him on Clubhouse about this, and he had no response. She knows his history, she knows who he is, everything. So I don't know about him being a chief rabbi, first of all. But I'll say he's Mordecai. But watch this. Look at this right here. He hit me up on Instagram. And he said, see right here, Rav Mordecai ben Abraham. He said, I was wondering if you're interested for me and the chief rabbi of Africa to come on to your show and talk about the rabbinical decree he wrote for African Americans from the transatlantic slave trade. Now I'm confused now. So when I see him on Zion, I think he's playing Zion, and he's playing this role that I don't know who gave him permission to play this role, but he's playing this role that he's a chief rabbi for African Americans. I thought that was the guy in Chicago. I didn't know it was him. So I said to myself, okay, I'll bring you on, man. I'll bring you on. So I said, let's take a look at this thing that he's talking about, he want to discuss. So yesterday when I confronted him, I said, are you trying to play my dude Zion, man, and all these people? What are you really doing here? Because on one hand, you say another thing, and on another hand, you're promoting another thing. So now he just said that he's not a convert. He said it in many times in many rooms in Clubhouse. He's a convert. That's the first thing. The second thing is he's promoting this book, Niflaut Beretz Ham. Who is Ham in this story? It's called the Zerah by the Pesach Halakha on the Zerah Yaakov status of the Bantu tribe by the chief rabbi of Africa, Pinhas Elahu Shadeh. So now I was reading through this a little. Anybody who wants a PDF for this could have it. Because once you go on even this screenshot right here, you will see, let me make this bigger so I could actually read it for the whole people in the audience. This refinement, this improvement of the soul accomplished by these black men, give them the status of Congo, which is therefore the status of Bantu. We must not fall into the error of thinking that the citizens of the Democratic Republic of Congo or the Congo Republic or the Congos or even these Bantu that we're talking about, are they and other Bantus the descendants of these authentically spiritual Bantus? The answer is yes. Does this yes automatically offer them the rank of Benai, Aliyah, Congo, or even Shem? The answer is no. Only a spiritual process that the chief rabbinate of Africa has initiated via this Pesach will allow them to advance toward this path while respecting the tradition of their ancestors. So this Shem, black and pleasant, defined by Rabbi Eliezer, designate the Bantu Israelites, in other words, the descendants of Shem, who have perfected themselves. So now, ladies and gentlemen, they are descendants of who? Of Shem. Who is Shem? Ham or Kam. Now watch this now. He don't even say that they're bloodline in this paperwork that he's pushing. He said that they're Ham, but if they turn from their wickedness they become spiritual Shem, and that's how Black Americans are Israelites. This gentleman who was texting me, he said he's a scam artist lying. Not me. I'm not saying it. He said he's a scam artist. I'm not calling nobody no names. He's the brother said it who texted me. What I'm trying to figure out now is how is it my brother Zion Lex go and say that we're bloodline. You gotta check it. You gotta check your sound, Kyle. How is he now saying that they are bloodline? How is this? He's on one hand, he's promoting this book, this PDF, wants to do an interview on my channel. So now when I confront him, now he's trying to run away from all these arguments. I said, is this room be recorded? Because we need to record you saying what you're saying right now, because we can't trust you. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It sounds good, but what's the most important part to this? I remember in my book, Zion said, how you call it Black Hebrew Israelites? That's racist. You're following the white agenda. Da, 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 da. Yesterday, I heard that the color don't matter, right? Why the color don't matter? Because at the end of the day, what you're trying to push now, and this is on Zion's channel, is that the African Americans are being given permission now by people outside of the community to claim that they're Israel. You see, if you believe you're truly Israel, you don't need no quote unquote European Jew or somebody in Israel to authorize you. That means you're allowing the same structure or caste system of non-African people to make a decision for African people. So it's no different than the slave master giving you a religion. So if you saying that you follow Hensky or whatever his name is, and he's not us, how is he giving you permission to be an Israelite? How is that possible? That's just crazy. But anyway, I yield, man. Orthodox, you want to jump in or you want me to continue?
Yeah, I'm a bit with you when it comes to Rabbi Mordecai. Like I'm not. I'll talk to him on many occasions on Clubhouse and whatnot, and I've listened to him talk more than I've actually talked to him, whatnot, right? Just because I wanted to hear him talk to other people, and I don't know that he's as legit as he's trying to come off as, right? But I will say this. I mean, like, so let's be clear. There wasn't like, so this is different than when than like the Beit Din concept or the Sock Din that did like the Obadiah Lance ruling for the Igbos. He's talking about like one rabbi in of Africa, he said, or what?
The rabbi, yeah, he made that statement. They was trying to transport these slaves, and some of them were circumcised. So they were trying to figure out what to do with the slaves.
But he's saying it was one chief rabbi of Africa saying that that made a ruling about African Americans, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
This guy,
that's different than a Beit Din. A Beit Din is like it's multiple. You need three people coming together saying the same thing. Right? It's a different concept than talking about the whole community. But even then, like, so when you follow a lot of Rabbi Mordecai's understanding of stuff and whatnot, his level of scholarship, like, and I'm not hating on dude, right? I would love to sit down and actually like have like a straight up conversation with dude and whatnot. But he pushes, I'll say, just it's just as pseudo of a narrative as like the BHI concept here or the 12 tribes chart or something of that nature. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't seem to be as scholastically backed up or whatnot. And I'm not mad at him on one level, because on a rabbinic level, not everything's done like on a science-based thing. They have their religious way of doing certain things, their ecclesiastical way of doing things, right? And so not everything's going to be done scientifically, whatnot. However, when you coming through talking about like this is who you are, trying to tell people, oh, you forgot who you were, this is who you really are, etc. You know what I'm saying? Like, African Americans, like, we're trying to figure out like who we come from in a lot of ways, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're trying to figure out who we descend from, the slave trade, all that type of stuff, right? Like, this isn't a fantasy conversation. We come from real people. And so he's coming into it with the fantasy aspect of the conversation and whatnot. And when you try to push him on specifics or whatnot, he kind of gives you a lot of reactions like a BHI would, in a sense, right? So I would say take a lot of this stuff with a grain of salt, examine it the same way, and recognize it for what it is. I mean, it's a rabbinic proselyte push in our community. What?
Let me ask you this. the Igbo being Israelites, what was the evidence that they presented to say the Igbo are Israelites?
They were not declared Israelites by that ruling. They were declared unseen by that ruling. So they would have to convert to be Jews.
Say that again.
So they were not declared. They were not declared Israelites by that ruling. They were declared to be unseen, people who were once Jews who were practicing something else, etc. Right? And so they would have to reconvert in order to be deemed as Jews, even by that ruling.
Wow.
Which puts so let me illustrate this here. This is why I say I like how Rabbi Mordechai, or the way that they do things ecclesiastically, isn't necessarily like a scientific based kind of a concept, right? So if I were to take the Obadiah Alliance ruling, right, which stipulates that the Igbos had stopped, the Igbos in Nigeria, right, had stopped practicing Judaism and whatnot, right? Then this concept that Mordechai is talking about, like that we were stolen Jews who were raised by non-Jews to practice foreign religions and whatnot, that doesn't stack up, because at the time we're supposedly stolen, we're already not practicing Judaism. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I got you. So it's basically these people in Israel, they're trying to get them to align, because I remember when I interviewed him, he was saying they're giving him a hard time, but then when the interview started, he said something totally different. I was like, so interviewing these guys, it's a problem, because they say certain things in front of certain audiences. So in front of Zion Lex audience, he's trying to say one thing because it sounds good, and I'm saying to Zion, you got to be aware, because if he's saying he rock with this African dude, and yesterday he said, "Oh, I'll rock with him," I'm like, "But bro, you sent me a text in Instagram, so you want me to bring this African guy on?" So now, when that's not working, he tries to switch it on, come to something else, and say, "Hey, African American are the people from and the Igbos and other tribes. They are the." So even when I confront him on Clubhouse numerous of times, because I invited him to come on, he's like, "Oh, you're gonna ambush me?" I said, "No, I'm gonna talk to you about the same things I'm talking to you about now." He don't want to do it, because it's gonna expose what he's doing. He's playing like all sides. So 1 minute he'll come to you, he live in modern day Israel. He's gonna come and tell Orthodox more one thing. Then he's gonna come and tell me another thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'll listen to him in a room full of like black people on Clubhouse, and I'll listen to him go into a room full of Jews on Clubhouse, and it's like I hear you. It's a different conversation. And what I do, here's what I don't appreciate. I don't appreciate when he comes in front of us and gets more pseudo with it than what he would with another audience. I definitely don't appreciate that. That shows a lack of respect for, like, that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's a disrespectful proselytization push. You know what I'm saying? And it's interesting. It's weird. I feel like ever since like the whole Nick Cannon thing, they've been trying to do more of this kind of a push or whatnot. And I'm gonna keep it a stack, bro. I smell Rabbi Harry Rosenberg somewhere in this whole thing.
Say that again.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. I smell Rabbi Harry Rosenberg somewhere in this whole thing. Bro, he was the first person I ever heard come through pushing this whole Igbo stuff. Like, hey, all you people.
Well, what is the evidence though? I looked at the letters. Even Abu showed me the letters. I'm like, what is the letters that say?
You should play Abu's videos about those letters for real.
Hold on a second. Let me put that video on. Is there anything else you wanted to bring up before I play the video? I'm not fine.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, man, I mean, if you feel something, that's you. But I'm just saying, I don't see it. I really don't see it. And if you have the ability to point out to me what is being said and say, hey, this is what happened and so forth, that's different. You bring out information. This is possible and X, Y, and Z. Hold on. What is Abu's thing again? What is Abu? Hold on. Hold on, let me find this.
And while you're looking, I want to clarify something. Like, so I want to separate Rabbi Mordechai from Rabbi Eliezer the Mota. I feel like the Mota is real sincere and tries to do legit work. Like, I got respect for him. Like, he put his life on the line, like investigating the Igbo in Nigeria for over a month and whatnot, right? A lot of respect for him and whatnot. I don't necessarily agree with everything that's in the Obadiah Alliance ruling, but that's not also his fault. He was trusting a lot of what Remy Alona had to say about the genetics and whatnot, and boy, there's a lot that needs to get cleared up on that.
Yeah, I think. Boy, I'll tell you. All right, what's the name of that video again? He did on. Hold on, let me see if I find the letters. You remember the name of the video by
No,
Abu?
but if you just search like for Rabbi Mordechai or for the Mota or for like a
Oh, a
rabbi letter.
discussion on Igbo and Jews. I think this is it right here. Rav Ben. No, hold on. Is that it? Hold on. Let me. You know what? Let me just inbox him. Get it. Oh, he's probably in church. Hold on, let me see if I find the letters. But that was a very good video right there too. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. The Negroes and the Jews, Hebrew, da 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 da. That's all right. Oh, let me ask you this. Have you read Second Esdras Orthodox more? More, are you there?
Yeah, I was looking for something. No, I haven't read it in a long time.
Let me ask you about this before we even show that. Let me ask you, because somebody brought this up earlier. Second Esdras.
I ain't read it in probably about 20 years, bro.
Nah, ain't no gotcha nothing. This I want to see how you would interpret this.
But I'm about to start reading it again because I see how a lot of Israelites they claim Second Esdras. I noticed that.
Look at this right here. This is and to the brother, hi brother Goffey. You said the African Americans are not Israelites. What is your proof? What is your source? I already went through all of that before. I don't believe there's anything called the lost tribes of Israel. I think it's to me it's something that passed on, influenced by Anglo-Israelism and British Israelism and the new Christian identity, which have a lot of influence on the world. It's just people who are Christians who are repackaging who they are, and a lot of white supremacists involved, especially with the British Israelism, because they thought they were the only legitimate white people out there. Everybody else was tawny and dark and swarthy. They're the ultimate white folks. So I think that has a lot of role in what Hebrew Israelites follow, because if you look at their teachings, and when I watch like Priest Daniela, I'm like, yo, this is Anglo-Israelism. This is Herbert Armstrong. Isaac means sons of Saxons, come from the word sons of Isaacs, and that's where it comes from. And I mean, just a lot of stuff that they say does come from them. And it's just interesting when I'm reading how people debunk them. I could easily debunk them with that information that the people have. More, what do you think about what I said earlier about them getting their land back after the Maccabee War? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm over here still looking for that video. What was the question?
Hold on. We deal with the Maccabee War in a second. So let me, you know what? Let me just read this.
Last time you asked me about the Maccabees, that's my worst period in history concerning the Jews and whatnot.
Right. Hold on 1 second. Now this is Second Esdras, right?
I will say this though, I rock more so with the Ethiopian Maccabees.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this right here. All right. So right here it says, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Uzziah the king, whom Shalmaneser the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. So what I'm just picking up on is that they took counsel amongst themselves, and some of them left, but they left a lot of them who were still heathens in the era. They wanted to separate from them. All right, that's what I get from it. That they might keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow places of the river. For the Most High then shewed signs for them, and held still the flood till they were passed over. So this is in some Bibles it says waters. So he held still the flood, meaning that he held the water so it wouldn't, so they were able to pass over where they were going. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half, and the same region is called Arsareth. Then dwelt they there until the latter time, and now when they shall begin to come. The highest shall stay the springs of the stream, the highest or the most high shall stay the springs of the stream again, that they may go through. Therefore sawest thou the multitude with peace. But those that be left behind of thy people are they that are found within my borders. Now, what do you take from this verse 47? Because in different editions, it's on. You know what? Maybe I need to get the Bible Hub version. Hold on 1 second. Let me get the Bible Hub version.
Hey, instead of being so ADHD with the no, that's not American, but B, I just put the video in the group in the studio chat.
Side chat. All right. We come back to this in a second. Let me see if this is the same video that I have up.
Because people need to understand, like Rabbi Mordechai and like
okay, this is the right
video. Like their whole angle with this thing.
I had the wrong video, so thanks for that. He has another video on it. All right, let me get this. Let me get StreamYard.
Yeah, do us the favor real quick, Garfield. Like, don't be so ADHD with the joint. Stick with this whole like Rabbi Mordechai Igbo thing for a second.
All right,
a clear picture.
Greetings. It seems Remy Alona has offered a response to some of the recent criticisms his methodology has received. And perhaps it might be described as an indirect response insofar that in his new video, he doesn't share a link to what he's responding to, nor does he explicitly mention who he might be responding to. But I would nonetheless say that one can get an accurate sense of who he's probably replying to, and I think I might be included in that. Now, in this video that he recently put out, he just put it out yesterday, Remy seems to be attempting to tackle the objection that culture is not a reliable tool for determining paternal lineage across millennia, right? And precisely because culture can change, right? So Remy has proposed that you can determine ancestry across millennia by looking at the culture of a group. And my objection was that it's not a good tool precisely because culture can change, right? And so we're going to pick this up at just before the 5-minute mark, where Remy seems to hint that while it might be easy for people to lose their culture in America, such is not so easy for people in Nigeria. Here's the clip and fair use.
It has come to my attention that people who do not know Nigeria could be assuming that conditions prevalent in the United States or Europe, United States, could also be applicable in places like Nigeria. Societies are completely different. My family, my ethnic group has been on one piece of land for at least 1,200 years. The Yorubas have been on one piece of land for at least 1,200 years. It is not easy for Yorubas and Igbos to lose their culture.
Okay, so my preliminary objection would be that the very next day, actually just this morning, Remy himself put up a Facebook post arguing that Igbos were plausibly at risk of losing their culture were it not for efforts to get them to return to a culture which Remy elsewhere assures you it would be difficult to lose, right? That's interesting. And so too, also today, Remy also put up a post documenting cultural change among Yoruba, right? As he mentioned that certain Yoruba Muslims are attempting to prohibit an Ifa-related festival in certain regions, right? So again, that implies a sort of division and a sort of cultural change, wouldn't it? But that aside, while Remy often alludes to alleged cultural similarities between practitioners of Omenana and the biblical Israelites, I would wager that if a detailed comparison was made, there would be a lot of differences as well. You know, honestly, I think it's obvious that between biblical Israelites and Igbos, There are profound linguistic differences, as well as a different calendar and different feast days, you know? So if Igbos descend from biblical Israelites, this would seem to entail profound cultural changes. And perhaps it would also imply an utter loss of the literary tradition, at least so far as it pertains to liturgical use of texts written in Semitic languages, whether they be Hebrew or Aramaic. And again, that itself would seem to arguably constitute cultural change. Now, if Remy or anyone else wants to disagree, I would ask, what evidence is there of Igbos using texts in Hebrew and Aramaic prior to European contact? In fact, what's the oldest Torah scroll or prayer book in Hebrew or Aramaic amongst the Igbos? That'd be an interesting question. And if there is no such thing, again, that would seem to constitute a loss of that literary tradition. And honestly, we're really just scratching the surface here, which is to say that a detailed discussion on this topic of comparing Omenana and, you know, the biblical Israelite customs, that has hardly begun to get off the ground. But maybe that's a subject for future exploration. But now I want to show another clip in which Remy addresses the objection that he had a video titled Abraham's Culture Changed, which implied culture can change, right? See, again, Remy was proposing that you should look to culture to determine ancestry across millennia. And I had pointed out that it's somewhat ironic that he's saying this in a video titled Abraham's Culture Changed, right? Because what I had pointed out that the objection that one's going to reach for is right there in the title, right? But so here's his response to that. And again, fair use.
When I stated in one of my previous presentations that Abraham's culture changed, I was specific about Abraham. I was not talking about anybody else. Abraham was asked by God to move away from his homeland. Abraham moved away from his homeland and his culture changed. It is different from the culture of the Yorubas and the culture of the Igbos changing.
Okay, now I would ask that you think about the argument which is being made here. On the one hand, Remy argues that culture is the best indicator of ancestry. Yet on the other hand, Remy just proposed that Abraham's culture was different from that of his immediate ancestors, right? That latter position would mean that culture is not a good indicator of ancestry, as one can differ culturally even from their recent ancestors. And beyond that, Remy recently insinuated that Yoruba might be Ishmaelites. Now, admittedly, his position is not clear regarding who the Yoruba are, as previously he's called them Hamites as well. But for now, let's work within this idea that he's proposed of the Yoruba possibly being Ishmaelites. So Remy has proposed the following. He's proposed that Igbos are Israelites. He's proposed that Yoruba might be Ishmaelites. And he's proposed that Igbos and Yoruba have profoundly different cultures. But that raises a question. Wouldn't both Israelites and Ishmaelites be descendants of Abraham? And the reason why that question is important is because it would imply that at least one group of Abraham's descendants has undergone profound cultural change, which would again entail that culture does not tell us about ancestry, right? In short, the argument becomes self-defeating. The different positions that Remy is taking seem to, with all due respect to him, these different positions seem to be contradicting each other. But that said, let's return to Remy's older assertion that the Yoruba are Hamites. Now, I showed this post from last year in my previous video, but when I showed it the previous time, I merely focused on the fact that it calls Igbo Semites and Yoruba Hamites. Now I'd like to look at the larger sentence in which that claim falls. You see, Remy declared the following, quote, "The languages of the Igbos, who are Semites, and the Yoruba, who are Hamites, began to separate in the Levant," end quote. Now think about the implications here. Remy accepts that there was once a single common language from which both the Yoruba language and the Igbo language descend. Now, I wonder what Remy thinks that language was like. You know, presumably it was some sort of Volta Congo language, right? Yet Remy says it began to divide in the Levant. And beyond that, beyond the awkwardness of a Volta Congo language being spoken in the Levant, at least I don't see any evidence of that. One would have to think that this language was profoundly different from biblical Hebrew. And now this raises a number of questions, such as, for example, does Remy think biblical Hebrew sprang from that language? Does he think the current Igbo language sprang from biblical Hebrew? And honestly, whichever way Remy goes with this, it's going to imply what I alluded to earlier, which is a profound sort of linguistic change, where the language is changing, and which in turn would seem to fly in the face of the assurance that culture has remained stable across millennia, right? Because language is deeply intertwined with culture, and it seems like there's major linguistic change happening here, even within the history that's proposed or imagined by Remy Ilona. But moving away from that, I'd now like to look at another Facebook post which Mr. Ilona put up yesterday. And in this one, he addresses the objection about the letters which the Jewish community of London gave to William Simpson before his exploration of Africa. Recall that Remy had claimed that those letters were addressed specifically to the Igbos. So one immediate objection, was that neither letter ever mentions the Igbos. And so with that in mind, starting with where the red asterisk appears on your screen, this is how Remy responds. He responds as follows, quote, "There's now major controversy online about the letter by London-based rabbis addressed to our brothers on the banks of the Niger River. Quote-unquote experts are already saying that it didn't mention Igbos by name. It didn't mention Igbos by name, but Igbos can demonstrate that they mentioned in writing that they circumcised boys at the 8th day over 200 years ago, and that they lived on the banks of the Niger in 1841. And meanwhile, these quote-unquote experts cannot mention the name of one of the ethnic groups that live on the banks of Nigeria. Challenge them to get one person from those imagined groups to demonstrate their nations have clear Israelite traditions, and be sure they will sneak away. Did those other peoples the letter could have been addressed to dissolve like salt?" End quote. Now, honestly, these sorts of rhetorical questions are loaded, and frankly, they're misleading. Remy seems to think, or he wants you to think, that the explorers were bringing the letters to a very specific people in a specific location whom they were already aware of and who were already recognized as Jews. But as was covered in my previous video, Simpson was given the letters just in case they found Jews during their exploration of the interior of Africa, right? And it's not like they were bringing the letters specifically to the Igbo territory, as if they already recognize Igbos as Jews. Rather, the explorers were going to multiple places in Africa, including, but not necessarily limited to, multiple places along the Niger River. And they had those letters from the Jewish community in London with them just in case they encountered Jews at some point during their exploration of these various locations, right? Now, that raises another question, and that's, why does Remy's description misrepresent the fact of the matter? And as far as I can see, the best case scenario that I can come up with is that Remy himself may merely be going by the English translation of the shorter letter, which was given to Simpson. You see, Remy recently posted an English translation of the letter, which is found in Daniel Lee's book, Jewish Identity Among the Igbo of Nigeria. And that loose translation refers to, quote, "the nation situated on the river Niger," end quote. So it might just be the case that Remy sincerely thinks the letters were to address to a very specific nation on the Niger River. And he could think that because a loose English translation gives that impression. So with that in mind, let's look at what the letter actually states. The opening two words are ha'af umnam, which is like saying surely indeed, or verily, or it is certainly the case that, and then it continues, ha'holech besfinat Wilberforce, eneno mi bnei amenu, the one who travels in the ship Wilberforce is not from our nation. Weshmo William Simpson, hu ha'holech bereshut hamalcha, and his name is William Simpson. He is the one who travels with the permission of the Queen. Yara lenahar negor lichakur velidarush ma yimtsa shma. He penetrated to the river Niger to search and to study what he might find there. And then the rest of the letter just talks about how Simpson is known to the Jewish community where he's from, and how he won't agitate for other religions, and how he loves Israel, right? But suffice to say, the actual text of the letter never mentions any specific nation on the Niger River. And it seems that Remy saw something along those lines in a rather loose English translation of the letter, and therefore might have assumed it meant the letter was targeted at a specific community, and a community which was already known on the river, whose location and Jewishness was already known. But that was simply not the case. As was already noted, the letters were given just in case Jews were encountered along the way. But there was no indication that the authors or the explorers had a specific community in mind. Therefore, the claim that these letters were intended for specifically the Igbos is with all due respect, it's without merit. And it does not serve as evidence of Jewish recognition of Igbos as Israelites. And with that, I'll close this video here. As always, I welcome any comments, questions, or criticisms. You see, I don't censor anyone here, so feel free to share your thoughts, whether positive or negative. And God bless.
Boy, a boo is a problem.
A boo is a problem, bro. So hold up. So what you get from that letter? Is it? So I don't want to hear it from me. I want to hear it from you. What is the letter?
Let me take off land right quick because people might get this misconstrued. Because like first and foremost, people need to understand that you and I respectfully disagree, for the most part, respectfully disagree on there being no Jews that came over on the slave ship. But there's something I want to point out in that letter that you and I are both going to 100% agree on, right? So we disagree on. I personally think that there was a population of Jews that was part of the slave trade in West Africa and came to America. Garfield disagrees, but one thing we do agree on the fact is that there were Jews in West Africa that were part of a merchant class. We agree on that part.
Yeah, fairly, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So these people are they're going into Africa with the letter, just in case. Like again, like Abu showed, they're going into all different parts of Africa. You know what I'm saying? And they got letters with them just in case they just should happen to run into some Jews, right? Not anybody in particular, but just in case, right? But if they were going to run into some Jews, are they expect, like, just from your perspective, from what you understand, like reading one book a week and all that type of stuff? From what I understand, let's see if we agree on this. They would be expecting to be running into that merchant class in West Africa if they found anybody, right? Would you agree, Garfield, or no?
Yes.
And you and I both know from our studies, because we're looking at the same stuff, none of them merchant classes are Igbo.
100%.
So this is what I'm talking about in terms of like you get like the Igbo Israelite thing is the way it's getting pushed. It's just as pseudo as the 12 tribes chart, etc. And unfortunately, people like Remy, you and I have both interviewed Remy, and I'll try to talk to Remy behind the scenes and on the camera, and whatnot, try to help him with stuff. And I hate to break it to cats, he's just as pseudo as Dante Fortune, just as pseudo as Benai Israel, just as pseudo as the Tail Twins, just as pseudo as We Woke Now, just as pseudo as a lot of people in the camps and whatnot. He doesn't get a lot of respect in Nigeria off that stuff, man. The Igbos ain't checking for me like that, fam. His name don't carry weight like that in Igbo land, fam. As a matter of fact, when you bring his name up, more often than not, you're gonna catch people talking all kind of issue about it. That's what I'm saying, fam. Like this is a like what Abu just broke down is like people are using it's the Stretch Armstrong doctrine. My man just stretched and, you know what I'm saying, and did his thing to make that letter that was a general letter to potential Jews in Africa, right? To be a specific letter about Igbos. And when he gets pressed on it, you see the pseudo aspect. He's saying it as if it's fact, right? He's saying it as if it's fact. And when he gets pressed on it, you see the pseudo. And so, there's one thing that Remy and I agree on, right? Is that not all Igbos are the same. He said that on my channel, right? I think that there could be some Igbos that have a tradition that could link up to something Hebrew potentially, right? But even if it is, it ain't going to be the majority of them. Not from what I've seen. Like, so I'm not denying that there could be some Igbo Jews, right, somewhere in the history of the game and whatnot, right? But whether they're bloodline, whether they're convert, like that story needs to get slowed down and really actually looked at. That's why I respect people like Rabbi Demota, because he actually went to Igbo land and did proper field research for that kind of a thing and whatnot, right? And I feel bad for him because that kind of legit research gets muddied up with pseudo stuff like this or whatnot. So to me, that's a sad thing, because there could be a legit history of some Igbo Jews, but it's not going to really get looked at because you got people like Rabbi Mordechai and people like Remy trying to make you doing the whole BHI thing. It's everybody. It's the 100% thing. Anyway, I'll stop ranting.
Yeah, there's some research that I'm going to probably bring out in our discussion about the population numbers of known Israelites or Jews. And I don't think a lot of people realize in the Inquisition where the people went. And especially the Spanish, where the majority were, a lot of them went to Israel. And people don't know that. They went to North Africa, they went to Italy, they went to Eastern Mediterranean, they went to the Americas, they went to Amsterdam, they went to the Balkans, they went to Morocco, Algeria, and Egypt. So after the expulsion from Spain, I think there's like people like Benaiah Israel who is teaching that they expelled them from Spain and they went to the Americas as slaves. And I think that's where me and Moore agree that the people in
we agree, but not pseudo as hell, bro.
Yeah, that's definitely not right.
But don't muddy it up real quick, because like don't switch the here. Let's stick to the Remy model.
Yeah, definitely.
So this part we definitely agree on, right? Because we talk about this all day. Is like the actual merchant class of Jews, right? Like you're talking about, they're selling people, they're selling all that, right? So either one, like they're claiming to be the Jews you're talking about, like the ones you say you don't want to be, etc., right? But two, like you gotta, like someone's got to admit that, like in all these sources, because if Remy was talking, what he was talking about was easy, like that he could prove it. He could easily walk to the Arabic sources that I talk about all the time, and me and Garfield fight over all the time, and whatnot, and be like, bam, those are the Igbos right there. That's us right there. We're them Jews right there. What you talking about? But he's not doing that, and that's the part that's crazy to me. Like, we're in America running from African sources. My guy is an African running from African sources. You understand what I'm saying? And trying to paint a whole different fantastical picture, even different from what people understand as the history in Africa, West Africa, right? So this is what I'm saying. Like, so if he's claiming to be this Jewish nation of Igbos on the Niger River, etc., that are being talked about in this letter, etc. All right, walk us through it in actual history, because people wrote history of that area. And we don't see the Igbo there like that, like you're talking about, in terms of being those Jews in that area.
Hey, Jay Guida, I'm gonna say this to you one time, bro. I know you Yap Gang. I'm trying to be respectful, but you're crazy out here. You're crazy. You're a zealot. You see, what happened is people got to learn how to separate their belief from the fact. If you're saying that the Igbos pour libations just like Moses, we don't even think Moses is a real person. So if he's not a real person, what are you talking about? And even if he was a real person, how do you know what type of libation he poured? How did he do it the same way as the Igbos do it? And when did this come into Igbo land? Or did Igbo land bring it to that region? People migrate back and forth, bro. We got to stop this. There's nothing original in the biblical text. I don't know no tradition or what they do that's original. You can say, hey, the Israelites came up with this. Nope. Unless you want to say they'll kill homosexuals if they're gay, and that they didn't even come up with that. You can't. That's why you see everything in the Israelite culture. You see it in every culture. But let's get back to Rabbi Demoda. I want to say this. To answer to Brother Law, I did interview Brother Demoda 3 times. I didn't put out one of the interviews yet. I don't know if Abu shared that one with you, Orthodox more. I did interview him, but I didn't play it yet. I don't know why I didn't play it yet. I probably need to play it probably during the week.
So what do you think about Rabbi Demoda?
I think he's a genuinely good guy, but I just think he's ODing on the whole. He's ODing on the whole Igbo thing. I think he's going too far with it, but that's just my opinion.
Did you speak to him about when he made his trip to Igbo land?
I don't remember, but I know I probably did. Probably Abu did give me the questions, and what's his name? Faithful. So yeah, more than likely I probably did. What's his name? He did a video on it. Abu did a video on it, although I didn't put the video.
So for people who want to know, you can go check out Rabbi Demoda's his SoundCloud. He actually did a daily recording from when he was over there to record his visits and whatnot. And it's extremely interesting. You're hearing his conversations with the people he's talking to and getting and learning stuff and whatnot. And you're gonna figure out like again what Remy's talking about is the same thing in the sense where like not all Igbo are the same, right? So we all need to recognize this in terms of like a lot of these big tribes in Africa. Like they're a lot of times they're a conglomerate of people and whatnot. They're not necessarily all the same people. They could be genetically similar, but not necessarily the same, right? So
you think the Igbo show traditions before Ola Uda Equiano?
What was that?
You think they show traditions of being Israelites before Ola Uda Equiano?
So this one needs to get slowed down a whole bunch in the sense to where like, so this is where you and I both agree, right? Like, so practices can be similar, not necessarily the same, right? Like you see this amongst the Gullah people, to where like they have two groups of people doing something similar for completely opposite reasons, right? So because somebody circumcises or pours libation or has like a marital or has like a menstrual separation or something like that, like people got to slow down, like you're saying like when was that practice introduced? How was it introduced, et cetera, right? We also need to recognize that the corridor from Western Asia to West Africa was been open for like 8,500 years or what, right? So culturally speaking, like these are the kind of things like, so we're seeing people like circumcised in Egypt. How does that practice kind of get moved to West Africa, whatnot? There's trade and stuff that goes back and forth in corridors that get opened up and whatnot, right? So this is why it becomes real important to recognize, okay, there could be similar practices, but when do they get there? And not go overboard just because you see something that's similar, right? And again, so I'm not saying like, so when you see it, like you rule it out. I'm saying it could be some smoke, but let's go look for the fire.
You know, what's interesting is the obsession of being Jews. And I think it muddies the waters because they're like the only religion. Well, not the only religion. One of the few religions that say, hey, you gotta, for you to make it, you gotta be a part of our system. To be chosen. If you're chosen, X, Y, and Z, you're promised this. I mean, in Islam, you're chosen. Also, in other religions, you're chosen, Persian religions and so forth. But it's like that is like the main reason why people want to be a Jew. They want to be chosen by God. And I think there's an obsession to be a Jew, even if you're not a Jew. And I see it even with the whole new communities popping up all over Africa. And I'm saying to myself, I know the Jews deal with economics, they deal with money, but I don't see Western Central Africa to me as a part of a Jewish paradigm before the gold and the trans-Saharan trade and all that stuff. I don't see Jews having to be there. There was no reason, in my opinion. So when Remy, to go back to Remy Yona now, when he says for 1,200 years, so for 1,200 years, who are the people that you're saying are in Igbo land? And it goes back to the lost tribes concept. That's why I said there's no such thing as a lost tribe, because if you look at the Bible, there's no such thing as a lot. They know where these people are the whole time. And if you look at the rabbinical scholars that are arguing, I mean, they're like, somebody's saying, yeah, they're going to come back. But there's no definitive, there's nobody lost if you know where they are. And at each time they're pointing out where these people are outside of the whole second Esdras concept. They know where they are. Even when they come down to celebrate in second Acts 2, we know where they are. So if he's saying that these people come from Erie, and Erie is the one that's in the biblical text, and they're of the northern tribe, and they're from God, well, explain to me God, movements of God, GAD, and how it gets to West Africa, because we know who the people of God are, and we know who they worshipped. We know everything about them. Do we see that? You see, that's another stuff that I'm adding now to the conversation, just freestyling Orthodox more, because if they're God, we could go back to God and look at the elements of what God worshipped. There's no worship of the deity God in in Igbo land at all, or their culture. And we have a history of them in the Misha stele. We don't know what these people did. We don't have no evidence of them in that region. So if we're saying that you're from the tribe of God because of a sound of Erie, then you already lost. What I think is a very interesting conversation, though, that I got to go back and study, is that what they call it, the thunanim and the some stuff that they put on like a cape. It's in the Old Testament, and they say they do it in Igbo land. Now that's a conversation I'm running from. I'll run from that conversation, because that conversation is deep. I don't know if you're familiar with that, Orthodox more.
Yeah, a little bit. And I'll say this, like, so when you look at the Yam cultures in southern Nigeria, period, like there's a lot of stuff that could overlap to, and I'll say Hebrew. I'm not going to say Israelite. I'm going to say like a Hebrew culture. There's some things that you could refine to Israelite if you find more smoke and fire and whatnot. But for right now, I'm more comfortable saying like Hebrew practices and whatnot versus like an Israelite concept. However, like here's where I run into issue with Remy and whatnot, right? Is because it's crazy to me. So you were playing a video the other week about from BK Apology Channel, shout out to BK, about talking about West African Christians and whatnot, right? And there was a brother on there who was talking about like northern Nigeria and the Hausa lands, etc., and like Chad and them areas and whatnot. And basically, if you go through it, he's gonna be saying a lot of similar stuff to me in the sense to where like the central western Sahel and the western Sahel are going to be like the most Judeo-Christian Islamic parts of West Africa, right? So I would make the argument that and I think there's a lot of sources you can point to where like you can find some Judeo-Christian Islamic parts of northern Nigeria, again Chad, etc., like that whole area, right? Northern Cameroon, all that. If Remy was talking about like connecting to a culture coming through that, or maybe converting, like maybe some of us were converted from that, or maybe some of us came through that and embedded ourselves in the Igbo land or whatnot. I'd be like, yeah, I'm with that. I can rock that a little bit. Let's talk about that. Let's walk through that. Like, because when you properly understand it, that's not going to be in everybody, right? This is what I'm saying. People are never satisfied with the some versus all conversation. It's got to be this whole extreme thing.
Right? Yeah, because I'm pretty extreme when I said nobody, but I do that for a reason. But and I'm
not even mad at you. It's like it's a counterfactual. I'm not even mad at you. Like you're doing it just for opposition. Right?
Yeah. I'll say this though. There's a book I'm actually looking for it in my slides right now, where it talks about how the Islam. I think we forget Islam. That David Goldenberg book was brought to my attention because Rawbon wanted to debate Wesley Muhammad because he had made some claims regarding Islam and how Islam brought this to Egypt and Islam brought this to Africa and all that stuff. And I see where he gets a lot of that information from. And on a surface level, you will definitely run and agree with him. But when you start researching, I will not deny that the Dogon people and people in West Africa were influenced by certain things within their oral traditions by Islam. And I think that's the biggest thing in this whole conversation about Judaism. And I'm going to use Judaism and Jews loosely. But in Judaism, bringing it to West Africa, a lot of it is really Islam. And people see certain things within Judaism, and it's really Islam doing it. And it causes confusion because then you look at the oral traditions. Then they say they come from Mecca, Medina, and then they say they come from Canaan. They don't necessarily say a lot about Israel. They'll say they come from Canaan because some of the dark-skinned people in Islam, they teach the Arabic sources show that they believe when they rewrote the Caves of Treasures, they try to say that Cush was the son of Canaan who was cursed. That's within the Arabic, in their paradigm. That's what they taught. So now why they would trace back to Canaan and not say Israel tells me automatically this is an Islamic or Arabic story. So when you look at some of the oral traditions and how they're mixed up, and eventually some of them change after the 19th century, you see changes in the oral traditions. I mean, I have books that say all these tribes are Israelites, all of them. I have writings where people say, yeah, all of us are Israelites. But you have to look at it in context. That's why I changed my tune when somebody said there's an oral tradition. I say I accept all the oral traditions in context because there's a context why they wrote that. Somebody's saying that, for example, there's somebody in his lineage before he became this great guy, Muhammad. One of the Ghana oral traditions traced back to him. I'm like, why would they do that? Because, of course, in the 11th century, Islam took over the Ghana region, whether by force or not. That's this argument that people love to argue about. But 1054 AD, Islam took over, and in most of these empires, whether it's the Mali or the Ghana Empire or the Songhai, they are based off of Islam. So now, if you're now growing up and you're a Griot, your storyline has to change now because Islam goes back to Mecca, Medina, and Arabia, And then Canaan is a part of the tradition, of course, with the Kush stuff. And then now when you write in your oral traditions, now they have to be based on more Islamic or Arabic based because of who has been taking over. Now, Islam is now looked on as this great religion because, of course, we have the richest man ever in the history of the world. He was a Muslim. So, of course, being Muslim is something progressive, and then the oral traditions change. So in context, I see why Ghana might have, or that region might have oral traditions that stem back to Islam. I could see why other certain parts of Nigeria might be attached to certain stuff because of Islam. So I could see that, but to say that Jews, bro, I'm thinking about it from a logical perspective. Every Jewish community that I've seen move is always because of something that they're going to gain from moving. And I don't see what's the there was no reason for them to go to West Africa. I just don't see it until the trans-Saharan trade. So if he's saying that, I would have to see evidence of that or some sources before the trans-Saharan trade of Israelites or Jews moving around or going to West and Central Africa.
The trans-Saharan trade is old though. Like, so put a time, like put the earliest date on it for you, just so I'm clear.
The trans-Saharan trade, I'm talking about once they started trading Africans and gold back to Europe, going back to Europe. I'm talking from that.
Okay, I got you.
As far as a trade route, though, and we do need to say this, the trans-Saharan trade route is not the same as in when they did the trade. There's more to it. And when we talk about people moving, and I want to make this clear to you, I don't disagree with the Christian argument, because I saw you made a video about the whole Christian thing. I challenge many people in the back chat. I never did it in public. There's this lady from Harvard that did a video on a Coptic kingdom in West Africa. So now I don't believe she's 100% correct, but that is something I was planning to put out. So I don't have a problem with Christianity, but a Christian kingdom, I don't think so. I don't think when we say kingdom, you got to understand Islam. Islam not allowing none of that stuff, man. We got to be careful with this kingdom word. Islam not playing them nice games, man. They're not playing them nice games.
Just to be clear, the Muslims clearly wrote about the Christians and the Jews and different people, and the ones who are practicing, the ones who weren't practicing. But so I'll say this. I'll agree with you in the sense to where in the Islamization and the Arabization of parts of West Africa, because like there is a whole Arabization period where like you have like the Hassani Arabic coming in and doing its thing and all that, like spreading everywhere. I will agree that there are people who do change certain stories to try to fit better in with that trade group or whatnot, right? However, I don't necessarily agree that all of it pertains to that, right? But we'll probably walk that out a little bit more. But like my argument's going to be that you're going to see evidence for people converting when Islam does come in. Like you're going to see people who are Jewish and Christian converting to Islam. There's stories of people who are doing such, like that once Christian, once this, and then they're converting to Islam, right? So those stories, like you're going to see everything blend, right? So I don't disagree with you 100%.
Pause for 1 second. Jay Guida, man, I heard you Yap Gang, bro. Come on, man. Are you gonna be a catfish guy for the rest of your life, man? Come on the stage and have a conversation, man. You sound like a nut in the chat. The Igbos had a 4-day week. The only culture, let me say this, solamente, that had a 7-day week is the Ghana culture. And in the Ghana culture or the Akan culture, I didn't even realize this until the other day. They were against circumcision, the Ashanti. They were against that. So we can't even use that argument anymore, saying that the Ashanti is circumcised, not to stray from Igbo land. But Igbos had a 4-day week. And they had special ceremonies based off of those 4 days. Bro, I'm in Jamaica, bro. They got 50% of the Igbos came through that way. When the Jamaican them say, uno, that's Igbo talk. It means you. They got that from the Igbo language. Bro, we full Igbos all over Jamaica, bro. Igbos and Ashanti. That's all in Jamaica. Not all of them, but most of them are. You gotta know the coconut and the oh man. I can't, yo. Jay Guida, come on, bro. You got it. Come on over, bro. Come on over to reality, bro. Come on over. No one, and by the way, too, this is something. No one has to be a Jew. Where's that side of the argument? Nobody has to be a Jew. What we're doing is pushing this chosen people worldview on everybody. And then say when somebody claims it in China, oh, Judah is supposed to spread throughout all the world. Well, that's in the ancient time, not modern day time, bro. But brother Law, what's up? You never come on here when you
Hey, real quick, if I can I touch on it because I gotta jump off real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to agree with you 1,000,000% on this whole chosen people thing, right? This bugs the hell out of me, fam. Is this wanting to be a supernaturally chosen above everybody concept, and you don't got to do this, but just sit and wait for the world to come kiss your ass, right? Yo, I can't stand that because when you crack the book open, fam, that's not what it says about that particular group of people you're trying to be. One, it's not an exclusionary group of people. You picked the wrong nationality because literally it's part of the national customs to be able to accept foreigners into the team. So you're tripping on that one first and foremost. Right? But second of all, you don't want that job. That job says that those people, like they got, if you got the nerve to raise your hand and say that you're an Israelite, that book says that your job is to be the living embodiment of the ways of the Most High on this planet and be a light to the nation, right? You're supposed to go feed the hungry. You're supposed to go heal the broken souls and whatnot. Y'all ain't doing that, fam. Y'all ain't trying to go do that. You want to go yell from a street corner why the world should come kiss your ass for doing nothing. Stop playing. Peace.
All right, cool. What's up, brother Law? Thank you, Orthodox More, for coming on. Peace and love to you. Go ahead, brother Law.
First and foremost, peace and good afternoon, brother.
Good afternoon, beloved.
My purpose for jumping on, actually, Garfield, was you said something in regards for Islam, you have to be chosen. Where does it state anything in the Quran or in the Hadith or the Sunnah in regards to being chosen as a Muslim?
Well, yeah, well, you have to accept Allah and Muhammad. It don't use the words chosen per se, but you have to accept Allah and His Messenger. If you don't
You're speaking
accept
about,
Allah,
yes, you're talking about in regards for the Shahada, La ilaha Rasulullah.
Right. Not necessarily chosen in that sense, but chosen. I might have used it loosely, but chosen in the sense that you do have to be a Muslim and to see the hereafter. You do have to accept Allah and His Messenger.
You're speaking in regards for the Shahada. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I was like, wait a minute.
No problem. You see, most religions have they got a chosen concept, but that's the chosen concept within the Islamic paradigm. Because if you don't accept Allah and His Messenger, what's the purpose of you following Islam?
No.
Exactly. So that would be, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but not exactly to the teeth. In Persia, even in Hindu, they have something that says you got to do this and that. Everybody have this. You have to do something. That's the chosen type of methodology. Even with the Hebrews, they say they're the chosen of God because at one point I used to teach that the Greeks wrote the text. This was like 12 years ago. But I said, why would the Greeks write a text saying that the Israelites are chosen? That didn't make sense. But I see a lot of Greek elements, so I used to say that. Well, I appreciate the question, bro. Appreciate you, man. I hope you and the family good. All right. I got for the family in the building and brother Yazarayala. All right. Peace and love to you guys. Let me deal with for the family first. Peace and love to you, brother. Where you from, brother?
I'm from the D, man.
Oh man. Oh, you're from the problem area. You're from the problem area. You're a problem child.
Don't do me like that. I ain't from Jamaica. I heard the brother hop off of here a second ago talking about we supposed to take in the poor and all that. We've been doing that since we've been here taking in immigrants. So he be talking out the side of his neck, kind of. I did want to ask you a question though, man. Did you know it was a Niger River in Canada?
Niger River in Canada, yes. I actually went there.
You did, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was named after my people, right? When we left, ran away.
I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know, bro. I learn every day.
I'm saying you could pull it up and you tell me what you think. It's on the wiki page and stuff, man, but it's very clear.
Just tell me. What's
going on here.
Okay. So what's going on? Tell me what's going on.
It's the river that they crossed over when they left some plantations out here in the States to get into Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
a lot of people about the Canadian connection.
Find out with the story. That's what I mean, though, man. Like the more you keep digging into this, you're gonna throw away that African stuff, man.
Yeah, Harriet Tubman.
Say it again.
Well, you say the African.
Yeah, but did you know it was a Niger River?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm saying that story falling apart with them people. They know they're heathens. It ain't. It is what it is. I think IUIC got their head messed up going over there telling them, you Israel, you know what I mean? And now you see all of stuff popping up over there, though, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's all, though, man.
All right, peace and love. I appreciate you, bro. Anytime, man.
Peace.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Jay Guida, why don't you set up a conversation? I'll get an Igbo practitioner, and you and both of y'all have a conversation. You're not gonna do it. You're gonna be the same catfish in my audience every day talking, and you love my information. That's why you're here. You love it, brother Yazarala. Peace and love to you, brother.
Yeah, what's up? Shalom.
Shalom, brother. What's popping?
Firstly, I wanted to make a comment on, I forgot his name, but he was just on here saying,
Orthodox.
we gotta feed the homeless people. What was his name?
Orthodox Moore.
Yeah, Orthodox Moore. He's basically saying, you don't want that job, you don't want to be the Hebrew, or you don't want to be the Israelite chosen of God because of what you're supposed to do according to his understanding of the scriptures. But there's no scripture that tell you to go out and feed homeless people, especially if you subscribe to the Israelite doctrine. Are you supposed to go feed Edomites, the sworn enemies of Israel? You know, the Jews weren't going to the Romans and trying to feed them and, oh, let's help each other. No, we wasn't trying to get along with that. So his understanding just on that point just shows, you know, he's not as deep as he thinks. Secondly, I wanted to speak on the fact that you are bringing out points of West Africans not having Israelite or Hebrew customs, and I want to say either way people try to play it, if they find Hebrew customs in West Africa, then it points that we're the people. If they don't find people customs of the Hebrews in West Africa, it still points that we're the people because the Israelites lost their customs.
All right, beautiful. I like that. I like that. First of all, you're part of a camp?
No.
Okay, so you just claim Israel based off of your own studies, and you watch pretty much a lot of people.
No, I primarily watch GMS, but I'm not actively a part of them.
Oh, okay. You don't watch Tabernacle of David, man? Christian Corey, brother Bright on that, man. He go do the scriptures, man.
Nah, I've never heard of him.
Okay. You ever heard of Yawasab from Ramgan Gadal?
Nah.
Oh man, you heard of Tazariak, ISUPK?
Yeah, I know Tazariak. Yeah.
Everybody know that yellow guy, right?
Yeah, I
know
Tazariak.
All right. All right. So let's look at what you're saying, right? All right. Let's look at this slowly. Do you teach as much as you believe? Are you in America right now, North America?
Yeah, currently, right now, but I live in Japan.
You live in Japan. All right. So when you came here, right? You came here over on slave ships, right? Sending the people to go on slave ships. All right, cool. So you all right. So basically, how do you think Israelites ended up in West and Central Africa? How do you think they ended up here? Do you do the 70 AD route? Do you do the Sephardic Jews being exile route? Do you do the Arzareth route? How do you do that?
Well, for me, based off what I read in the scriptures and based on my understanding, the Arzareth route refers to the Northern Kingdom going to the Americas, the Western Hemisphere. I don't necessarily subscribe that all these pale people passing to be Hispanics and whatnot are descendants of those people, because if you look at the description of the people when the white man came, he said that they're copper colored. Now, if you look at my profile picture on the screen, it's the color of copper. You get what I'm saying? So you have that, and then also I do subscribe to the 70 AD scattering going into the mountains, but also going into other different parts of that region, not only Africa, not only West Africa or North Africa or whatever. You know, there was just a large scattering, you know.
All right, let me ask you this. All right, and I want you to be honest with me as a man, right? You feel you're an Israelite. Is there a point in your life you could feel that you are not an Israelite?
No, never.
All right.
Ever.
So you just ended the conversation right here, because it don't make no sense. I question you or ask you anything, because once I bring the logic and the truth, you already say you made up your mind, so it don't make no sense.
Well, I mean, you could still bring your logic out and
all right, let's start with this. All right. 70 AD. What evidence you have of them running away from the Romans and exile into other areas into West Africa?
I wouldn't say they went straight to West Africa, you know. when we look at the transatlantic slave trade, obviously that happened, almost 2,000 years later. So let's see, you got the point of Yahushua, who the world knows as Christ. He went to Egypt. He fled literally from his land, or his parents took him into Egypt. If they wanted to go anywhere else that that they could think of, why didn't they go to Turkey or something? Why they didn't do that?
All
They
right.
went into Africa.
So what is the evidence of them going into Africa that you have?
Well, if you believe in the scripture, well, I'll say I believe in the scriptures. The scriptures say they went into Egypt, so that's what I believe.
The scripture said they went into Egypt when at 70 AD.
No, I'm talking about Joseph and Mary.
No, I'm talking about 70 AD. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, but I'm showing you even before 70 AD, there's instances where Israelites went into Africa, went into Egypt. You had a whole community in Egypt, which is why Joseph and Mary went down there. They were called the Alexandrian Jews. So that in itself is showing Israelites being scattered in Africa before 70 AD. Now, if you should know about books like From Babylon to Timbuktu. So that's a source that I would pull. I'm sure you know about that, right?
All right, pause for a second.
Yeah.
Babylon to Timbuktu regarding Jews in the West Africa, there really isn't a source. He doesn't have a source in his book, because I use his book in my book. He don't have a source for that. But what I'm asking you is, outside of your belief, can you point to any information or sources without the conspiracy talk, they're hiding and whatever? Can you point out any source that says at 70 AD, Jews or Israelites ran into Africa, and those people who descended from them are the ones that eventually made it to West Africa? Do you have any source that you could prove that point?
If I pull a source, like I said, Babylon to Timbuktu.
Yeah, but you need a primary source. A primary source would be from somebody who wrote from back then, not just somebody who based off an assumption and just said, "Hey, this happened." We need actual evidence.
Okay, well, here's one thing that I would use, or here's one thing I would say. There are certain things in the scriptures where, and I know you said outside my belief, there are certain things in the scriptures where you can't find a source. There was no source of somebody saying, "Oh, this is Noah. He's coming off the ark. These are his sons." There's no record, or nobody was there to record that. Now, what we do have is archaeological artifacts. We know about the Mount Ararat, the shape that they found, and supposedly is made of the same gopher wood and things like that. I have no source to pull for that.
Okay, look at this. Look at what the guy wrote on the screen. This is a Bible believer guy who has your back. He said, this is what is called an unreasonable proof fallacy. All right, now listen. I'm saying that there's no Jesus coming back in 2,000 years. I think it's a fallacy, right? Now look at this now. I have evidence of where the Jews went, though. There's a story that the historians tell. You have a historian named Cassius Dio. You have Josephus. You have historians who are documenting what's going on in the lives of the Jews and others, whether they're Roman historians or not. So we do know where they went. It's documented, bro.
Okay.
One of the places that they went was Pella. When they went to Pella, and I could Google it and just bring it up and show you, they went to Pella. This is facts. Okay. So we know where the Jews went. We know some were taken to North Africa. We have evidence of that. We have evidence that the Sicarii group wanted to start another war right after the 70, because the 70 AD war was from 66 AD to 73 AD.
Yeah.
And right after the war ended, they wanted to start another war in Cyrene. Right. The Romans came and crushed it. But the bottom line is, if you look at the Roman Empire, they controlled everywhere that surrounded Judah.
Right.
Everywhere. So every direction they ran, the Romans were there. So they were able to, because 80% of the Jews already lived outside of Judea. They already lived outside. Some of them even lived in Europe, in Italy. They lived within the Roman Empire. So when they said they exile, there was no exile like what's told in Babylon and Timbuktu. There's no proof. He has no source for that. So the source that we have available to us is them going to Pella. We have information on that. Even the Ebionites and the Nazarenes tradition stem from that tradition of Pella. So we have that. So that's what we have. Well, what we don't have is them going into North Africa and then eventually thousands, hundreds of years later, slowly but surely going into West Africa. That's a belief, but there's no facts or information to prove that. Now, I can't give you anything to convince you because you think you're an Israelite. I don't think you're an Israelite. I think you stem from West and Central Africans, and that's where you stem from. But I can't change your mind. But if you have evidence, bro, and you could produce it, I'll look it up on my computer for you. I'll do the work for you.
Okay, I wanted to ask you a question. How far back can you trace your lineage?
I could trace my lineage back to the people of Ghana. I could trace my lineage back to the people of the Igbo land. I use records from Jamaica of the people, the slave traders that came over and the mixture. I'm different. I'm on my heritage. I got over 2,000 people on my heritage, and they trace their roots back. I'm using their work, and they trace their roots back to different parts of my family lineage. And the Igbo people have their own traditions where they trace back, and plus DNA helps. And also, you know what helps? The sickle cell trait. The sickle cell trait help because I carry the sickle cell trait because I trace back to West and Central Africa, so I know where I'm from. That's my roots.
Okay, so do white people have sickle cell as well?
White people can't have the African haplotypes unless they actually mix with us. But they don't have. There's a certain gene within that protein that's protective of people with the E marker. So no, they can't have that specific gene. But
white people can't have sickle cell. Is that's what?
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Anyone can have sickle cell.
Okay. Let
me finish my point. The particular sickle cell trait that we have, you have the Benin haplotype, you have the Senegalese haplotype, and you have the Cameroon haplotype. Those haplotypes originate in West and Central Africa. We used to use, there's a specific gene that developed within us because of evolution. It developed as a defense mechanism by the human body. And those carriers were E1B1A, what African Americans are.
Okay.
So we
based on your logic, you just said sickle cell, that trait helps. And that's how you know that you trace back to West Africa and things like that. I just asked you, can white people have sickle cell?
Yes, white people can have sickle cell, but they don't. It originated in Africa. White people per se, they don't have it.
Where's the source that said it originates in Africa?
I got it right here. I got you right here. I don't play games, bro. I got it right here.
I just, before you read it, I just want to read something real quick. It says 1 in every 333 white newborns have sickle cell. So I'm just saying, if you say that sickle cell proves to go back to West Africa, then it also proves that white people go back to West Africa.
No, well, actually, if you look at the haplotype, it depends on what haplotype of sickle cell they have.
Okay,
because
so
remember, listen carefully. With sickle cell trait, with the sickle cell, we as black folks can have it. And Mika, stop saying your family don't have it. Your family down the line or before must have had it if they come from West and Central Africa. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Because you know why I know this? Because 10% of us still have it today. I have it. How did I get it? I got it from somebody who got it from somebody who got it from somebody who got it from West and Central Africa. And it traces, goes back to 7,000 to 19,000 years ago. This is way before there was an Israelite. This was a defense mechanism for malaria. We developed that. Now you worried about white folks. Look in America, right? The sickle cell, this is how I know that we come from West and Central Africa. Even the Latinos, the Spanish people have it because of us, intermixing with us. So whoever has it in America has the haplotype that comes from West and Central Africa. There's nobody in America right now that got the sickle cell trait that don't come from West and Central Africa. Okay,
how do you know that Hispanics have it through mixing with black people? Because I'm a Hispanic myself. I'm Cuban.
Well, my dad is Cuban. That don't mean born in Cuba don't necessarily mean that you're actually literally Latino, because Africans went to those areas on the slave ships.
Okay, and then that's why I'm gonna ask you, okay, what is a Latino? Because to me, Latinos are the white people. They are mestizos. They are the ones that came and raped. That's a Latino. I'm talking about indigenous peoples of the Americas, the people who look like me.
All right, let's look at what AI says. Let me look at the let me just share this on the screen so people could read this about sickle cell. Sickle cell is a very interesting study. And I think this is what this kills. This literally kills the whole argument of being an Israelite. It literally kills it. All right, hold on 1 second, beloved. I'm gonna let you talk in a minute. Hold on, Darius. And thanks for jumping on, by the way, bro. All right, look at what AI says. Yes, sickle cell disease in the Americas is primarily caused by African haplotypes. The three main African haplotypes are the Benin, the Bantu, and the Senegal. The Benin haplotype is the most common in the United States and the Caribbean. The origin: the sickle cell gene originated as a way to protect against malaria. The mutation may have been around the equatorial regions of West Central Africa for a long time. The sickle cell gene spread around the world through migration. The prevalence: sickle cell disease is most common in people with ancestors from Africa, the Arabian Peninsula, Mediterranean countries, India, and Spanish-speaking regions of the Americas and the Caribbean. Now look at this right here. Not surprisingly, the haplotypes of African-American sickle cell patients correspond to locations of forced African immigration to the New World through the African slave. I'm going with what science has proven.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Hold on, before you ask a question, let Darius G jump in for 1 second.
Okay.
Darius G, peace and love, bro. And don't be mad at me for my opinions, man. Don't be mad at me. Oh, okay.
No, I'm not mad at you, bro. No, you're all love here. I just wanted to let you know, my wife is from El Salvador, and so that point about sickle cell is maybe a little bit misleading because her nephew has sickle cell anemia, and no African had missed you.
Hold on 1 second. No. I don't know if you understand how sickle cell works. Sickle cell is based off of the haplotype, right? The haplotypes that's in the Americas, all of them stem from Africans coming over here. So your wife's son has sickle cell.
No, my wife is.
Hold on.
Nephew.
Yeah, your nephew, right? How he caught it is previously in another lifetime, 2-3 generations down the line. What we need to find out is what haplotype she has. And I guarantee you, I'll cash up you $100. I guarantee you that the haplotype she has is either the Benin, the Cameroon, or the Senegalese haplotype. I guarantee you that. I guarantee that's
okay. I'll look into that.
Yeah, because this is, bro, the sickle cell trait, bro. We ain't got to worry about DNA because the Israelites get upset about DNA and say it's planned or whatever, right? It's fake. Right? Not you, Darren.
Which is true.
Here we go, GMS guy. But watch this now. The sickle cell trait is how they used to track where people come from originally before there was DNA. The guy said it, DNA expert says it. So if you have that haplotype, like Garfield got a haplotype right now, my haplotype traces me back to the region where the haplotype come from. So if you look at this map, right? Look on the screen. You see this map right here? This telling you, look at the haplotypes it's telling you. So Saudi Arabia got their own haplotype, although they don't really, the one that they have is from India. India has their own haplotype. They're the only place in the world that has another haplotype outside of Africa. But watch this now. Watch this now. Look at the yellow. You see the yellow? Look at the yellow. You see the yellow? The yellow in Africa, right? Look at it in Asia now. The yellow in Asia, the yellow in where Israel is, the yellow right here in Arabia. The yellow is in Egypt. In the pre-dynastic Egypt, they found people with the haplotype from Benin. So
wait.
Okay. So, one second. Let me jump in real quick. I just got one quick question for Garfield.
That's proving that those are Israelites then. You said, look at the
yellow in Israel. They migrated from here, bro. They migrated from here and mixed with people over here.
Go on, Garfield. All right, yeah, with the haplogroup and DNA, I mean, like, haplogroups are older than the Bible and any biblical information, so it kind of just throws it in the ridge.
I'm dealing with haplogroups. I'm dealing with haplotypes.
So haplotypes, I mean, anything DNA, it goes back further than any biblical information.
I'm talking about the sickle cell haplotype. The sickle cell haplotype.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I just got a question about you. How do you feel about Leo Africanus' book? Because that's what I'm reading right now. So I just want to know how you feel about it.
Which part are you concerned about? About the
I'm reading the entire book from beginning to end. I just want to know how you feel about it because he does have some things in there that kind of says what historians feel at the time. So I want to know how you feel about it.
He says a lot of things. A couple of things. Sean from the Mussy clan did an insight on his works, and you got to tell me what specific point, and then I could address it. Because
Okay, on page on the first section of or page 6 on the description of Africans, where he describes the Africans as saying that they came from Palestine, driven out by the Assyrians. Now,
Bro,
how do you say about that?
Bro, there's a bunch of, I just said it with Orthodox more. There's a bunch. I said I agree. Sickle cell was originated in Western Central Africa, bro, during the Saharan period. SK Boss D game, that's facts. You said Darius, you said about let me tell you something. They got oral traditions saying they come from Arabia, they come from Medina, they come from Mecca, they come from Canaan, they come from Palestine, they come from Babylon, they come from the tribe of Nimrod. They got I accept all of them, but in context.
Well, yeah, I take it in context because he's a Muslim right now, just like you say. All those papers come around.
You got to get this book right here. Let me show you this book right here.
All right, let me see.
Yazariala, you could ask your question while I bring up this book for my brother real quick. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, yeah. All them yellow points that you pulled, you asked me for a primary source. Before DNA and all this haplotype stuff was coming out, how can you prove that those yellow points weren't from West Africans moving there, but those yellow points are from those people moving from there into West Africa?
Because
how could you prove?
Because it's simple, brother. All right, look at this. If I have a haplotype and it was formed in Western Central Africa in Benin,
how can you prove that it was formed in West Africa?
Hold on. It's called a Benin haplotype. The scholars and the researchers already did the work. They did the work. I didn't do the work. They did the work because the areas where those haplotypes developed, that's where the most of sickle cell is actually concentrated. Wherever we came from on the slave trade, Nigeria, Ghana, Benin, Cameroon, Western Central Africa, those are the areas that have the most sickle cell disease today. That's the root of it. They already discovered that. They already figured that out. And guess what? Guess what's even better? The people that had the haplotype of the Benin and all those haplotypes were E1B1A. They had the same haplogroup that most 70% of African Americans have. And by the way, too, when me and Moore talk, I'm going to bring out a specific gene that only African Americans have that white people can't have. And it developed in Western Central Africa. I'm going to bring that out later on because that's even a bigger dagger. That's a bigger dagger to show.
No, I mean, in all honesty, by showing that West Africans are diseased and this and that, you're only pointing to the curses of Deuteronomy 28. So either way you want to spin it.
The curses are just writings, bro. If you want to take them serious, that's on you, bro. I ain't taking none of them shit serious.
Okay, but what about 68? How do you get around 68?
Deuteronomy 68, you do know that during the time of Ashurnabal that Israelites were taken on ships into Egypt. You do know that, hold on. You do know that at the time of Alexander the Great, they were also taken on ships into Egypt and held as slaves. So what are you talking about?
Okay, hold on. Before you jump out your body, those curses repeat over and over and over again.
Who says that? Who says that? Who made that rule up?
When you go to the last curse, it says, and nobody's gonna redeem you.
There's no curse in Deuteronomy 28. It's a condition. If you live by the rules and laws of God, these things are not going to happen to you. Look at us.
Do you not know Deuteronomy 28?
How many brothers you know right now in GMS who are living by the law, statutes, and commandment in ISUPK, in TAB, in Sons of Thunder, in all these different groups, living by the stat, and they still going through what they call the curses. Ain't none of y'all blessed, man. Ain't nothing going for y'all. Y'all
exactly. Exactly. We're under the curses. I've seen you so many times on YouTube. I would have thought like you're more well versed on what the Hebrew Israelite doctrine actually is. We believe that we are still under those curses.
That's belief.
Okay, but then I can show
you proof. Nothing, bro. You can't even. Let me ask you a question, right? Has Israel ever been an independent culture before? After
the current state? Go ahead.
Yeah, the current state that we have as Israel. Have they ever been independent?
No.
Okay, what's this right here? I thought you know your history. What's this? What is this right here on the screen? What is this on the screen?
That's the current state of Israel. Well, that's not the current state.
No, that's after the Maccabean period when they
I corrected myself.
They controlled the place. They had their own independent culture. They weren't ruled by anybody. Isn't that the goal of Israel, to get back their land? They already got their land back.
No, the current state of Israel is not even the full
Hold
promised
on.
land.
I'm not worried about. I'm not. Hold on. Say that again.
The current state of Israel is not even the full promised land in the scriptures.
What? So what is it then?
That's why they have the expansion of Israel that they're trying to, the expansion project. They're trying to get the full land.
Okay, so didn't they get this right here? Look on the screen right here. Didn't they get that? That was the full land right there.
Okay, whatever they have is not the full land that was promised.
This is in the Maccabean time period.
Even in the Maccabean time period, they didn't
got
have
the whole
full
land back. I'm showing you right now on the screen.
Okay, when you go to Second Kings,
bro,
right?
I don't care about Second Kings. I'm talking about real life. You see, that's the
okay,
problem. The scriptures ain't for you, bro. You just a dude up. You just a dude on the street that's living in wherever you're living and think that this is talking about you. It ain't got nothing to do with you. You from West Central Africa, bro.
Okay, listen. Second Kings, and in Second Kings,
Second Kings have to do with you.
Can I make my point, please?
Go ahead.
In Second Kings, the Northern Kingdom was kicked out of their land and replaced. Okay, so even at that time, they didn't have the full land. You showing me, oh, this is the Maccabean period. They didn't have the full land at that time.
I'm gonna beat you up right now. I'm gonna beat you up. Hold on. Hey, my brother, you in Japan? Don't move. I'm gonna show you how you're incorrect. 1 second. Let me just show my brother a book real quick, okay? And I'm sorry for cutting you off, by the way, too. I don't want you to feel like you can't talk. Good. All right, my apologies for that. All right, my brother Darius, my brother who I love so much, man. I gotta show him this book right here. This is called Black and Slave. If you want it, you could email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. All right. Look at what it says right here. Several West African traditions indicate a genealogical connection between Black Africans and the ancient Canaanites. Mohammed Bello, in 1837, a scholar and second sultan of Sokoto and Hausaland, wrote a history of the Yoruba in 1812. He included this account of Yoruba origins. The people of the lands of Yoruba are from the remnants of the people of Banu Canaan, who were the tribe of Nimrod. The reason for their dwelling in the West, based upon what has been narrated, is that Yarub ibn Qatan drove them out. This is Yarub ibn Qatan, drove them out from Iraq towards the West. They then journeyed between the lands of Egypt and Abyssinia until they reached the lands presently known as Yoruba. In every land in which they passed, they left behind a group of their people in that land. It is said that the indigenous blacks who reside in the mountains in this region is from them. Likewise are the people of Yaru from them. Now watch this now. Watch this now. Watch it. No. Let me just read these 2 pages and we get out of here. The explorer Hugh Clapperton visited Bello in Sokoto and copied large parts of Bello's work, which he later published. The story of Yoruba origins corresponds to what Bello wrote, except that Clapperton has the Canaanites originating not from Iraq, but from Arabia. Another traditional history has the Yoruba coming from Medina. Still others put their origin in Mecca. Another West African source, the Kano Chronicle, details the history of the Hausa people of northern Nigeria, whose origin it claims lie in 2 migrations, one from Baghdad and one from Canaan. Older scholarship accepted the historicity of these migration stories. The consensus of scholarship today, however, does not. Robin Law and others have concluded that the Yoruba stories are legendary. The more general view nowadays, at least among academic historians, is that these traditions of migration from the Middle East are to be explained by the expansion of the influence of Islam in sub-Saharan Africa in relatively recent times. The concern of African peoples to claim origins from the Islamic world reflects no more than a desire to relate themselves to what was seen as a prestigious world civilization. Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead. Listen, that's where I'm coming into conflict there, because Leo says that this is taught at the Al-Qadim University at the time. This is in 1526. So are they all? Is that just the history Islam was teaching at the time to their adherents?
Right. You're talking about like the Hausa accounts, right? If you look on the screen, in the Kana Chronicles are almost wholly legendary, reflecting 16th or 17th century anachronisms. An indication of the Islamic influence is the adoption of various Muslim traditions and personalities in these stories of origins. As Law has shown, these traditions and personalities were adopted even to fashion stories that legitimate opposition to Islam. The claims of origins, look at this part right now. The claims of origins in the East goes beyond the Yoruba and the Hausa. Law mentions the kings of Ghana who claimed descent from the Caliph Ali, the son-in-law and fourth successor of Muhammad, the founder of the first royal dynasty in Songhai, believed to be of Yemeni origin, the royal dynasty in Mali, which claimed descent from two companions of Muhammad, and the royal dynasty in Borno, which claimed descent from Saif ibn Di Yazan, who, although living before the time of Muhammad, can be thought of as a proto-Islamic hero as a defender of Mecca against Christian imperialism. The Saharan Kunta people trace their descent to Uqba ibn Nafi, the commander of the Muslim conquest of the Maghreb in North Africa. So too the Berbers, who claimed a Yemenite, a Canaanite or Yemenite ancestry. The genealogical claims made by virtually every significant Arabic and Berber-speaking noble group in the Sahel invoked an Arab Muslim origin and more. Murray Lass writes, in the 1960s, my professor and I did a survey and account of all the peoples in West Africa of whom there were traditions. Of all the people that claimed a Middle Eastern origin, when we reached 43, we call it today. More such stories are coming up almost every year. Yeah. So you're gonna find it, bro. I'm telling you, it's there. You're gonna find it. You're gonna find it.
All right, Garfield. Now, like I said, it's all love here. I know I jump in your chat sometimes and I throw like questions in there, but I like to read the books that's just based in history. You know, I really don't deal with the DNA and stuff because I feel like the genetic information is older than any biblical or religious tradition, so it kind of muddies the water. But yeah, man, keep what you're doing. I'll be in the chat. You guys have a good one.
Hey, Darius, you're part of the camp, or you just doing your own
No,
stuff?
no, I'm not a part of a camp. I do my own research. I'm more of a historian, so I really don't do the religious part of it. I try to see what the historians of the time say, how they thought about it, and yeah, just go from there.
Read Soul of Judaism. That would
Soul of
definitely,
Judaism.
yeah, that would show you how you can claim Judah or Israel here in America. That would definitely give you the best, in my opinion, the best and the possible parts where you could claim Israel.
Okay, well, now I don't claim Israel. Like I said, I'm a historian. I like to read about it. I do believe it's intriguing, but at the end of the day, like you say, it's about what you believe. If you believe that you are, just like the people that are currently claiming Israel and Israelis, they even say they can't go back 2,000 years and claim who is who and what is what. So we just got to take it with a grain of salt.
All right, appreciate that, bro. Much love. I'm
All
gonna
right,
make
bro.
you a Dagger Squad member, man. You're doing your thing. Email me though
All
if you
right.
want. Email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. I appreciate it.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah, before we move on, I gotta show this video of Marcellus Yazarala. I'm gonna get to you 1 second. Let me just show this video.
Yeah, you good.
With the brother that they're about to kill, man, in 2 days. So this is more important than anything that we're talking about. This is Marcellus Williams, a black man about to be executed September 24th, possibly for a crime he didn't commit. Check it out.
This is Marcellus Williams, a man who's set to be executed in 4 days. Now, I have a problem. One of my followers just sent me this information, so I did hours of research, and I witnessed something that I've never seen before. The prosecutors, the people who put people in jail, came out and said, hey, he might not have done it. Can we just give him life in prison instead? They were denied. The family of the victim, he supposedly came out and said, hey, don't do it. And they were ignored. But why? Well, the answer is no one knows. But the story gets a little crazier than that. See, this isn't the first time he was supposed to be executed. Back in 2015, in the last minute, the governor of Missouri, this was in Missouri, by the way, comes out and says, stop. They found new evidence. He really might not have done it. So the governor makes a special council of judges to do an investigation. They said, okay, well, he might not have done it. We're making you a report, governor. The governor says, great. But the governor resigns. A new governor comes in and he says, I don't want to see the report. You guys are all done. And he's going to be executed. So they went to the Supreme Court of Missouri. And the Supreme Court of Missouri said, let's just go through with it anyway. So the prosecutors came out and they did their own investigation and they said, wow, he really might not have done it. The trial was a mess. And I'm going to be frank here, racist. 11 white jurors and 1 black juror were selected in Missouri. A black juror was rejected because his hair was kind of messy and unkempt. He didn't look trustworthy. And most importantly, the DNA on the weapon did not match his. So the prosecutors go over to his team. They said, let's talk it out. What if we just give him a plea deal, life in prison, which would give everyone time to come together and figure everything out. But in what is being called a bizarre twist, a judge rejects it. He just says no. we're going to go through with it anyway. Now, all people are asking for is time. They're not asking he walks out. They're just asking for time. And it would be one thing if his team was asking for this to be stopped, but if prosecutors, if representatives, if people, if the victims' families are asking for a little more time, then I think it warrants that. Now, 4 days is not a long time, so where do we go from here? Well, as many people as possible needs to be aware of this, because bringing attention on an issue does a lot more than people may think. Governors, prosecutors, the Supreme Court, they all work for you. So again, in 4 days, the fate of a man is decided. So really, I just thought you should know, especially the people of Missouri, what some of your employees have decided to do to Marcellus Williams. This is Marcellus Williams, a man who's set to be executed in 4 days. Now, I have a problem. One of my followers...
Yo, Jamaica is truly... Jamaica no one real place. Zin? I want to show you something. Look here.
Firefighter rescue was had in my hometown.
Yo, Jamaicans are they're the funniest, yo. Jamaicans are the funniest. All right, let me get to this right here. What was so amiga? Sickle cell trait affects any race. Actually, it can, but it's brought. It depends on the haplotype that's being brought to the people and the HCA 1A, whatever let's call it, one. It doesn't really. You don't really see it in the Europeans at the high rate that you see it in African Americans. African Americans have it. The haplotype that they have that's here was brought here by Africans on the slave trade. That's how you know the sickle cell trait that they have, the haplotype. The haplotype that they have, like I told the brother to check the El Salvador nephew, the haplotype is probably an African haplotype. If you look at the sickle cell map, you see all the traits of the sickle cell that they have here in America come from the African haplotypes. They come from Africa. So we were the ones that brought it here. So other people from other cultures can have it, but it don't really spread amongst them as much as it spread amongst us. 10% of African Americans, 10% of Jamaicans, 10% of Brazilians, all people who, Afro-Brazilians, I'm sorry, people who were attached to the transatlantic slave trade. It's directly related to the transatlantic slave trade. That's why I stand on it. It's okay, it can be wrong. No. There's nothing wrong with saying that Europeans have it. It's there in the records. I'm just saying that the haplotype that they have is not Europeans. Europeans didn't develop sickle cell. They got it from Africans who migrated or mated with them. That's the only way they could have gotten it. They get it no other way. There's nothing to be wrong about. I'm not wrong about anything. All right. Okay. So you're talking about the people in King. So let's get to this right here. I'm gonna get to my slides so I could answer you while you're talking. All right. Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I was just saying. You brought up the slide of the green expanding and showing that it was the full land, but even in 2 Kings, they didn't have the full land at all. The 10 tribes were kicked out. They went into captivity under the Assyrians. But even before that, they were replaced in their land in Samaria by Cushites, which would be Ethiopians.
Hold on. Where were they replaced by Cushites? Can you point that in the scriptures? I'm dealing with the scriptures right now.
Yeah. One second. I think I have it pulled up. It says, let me see. Okay, I have this historical account, but let me pull up the scripture. What's that? 2 Kings 17 and 24. I don't really let me change the version because I don't really read this version. Okay, it says 2 Kings 17, 24. And the king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Cush, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the people of Israel, and they took possession of Samaria and lived in its cities. So even back in 2 Kings.
All right. Hold on 1 second, right? What is Samaria?
Oh, you asked me what's Samaria?
Yeah, what is Samaria?
That was the land given to the northern kingdom.
All right. So is Samaria the entire Israelite land, or is that a part of the land?
No, but what I was saying was
no. You said, hold on, what's the scripture? Matter of fact, I'm sorry, we're doing this wrong. Let me put the scripture on the screen so everybody could see the scripture. What is that? 2 Kings what?
17, 24.
17. Let me go to 2 Kings 17. Do you want KJV?
Nah, you can pull any. It's all right.
gonna rock with the KJV right here. All right. And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Avon, from Hamath and from Sepharvaim. So Cutha is actually, let me get the Bible Hub version so I can make sure that's the right Cush, because that it says Cutha, not Cush. So you wrong right there, brother. It doesn't say Cush. You said it says Cush. It don't say Cush. It says Cutha. Hold on 1 second, brother. You could talk. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Are you still there? Oh shit, am I muted?
I'm here. I hear.
Oh, okay.
All right. So with Cutha, let me stop sharing this screen and show the other screen. Let me stop sharing that. You said it said Cush.
Yeah, that was quoting from my memory, so I went off on that.
All right, let's go to what is it, verse 24. All right, let's see what they say on the screen. So it's saying that the king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim and settled them in the towns of Samaria to replace the Israelite. They took over Samaria and lived in its towns. Now, I have no problem with this verse. Now, Samaria was the capital of the northern kingdom. So that's why the Assyrians refer to Samaria more than anywhere else. Now, I don't have a problem with Samaria or them saying whatever they're saying. Now, the issue now is what is the point that you're making?
The point is, you said they had the full land, and then I was showing you. I went back to 2 Kings to show even from that time there was never a full establishment of Israel.
Okay, so Israel at that point included where, geographically speaking? Where was it?
I think you pulled up a map and it was showing that it was expanding.
And by the way, to the place that they call Cutha is a city of Assyria. All right, so if we look at this, family, just to let you know that this story is one of the few stories in the Bible that you can have a connection biblically and historically and archaeologically with. All right, so this story is very, very important for the Israelites, because I don't believe any tribes are lost. I don't believe that concept. It's a fake concept. I don't know why African Americans are gravitating to it, because it comes from British Israelism. All right, it don't come from us. All right, but let me say this before we move forward. So now the 10 tribes, we know in the documentation of the actual Assyrians, this is how much they documented that they took. You don't have to agree to this figure, because this is from the Assyrian records. You don't have to agree to this figure. They're saying they took 40,000 people, sent some to the Medes, sent some to the Assyria by the river, and all that stuff. We don't have to do that. Now watch this now. If it's 40,000, what was the population of Israel at the time?
I'm not sure.
You see, this is where the rubber meets the road now, because now when you look at Israel in the northern Israel, I don't worry about the archaeology, because the archaeology, it says between 222,000 and 350,000 were living there. Now let's go to what the Bible says. But this is where you population numbers in the Bible. So in 2 Samuel 24:9, it says, and Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people unto the king, and there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000 men. Do you agree with the Bible?
Of course.
All right. I said, this is my opinion now. This is not the Bible. This is Garfield's opinion. 800,000 men doesn't include the elderly male, the elderly female, the woman, and children. So I said I could add another 800,000, making the population 1.6 million. So now, if you have 800,000 bodied men, how much do you think the real overall population would be, in your opinion?
It would be more than that. Way more than 1.6
All
million.
right. So 1.6 million, is that a good conservative figure that we could
Yeah.
say that? All right, cool. All right, let me see if there's any questions. Anybody want to jump on, by the way? Shout out to Dr. Mo in the building. All right. So now, in 2 Chronicles 13, verse 3, those 800,000 men were challenging 400,000 men from Judah. God was on the side of Judah. So he killed 500,000 men, right? Then the men of Judah gave a shout, and as the men of Judah shouted, it came to pass that God smote Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah, and the children of Israel fled before Judah, and God delivered them into their hands. There fell down, slain of Israel, 500,000 chosen men. All right, so 500,000 men got killed. I would say that leave the population at 1.1 million. All right. Now, Assyrians claimed they took, and they have it written down, bro, by towns. They said they took. As a matter of fact, let me read a little bit of it for you so you could get an idea what the Assyrians wrote. And this is for the audience. So this is actually in my book, family. So you could see the primary sources from the book on this issue of how many people were taken. All right, let's get to this. And I like this conversation. How much more time you have, my brother?
I got all the time in the world.
I like this guy. What time is it now in Japan?
No, I'm stateside right now.
Oh, you stateside? All right, peace and love. Which part in the States you are?
South Carolina.
All right, shout out to you, man. I got my boy out there I got to do some business with tomorrow, too. And shout out to Mo, because Mo is from South Carolina, too. All right, she's in the audience. All right, so we have 800,000, right? So now, let's see if I find here we go. Let me find this. I'm trying to find the primary from these guys. So yeah, so the records right here, it says it. This is from the Assyrian perspective. The Annals 18:3-8 and Annals 24:3-11 records the number of captives from each city in the Galilee, but unfortunately inscriptions are poorly preserved at that point. Only one of the two copies, Annal 24, does preserve a number of 13,520 deported in total. Annal 18:3, districts of Bit Omri, captives from the city of Bara, 625 captives from the city. And it said it took another 620, 650, 666. And it goes on to tell you the captives and the numbers. So when you add up these numbers, they're pretty much around the same amount. We have 13,520 going to the Medes area, and you have 27,000 going to the Assyria. All right. So in total, it was around, I'm rounding it off to around 50,000. All right. So I wrote on the screen, it says Assyrians took 40,000, which is less than 5% of the northern tribe population. 95% of the population remained in northern Israel. Would you agree to that, or you don't agree?
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay. She asked what part of South Carolina. I'm in Somerville right now.
Oh, okay.
843.
All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. All right, so the Assyrians claim that they only took 40,000. What do you think about that?
That's in their records. Then that's what they counted.
All right. So okay. So that would remain 95% of the population remained, right? Hold on, let me get to one more thing here. Let me get back up here. Let's look at this right here. All right. So this is what the scholars are saying. This is from Eric Klein's work. He said the archaeological surveys indicate that between 225 and 350,000 inhabitants were living in the northern kingdom. With the Bible, it's more numbers, but I'm going to tell you what they say happened. Therefore, the population of the northern kingdom of Israel would not have been decimated by near Assyrians if they only carried off approximately 40,000 people over a period of about 14 years. Surveys and excavations indicate that the population of Jerusalem suddenly increased from about 1,000 to 15,000 inhabitants, while the population of Judah grew from about 40,000 to around 120,000 during the last decades of the 8th century BC. Most archaeologists suspect that this sudden expansion has everything to do with the collapse of the northern kingdom of Israel and the sudden influx of large numbers of refugees into the southern kingdom of Judah. So the distribution of the Israelites when the Assyrians came in, 100,000 remained if the population was 220,000. So we are at 1.1 million, and this was like probably like 100 years before that the incident happened. And usually populations grow. So 100,000 remained in Samaria, 40,000 were exiled, 80,000 fled to Judah, right? That's if it's 220,000. If it's 350,000, it's 230,000 remained in Samaria, 40,000 sent in exile, 80,000 fled to Judah. So those were carried off into exile, and I say were most likely taken to the few specific locations given in the biblical account in Halar on the Habor, the river of the Gozan, and in the city of the Medes. All right. All right. Anything you want to add on?
No, I'm following you.
All right. So I'm saying that the majority of the people in the tribes either stayed or they went to Judah. They went down to Judah. That's what the conclusions of scholarship is, and that's the conclusion I'm reaching based off of the evidence of the biblical text. What do you say?
Okay, I understand, and you brought out a lot of numbers, and a lot of scholars. I'm not even going to disagree with that. All I was proving or showing is that we didn't have full control of that land, even from 2 Kings. That was my whole point.
But before that, did they have control?
Before that, did they have the full control of the land?
Mm-hmm.
No, the land of Israel given to the Israelites has never been fully in their full control.
So in the Hasmonean period in the 2nd century, they didn't control it?
Didn't have full control. No.
What did they have?
You said the Hasmonean period, the northern kingdom was gone. The northern kingdom and the southern kingdom have to be there together and be in the lands that are allotted to them in order for them to have full control of that land.
All right. Now watch this. Watch this, right? Watch this. I did this earlier. I'm going to do it again. I think you missed that part of the show. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. All right, here we go. This is a picture of Assyria where they control. The light green and the dark green.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the empire was, right? When they took the Israelites, they took them to where Keilah and near the rivers and down here near Opis and all these different areas, right? Gozan. See the Gozan River? Right here.
Uh-huh.
Right. Now watch this. When Babylon took over, where are the Israelites that were taken?
You said when Babylon took over?
Yeah, where the Israelites that they take over, that were taken? Where are their descendants?
What time period is this?
This is 600 BC.
Okay, the northern kingdom was gone already.
I know that, but when their descendants, where were they at when they were? Where were they taken?
Okay, you had remnants of the northern kingdom that went with Judah.
No, listen to what I'm saying. The northern kingdom was taken to the Assyrian spots, Gozan and different areas. I'm asking, when the Babylonian Empire took over, where did they go?
If you're speaking about 600 BC, the northern kingdom went to, according to what I believe and according to 2nd Esdras, they went to the Americas.
Okay. All right. So this is what I got to do again now. I just want to look at the map. All right. My point is their descendants are there, right? But watch this, because I got to make this simple and easy for you. Because I love my people, man. I love my people. So I got to make it easy for you, man. I make it really easy for you.
Before you get that, the point that I'm trying to make is we, the Israelites, never had full control of that land. Even at this time period that you're pointing to, look right there. It says New Babylonian Empire. They had control.
Of course they didn't have control. That's why I go to the Hasmonean period. The Hasmonean period, they had full control of the area.
If the Hasmoneans had full control of the area, then why aren't the Northern Kingdom there? Full control includes both kingdoms. That's why in Hebrews and in Jeremiah 31, the new covenant is dealing with both kingdoms coming back together and being put in that land.
I got you. I'm not gonna hold on. Let me do this. First,
somebody said I'm stuck on grade 2. Maybe you don't understand the point that I'm trying to make. So
I understand. Hold on 1 second. Let's stay right where we are. We're gonna stay right at the Assyrian captivity. Right? Let's not move yet.
Okay, we're staying in Assyrian captivity, right?
Because all right, you see, I don't believe Second Esdras was written by Ezra. And the reason is, I'm gonna explain to you why. Because Ezra, if you go to Second Esdras 3, right, it tells you about 30 years after the temple fell. Ezra was not in the land or doing anything at that time period. In fact, 30 years after the temple fell would be 556 BC. Ezra wasn't around until Artaxerxes, which is around in the 400s BC. So what happened is, you're not into scholarship. Second Esdras was written actually in the 1st century of the Common Era. This is why you don't see it in any Old Testament canon. You only see it in the New Testament canon. And then you see words like Jesus, you see words like the apocalyptic talk, all those different things you see being talked about in Second Esdras. Second Esdras, right here. I could show you right now what it says. Right here. This is what you believe in. This is the Zondervan Bible that you guys like to use. It tells you right here. It was written around 90 AD. I'm not making it up. This is where the scholarship is. There's no evidence of Second Esdras in the BC era, bro. There's no evidence at all. None.
Okay, what I want to say with that is, let's just go with your logic. Let's go with your logic and say it was written in 90 AD. My point is, regardless if what the time frame of that is, the Northern Kingdom was gone and had been gone since the Assyrian captivity. When they went in this Assyrian captivity, they went to another land. They didn't come back to the land of Israel.
Okay, all right.
That's my whole point.
Watch this. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Watch this. As a matter of fact, let me do this. Hold on there. I got time today. Shout out to you though for staying on so long, man. People don't want to talk to the good brother Garfield, man. They don't want to talk to me, man. All right, hold on 1 second. Cause what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a slow walk. I'm gonna show you something that's very important to this conversation. All right, let me see. What is this right here? All right, let me see. All right, let me get this guy.
Before you get that, I want to point out one thing that you brought up about Second Esdras right here. I'm reading it, and it says that it's intertestamental, which means it's before the Old and New Testament. So it couldn't have been 90 AD.
What does intertestamental mean?
Between it's in between the two testaments.
Okay, when was the New Testament established?
What do you mean?
When was it established, the New Testament?
When he came on the scene.
New Testament was not known until the first New Testament from the Orthodox Christianity is actually 182 with Irenaeus. If you want to say Marcion around 140, that's fine. So it's actually, you're right, intertestamental would be between the old and the new. That makes sense.
Okay, but what I'm saying is when he was on the scene, and first off, I'm gonna just put it like in a spiritual context, just in case some people get it twisted. I'm not saying that Israelites are in the new covenant or in the New Testament, because testament means covenant. I'm not saying that we're in the new covenant. I'm saying it started before he was on the scene.
All right, hold on 1 second.
But this source that you pulled said Second Esdras is written after 90 years after his death.
No. Listen to what it says. It says, with the exception of Second Esdras, were written during the intertestamental period. You said during I don't know what you said about intertestamental period. Intertestamental period starts from 200 BC to 200 AD. And I'm gonna bring that up so you could see that for yourself, so you don't take my word for it. Okay. All right. Hold on. Intertestamental period. That's when it's written. between the events of the proto-canonical books and the New Testament. So the Old Testament is like around 2nd century BC, and the New Testament was finished like around 2nd century AD. So it's actually in between that, which makes sense, because 90 AD is between the Old Testament and the New Testament.
That's all I was saying. You know, according to your source, it would have been in between. That's all I was pointing out. All I'm doing is following your logic.
That's fine. Let me find this guy really quick. I gotta find this guy real quick. Hold on. Because I want to show you something. This is very important.
From then till now, you seem like a troll.
Why you say that?
Not you. I'm talking about this person on the comment board. They're just a troll. I mean, I stated that I was trying to make the point that we never had full control of the land. Full control includes both kingdoms being back together in that land. How can we have full control if the northern kingdom was gone?
Okay.
So I'm talking about this person. He's saying he don't understand my point. It's clear. It's easy.
All right. This is what Garfield teaches, right? So we could be clear. I'm saying that it's bullshit. And the reason why I say it's bullshit, because when Cyrus gave the proclamation of the tribes, he said all the people from the house, all the people of Israel. Who are all the people of Israel? That would include, this is why I was showing you the Babylonian map, to show that the Babylonian map also entails the Assyrian map. So those people never went to second Esdras, because second Esdras wasn't even written then or even conceived. So those people that were in Assyria, I was going to show you what they were doing while they were in Assyria. So when I show you that, I'm going to show you where they are and that the descendants come down the line. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. So let me get, as a matter of fact, let me do this. This is them right here. What happened to the 10 tribes when they went to Assyria? Let's do this. I was going to give you the primary source. This is what they did. Those deportees who received preferred or at least reasonable treatment. They were military personnel. Israelite auxiliary troops, Sumerian charioteers, they joined the Assyrian army. You had Nabdi Yahu, a chariot driver. You had a cohort commander. You have a bodyguard. You have an archer. They're working for the Assyrians. They didn't go nowhere. So when people say they went off because of second Esdras is written later. So when you look at the officials now, you see the palace personnel. You have the chief of accounts from Gozana. Remember they went to Gozan, right? How is an Israelite the chief of accountants? That means whatever he was doing in Israel, he was doing in Assyria. He wasn't a slave.
What do you mean? Hold on. He wasn't a slave?
No.
So wait.
No.
LeBron James is not a slave.
Watch this. I'm gonna prove it to you right now.
LeBron James is not a slave.
Hold up. No, he's not. Watch this.
Oh my God. What does the word slave mean? It means employee. So he's not employed?
Brother, an employee is a slave? Really, bro?
That's literally what the etymology of the word slave means.
Show me that. Show me that right.
Hold on 1 second. Let me pull it up.
You made that up. You made that up. But I'm trying to show you they didn't go nowhere with no second Esdras. This is the point I'm trying to make to you. You believe that because that's what the camps teach. You got to deal with the facts on the ground. I'm telling you, listen, family, and to all the camps out there, this is why it's hard to deal with me, because I know the biblical stories. I might not quote the scriptures off the top of my head like y'all do, but I know the history. It's showing the Israelites in the army. They're going on ships into Egypt. So what are we talking about? But I'm gonna let you get that. And if you want to, look it up. Keep looking, brother. Don't worry about it. When you're ready, just tell me. Just click on your screen. Ramza, what's up? What's in your mind? What's in your mind, man?
Oh no! What, you can hear me?
I could hear you now, beloved.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure this. I'm on a new device. No, I was just talking about I think what the problem is, people don't understand. This isn't a history book. It's mystical. You know, people don't understand the real meanings. Like, I know how important Jacob is in I think that's why we keep running around in circles, because you're never going to get to the bottom of it looking at it as a historical text.
I mean, the Bible is a historical text.
What?
The Bible is a historical text.
No, it's definitely not.
It's history and
And,
Bible.
and
What do you mean? What do you
don't
mean?
get me wrong. I try to deal with people where they're at. It took me a while to understand that because my mom was heavy on it. You know, we all suffered from that. But no, when you start learning the real deal about how it's about astrology and the science of your mind, and these if you change the words around, you'll look at it totally different. Like if you don't call Jesus Jesus, you call him Dionysus, or you call him whatever. You can look at it more clearly. Like if you call Samson Hercules, you're gonna say, "Hey, this is mythology." But if you call him Samson, you're gonna think it's part of the biblical storyline that we're brainwashed in. You know what I mean?
Okay, I mean, maybe I'm following your logic. Of course, the Bible does have
No, you're
things.
definitely not following the logic.
No, I'm following the
And that's
logic because you said it's
but you're
mysticism
not
in the
alone.
Bible.
It's not. I'm not banging on you.
No. I get what you're saying.
But
You're saying there's
I got to deal
mysticism
with
in the
this
Bible.
volume. This is only like my fourth or fifth time going live, but I don't know why the volume. I can't hear nothing.
I can hear you. I can. So you said there's mysticism in the Bible, correct? That's what you said.
No, I can't hear you. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna put my earpiece in, but I don't know if Garfield has time for this mess.
Nah, he's searching up something. I mean, I was
Hold
gonna
up.
make a
Let me put
point.
my earpiece in and see if that works.
All right, before you go.
No, I'm here. Just it's saying connected, but it's still not. I can't hear nothing through my earpiece. But what were you saying? Oh yeah, I'm gone. Hello?
Yeah, keep talking, bro.
Yeah, I can't hear shit.
You ready for me, brother? You Dixon, stop trolling me, yo. Shout out to Teague Evans for that $5 for the Cash App. Thank you, bro. I didn't even put my Cash App up. Let me put my Cash App up. Gotta put that Cash App up. Stop trolling, Syria 7. This is where all the Israelites go off and all the Africans go off. There's no such thing as a lost tribe. Second Esdras is not a legitimate book. You shouldn't take it serious. So if I show information with these people over and over, I mean, what else is there to show? Oh, and I found the actual source. Says who? We have the primary sources, bro. We have the primary sources. So I don't care if you trust the white man or not. That means you shouldn't read the Bible because none of y'all have nothing to do with the translating of it. So you had to trust somebody. Don't you trust somebody? You had to trust somebody. So I don't know why y'all talking about the white man and the white man and this man and that man and whatever man. All you need to look at is the information of what happened with the Israelites when they went to Assyria. They didn't go anywhere. They were in the army. The majority of them were in the army. The others of them were accountants. Some of them even owned slaves. That's why I'm waiting for him to show this information, because I'm going to show him where the Israelites owned slaves in Assyria. So if they were slaves, how they owning slaves? Where they do that at? So I got all the smoke today. Some of them watching in the bushes right now, they don't want to come on here because they're going to get beat up. They're teaching a lie. That's what they're doing. They're teaching a lie. There's no such thing as the lost tribes of Israel. So when Rabbi Mordecai go on Zion Lex show and they're talking about the Igbos are from the tribe of God, how did the tribe of God get there? Because the tribe of God was separate from Israel in the records that we have, the historical records, the Misha Steel. They're not from the same group.
Garfield, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I could hear you now.
Okay, my bad. I must have been muted or something. Okay, so you said that they weren't slaves.
They were not slaves. No, sir. That's where the trick come from. That's the trick bag.
Okay, are black people slaves in America to this day?
No, we're not.
How are we not?
I'm here on the internet. I'm a free man. I could do whatever I want.
Okay, the word slave means a person who is chattel or property of another. Do you have a passport?
I'm not a property. If you're gonna go into this sovereign shit, come on, bro. We grown men now. That baby knowledge ain't gonna work here. But if I got a passport, I got a Jamaican passport and I got an American passport. And when
you got
I want
a social security number?
I'm going to Dubai in November. I'm going to use that. Yes, I do have a social security number. So if you're gonna come with this sovereign argument, stop it. Just stop. Stop. We're in a system. In Assyria,
in a system, yes.
Because you listen, bro. Remember, I told you this earlier. It don't make no sense. We have a conversation if you just believe. I'm here to deal with facts on the ground. I could show you the records of Assyrians. They're accountants working as accountants on jury. They're snitching on people in court. They're doing all type of shit in Assyria. It's right here. The primary is right here, bro.
Okay, I got a question for you. So during the time of Yahushua, did not the Romans?
I don't know who Yahushua is. I know who Jesus is.
All right. Okay, we can use that word if you want to. During that time, did not the Romans occupy the land of Judea?
Yes.
So they were slaves. They were in captivity, weren't they?
Were they in captivity? No, they weren't.
Yes, they were. They had to pay taxes.
All right. Watch this. I'm gonna stop sharing this. I'm gonna do this one last time. This is the ultimate dagger. This is what kills Black Hebrew Israelism. I'm gonna show it again to you one more time. This is the Hasmonean Dynasty, the Israelites controlling themselves. Now, the brother says, I made a great point. How is it that they control themselves and the northern tribes are not there? When Cyrus, this is why I was showing you the geography of Cyrus when he controlled Babylon. It's the same eras where the Assyrians were taken. They took the northern tribes. If the northern tribes weren't slaves and they were just working there, that means their descendants were still there. And I could show you how they changed their names to Assyrian names or Babylonian names. So what happened is when Cyrus took over, according to the biblical text in Ezra, He said all of Israel who are here could go back to Judah, to Jerusalem, to Judah. Because Judah now is the name of Israel. That's the name of the town. So even right now with the Hasmonean Dynasty, the territories, they don't call this Israel, they call this Judah, but it's the same territory of Israel. So when you ask me about the northern tribes, look how I'm gonna kill you right now. Look at this. Y'all said Garfield don't know scriptures, right? Look at this right here. I'm gonna go to what I went to earlier. This is easy work. These Hebrew Israelites, they don't read the book. All they do is try to say that they're the people in America. No, you're not the people in America. And I'm going to show you right now. If you look at Ezra, where's Ezra now?
Why you want to look at Ezra? You say you don't believe in that book.
Hold on. We're not talking about second Esdras.
Okay, got you. My bad.
Ezra, right. Okay. Now watch this. See, I'm sharing my screen so everybody could see what I'm looking at. I'm going to show you something. All right, here we go. All right, before we get to that, let's get to this. All right, let's deal. Why is it I can't find that piece of information? Hold on. Ah, here we go. So here we go right here. Cyrus, the great king of Persia, made a proclamation in Babylon to all the Jews throughout all his kingdom, for any who were all his people, God's people, to return. Ezra 1:1-3. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel, which is in Jerusalem. This proclamation was addressed to Israel, not Judah, Israel. God had stirred up the spirit of Cyrus to make this proclamation. It fulfilled all that Jeremiah had spoken concerning the return of Israel to their land. A blanket fulfillment. If the 10 tribes were not included in this proclamation, they were not of all his people. Isn't all his people northern and southern tribes? They all had the opportunity to return, all Israel in Babylon, and those in the northern country, the 10 tribes, and this proved definitively, all right, after they returned to Jerusalem. Look at this now. Look what happened when they returned to Jerusalem. They offered sacrifices, right? And the children of Israel, the priests and the Levites, and the rest of the children of the captivity kept the dedication of this house with joy and offered at the dedication of this house of God. And 100 bullocks, 200 rams, 400 lambs, and for a sin offering for all Israel. What was the sin offering for all Israel? The 12 he-goats. Why would you need 12 he-goats? According to the number of the tribes of Israel, if it wasn't, why offer for all Israel and 12 he-goats for the 12 tribes if they didn't come back from the northern tribes? And to prove another point, Ezra 4 talks about the guy who said he was taken from the northern tribes by Esarhaddon or Ashurnapal, and he knew about Yah before he came back. So that means that was somebody from the northern tribe testifying in the book of Ezra that he came from the northern tribes. So the northern tribes did go back. That's why they're giving out sacrifices to 12 he-goats and all Israel. It includes both of them. But what you guys do is you guys look at Ezekiel and look at it says the Jews should come back, but Cyrus kill y'all because Cyrus controlled the same areas where these people, let me show them where these people are living. All of Israel came back, but they had an option. So if they want to come back or not, they all came back. Hold on, where the hell is this thing? Slide 1. Here we go. So when they went to Assyria, ladies and gentlemen, they weren't slaves. They were taken, and it's well documented. You can't get around it. You can't go around it. Hold on 1 second. This is all of Israel according to those people, right? They took most people from Samaria. As you see in the middle, you see Samaria, right? When you see Samaria right now. So when they took Samaria, what defeats this whole conversation? All you got to do, family, you don't take my word for it. Email me and I'll send you this PDF. This is not my work. This is a scholar with a PhD degree's work. He documents all the stuff, the primaries in English, right? So look at this right here. I fought against the them with the power of the great God, my Lord. I counted as spoils 27,280, right? People together with their chariots and God, in which they trusted. I formed a unit with 200 of their chariots for my royal force. So he added them to his army. He added them. So watch this now, family. We're not going to worry about the Bible now. Look at this right here. Yes, actually we are. In the Assyrian records, this is where they took them. They took them to Gozan. They took them by the Nineveh, right over here. And they took them to over here. This is over here where they're going to Elam, the Medes area. That's where they went. So this is what happened to them, all of them, and they counted up to 40,000. But the biggest key to all of this, look at this. Look at what this slide says. The identification of Hebrew persons in Neo-Assyrian sources. None of them in GMS ever would teach this because it will destroy their information. Because
I just want to make a disclaimer. I'm not in GMS.
I know, but all of them. Tracing Israelites in the Assyrian cuneiform records. This is what y'all need to read, the primary sources. The stories agree, the numbers are off a little bit, but at the end of the day, family, these Israelites were in their living, buying houses, buying this, buying that, having, and by the way, to look at this, family, they have a letter. The king commands them to be responsible with the captives that they are transporting and settling. They are even to oversee the care of the sick deportees. So they're talking about captives, right? They capture them, yeah. But when they capture them, they weren't slaves per se. They were living freely in the country.
Said they weren't slaves per se.
They weren't slaves. They, of course, they carried them over there, but they weren't slaves per se. Watch the point. Watch the dagger now. Watch the dagger. When they take them over to Israel, why you have Israelites in your army? Why you have Israelites as chariot drivers?
Well,
Why do you
Israelites
have them
in the Greek army, in the Roman army as well? They were slaves.
Bro, we're talking about one group now. We're talking about Assyria.
Okay, but you made a point about them being in the army, so that means they're not slaves.
No, they're not slaves. And the archer. Now, watch this now. Let's get some more out of this right here. They were officials, palace personnel. You have a slave from Israel who's your accountant in Guzana. Yeah, make sense. They have another one is the chief of public works. This is an Israelite who is on the captivity. He's a slave. He's such a slave.
Well, he's of the captivity, so he's a captive. He's of the captivity, so he was a captive.
Watch this. Watch this. Family.
That's simple English.
All right, I got you, my brother. I got you clear as day. They were merchants, an Israelite. Look at this, family. This is the ultimate dagger. An Israelite sells a slave girl to Akulano. So they're in a position that they're such in captive. They're these slaves that they're selling a slave girl to Akulano. They were landowners. What are they doing owning land in the area that they're captive? You see, this is what they don't want. Look at this. They're witnesses. They're even snitching in court. The Israelites served as witnesses in over 20 legal documents from Assyria. It is clear from these as well as other documents that later generations of deportees adopted non-Israelite, specifically Assyrian names. Thus, there was a certain Assyrianization at work along generational lines. It's just like us. After slavery, we adopted names from the culture that we were a part of, and we continued to live there. They didn't go to no Arzareth.
Okay, so quick question, because you brought up slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation, did that end slavery?
Yes.
How did it end slavery when the word emancipate means to transfer over? It doesn't mean free. It means transfer over, meaning you were transferred over from privately owned to the government, which is why subsequently after that, Social Security numbers became a thing, written records of who you are, where you going, that became a thing. Emancipation Proclamation means we are proclaiming that we are transferring you to the government. It don't mean nothing about no freedom. So slavery was extended. It wasn't ended.
You know I'm Jamaican, right? 1834.
I understand that. I understand that, but I asked you a question and you said yes.
Right here. The fact or process of being set free from legal, social, or political restriction. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go to the Wikipedia definition. Let's go to the Merriam-Webster definition. Let's go to the National Archives. The Emancipation Proclamation issued the Emancipation Proclamation January 1st, 80, as the nation approaches 30 years of bloody civil war. Let's look at what it says in the National Archives. As the nation approaches third year of bloody civil war, the proclamation declared that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are and henceforth or shall be free.
Okay, I have the word here as well. I have the etymology of the word.
Okay, let's get the etymology of the word. Let's do it. I could do it too. Let me do it on the screen. Etymology. Let's do it right now. We could do it together. Comes from the Latin word, the act of liberating a child from parental authority. It comes from the Latin word manu capere, which means capture from someone else's hand.
Whoa. It means what? It means capture from someone else's hand.
Manu capere, which means capture from someone else's hand. That don't mean that they're slaves.
Well, that means to capture someone else from someone else's hand. What are you talking about?
Hold on. But you know what? Let me get the etymology.
Hold on. Go back up. No, go back.
Hold on. Let's deal with the emancipation from the etymological dictionary. Let's look at it. It's right here. 1630s, a setting free from emancipation, from Latin ecampition, noun of action, from past participle stem of emancipare. In modern use, especially of the freeing of a minor from parental control, especially with reference to U.S. slavery from 1785, in Britain with reference to easing of restrictions on Catholics. Emancipate, set free from control. From Latin emancipus, past participle, emancipate, put out of paternal authority, declare someone free, give up one's authority over. In Roman law, the freeing of a son or wife from legal authority. It has nothing to do with...
Keep reading. It says deliver, transfer, or to sell. Which is why blacks became the property of the government.
Hold on one second. The freeing of a son or wife from the legal authority of the pater familias to make his or own way in the world, from a simulated form of ex outway. Plus, manicapere, deliver, transfer, or sell from manicum ownership, from manus.
That's it right there. Deliver away.
No. This has to do with manicum, which is something totally different. It ain't got nothing to do with emancipation. They're just giving examples of the word where certain examples come from. They got nothing to do with that.
It's showing you where the word came from.
We got to do with emancipate, set free from control. We are not under control anymore.
Is emancipate one word, or is it a compound word?
Why would they put freedom, liberation, release? Why do you come on, bro? Stop this Moorish nonsense.
Okay. Hold on. I have a question, because it said a son getting freed from their parents. When children are emancipated by court documents, are they free? No. You can be emancipated at the age of 16. Can you drive a car if you don't have a license? No. Can you do things that you still have laws that you have to abide by that don't go with the laws of the scriptures.
You're doing all of this to protect what I've been showing you. I'm showing you primary sources that did hold on. The people in Assyria didn't go anywhere. And you know how? You know what's? Hold on.
My bad. Go ahead.
I got you. And you know what? To prove this, what I decided to do was show you some primary sources of the documents of the Israelites. But I didn't get to show you one thing. One thing I got to show you that I never got to show you, and this is very important.
Okay, before you show it, can I say one thing really quick?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
You can show all the primary sources and things that, you know, what I'm going to say is I believe in the scripture, and 2nd Esdras said that they went to a further land which never mankind dwelt. That's what the scripture says. I believe what the scripture says.
Hey, hold on, thought. Don't move. Stay right there. Don't move. I want you to stay right there. But I wanted to show one thing here before we move on. A tablet dated to 660 BC records the debt incurred by Atasar, who received from 3 homers of wheat measured by the Judite. Hold on, the wrong slide. My bad. Hold on. Let me show you this right here. Wrong slide. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Let me just show this slide, and I'm done with this slide right here.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm gonna just respond to one comment I see. They said Mizraim means land of the mounds of forts. It doesn't mean that. Marcellus means double straits. Basically, a rock in a hard place. That's what it means. That's what the word Egypt means in Hebrew. I was just responding to somebody's comment.
No, that's cool. That's cool. All right, let me stop sharing this. You just said something. You just said something that's very important, right? And this is what kills the entire argument about Second Esdras. And by the way, Second Esdras, ladies and gentlemen, is considered a book that's written in the 1st century. Some of it written in the 2nd century. It actually used something that's called the Apocalypse of Zephaniah and the Apocalypse of Baruch. And those are books written around 150. It's quoting from those books. So a part of it is Christian interpolation, the first 2 chapters of Second Esdras. And 15 and 16 are also interpolations. But from 3 to 14 is the main part written around 90 AD. Now, the brother just said something that does ring in my ears. He said, they went where man had dwelt before in the world. All right?
According to the scripture.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. All right? And I want everybody in the audience, whether you're a believer in the Bible or not, I want you to help me out while I read off these slides real quick. All right? In the Americas, physical evidence of the Americas before the Assyrian exile. The Karel Supe civilization, 3000 BC. Look, these are the structures that they built that were destroyed. This is older than the actual temples in Egypt. Remember, where no mankind has dwelt. Mankind has dwelt in this area, right? 5,000 years. In Chile, before the exile from Assyria, native Chileans were mummifying their dead. This is the oldest records of mummification in the world, older than ancient Egypt. 4,000 years before, or 5,000 years before Egypt. Then you have Brazilian 8,000 years ago, earliest pottery in the Western Hemisphere is in Brazil. The Cave of Hands is in Argentina. Go back to 7300 BC. In Belize, they had said that this was dated to 2000 BC, but it actually dates to around 1200 BC, again, before they were Israelites.
How did they date that?
Hold on. We're going to get to that in a second.
That's important.
Human burials have been associated with the residential structures, the oldest having no survival burial relics, but from 900 BC onwards, they were accompanied by offerings of ceramic vessels. All right. Its inhabitants lived in pole and thatch houses that were built on top of low plaster coated platforms. The site contains residential groups clustered around central Patois. 13,000 BC, we have a Native American descendant from ancient Montana boy. They took his genetics, they took his DNA, and they have his DNA, and his DNA matches with the Native Americans today.
Oh
right?
God.
I know you don't believe in DNA.
DNA was literally done and determined that someone was Jewish and Sephardic and all this descent. Come to find out that DNA was from a lizard. So just shows you how smart DNA is.
When I hear, and by the way, you do know that humans and animals share DNA, right? You do know that, right, brother?
It said a lizard was Jewish.
Hold on a second. You do know that humans. I don't believe the story. But and if it's with that Canadian DNA company who was faking stuff, that can be the solution to your problem, because there was a Canadian DNA faking results.
Okay.
So,
when you
well, as a matter of fact, let's not even worry about nothing that I say. Why don't you present the evidence of that DNA since you brought it up?
Yeah, I can pull that up, but
it says where no mankind has dwelt. So you're saying that Native Americans weren't living here?
No, I'm saying that was them coming there.
Them coming there from where? What are you talking about? This is 13,000 years ago. What are you talking about?
This is my point. Number one, how can they date those facts when you can pick up a bone of a cow right now and it's going to be dated 7 million years ago? Obviously, that cow wasn't 7 million years old.
First of all, are you an expert on dating?
Are you?
No, I'm asking you a question. Are you an expert on dating?
No.
All right, I'm not an expert either. So
Okay,
if I want to know about dating and how people date, I go to what the experts are saying. If you're about this, I said this to you before, beloved. Any information you have, I'll trace it back to a white man. I'll trace it back to somebody that's not you. So I can't take it. The Bible that you read, the translations of it, who made it? It wasn't you. So I'm saying to you, you have some sort of faith in some sort of academic setting. You have to. If you don't, you're not an expert. If you go to your doctor, you pull your blood, and he said high blood pressure, and you're like, damn, man. He said he got to cut down on the salt. You're like, oh man, if you're gonna get a second opinion, who you gonna go to? You're gonna go to another doctor and another doctor. So at the end of the day, you have to, it's either you respect the methodology and the experts and don't care about, hey, this might mean that I'm not an Israelite. That's all you care about. And I'm
it's not coming to that. It's not coming to
Esdras don't make no sense, bro.
Okay, let me say something really quick. You said all the stuff about the experts. Now you asked me if I'm an expert on dating. I said no. Clearly you aren't either. I'm going off based off what the experts on dating, what they said, that dating is not 100% absolute. DNA is not 100% absolute. When you Google DNA is at the hands to be biased of the person who's testing it. So if you say, oh, my name is Dwayne Williams and I'm from America, I'm sending my DNA, he's going to give you a result biased towards where he thinks you're from. That is admitted by DNA experts.
Let me ask you a question, right? In I don't know if you know how sequencing goes with DNA. This is simple though. All they have to do is look at the SNPs. Once they look at the SNPs and the STRs, they could get an idea of how far or how old the person is. This has nothing to do with dating a piece of rock or board or whatever. This is DNA. This is totally different.
Okay, what does DNA stand for? Real quick, without Googling it.
I don't even know.
Okay, thank you.
Deoxyribonucleic acids.
Yeah, nucleotide. I can't even pronounce the word. But anyway, continue. But what's your point, though?
My point is, I just told you that DNA experts, quote unquote, themselves have admitted that the results are based on bias. Which is why when you submit DNA evidence,
bro, you gotta stop this. Sabio, hold on, Sabio, bro. You gotta stop this, bro. Everything is a conspiracy. You know, see, this is why.
Whoa, hold on. Okay. You don't believe me. You don't believe me. You don't believe me.
Look at the screen. Have you read the research? How would you know this is wrong or right? Who is against this? Have you read the pros and cons? Have you read it? There's nobody against this shit, my nigga. Nobody. This right here is facts. This is why you can't be an Israelite, because people been here from 13,000 years ago, and now they found folks that's up here 19,000 years ago. What are you talking about? Only in America, African Americans get tricked into this bullshit. It's bullshit, bro. All these structures that I showed you, the Karal Supe, this right here.
How did they date that? How did they date that? Are you an expert on dating?
No, hold on. With dating, you see, there's no absolutes in dating. You see,
there's no absolutes in DNA.
Listen to me. There's no absolutes. They're estimates. It's just like when you talk about history. When I show you all that stuff about Assyria and we said 700 BC, we don't mean 700 BC exact. It's an approximate date. We don't know. We didn't live back then. History is about probability, bro. That's why when they talk about if Jesus existed, it's about probability. He has a high probability of being a real person. That's how you talk when you're talking about history. We didn't live back then. We're dependent on people from back then to document the shit. But the shit that you believe in, you ain't got no original. This is a primary source. Everything I'm showing you is primary. The body they found at Clovis is a primary source, bro. You can't go around that. I don't give a fuck what you think about DNA dating. So 13,000 years, how many years would they be off? You get them 504 and 500 against. That's the consensus.
Okay.
So if it's not 13,000, it's 12,500 or 13,500. It's an estimate, but it's still 13,000 years ago, bro.
So being off 7 million years, is that cool? Being off 7 million years, is that cool?
We're not talking. Now you're deflecting. We're dealing with this. You said where mankind never dwelt before. Where mankind never dwelt means they never lived there, bro. People lived in Peru. That's why I'm showing you all the estimates. This is
what I said was I believe that when the indigenous people came to America, that was a fulfillment of never mankind dwelling there. They went to that land where mankind didn't dwell. You pulling up stuff that says 13,000 years. I'm saying, how can you prove that that's
right here?
Exact date?
We got the studies. I give you the studies. You can review it.
All you're doing is showing DNA expert, 13,000 years. Break it down to me. Break it down to me, please.
All right, let's look at it. The sequencing effort. What is the sequencing effort? That's how they date stuff. based off how many I don't know the proper terminology for it, but they use either SMPs or STR, the standard rate of return or whatever they call it. And when they're dating the DNA, they look at how many of those SMPs are in it, and that's how they date it. That's for every human being, bro. Every human being. That's how they know it. So when it's led by a DNA expert, Willeskiv and Rasmussen of the University of Copenhagen, comes to a dramatic conclusion. The 1 to 2 year old Clovis child, now known to be a boy, is directly ancestral to today's native peoples from Central and South America. Their data are very convincing that the Clovis Anzic child was part of the population that gave rise to North America, Central America, and Southern American groups. I don't need no more evidence, bro.
Okay, you don't need no more evidence. My quick point is, how can that be actually accurate when you yourself, if you have a child, can't even get 100% DNA confirmed on that child?
Bro, talking about
answer that. You're gonna get 99.
Yeah, you can.
Hold on.
No, you can't get 100%.
Hold on a second. First of all, you're talking about paternal testing. You're talking about dating. It's two different things. Now watch this, family.
Yeah.
I'm saying
I'm talking about DNA.
I'm saying to you, this DNA testing that they did with this person here proves that humans in this area, we're living in this area from over 13,000 years ago. It's an estimate. Now, my point is, if you're saying it's a fulfillment, this is way before the book of Arzaretha was written.
If you believe in that year, if you believe in that estimate, I don't believe in that estimate.
Bro, it's not about belief, though. It's right here in your face. It's not about belief. It's facts. This is not belief. This is what I'm trying to tell you at the beginning. I said, bro, if
you just said it's an estimate, so how is it a fact? It's an estimate.
Yes, it's an estimate that this human being was collected and found.
Let's look at the word estimate.
Estimate of 13,000 years ago. So it could be 12,500 or 13,500. It's an estimate. So nothing wrong. This is just years ago, thousands of years ago, bro.
You said it's a fact, and then you said it's an estimate.
It's a fact.
Oh my God.
Of course, it's a fact. It's a fact that an old kid that existed in this land 13,000 years ago. That's facts. There's no going around that. Israel
Hey,
Bound, what's up with you, Israel Bound?
Hey, I got a question for you. Hey, so because I happen to agree with you, Garfield, but to put it on a more unslippery slope, so to say, right? Because at the earliest, according to what the brother is saying, I think according to Second Esdras, that could have only happened after no earlier than 722 BC, no earlier. That would have been the absolute early.
Repeat that, brother.
Which is cool.
Hold on. Say that again, brother. I didn't hear you. Say it over again, please.
So according to the doctrine, because in Second Esdras, it says that those are the 12 tribes that were carried away by the king of Assyria. That happened. When did that happen?
It happened around 720 BC. Around 720.
So that's
hold on. How do we know that it happened around that time, brother?
Because that was when
Hold on. That's for Yazarala. That's for him. Hold on. Don't answer that, Israel.
Yeah, you want me to answer it? You want me to say that white man put together a timeline?
BC. How do we know that?
You want me to answer it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Scholars have with hold on. Let me finish. Because the word scholar just means to read. All right, if you read, then you're a scholar. That's what the word means.
Oh, your definition.
Hold on. Can I answer the question?
Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, they put that timeline together based on historical facts, like you using. So I'm using words like facts, based on artifacts and things that are tangible. Okay, the Romans lived at this time, the Greeks was before this, and this kingdom was before this, and this kingdom. They didn't go to a computer and say, oh, let me DNA zoom in, and they didn't do none of that. Oh, dating and stuff. No, they used what you're saying, primary sources to get to that conclusion. Not 13,000. Let me just put something in a computer and bring something out of a bias. You get what I'm saying?
This is the leading scholar in the field.
Let's not lose track of what we're saying though.
Yeah.
Because this ain't all of this is according to the Bible. What I'm talking about. That's
And
where the
at the end of the day, that's what I'm going off of. Garfield is bringing other stuff that's outside.
So
all
you
right,
gotta
bro.
talk about the.
Hold
You
on,
gotta
guys.
talk about Jacob's 12 children. Then.
Time out, bro. Let
Go ahead,
Israel
go ahead.
Israel bound. Do me a favor. I apologize, bro. Can you start over and just finish up, and
My
then
bad.
so we can respond to
Okay.
it? All
So
right.
according to the Bible, the northern kingdom was besieged at the time of Hosea the king, right or wrong?
Yes, sir. That's right. That's correct.
All right. So we can physically time date that.
Mm-hmm.
There's no need to go before that date to prove 13,000 years because it can only be from that point forward.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's
All right,
if
so
you believe
now-
in the Bible, but he don't.
Hold up, wait a minute, because this is an indictment on you, not him. So what I'm saying is that when you get to Second Esdras and you bring up the verse that you use to start this whole scenario, right? What is that? Second Esdras what?
1340 to 45.
40, I think.
Can you read that? Real
13,000
quick?
years is older than Adam and Eve.
Can you read that real quick?
I'm gonna get it for you right now. I got it right here. I'm gonna put it on the screen.
Okay.
Real quick. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, he said.
I hope we're not
13,000
about
years
to
is
see
older
no.
than Adam and
I hope
Eve.
we're not about to see no Israelite on Israelite violence.
No, not at all.
We're on the internet. How's it gonna be violence?
He does being
I'm
funny.
just talking. I'm just being funny, man.
So why
Calm
you
down.
pulling it up? Why you pulling it up? Let me continue. So in that scripture, one thing you'll see about the Bible when it talks about crossing waters or men on water or
I got
men
it. I got it right here. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Uzziah the king, whom Salmanasar the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so came they into another land. But they took this counsel amongst themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land, and they entered into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river. For the Most High then shewed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For
stop.
No, let him keep going. Let him keep going. Let him keep going. Let him keep going.
No, hold on. Go ahead, my brother. Continue.
No, go ahead. Finish it up, Garfield.
Or through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half, and the same region is called Arsareth.
Okay, so let's break that down real quick. Never has there been a time where the Most High held still the floods of the water, and man didn't need a boat, or man needed a boat. You see what I'm saying? So an example is when Moses led the people across the sea, right? He held still the floods so that they can pass by on dry land.
Listen,
You'll see
water
that.
is a stage of consciousness.
Hold on, bro.
Just don't interrupt him. Let him go.
So they crossed on a dry land. And anytime you see the Bible talk about men using entering the water or sailing on water or being in the water or talking about going into the water, guess what else they mention? Boats, ships, right? This passage never said nothing about a ship. And guess what? Hey, last thing, and then I'm gonna let the brother speak and we can dialogue. Now, the only time that we had a flood where a boat was used was with Noah, right? That's the very reason why you need a boat or a ship is because of a flood. Why would you need to hold still the flood and you're on a ship?
Okay, can I make a all right, let me make a statement. I'm probably sure I know which angle you're coming from. You probably don't believe that indigenous people of the Americas are Israelites.
They not.
Okay.
But go ahead.
You mean the white ones?
No, I mean
copper-colored people.
I'm talking about the ones that are considered the Northern Kingdom, according to the 12 tribes chart.
So black indigenous people of the Americas, they're not Israelites.
I'm talking about the Northern Kingdom that the 12 tribes chart from the One West doctrine That's what I'm
The
speaking
12
on.
sons of Jacob.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you do realize that when you go to the white man's history, when he got here, he said that those people are black, copper-colored people. They don't look like the modern ones that are mixed and Latino today. So you're
Okay.
saying that there's
Bro,
black.
that color argument is craziness. Let's just deal with this.
What I'm saying is, according to that
And
scripture.
nuts in the Bible, in the Jacob story.
Go ahead, bro.
No, keep going. Because I was going to make a point. I was just trying to understand your angle.
Time for the guy for him to interrupt, man. Go ahead. You and brother Israel Bound could go.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, so I think you said they're not Israelites. Then according to what you believe, there should be no Hebrew artifacts in the Americas.
Hey, listen.
There are no Hebrew artifacts in America.
So
hold on.
Listen.
You don't know about the Decalogue stone in New Mexico?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Decalogue stone, just because a stone is there, has no reason to believe that a Hebrew Israelite put it there. That's first. We have no idea who put that stone there. That's first. Secondly, that stone contains vowel points, which was not a part of the Hebrew.
You're about to be daggers,
not a part of
Damn,
Hebrew
he
writing
bodying
at
this
that
boy.
time.
Woo! He's about to be Israel Bound.
Okay, so let me
Yeah,
respond.
he dropping bodies.
Okay,
Yeah,
can I
don't
respond?
come to me with no artifacts, brother, because I'm not that dude. So I'm saying that scratch that, because I don't think you want to bark up that tree. What I'm saying is that when you go to talk about that scripture that you use, forget about America right now. You got to show me how 29,000 something slaves, because this is what they don't bring out either, Garfield, that when the Northern Kingdom was besieged, according to the cuneiform writings in Assyria, they only extracted 29,000 Israelites from the Northern Kingdom.
Right.
They only extracted
27,000 and 13,000, so 40,000. Yeah,
right, exactly. So what I'm saying is, that being the case, tell me how people who are subjugated under the Assyrian captivity got ships that were just readily available there sitting at the Euphrates River for them to sail away. And then listen, in that country, in that scripture, notice it says, through that country, there was a great way to go. It didn't say nothing about sailing boats. It didn't say nothing about being on water. It didn't say anything about nothing. It said through that country, there was a great way to go, namely a year and a half.
Okay, so what I want to ask you, because you probably believe it's talking about Africa. What do you believe? Let me not throw that out there. What do you believe?
I believe that scripture that y'all use has no way of proving that Israelites got to America. That's what I believe.
Where's Arzareth? Just say you don't know.
Let's talk about Arzareth. Right? When we talk about Arzareth, we talking about the same people who said, "Oh, Columbus, this the same man who thought he was sailing to India." Now we gonna take his word out of the Jewish encyclopedia of all places that he telling us what Arzareth was. That's the definition we using.
I believe Arzareth is what I believe because of the history.
No, I'm saying you had to get that belief. You had to get Arzareth.
Time out. This is important. You just said something that's very important that got to be cleared up real quickly.
Buddy.
This information that you just said, bro, you might not realize this, Israel Bound, but I went over this before, right? And I'm going to do it again right now. Right here. In this presentation right here. Let me see where we at. Columbus. This is important. I'm not cheering from the conversation. Here we go, right here. This is what you're talking about, right here. The Jewish Encyclopedia, for those who are watching, and this is just for learning for everybody else out there. It does say Columbus identified America with this land. It does say it. So Israel bound, I don't know if you're familiar, because you know Garfield and Dagger Squad, we go to the root. We look at all sources. We don't care who it is.
Garfield, I'm the one who just said that.
Nah, he's
All right,
saying
now
it.
watch
He's
this.
saying
Now watch
it.
this. Now watch
He's
this.
saying
Hold
we
on,
shouldn't
hold on,
believe
hold
it
on,
because it's
beloved.
Jewish.
Beloved, hold on. What does it say after the land? Can everybody see that? It says, see what? Caselings, Christopher Columbus, translated by
Yeah.
Dr. Seagroves, page 15. Did it say that?
Yep.
That's the source, right?
Okay.
Watch this. What does that source say? Because that's the source. It don't say that. So the person who documented this didn't check the source. It don't say that. Columbus never said that. He never said Arthurus is America.
Hold up.
He never said it.
Garfield, I'm not going to even argue that, right? My point is that
No.
that's the argument.
Hold on, Israel bound. I'm not trying to dagger you or whatever.
No,
I'm just saying it for the brothers out there. Just because it's in the Jewish encyclopedia doesn't mean it's right and exact. And I'm trying to show this brother here, my brother from Japan or South Carolina, that listen, my research is deep. So when the brothers on the corner say Columbus said Arthurus is America, no, he didn't.
Okay, well,
Right.
hold on.
Hold on.
I've never said that. I don't believe that.
Hold on.
You don't have to tell me that. That's not where I get my belief from.
But he did use 2nd Esdras 6 verses 42. That because we have his paperwork. He did use that part of 2nd Esdras, and he said his inspiration for traveling was his interpretation of prophecies of Isaiah. When he came to America, he brought translators who spoke Chaldees, Arabic, and Hebrew. Right, but the Israelites always say, "Yeah, he brought a Hebrew translator." But when
he did.
When they met up, hold on. When they met up, though, look what happened. They couldn't read; they had to use sign language. And then they brought the people back to Spain, the natives, to learn Spanish, so they could bring them back to translate to the Native Americans. They couldn't speak Hebrew, so whoever's going around saying they spoke Hebrew too is a lie.
Okay, what?
All right,
but anyway,
back to y'all. Y'all can go back to y'all.
Okay. All right. You can go ahead, Israel bound, because he was just
So
throwing
what
that
I
in
was saying was, what my saying is so problematic is that it doesn't say anything about. We know that if you go through the Bible will never mention somebody sailing a boat without mentioning the boat itself. You'll never see that. And whenever the Bible mentions a flood, it never mentions a boat. You know why? Because the Most High intended for those people to get the understanding that you're going to be taken away. There ain't going to be nothing to save you. So when it mentions floods, it always mentions it in the form of destructions, and there's never any device that's going to save anybody. And the only time that it did was with Noah, and it saved people. And when it came to Moses, it never mentioned the boat because they crossed over on dry land. Just like it said it held still the waters until they had crossed over. How do you cross over a river yet sailed a year away?
Okay. I wanna make a quick point.
Go ahead.
I don't want anybody to throw me in a category. Like I said, I'm not in a camp. 2nd Esdras is not the only reason why I believe it's the Americas. There's other prophecies in the
But you brought
scriptures.
2nd Esdras into it though, bro.
Yeah, I throw it in there because to me it's a part of it.
You can't back away from it now. So you can't.
I'm not backing away from it.
I'm not saying you don't have other. Hold on, listen. I'm not saying you don't have other sources. I'm not discrediting that as well. I'm speaking on this source that you brought up so we can dispel this one, and then we can get to the next one. What I'm saying is that this source is not a source at all that proves any Israelites sailed a year to America, and that's it based on that scripture.
Okay, you don't have to believe that. This is my belief. What I want to ask you is,
go ahead.
I want to ask you is, to you, based on your research and what you looked up, where do you think Arthur is? Where do you think the Northern Kingdom went to?
Listen, the Bible says where the Northern Kingdom went to. They were scattered abroad. Listen, and this is something else they don't. I ain't gonna say this, brother, because I don't know what he studied. But typically, if you've studied 2nd Chronicles at all, if you studied any of the history of that time period, you'll see that the northern kingdom of Israel, before they were taken away, there was instances such as when Rehoboam took everybody into idol worship and stopped the priests from even executing the office. So what did they do? The priests, along with a multitude of Israels, fled south to Judah. There was also instances under King Asa where he called for Israel to come back to the southern kingdom to keep the laws. So a lot of Israel was represented in the northern kingdom, and in the southern kingdom. And what happened to the southern kingdom happened to it represented all of Israel. By the time the Babylonian captivity took place, all 12 tribes was represented in the southern kingdom.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah, we can definitely prove that it's true. All you got to do is go read Second Chronicles chapter 15, and you see that Israelites migrated from the northern kingdom into the southern kingdom in masses.
Okay, but what I'm saying is it doesn't like, okay, all the northern kingdom are amalgamated. So anytime you say Judah, it's talking about all 12 tribes. No. In Hebrews 8, it makes a distinction between Judah and Israel. Jeremiah makes a distinction between Judah and Israel.
Stop, brother, stop. The northern kingdom, by this time, what we know to be is the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom is destroyed. There ain't no nations no more. There is no kingdom of Israel no more. All 12 tribes were represented in the southern kingdom according to the Bible. Now, you can call me a lie if you want to. You can call the Bible a lie if you want to. But Second Chronicles is going to prove that you're lying.
Okay, let's do that. Let's bring out some scriptures. Let's go to Second Chronicles.
Go ahead, sir.
Now, you said Second Chronicles. Bring out the scripture, please.
Sir, I said Second Chronicles. I'm on a phone. I don't have the ability to, go through that right now. But you can pull up Second Chronicles and let's go through it. Second Chronicles 15.
I'll pull it up then.
Go there.
You want me to pull it up?
Go there.
Oh man, calm down. I just asked you to bring up a scripture because you quoted.
I'm telling you where to go to find your understanding, brother.
In Second Chronicles 30, for the Passover.
He said Second Chronicles
Garfield.
15.
Garfield is what happened, is what I said about to happen.
Second Chronicles 15 and what?
Don't say that. Leave that alone. Second Chronicles chapter 15, what verse? What verse?
Oh, let me grab my book real quick.
I'm gonna share it on the screen.
If my phone drop, Garfield, let me right back in. All right.
Yeah. I got you.
All right, give me 1 second.
I just want him to when he come back.
At least
in,
we building and we ain't fighting. So I like this conversation. We building, we ain't fighting.
Yeah. Somebody in the comments pointed out, it says them over the waters, and so came they into another land over the waters. So did they walk like Jesus?
Hold on.
No boats.
Hey, Mr. 707, go to verse 47. Because verse 47 is saying they're coming back the same way. And they're going to end up the same place where they were. I never hear no Israelite talk about verse 47.
Let me pull this up. But somebody's getting Second Chronicles. He said 15, but he didn't say what verse.
Yeah, he coming back.
You probably know what he talking about, though.
What I'm finding amazing is no one has a good understanding of what was actually happening with this group of people that they're arguing about. This is amazing that they will force another people's history into a place where it doesn't belong. This is actually amazing.
So are you coming from the standpoint of so-called black people are not the Israelites?
I know we're not.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
I said I know we're not.
Okay. I just want to make this clear too. Not Israelite groups might, generalize black people and things like that. Me personally, I know 100% not all black people are Israelites. You have people who are black who are descendant of slave masters, and according to the Bible, you are what your father is. So they would be Edomites. They would be white people,
You hear
regardless of how
this?
they look. So
This
we're
is
not
horrible.
saying 100% every black person that came on slave and every West African is. We're not saying that. We're saying according to the
We know
scriptures,
30%
the
of
things.
African Americans not Israelites based off of that standard because they have
You
the
said what?
R marker from Europe.
You said what?
30% of African Americans already X'd out because 30% of them have the R marker from Europe.
Okay, being from Europe don't make you an Edomite. Edomites lived in the Middle East. What are you saying? Only white people are European? Because according to history, white people
The R marker they got was from the slave master, so they're definitely Europeans. I'm sorry, I can't let that slide.
No.
Definitely
You said they're from Europe. You said they're European.
Yeah, the R marker we have is from Europeans because of the slave trade. So obviously those are you from the white man.
Basically, okay, what I said was according to the Bible, through your father, not your mother and all this other stuff. The black person can lay down with a white woman and the baby come out looking light skinned or bright or whatever. It still would be whatever the father is. What I said was there are a lot of so-called black people who through their lineage are descendant of slave masters and descendant of other people, especially in the Caribbean. You got a lot of East Indians that went over there and mixed. You know, so we never have said like, oh, black people this and blah, 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 blah. What we have done is showed the curses that are applied to the Israelites, whether you believe in the curse or not. We showed the prophecy, and those prophecies happen to a particular people on this earth.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Oh, wow.
I'm back. Hey, Garfield.
So this person speaking might not be an Israelite. You don't have to proclaim to be an Israelite. You don't have to believe it. Nobody's forcing it on you.
Hey, Garfield.
Yes, brother. What you need?
I was going to answer that question for that brother. I'm sorry. It took me a second. I'm legally blind, so, you know, it takes me a second to find things.
No problem, brother. Take your time, man. We ain't no rush.
So go to 2 Chronicles 11.
I think
2 Chronicles 11.
He got that pulled up already. Somebody
No, I was mistaken. Well, I got a couple of places. 2 Chronicles 11 and 13. What does that say?
I got you right here.
You got it? Okay.
And the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel resorted to him out of all their coasts.
Start up a verse before that.
All right, hold on. Let me get that.
11, 13.
And he fortified the strongholds and put captains in them and store of victual and of oil and wine. In every several city he put shields and spears and made them exceeding strong, having Judah and Benjamin on his side. And the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel resorted to him out of all their coasts. For the Levites left their suburbs and their position and came to Judah and Jerusalem, for Jeroboam and his sons had cast them off from executing the priest's office unto the Lord. And
where'd they go?
They went to Judah and Jerusalem.
That's in the southern kingdom.
Yeah,
right.
The Levites went there.
Was that in verse 15?
That was 14.
Read verse 15. What does it say?
And he ordained him priests for the high places and for the devils and for the calves which he had made. And after them, out of all the tribes of Israel, such as set their hearts to seek the Lord God of Israel, came to Jerusalem to sacrifice unto the Lord God of their fathers.
You see what I'm saying? So now, if you go to chapter 15, which I originally said, go to chapter 15 and 9, and then I got one more after that.
And he gathered all Judah and Benjamin and the strangers with them out of Ephraim and Manasseh and out of Simeon, for they fell to him out of Israel in abundance, when they saw that the Lord his God was with him.
You see what I'm saying? All these people came south. Let me get one more. Go to 2 Chronicles 30 and chapter 5, and I'll end it with that.
This is the dagger right here. I was about to pull this out. 5 and 6. So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, from Beersheba even to Dan, that they should come to keep the Passover unto the Lord God of Israel at Jerusalem. For they had not done it of a long time in such sort as it was written. So the post went with the letters.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So the post went with the letters from the king and his princes throughout all Israel and Judah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, Ye children of Israel, turn again unto the Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and he will return to the remnant of you that are escaped out of the hand of the kings of Assyria. Wow.
Hold on.
So,
Did all
so
of them?
what I'm
Did
saying,
all of them?
no, listen, no,
Go ahead.
not on this one, because before that, they the other of them got carried. A lot of them got carried away. So all I'm saying though is that you can't. The theory is that only Judah was on slave ships.
No.
You see what I'm saying? That breaks that all up.
No, like I mean, there are people.
it
There are
does,
Israelites
because
in West Africa. There are Israelites
listen,
in West Africa who claim to be of Ephraim. So I mean, you
this
got
is-
to understand who you're talking to. I don't
That's a
subscribe to
claim.
Judah.
Don't make
is the
it
only
true.
one.
It's just a claim.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I'm okay. Based on what you said, there are Israelites that claim to be Israelites from the tribe of Ephraim in West Africa. I don't disagree that there were Northern Kingdom with Judah. I don't dispute that at all.
So what I'm saying is that inherently makes any chart that anybody could possibly try to conceive false.
How?
Because you don't know who's who.
Okay, all right. Here's so what do you believe about Judah then? Judah shouldn't be on the chart. Judah, Benjamin, and Levi.
Listen, there is no chart.
So
I mean, that's
hold on.
the chart. The chart is for people who conceive them in their own imaginations.
Okay, hold on. You believe in the Bible and you believe in prophecy, right?
Absolutely.
So you don't know about Ezekiel 37?
Bring it out.
All right, hold on.
What?
Let me go ahead and get the
But keep in mind, we still talking about that scripture. We still talking about Second Esdras, and that scripture proves that Israelites came over here to this side of the world in that way.
Yeah, we're still talking about that, but now let's just go into like a small little mini subject because you brought up the chart.
Okay.
That's why I asked you if you believe in Ezekiel 37. Now this is
but the chart is based on that scripture. The Northern Kingdom is based on that scripture according to the chart.
it's
That's
not
why
all based on that scripture, brother. You should know people's stances. Even the camps, even the camps, they go to Genesis to break down who the charts are.
You brought this scripture up. You brought it up in saying that the Northern Kingdom came over here according to this manner. So no matter who, what color, no matter what, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that no matter what, nobody came over here
Can you still
according
hear
to
me?
that
Go
scripture.
ahead. Can you still hear me?
And I'm saying, show me how. When it said they mainly crossed the Euphrates River. It didn't say they navigated it. You know what I mean? It didn't say they sailed down it. It didn't say none of that. It said they crossed it.
Hello?
Till they had passed over.
Okay, let me just make a disclaimer. I don't use Second Esdras only, to prove this
I'm
person
saying
is
you
this.
shouldn't use it, period. But you're using it though. So I'm saying let's talk about it. Why are you using it?
Okay, we're talking about it. Let me please bring out point by point. All right. Now
Right,
that's
go
why
ahead.
I asked you if you believe in Ezekiel, you believe in prophecy. This is
Yes,
Ezekiel
sir.
37. And right here in the title of this, hold on, I'm getting distracted. In the title of these scriptures, it says reunion of Judah and Israel. Ezekiel 37. The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick and write upon it for Judah and for the children of Israel, his companions. Then take another stick and write upon it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel, his companions, and join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thine hand. That's the 12 tribes chart. And when the children of thy people shall speak unto thee, saying, wilt thou not show us what thou meanest by these things? And this is exactly what happens to this day. People see the chart and they say, what is this? What does this mean? This is prophecy. If you don't believe in prophecy, you can say that. But when you go into this word stick, let me go and click and get the Hebrew word. One stick, it is itazah, which means wood, plank, timber, tree, piece of wood, carpenter, tree, wood. That's what the 12 tribes chart is made of, right? It's a stick. It's a piece of wood that talks about Judah, and it's a piece of wood that talks about Israel, the kingdom, and it brings them together. If you don't believe that, please break down Ezekiel 37 and tell me what that's talking about.
Sure. So, so the Most High said that he was going to bring Judah and Israel back together. I think we agree on that, right?
Correct.
And that's what Ezekiel is prophesizing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So now, when did the Most High say he was going to do that? Because he said when he was going to do it.
Okay, if you said that he said when he was going to do it, please show me when you think he said he was going to do it.
He said that he was going to bring all the nations back together under who?
All the nations? Please just make your point.
When we say all, we know we only talking about the nation of Israel. So all 12 tribes will be coming together as one under who?
They're going to come up under David and Yahushua.
Where they at?
You said what?
Where they at?
They're not here.
Right. And therefore, neither is that nation joined back together.
Okay, the nation is not together. Do you see? Right. Do you see in all totality the people that's on that sign? Are they together? No, they still robbing, stealing, and killing each other. They're not together. There's a remnant of them that are putting aside differences and working together.
Tell me how that got them over here.
What do you mean? Because now you
tell me how according to the second Esdras. Tell me how according to second Esdras that got them over here. Because you not only saying according to second Esdras that got them over here, you doubled down on it by bringing up the fake artifacts. So tell me how they got over here.
Before we go back into that,
I just showed how the Israelites you brought up crossed the Euphrates River. Now you tell me how they got over here.
Okay, you asked me another question when we were dealing with this plank, Ezekiel 37. I told you that is talking about the 12 tribes chart. Can you tell me what it's talking about? Since you don't agree, what is it talking about?
I've been clearly stating what we've been trying to talk about. We talking about if we can't get those Israelites over here, according to second Esdras, we don't have to even discuss none of that other stuff.
Okay, but then it turned into this small segue. So before we exit this segue,
you turned it into that small segue,
and then you agreed to deal with me on this. You agreed to deal with me on this. You agreed to deal with me on this. Are we gonna go back to second Esdras? I'm not gonna just jump and leave.
All right, go ahead. All right,
okay.
All right, well, let's finish this talking. Go ahead.
We're gonna finish this off. Okay, Ezekiel 37. Please tell me what that is talking about. If you don't believe it's talking about the 12 tribes chart.
I just told you that is talking about the reuniting of the 12 tribes under Christ.
Okay, where's the stick?
What do you mean?
Where's this piece of wood? Where's this piece of wood? Hold on. For everybody that's watching, this is what the scripture said.
He told him to gather himself 2 sticks. Okay. One for Judah and one for Israel.
And then he said, make them together, put them together.
And he didn't make them together.
This is also what he said.
So that's the grafting together that you read about later in the book of Joel or Hosea.
Okay, listen. This is what it said. It said right. It said right. It said right upon it. It said right upon it. Does the 12 tribes chart have writing on it?
Man, listen. That don't count. We talking about the Bible.
Oh, no, it don't count. We're talking about the Bible. I'm saying show me this prophecy.
You brought up second Ezekiel. So let's talk about Ezekiel. Ezekiel, he told him to do what? Put 2 sticks together, right? And he said, join them together. That is literally talking about grafting. Literally.
Okay, so when it was talking about grafting in the New Testament, did it say right on it?
Hold up, wait a minute. He told him to write on it. He told him to write up on the stick the names of the 2 nations that are going to be joined back together.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Now, when you said grafting, which you're probably talking about the New Testament, did he tell him to write on it at that time when he was talking about grafting?
What did he tell him to write on it?
He didn't tell him to write on it and when you're talking about grafting. The only time it says write on it, the only time it says write on it for the children of Israel is Ezekiel 37. And it says when they see it, they're going to ask you, what do you mean by this? They're going to see something. The Israelites. It says, and when the children of thy people shall speak unto thee, saying, wilt thou not show us what thou meanest by these? Say unto them, thus saith the Lord power, behold, I will take the stick of Joseph, which is in thy hand of Ephraim, and the tribes of Israel, his fellows, and will put them with him, even the stick of Judah, and make them one stick, and they shall be one in thine hand. It says,
okay,
hold on,
so
and then it says, and the sticks whereon thou writest shall be in thine hand before their eyes. It's saying the children of Israel is going to see a stick.
But it's already been wrote.
Show me in history when this prophecy was fulfilled. Because this scripture is saying,
listen, bro, you all over the place, my guy. What I'm trying to tell you is that he's just sending him a prophecy to show that the Most High said that even though he tore the nation of Israel apart, he's going to bring them back together. That's all that's saying.
Is this all it's saying? Because it's saying that
that's
the children.
Exactly
Hold on. This scripture is literally saying the children of Israel is going to see a stick, a sign, a piece of wood written Judah and Israel on it, and they're going to say, show me what this means. That's what it's saying. That's
and
literally what the scripture
say. And what does it mean?
It means a chart, a sign.
It does not mean to me. It does not what it means. It means that the Most High is going to bring the nation of Israel back together.
Okay, did you listen to the qualifications of the scripture? It says, take a stick, a piece of wood, a plank, write on it Judah. Take another one, write Israel.
He don't get it. He don't get it. Listen.
You just interrupted me. Can I finish my point?
We just spinning our wheels. Let's break it up.
All right, let me make this last point, then we're gonna move on. Make this last point, then we're gonna move on. I'll make this last point, we're gonna move on.
Check this out. Can you go to Hosea chapter 1? Hosea, I think it's chapter maybe. Gosh, you
tell me what it's talking about. I might find it.
Go where he says. Go where he's talking about Laruhamah and them.
Lo Ami.
Go when he told Hosea to take a wife of whoredoms. What chapter?
Hosea 3, I believe.
3. Yes, sir. Read the very first verse.
Oh, hold on. No, this ain't it. Lo Ami. Let me see. Not my people. Pulling it up right now.
Might be Hosea 6.
Yeah, it's one of those. But let me just cheat and use the blue letter Bible and find it. Oh no, it's one. Okay. I'm tripping. Hosea 1 and 9. Let me read up a little bit.
Hosea, yeah, go ahead.
Let me see. You want me to read from the top or?
No, go ahead. Start where it's relevant to what I said.
Okay. I'll start at 1 and 8. 1 and 7. But I will have mercy upon the house of Judah and will save them by the Lord their power.
Now go to where he told them to take a wife of whoredoms.
Okay, let me see.
That's up, I think. I think that's up from there.
I'm gonna just start from 1. I'm gonna read it real fast. The word of the Lord came into Hosea, the son of Beeri, in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam, the son of Joash, king of Israel. The beginning of the word of the Lord by Hosea, and the Lord said to Hosea, go, take unto thee a wife of whoredoms and children of whoredoms, for the land hath committed great whoredom, departing from the Lord. So he went and took Gomer, the daughter of Diblaim, which conceived and bare him a son. The Lord said unto him, call his name Yazari Allah, for yet a little while, and I will avenge the blood of Yazari Allah upon the house of Jehu, and will cause to cease the kingdom of the house of Israel. And it shall come to pass at that day that I will break the bow of Israel in the valley of Yazari Allah. And she conceived again and bare a daughter. And God said unto him, call her name Laruhamah, for I will no more have mercy upon the house of Israel, but I will utterly take them away. But I will have mercy upon the house of Judah, and will save them by the Lord their power, and will not save them by bow, nor sword, nor by battle, by horses, nor by horsemen. Now when she had weaned Laruhamah, she conceived and bare a son. Then said God, call his name Lo Ami, for ye are not my people, and I will not be your power. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it is said unto them, "You are not my people," America, there shall be said unto them, "Ye are the sons of the living power." Then shall the children of Judah and the children of Israel be gathered together and appoint themselves one head, and they shall come up out of the land, for great shall be the day of Yazrael.
Okay, so now that's what I'm saying. So now it's two things there. Notice how he used the metaphor when he told him to go get this wife of whoredoms and watch her have these kids. You know what I'm saying? And see that I'm gonna show you through this how Israel committed this same whoredom against me. And as you name these kids, this is what I'm telling you. And ultimately, Lo Ami, you are not my people, and I am not your God. Right? And then he goes and says, but I will have mercy on y'all eventually. It's going to come over, because you got to remember this destruction and this, you know what I'm saying? When the kingdom was established in around 930 BC, you got this northern kingdom that's been out of the light of the Most High for almost 1,000 years until Christ showed up.
Yeah, that's true.
See, so what I'm saying is that by the time we get to a certain stretch of history, these people don't know nothing about nothing.
Right, which is why the Lord said He gonna save the tents of Judah first. He came to Judah.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So when he says that's why he said, write these names on these two sticks, and graft them together. That's the exact same story that you just read.
It's
Put
not
them back
because
together.
it's
Yes,
not
sir.
because when you keep reading down where He said put the two sticks together, He said your people are gonna see this stick and say, "What's up with this? What does this mean?" And then Ezekiel is gonna say, "Okay, this is the house of Judah, this is the house of Israel." He gonna bring them together and say, "Look, y'all, one nation."
They said they was gonna ask him. It was gonna ask him.
He's
What
gonna
does
ask
this mean?
Ezekiel.
Yeah, you're right. What does this mean?
Right. So he is Ezekiel
And what
a
did he
prophet?
say? And what did he say? What did Ezekiel say?
Okay, hold on. Did Ezekiel ever do this? Did he make two sticks and bring it together? No, because the children of Israel knew that they were the Israelites. They knew that they were the Israelites. They didn't know, like they didn't have to relearn, oh, I'm a Judite or I'm from the tribe of Benjamin. They knew.
Okay, got you.
Okay, so this prophecy is referring to when the children of Israel was going to fall away from their heritage, which we know is in a bunch of scriptures. They was going to lose their identity. They was going to lose who they were until the Lord put that remembrance in them, as it's spoken of in the Apocrypha. That's what that's talking about. That's the only time we ever had to be reminded of who we are as a people is when we came over here. We completely lost it. When you go check the records, the slaves had Hebrew names. Now we speak English. We don't even speak what we were speaking before that.
Listen, I got you. And so what I'm saying is that through all that being said, and I get you, it's another topic to be had, but it does not directly get to the point of where we was at. What I'm saying is that you say that you don't believe that this is the only way that or the only source that you use to say that this is how these Israelites got to the Americas. All right, I believe you if you say that, bro. What I'm saying though is that since this scripture came up, you may have other sources, but everybody else that I talk to about, they don't bring no other sources, or they'll bring up a few artifacts until I throw, you know what I mean?
Throw dirt on it.
And then that goes away. So I'm saying that if we just basing it straight on what the scripture says, we don't have to go outside the sources. How do we put them anywhere other than crossing that river?
What do you mean other than crossing that river? Because I believe somebody in the comments, they was checking you on what you said. When you left, you said they never went to no water, but it said he was gonna bring them over the waters.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He said he held still the floods of the water.
Okay, so that's
the same thing he did. Hold up. Ain't that the same thing he did for Moses?
Yeah, sure, you can say that.
No, I can't. No, don't put that on me. I'm saying that. Ain't that what the Bible say?
The Bible, it don't say he held still the flood for Moses. It don't say that.
What does it say?
Let's pull it up then. Let's read it.
Is this story time with the Hebrew Israelites on Dagger Squad? Is that what we having? Story time with the Hebrew, with the Warner Brews?
Feel free to jump in anytime, brother, with whatever. We just
Yeah,
going
you
back.
can jump in and claim how much you not an Israelite, but you don't speak for everybody.
I don't have to claim how much I'm not an Israelite. What I can say is that this is amazing to be in 2024 and hear two grown men arguing over a Bronze Age book written by Bronze Age people in a situation that they was using to help explain their situation. Nothing else. None of those prophecies happen. They're not going to happen.
Hold up, wait. You said none of those prophecies happen?
None of those prophecies happen.
Are you a woman?
None of the prophecies happen.
Hold up, Israelite
are you
brother.
a woman?
Hold up, little
Am
brother.
I a who?
Israelite brother. Let me.
Oh, Mormon.
A woman.
I'm a what?
Are you a woman?
No, he just asked you a question, brother. Are you a male or a female?
I'm a whole man.
Oh,
okay, all right, cool.
All right.
So listen, I got a question for you. You said no prophecies. None of the prophecies
happen.
Okay,
None of them.
Okay, all right, cool. So, you heard of the land of Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
No, didn't.
Yes, I have heard of. Yes, I have. I know the Bible very well.
Are you a sodomite?
No, hold up. Stay with me, bro. I ain't bringing it up to
God, fuck your bitch.
Hold up, listen. Hold up, bro. Let's not go
That's
there.
a sodomite response.
Come on, y'all. Come on, man. It's not even about that, man. Come on. That's not why I brought that up. What I'm saying is that you've heard of. Come on, bro. You've heard of those two lands, obviously. I wasn't trying to be facetious. I was just asking. So
I was
you've
gonna
heard
ask.
of the land of Sodom and Gomorrah, and you know
I read
about
the story.
Okay, all right. So you know the destruction that the Bible says that God rained on Sodom and Gomorrah. Have you yourself?
He probably would like that.
Hold up. Have you yourself done any investigation or research as to
it's false?
What?
It's false.
Because you're a sodomite, you don't want to believe it.
It's a story.
Hold up, bro. I haven't
Your
even asked
daddy's
my
a
question.
sodomite.
I haven't even asked my question yet, bro.
Hey, it's too much sugar on the internet. Goddamn, you spilling over the internet.
Let me ask you this question.
First off, if you're offended by my voice, it's my voice. I don't give a fuck about you being offended by my voice. I'm a grown ass. I'm talking to the weak nigga in the back, bro. Hold on, because apparently my voice is a problem for this weak nigga. So if you want to put your woman, hold up. No. We gonna get back to you. So if you want to put your woman in front of me, we can test how much of a man I am, nigga.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I thought you was a grandma or something. You sound like.
If you want to put your woman in front of me, we can do that. Now, if you want to get back to me destroying your myth, we can get back to me destroying your myth.
Oh my God, this nigga sassy.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, listen. I'm just saying. I'm asking you, have you seen any of the research of those two lands since you read the story?
Everybody put a rainbow in the chat.
Now, what you say, Israel, bro?
I said, have you seen any research that has been done on those two cities since you read those?
I've seen a lot of research done on a lot of cities in the Bible.
Okay, do you know what the state of those two cities are right now?
They one of them still exists.
No, both of them
were actually trading port.
Both of
they
them
were
are still
actually
there.
trading port.
So let me tell you, there's been many people that go into the land with cameras and doing documentaries on those two cities.
And
Don't
tell me that they didn't found that.
Hold on, listen, bro.
Facts.
Neither one of those cities have been inhabited since biblical times. Just like the Bible said that it wasn't going to be. Also, they found ashes everywhere, from stone being burnt to everything there is burnt. Everything. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
They found sulfur too.
I've been respectable to you. Hey, can y'all just let me finish? I'm just saying that everything there is ash. This is all documented fact. Everything there is ash. And the last thing I'm gonna say is all over the place, just in these two places, all over the place, they found scattered white balls of sulfur, right?
Right.
And
Oh shit.
the Bible said, hold up, I'm almost finished. The Bible said that this is exactly how God destroyed these lands, with fire and brimstone. Anybody that knows what brimstone is know that brimstone is sulfur. Now, the interesting thing about I'm almost done. The interesting thing about this sulfur in these two lands where they found it, the interesting thing about these sulfur that they found in these two particular cities is that unlike any other sulfur on the face of the earth, which is only 65% pure sulfur, this sulfur is 97 to 99% pure sulfur, the only such sulfur on the planet Earth. Now, that's the research of Sodom and Gomorrah.
I want to add a quick point to what the brother said. Of course,
I was going to respond.
Before we go any further, right?
He partakes.
We go on for another hour and a half. I don't really care. Pretty good and interesting conversation. Now, let me say this about Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah, actually, they found somewhere in the 15th century BC that could fit why there's a tradition to it. The people who did the whole archaeology were some amateur folks who were actually Bible believers, who actually talked about it. But the thing of the matter is, again, history contradicts the Bible text, because when this happened, Abraham done, dead and gone. And this was way after Jacob and Isaac and all of that stuff. This was during the Egyptian high time. So when this supposedly happened, right, what they're trying to say, Sodom and Gomorrah, is very suspicious. You know what? I need to play actually a scholastic video on it. But yeah, I'm saying that they're saying that area is it would contradict the Bible.
Okay, Garfield, you made a statement.
All right, well, I just pulled up my source.
All right, hold on, guys. So after this conversation, where are we going though?
We're gonna.
Oh yeah, actually,
I want to bring up Joel 3.
Joel 3, yes. Joel 3. Let's go.
Yeah, after this point, but you made a point. You said the people that went there that found the sulfur, they was Bible believers. So you kind of throwing it in there to say that they were biased. But the people who are disproving it, are they Bible believers?
No, nobody's disproving anything. What we're saying is, if it's real, what they found, it contradicts the Bible.
If they found sulfur in Sodom and Gomorrah, it contradicts.
Because it's like 400 or 500 years after when Abraham would have lived, and it wouldn't. And by the way, there's a couple of things that's wrong.
How could they date that?
How could they date what? When the incident happened?
No. You said it's 400 years after Abraham. You saying they found something and they dated it and it don't line up with the time?
It would be. There's a couple of things wrong with it. I don't want to talk about it right now. So what I want to talk about is Joel 3, and we get back to that another time. All right?
I'll respect that.
Hold on. One more thing. What are we on again? Brother Golfy podcast. All right, let me go in the chat. I gotta give somebody a wrench real quick. But go ahead, guys. Continue. I'm listening.
Yes. Okay. So go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Well, I was just saying. So again, like I said, whatever other sources you have for that particular theory that brings Israelites to America based on Second Esdras, that's fine. I'd be willing to discuss that. But I'm just talking about this because this is what everybody use.
Okay. Well, I know a lot of people watch a lot of different camps, and if you didn't really come in through a camp kind of a learning, you might just see them only use Second Esdras and think that they use that or they use something else to make up a chart.
I was with a camp, bro. I was with a camp. No.
What camp you was with?
The IUIC.
I was gonna guess that. They really they're really good for elementary, like bringing in Israelites.
All of them are. So what I'm saying is that because they all believe pretty much the same thing.
Oh wow.
They have their little differences here and there. They got their differences here and there. You know what I'm saying? Just like for instance, you know what I'm saying, when you go to talking to them about when does a day start? You know what I mean? Yeah. They gonna run break out. You know what I'm saying? Because the Bible clearly tells you when a day starts. And so but since they don't want to let go of the traditions and the words of men that taught them falsely, they continue with it.
Hey, can
So-
you guys can I get a 3-minute break real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me get a 3-minute break. Let me read this report for y'all real quick. All right. I just have to go to my notes real quick. In early September, the Center for Inquiry announced an initiative to respond to the humanitarian catastrophe that was unfolding in Afghanistan. Afghan rescue. Okay, hold on. No, that's not what we want. We want right here. Saddam meteor strike claims should be taken with a pillar of salt. A controversial, widely publicized paper claiming that a cosmic impact destroyed a biblical city has had key images photoshopped and rotated to fit the biblical hypothesis. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if this boy threw a touchdown. Oh, this boy is a beast. Oh, man. Pittsburgh doing the damn thing. All right. So listen to what it says. The images were photoshopped and rotated to fit the biblical hypothesis. Now, on September 20th, 2021, the open access journal Scientific Reports posted a paper titled "A Tunguska-sized earburst destroyed Tal el Hammam, a Middle Bronze Age city in the Jordan Valley near the Dead Sea." The paper cited the Bible as possibly containing a written record of the destruction. We consider whether oral traditions about the destruction of this urban city by a cosmic object might be the source of the written version of Sodom in Genesis. The paper's team, led by Ted Bunch of Northern Arizona University, had 21 authors, most of whom are credible scientists from respected institutions. Most are also proponents of a controversial hypothesis that an impact or earburst was responsible for a mass extinction of North American mammals and abrupt climate change at the Younger Dryas boundary at 12,900 years ago. The story was pitched by once author's institutional news organization publication, The Current of UC Santa Barbara, which played up the Sodom connection with the title, "Researchers Present Evidence That a Cosmic Impact Destroyed a Biblical City in the Jordan Valley." A subsection titled "Fire and Brimstone" helpfully reminded us that Lot's wife was, according to the Bible, turned into a pillar of salt. This formula could not have worked better. Within a day, it had generated worldwide coverage by media ranging from internet clickbait to Newsweek, National Review, and hold on, let me make this bigger so people who are at home can actually read it. Yeah, all right. All right, within a week, the online tracker Altmetrics showed that it had accessed 242,000 times, putting it in the 99.898 percentile of tracked articles of similar age in all journals. One of the paper's authors on his blog declared for the time being, arguably it's the most read scientific paper on earth. When the paper dropped into my inbox on the day of publication, one sentence in the abstract stood out. Tunguska scale earbursts can devastate entire cities, regions, and thus pose a severe modern-day hazard. Because this is my area of expertise and has been the subject of my research for decades, I thought I'd better give the paper a thorough read. I posted comments threads on Twitter as I went, which caught the attention of other scientists and skeptics. Together, we quickly made a disturbing discovery. Images from the Tal el Hammam excavation had been photoshopped and rotated to match the hypothetical compass direction of the supposed blast. As I was entering the new field of planetary impact hazards in 1994, physicist and CSI fellow Robert Pack was the lead author of a book chapter that asked, "Can defense against asteroids be sustained?" Park pointed out that our community must overcome the giggle factor to persuade leaders to take the hazard seriously, and scientists should focus on public education. Fear-mongering may sell newspapers with headlines such as Doomsday Rock and Killer Comet, but that only undermines the credibility of the scientific community on this issue. Fortunately, there are organizations as Asteroid Day and B612 Foundation that are focused on facts, public education, outreach, and research. But a recently created Comet Research Group has discovered the fear-mongering is an effective fundraising tool for their fringe investigations, despite its potential damage to the credibility of serious scientists engaged in planetary defense. The CRG Indigo page says, "Killer comets are coming. Killer comets are a threat to Earth cities. Help, do something. We are in serious danger." CRG is not engaged in planetary defense, but was nevertheless able to raise over $35,000 for expeditions. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this part right here. All right. All right. The reason why I said earlier that it was a biased group, because it was some people that weren't professionals in archaeology. So look at what I'm saying. This probably refers to Tel El Ham excavation project, a joint undertaking between Trinity, Southwest University, and Veritas International University. 7 members of CRG and quarters of Bunch, etc., traveled to Jordan to participate in TF Dig, apparently to look for comet fragments as part of their mission to prove that killer comets are more common than you've been taught. TSU is an unaccredited evangelical Christian institution located in Albuquerque, New Mexico strip mall. Part of its mission statement is to uphold the divine authority of the Bible as God's only inspired representation of reality to humankind. All right. So let's move down to the information. Hold on there. All right, let me stop now. I don't want to bore y'all, but I'll get something more concrete so that y'all could review and all that. So, but if anybody wants that article, I'll give it to y'all.
Cool.
But anyway,
I was reading something similar. I was reading something similar over here about that. And that last sentence is that last statement is very telling. Because if they were part of the research and they're part of an institution and their mission statement is to uphold the Bible as the only reliable source of reality, then anything else is not going to be accepted. And they're going to do anything they can to force that narrative.
Okay, do you understand that there are people who don't subscribe to the Bible who have gone on journeys and explorations to disprove the Bible? Just
no, who did that? Who did that? Hold on. For example, who? For example, who?
Okay, you can go on go to damn, it's like an atheist website, and basically they pretty much prove the Bible.
But which atheist website are you referring to?
I'll pull it up, but I gotta find it.
Let me read this abstract, and I'm gonna put this in the chat. Abstract. Okay. Over the last several years, a number of evangelical archaeologists and biblical scholars have concluded that the best candidate to date for biblical Sodom is to be found northeast of the Dead Sea at Tel El Hama. The claim to have discovered the infamous city of Sodom has excited many Christians, but there are several reasons to reject this conclusion. In order to show why Tel El Hama should not be identified as biblical Sodom, this paper proceeds by answering the following question. When was Sodom destroyed? How should the lifespans of the patriots be understood? Was Sodom inhabited again after its destruction? The answer to these 3 questions will show why Tel El Haman is not biblical Sodom. I'm going to put this in the chat for people to read, and it goes into how people resided in the same era where Sodom is. So that alone, based off the Bible, should just exclude it. That's common sense. Because
okay,
nobody
here's the thing. What they have not done is dispelled the many different people who went into the land that we believe is Sodom. Many different people.
Hold on. Israel Bond. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. You don't think Tel El Haman is Sodom?
Well, listen. What I'm saying is the lands that these people went in, and
which people went in there? Which people?
Well, I've looked at so many different videos, Garfield.
That's what I'm saying. Israel Bond. Hold on. Let's be reasonable. Hold on 1 second. The first article that I read, right? It talks about how they marketed the whole thing. It had the most impressions on the internet in that time period, 998,000. So I'm saying to you, the pictures are photoshopped. That's fact.
We're not dealing with pictures, though.
Oh, listen to what I'm saying. The people. No, hold on. Israel Bound. If I really take the time out right now and go into Sodom, I got a whole file on it. It's fake.
Okay, can I make a statement real quick?
It's fake. But the issue that I'm having is the TSW Christian Center saying that they're just using the Bible to prove, doing things to prove the Bible. They're already saying that they're biased. So the brother Yazarala says, well, they're atheist site. That's fine. They're atheists who prove the Bible. They're atheists who said Jesus is historical. They're atheists. So that's not I'm saying if you are purposely saying that this site proves the Bible because of X, Y, and Z. No, we got to go where the evidence leads.
Okay, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying.
Where do you get the evidence from?
The evidence right here from somebody who is a part of the whole industry, and I went to retract.
No, not at all. So what you have to do is go and see what place matches the description that the Bible said happened to it. The Bible didn't say nothing about comets. It didn't say nothing about none of that. See, because comets cause large masses of destructions at large areas of destruction. This is not what happened at all. Now, if you want to dispel, see, you got people that went in here and looked at
where it's still Israel, bro. You still have not said where. You keep saying, hold on. In all fairness, hold on, Israel bound. In all fairness, how can we have a conversation where we don't even know where you're talking about?
Hold on, listen.
You have to stay the place, bro.
Let me make this disclaimer, right? Because when we came in, we was talking about one thing, right? So I didn't come in here prepared. Like, it's not my mind. It's not a computer to where I can just withdraw down every video that I edited and give you a reference out of my mind. And since once again I'm legally blind, I have to take time to go and find things that I've reviewed before. It's not like before where I could just go as I please. I live my whole life with sight, and now that's not the case.
Hold on 1 second. Stop for 1 second. Let me just help you out. This is the AI generated question. Sodom and Gomorrah are two cities in the Bible that were destroyed by God for their wickedness. Now, where it says location right here, it says the exact location of Sodom and Gomorrah is unknown, but some believe it may have been in an area now covered by the Dead Sea. The place that I'm talking about is Tel Al-Hammam. That's the area I'm talking about. Now, what I'm saying to you is that the people that put it out, they did a very good marketing job. But some of the photos that they took were photoshopped. So what happened is the people in the field, the people in the field that deal with asteroids and all that stuff, research what they said, and came up with a conclusion that it was false.
Okay, can I make a point real quick for both me and Israel bound? We don't need proof like, oh, we found this land to believe in that. Even if I never ever see a website that said we found Sodom and Gomorrah, I believe it exists.
Right.
I'm gonna put that out there.
Why you're still debating, bro? It's a waste of time.
We were gonna move to Joel 3.
All right, Joel 3. Let's go. Let's get to Joel 3. Go ahead, Israel.
Yeah, this shit crazy.
The floor is on you, Israel bound.
I'm still.
I was bringing up Joel 3 for you, Garfield, because.
Oh, Joel 3. Let's go. Joel 3. Let's go.
All right, let me get there. We all agree the transatlantic slave trade happened, right?
The transatlantic slave trade happened. Yes, sir.
Okay. Just check. Got some people that don't believe it. All right, I'm gonna bring it up. This is Joel 3:1. It says, "For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations," meaning we were scattered by the nations, taken and scattered, and parted my land. "And they have cast lots for my people," auctions, "and have given a boy for an harlot," buck breaking, "and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coasts of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head? Because ye have taken my silver and my gold, and carried it into your temples, my goodly pleasant things. The children of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold unto the Grecians, that ye might remove them far from their border. Behold, I will raise them out of the place whether ye have sold them, and will turn your recompense upon your own head. And I will sell your sons and daughters into the hands of the children of Judah, and they shall sell them to the Sabians, to a people afar off, for the Lord hath spoken it. So I want, if you could you break that down for me? What is that talking about?
All right, Joel 3:6 for one. First of all, has nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. Nothing at all. If you notice what it's talking about, hold on 1 second, bro. If we go to Joel 3:6, right? Let's go to the Bible Hub commentary for a second. It says here in part 6, Eliot's commentary for English readers. Unto the Grecians, Havan, the Hebrew name for Greece, is mentioned in Ezekiel as one of the representatives of the heathen nations who traded with Tyre, the persons of men and vessels in our market. The Grecian trafficking slave was enormous. Now, bear in mind, it's mentioned in Tyre, it's mentioned in Grecians, it's mentioned in Sabians. The Sabians took over from the Edomites around the 4th century BC, that area. So we know Sabians and what time period. You see, we have to look at this in context. What people want to do is transfer these people, Tyre, Greece, and Sabians, and say, oh, it's the Europeans here, it's this person in Europe, and it's this country. No, what you're doing is lying on the text. Notice what it says right here by Cambridge Bible School.
Wait, hold on. How am I lying?
Let me finish. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Don't call me a liar. I'm not. I don't have so.
Okay, no problem.
This is what I believe.
No problem. Well, you know what? You're adding to the text. What you're saying, what the text don't say. But the issue here is this.
All I did was read it and ask you to break it down. I didn't say nothing yet.
Hold on. The Phoenicians had further played the part of slave dealers and had sold Judite captives into the hands of the Greeks. When did this happen? Because this is what it's referring to. When was the book of Joel written? Some people say it's written in the 2nd century BC. Some people go as far as saying 4th century BC. It's written in the Hellenistic Greek time period. So it's telling you of when before Alexander the Great was actually enslaved, had them as slaves in Egypt. How were they transported? By ships. Now watch this. Let me stop this page and I'm gonna go to a primary document, which is it's a pseudepigraphia, but it states something about how the Torah was put together. But it added a little piece, letter of Aristides. If you go to part 12, let me see if I could make this big for the people at home who could read this. This happened in real life. This ain't got nothing to do with today. Look at what it says right here. On one occasion, when I was present, he was asked, how many thousand books are there in the library? We go down to verse 12. He said, thinking that time had come to press the demand which I had often laid before Sosibius of Tarentum and Andreas, the chief of the bodyguard, for the emancipation of the Jews who had been transported from Judea by the king's father. The king, of course, whoever the king's father was, but the king was Alexander the Great. And what happened is, Ptolemy's, whoever the first Ptolemaic king was, his father is who they're talking about, but it was Alexander the Great who actually transported them. And this is basically saying for the emancipation, there goes that word that you're talking about again, of the Jews who had been what? Transported from where? Judea by the king. How were they transported? At that time period, I mean, from the 8th century BC, they've been transporting people by ships, but that's how they transported those people who were actually enslaved in Egypt, and they were released when the Ptolemies took over after Alexander the Great died.
Okay, quick question.
Jews were taken by Greeks on ships to Egypt. Joel 3:6 is partly historical.
So that fits.
Nothing
You're
to do with
saying that
American
fits.
slave trade.
You saying that fits that when Joel 3 says they were sold unto the Grecians, not the Grecians came and took them. They were sold to the Grecians.
Well,
so who sold them? In that article,
hold on. Good question. Very good question. If you look at the first commentary, if you pay attention to what I'm reading, it says the Phoenicians had further played the part of slave dealers and had sold Judite captives into the hands of the Greeks. I'm done. Next person. Next topic.
Okay, hold on. You saying you're done? Let's go into these words, Tyre and Zidon. Now, you of all people know that at least some or most Israelites teach that these curses are reoccurring. Are you familiar with that?
Where is that in the Bible?
Okay, here we go. Okay, all right, hold on. Because we can go to the curses. We can go to the curses right now. When
Garfield,
David committed adultery, was that act a part of the curses?
What curses are you referring to? Which particular curse are you referring to?
Well, David committed murder. He committed adultery. His eye was evil towards his own brother. One of the curses is another man shall lie with your wife. That was a product of the curse. Did that not also happen when we went in captivity under other nations? So the curses kept happening.
You know, let me say this. Do you have evidence that, you know what? That's more biblical understanding. You know what? I'm more concentrating on, you asked me a simple question, which was an excellent question, by the way. You asked me who were the people that sold them. So I pointed out in the commentary how the Phoenicians were slave dealers and they sold the Judahites and captured them and sold them to the Greeks. Now, how did the Jews enter? Because they had their own community that they lived amongst themselves in that era. So all I'm saying to you is I answered your question regarding Joel, particularly verse 6.
Did you show them being sold for wine?
Excuse me?
Did you show them being sold for wine?
I don't have to show you exactly what happened. That's a theological spin. I don't know. We don't know if that happened, and I don't take the Bible 100% literally true. But I did show that they were sold into Egypt on ships by the Greeks. They were, by the Phoenicians and bought and taken by the Greeks.
Did not those exact same curses happen to the slaves off of the transatlantic slave trade?
Not the Greeks. The Greeks is the time period. The Greeks. When you see the word Greeks, it doesn't necessarily mean somebody else. Israel. I'm sorry. Say that again, brother. I'm sorry. Say that again.
I'm saying that did not those same things happen in this transatlantic slave trade to the slaves?
Transatlantic slave trade as far as what?
What I'm saying as far as the curses, like he said, like the curses don't end because they happen to one group of Israelites. They perpetually stay on the Israelites. They are perpetual. And the proof of that is
remember what I said at the beginning of the show. Israel bound, my brother. Did you listen to the beginning of the show?
I did not.
My theory is that all the Old Testament is done once the Hasmonean Dynasty took over and they ruled the entire spot called Israel. Israel was now at this point, as you pointed out earlier, and I must say you taught me a lot today, that Israel was now called Judah. And Jews were interchangeably with the term Israel. So we know that they were trying to take all of Israel back. My contention is that when Cyrus said all of Israel or all of God's people, he was referring to also the descendants of those who were taken in the Assyrian so-called captivity. Right. So when he said all of Israel, they had the option of returning. All of them didn't return because the Babylonian community that developed, that even went back in 1948, they stem from the people from Nebuchadnezzar's time period. They had their own town called Judah Town in Babylon.
So let
me finish. So I'm saying that when Cyrus made that call, that was the call for all of Israel to come back to Judah, to Jerusalem. And when some of them came, a lot of them came, but a lot of them didn't come back. And then that's why when they ruled, I'm trying to give a chronology of where I'm coming from, my brother.
Okay.
Let us finish. I'm saying that all of Israel returned to Ezra and Nehemiah, right? And you see the numbers, and they had the 12 goats referring to the 12 tribes, and we're talking about all of Israel. I'm saying all of Israel returned at that time, but it was an option. They got the option from Cyrus according to the text, Ezra 1 and 2. So now, if all of Israel is there's no lost tribes at that point. And what we have now is those remnants of those people during the 2nd century BC, after the Maccabean War. They were able to control the place called Israel, which is now called Judah. They were able to control all of Judah by themselves autonomously. That's ultimately what people want, their own land back. So they got their land back in the 2nd century BC. I'm saying that that's done with. But once the Romans came back in 63 BC and took over, they no longer rule the country. This is why Daniel now is interpreted to mean Rome and not ends with Greece. Because Greece, I could break down the 10 kings, which kingdom, who is the beast, and all that stuff. I could break down all of that. But my issue is now, that's why you have a New Testament. The New Testament now is trying to get a Messiah to conquer the Roman Empire. So this is why even after 70 AD, and you had Jesus Benanias, You had the Egyptian, you had different people who they thought was the Messiah. Even Jesus himself of Nazareth, they thought was the Messiah. By 115 AD, they thought Andreas Lucas was the Messiah. In 135 AD, which is like 20 years later after 115, they have Simon Bar Kokhba. They thought he was the Messiah. So at the end of the day, the Jews are looking for a Messiah for them to overthrow Rome. That's what they're looking for after the thing happened with Greece when they ruled themselves. So now we're living in a new age, a new covenant, a New Testament time period where they're trying to find a Messiah so that they could get their land back. So that was the purpose of the Old Testament. That's done away with. That's done with, in my opinion, from a historical perspective. So all that stuff in the prophecies in the Old Testament, I think it all came through. It's done away with. All I'm saying to you is New Testament. Now, the prophecies in the New Testament, you might have a conversation, but not the Old Testament. That's done away with.
Well, so what I'm saying is that the New Testament is not done away with. I mean, the Old Testament is not done away with.
Facts.
Because certain things, according to the Bible, have not taken place.
How we know that? How you know that?
Because they have not taken place.
How
Read
you
Deuteronomy
know
30. Read Deuteronomy 30.
How do you know that? Do you know
Read
everything that
Deuteronomy
happened in the past?
So I'm saying like major things that we would know take place, right? So as believers of my question is, are you asserting that the Jews there in 1948 are Jews like of the land?
Remember, do you agree that, and I'm going to answer your question this way, do you agree that the Sephardic Jews that left out of Spain, that some of them went to the East Mediterranean, some went to Egypt, some went to modern day Israel? Do you agree to that?
They went everywhere.
All right. So if who are the ones that went to Israel in 1492? Were they real Jews?
Who went to Israel in 1492?
Yeah, 1492 when the Spanish King.
The Most High said that they would not return to that land. That land has been destroyed.
Hold on. I know what the Most High said. That's theological spin on history. That's a problem. You can't mix two. What I'm saying to you is, do you believe the Spanish Jews were real Jews?
No.
Yeah, isn't that right?
You don't believe Sephardic Jews were real Jews?
What is a Spanish Jew?
A Spanish Jew is a Sephardic Jew.
What is the Sephardic Jew?
This is where they mess up at. Somewhere in history, they pulled the hocus pocus and they made Jewish a heritage as opposed to the religion that it is. Anybody can be Jewish because it's only a religion. It has nothing to do with the people of the Bible.
Right. And if I can add one point to what the brother's saying, even if they want to say that the Jewish.
Who determines, hold on, brother. Hold on 1 second. Who determines if the Jewish people have a connection to the Bible or not?
Listen.
Who determines that? I'm curious.
Who? This is what I'm trying to tell you. Nobody can really determine it because it's an identity that has been stolen. Clearly, if nobody sees that, they're not finding.
Who stole it though? Who stole it?
The people who are there now.
How did they steal it? Hold on.
Because they have no history there before 1948.
I have to make one quick point. One quick point, please.
Hold on 1 second. We gotta stop this stolen. I think African Americans are stealing an identity. That's what I think.
Hold up, wait. Let's
tell you why. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Right?
Okay.
This is what I'm gonna break down right now. This is so easy.
Crazy work.
This is easy work. And this is where you guys get it wrong. You see, when you're researching, you can't have the answer before you research. And we can't say that we're trying to find the truth when all we're doing is just saying, I believe. If you just believe, just become a Christian then. We can't do that. I can't say, hold on. Hold on, Israel Bone. I got to stop you at that point because that's a very crucial point. I got to stop you at that point. And the reason why I stop you at that point, because I got to bring this forward. This right here proves that history supersedes the biblical text. And I'm going to tell you why. Rawborn is stupid, yo. What's up, bro? All right.
While you're making that point, let me say one thing real quick. Even the Jewish
based off what Israel Bound was saying, they made it a religion. Also, even when they want to talk about themselves as a racial identity, to them to be Jewish is through your mother, but according to the scripture, it's through your father to be a Judah, to be a Judite. So they are completely against the scriptures.
I'm not gonna argue about that. You know about Judaism.
Because
You know, hold on. You know about Israel
because
bound. Israel bound. Hold on 1 second. You guys know about the Bible because of the people who you call fake. And I'm gonna prove it right now.
No, that's not true.
Watch this,
That's
watch
not
this,
true.
watch this, watch this, watch this.
Look at the black Russian
Watch
icons.
this.
Did they learn it from Edomites? Did they learn it from white people?
What did this man just say? Bro, that's garbage, bro. But anyway, listen to what I'm saying. This is the book called Iraq's Last Jews. I want you to pay attention to something right here. The oldest and longest ever continuous community in the Jewish diaspora.
Quote, continuous?
Let me effing finish, bro. You see, this is what happened is this. You have levels to this. You have the people that said Jews are Jewish people. You don't know anybody who's Jewish. You don't know where they come from, where their mother come from, where their father come from. But because they don't look like you, they are not the people. Because they might
did I ever say that? Never
Let me
said
finish.
that.
Let me finish. And this is what happened. Again, you believe you're an Israelite. I'm telling you, you are not an Israelite. And you have not proven you're an Israelite. And you're quoting scriptures, even Joel 3. I just showed you what's written in the Bible is retroactive stories that people write later on in the form of prophetics.
Did you show them selling them for wine?
Let me finish, bro. Y'all was talking for
Yeah, they
hours.
sold the slave. Yeah, they sold the lace for liquor, bro.
All right.
You don't know where the rum came from.
Let me read this.
Tell them who I am, Garfield. What is my name on this channel? What does it say?
The original Bible, what?
Okay, but what Garfield showed, it didn't show that they sold them for wine. It didn't show that. It didn't say that they sold them for wine. And what Garfield showed.
Let me answer your question. You know what? Let me take this off the screen. I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna do this for you real quick because you like to quote the Bible as it is. I'm gonna do this. Look at this right here. Are you telling me that these people that lived in Iraq, as it is called today, was the home of the ancient civilizations of Sumer? No, watch this. And by the Jews as Babylonian, 597 BC, Nebuchadnezzar invaded the kingdom of Judah and brought back its king, Joachim, with 10,000 of his subjects to Babylon. Are you telling me over its 2,500 years of existence, the Iraqi Jewish community formed a homogeneous group and was able to maintain communal identity, culture, and tradition throughout the centuries, all despite multiple conquests, political upheaval, war, and plagues? They were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren by their old Arabic dialect called Judeo-Arabic, which is replete with biblical Hebrew, biblical references, and words from Persian, Turkish, and Aramaic. They were set apart by their dress, their observation of Shabbat, holy days, and kashrut. Their unique cuisine, among many other things, a deep yearning for their spiritual Jerusalem and Zion. Now watch this, family. Watch this. Watch this. The Al Yahuda, this is the town where Nebuchadnezzar gave them income producing land, and they had their own town called Al Yahuda.
Yo, give me the chapter and verse where that's at, Garfield. Where's that in the Bible, though? Where's that in the Bible?
Well, this is not in the Bible. This is in the book, the red book, where the Jews. This is where the Jews wrote themselves. They wrote
this is
themselves.
the Babylonian tablets. Is this what we're talking about?
Yes, the red book about the Babylonian stuff.
Oh,
yes,
the Jews with their families' names written and all of that.
Yep. And they were writing in Babylon. Yep, primary sources. It teaches us that we were simply
does that go according to prophecy?
People. It teaches us that we weren't slaves like.
Hey, I'm the number one nigga, bro.
It teaches us that we were simply free people in Babylon, living not only in Al Yahuda, but also in a dozen other cities where Jews either lived or did their business.
Okay, let me make one statement based on what you said.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. This is a teaching moment. The Al Yahuda tablets dated to the 6th and 5th centuries BC are a collection of about 200 clay tablets on the exiled Judeans living in Babylon. The tablets are named after the central settlement mentioned in the documents, Al Yahuda, which means Judah town. The new document provided us for the first time with insights into the social and economic life of Judeans in their own Babylonian community, and they are into whatever. The name of places listed on the tablets: Judah town, town of Tubyama, Abibulu, Kes, Nassar, even Kingstown of the New Bofi, Bithammer. The Al Yehuda tablets relates to the activities of those who remained in Babylon, tilled the land, and built houses by virtue of their status as settlers on royal land. They were explicitly protected from being turned into chattel slaves. The term Susano designates proprietors of bowlands who held grants of income-producing property. Whether Nebuchadnezzar forced or encouraged Judeans to come with him to live in Babylon to help in expanding his kingdom is not
No,
clear.
it's charcoal in the basement. Go in the basement.
What is clear, the Judeans were not slaves. The tablets describe details such as trade, transactions, home sales, addresses, inheritances, and other various agreements are etched on these stone tablets, and each tablet is also inscribed with the transaction date. Dating the tablets were easy. Each tablet had day, month, and year of ruling king. Earliest date was 572 BCE, and the latest was 477 BC. Within the 200 tablets, we have two examples of folks talking about returning to Judah, Sidor, and Yaeli. Judeans seem to be comfortable and even in some cases own slaves themselves. Judeans were royal merchants. We see this with members of the Ari family, most of whom bear distinctly Babylonian names. Hold on one second.
Saying these were Spaniards. In
this book, vines intertwine. The Jews of Babylon. This goes into them being, apart from the visitations of Ezra and Nehemiah, we have very little evidence for the growing Jewish community scattered around the Persian Empire. One source, however, allows us to extrapolate the growth of the Jews, namely the Morashu archive. The archive consists of more than 800 CUNY tablets, or fragments that preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm of the Morashu family. The records date from 454 to 404 BC, hence the reigns of Artaxerxes I and Darius II, and deal with members of the royal family, small landowners, and numerous lesser individuals. Among the lesser individuals are many personal names that appear to be of Jewish extraction, about 80 individuals such as Haggai and Shabbatai. From the details of their transaction, we learn that the Jews lived in about 30 villages around the ancient city of Nippur. Now, this is the Babylonian Empire, right? I wanted you guys to look at these Talmudic academies. Neharda, Pumbedita, Surah, and look at the rabbinical errors. All right, one more thing I got to show and then I'm done. One more thing. Deuteronomy 28, right? The Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure. Notice everybody love talk about curses. Everybody loves to talk about curses, but they never
That's
talk
right.
about.
They want to be. Tell them. That's right. They want to be the cursed people.
Let me read a blessing. Let me read a blessing. Let me read a blessing, Ra. The Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heaven to give the rain unto thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thine hand. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. So let me ask a question to everybody. Are we aware that the Jews lent Nebuchadnezzar money and lent other nations money during that time period? Now watch this. Watch this now.
Were they under the blessings?
Watch this. Watch this. Verse 68, the brother said, the curses, right? And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Okay. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. Remember in Exodus 14:13 or 13:14 and Deuteronomy 16:17, God said through Moses, you shall not see Egypt again. That's why this verse is saying this. If you notice, it's in chronological order. If Moses is the one responsible for the first 5 books, you have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. So before Deuteronomy 28:68, where did God say in history that you will not see Egypt again? In Exodus and in Deuteronomy 16. And then look at the key words after again. And there is referring to a place. This is why we know that Egypt could not mean bondage, because there is referring to a place. Where is there? There is Egypt. Ye shall be sold unto your enemies. We were sold unto our enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Actually, it says in the Hebrew, it used the verb, what do you call it? Hitman mekarken, which means ye shall sell yourselves as slaves. That's what it actually says. But the bottom line is, it says, and no man shall buy you. But look at this though. He just laughed, right? Watch this. Don't move. Stay right where you are. Don't move. Stay right where you are. Nobody say a word. Deuteronomy 28 verses 68. We're going to get to this right now. Watch this. He just laughed, right? Watch Garfield. This is why I beat up people every day, man. This is what I do. Look at this right here.
We sold ourselves.
Hold on, brother. Brother, look at the screen.
Oh, Father God.
Look at Deuteronomy 28:68. What does it say? There you will offer yourself for sale to your enemies as male. Look at what the Living Translation says. There will you offer to sell yourselves.
Okay, we got it, Garfield. Quick question.
Can we go
Quick
to
question.
the ancient manuscripts like the Leningrad Codex?
Let me talk. You just
There's
laughed.
ancient manuscripts.
You just laughed when I said it. So I'm showing and proving you don't know what you're talking about.
You made
That's the NIV. That's the NIV.
Let me finish. And there you shall offer yourselves for sale to your enemies. Let's look at Marine
But there
standard.
shall be no
There
buyer.
you
Oh
will
my
sell
God.
yourselves to your enemies.
Oh,
King James
shit.
Bible. And there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bond and bondwoman. And guess what it says? And no man shall buy you. Oh, which
Okay,
slave
let me
is
say
that?
something.
And
Garfield.
there you shall be offered for sale
Garfield.
to your enemies as slaves.
Because it was prophecy. We
And there
had to
you
sell
will offer
ourselves.
yourself for
It was
sale to your
prophecy.
enemies as sale. Bro, stop
We ha-
interrupting, bro. Stop interrupting, bro. Come
Let
on,
me
man.
respond to what you saying.
But why you interrupting? You said it's you laughed. What
You
I'm
already
showing
made your point. I'm trying to
No, I
respond to
didn't make
you.
my no,
You're
I
not
didn't
letting
finish
me
my point.
respond.
No, I didn't
You already
finish my point.
made your point.
Yo, bro, can you relax for a second? Relax. The Lord will return you to Egypt in ships by a route that I said you should never see again. When did African Americans ever come over to America on ships? If Egypt is bondage, you should never see again. Where did God say you should never see again? There you will sell yourself. See, this is the verb, the hitpael, the conjunctive perfect. Where hit makartem. It means you will sell. But the British King James Version don't have it right. It should be you will sell yourselves to your enemies. So with this proper translation, it makes absolutely no sense that it applies to you. But you don't want to learn the Hebrew. But one
That's
more
proper.
thing though, before I go, right here. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor
Oh,
cause the
man.
people to return to Egypt. I just wanted to get to that. And Exodus, I am the Lord thy God, which I brought thee out of the lead out of the house of bondage. Let me get to, I was gonna go to Exodus, whatever. But go ahead, respond.
Okay, so let's say that us African Americans, let's say that we are African Americans, and let's say that we are black. Like, let's say that we are below everybody, right? When in Deuteronomy 7:6, when the Most High said that he has a very special people, let's just say that it's not us. Who was the Most High God talking about in Deuteronomy 7:6?
Is it those white people in Israel?
7:6.
Yes. Who is God's special people? If it's not the
It's not
African
you, because
Americans,
this
you
is
know
a
what I'm saying? Right.
cultural writing that has nothing to do with you. You're a Western
Okay, then who is
central-
it? He's asking, who is it?
Who is it talking about then?
Well, it's not talking about you. It's a cultural writing that was rewritten several times and goes back to the people who rule all of Israel in second
You're not
century.
answering the question. It
It
said,
has nothing
for
to
thou
do with
art
it. You don't have to fulfill. It's a story. It don't have to
Deuteronomy
be.
7.
It don't have to be true.
It doesn't have.
Who said it had to be true? Who made that rule? Who made that rule? Who made that rule? You don't even know who wrote the book, and you're trying to put a standard on the book. Y'all got to learn how to research.
Okay, hold on, brother. Let me ask you a question,
theological
Garfield.
spin.
Let me ask you a question, Garfield. According to Jewish people, they're the people, right? All right, let's read the book of Baruch 5:5. It says, "O rise,
Baruch
O."
5:5. I don't go by those books. Those are books I don't consider.
Okay,
I just
you
go
might
with the
not
standard
consider it,
what's in
but
the
this
King James.
you might not consider it, but this is canon, and this is just the prophecy of the
Okay,
scriptures. Let me
okay.
bring it out.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch it.
Let me bring it out real quick.
Go ahead. Read it.
Arise, O Jerusalem, and stand on high, and look about thee toward the east, and behold, thy children gathered from the west unto the east by the word, not by DNA or science, by the word of the Holy One, rejoicing in remembrance of God. When did the Jewish people come from the west? and go to the Middle East? When did that happen? According to biblical prophecy, the Israelites, the children of Israel, will be brought back into the land from the east by the word, not by DNA, not by pseudoscience, not by none of that shit.
Okay. The Sephardic Jews were during the Inquisition. They did leave from Spain and go to Israel. And by the way, too, the Babylonian Jews who are descendants of the Judeans that were put there did go back in 1948 on the Operation Nehemiah and Ezra. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish. I made you and the brother rap for 2 hours.
We ain't rapping no 2 hours. Stop.
I'm saying to you that what happened is you have a presupposition when you're reading the text. Your presupposition is that it's talking about me.
No, I grew up a Christian.
Bro, let me finish, man. Bro, why? What's going on now?
I'm just saying, you saying something about me and you don't know me. You saying
bro,
something about
so
me, you don't
correct
know
me
me.
when I'm done. What happened? You don't have memory? Come
Okay,
on, bro. We
just
feeling good today.
just don't say where I'm coming from if you don't know me.
Bro,
Period.
just relax. It's not that serious. Relax. Look at King Hebrew laughing. He
Just
laughing like
correcting
this
you.
shit
Just
is crazy.
correcting you. That's all.
This shit is crazy. But listen, let me finish this point. There is nothing in the Bible that you can say to me that relates to you at all. And you can't.
That's your belief.
No, it's not about a belief. It's about that you have a presupposition that this book, you don't know who the writers are. You don't know when the books were written, why they were written, for what purpose. But all of a sudden, it has to do with me.
Okay, if I don't know, then Jewish people don't know.
Oh, man. Come on, bro. Listen, man. Listen, bro. If you see, them say when you throw a stone in a pig's pen, the pig get licked. So what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna back off a little bit. I'm gonna get King Hebrew on the mic, and then I'm gonna get Yara. All right, King Hebrew, what you gotta say? You've been waiting for a while. What's up?
I just had one question. I'm gonna dip out.
Where you from? Where you from? You from GMS? Where you from? Which group?
Nobody really, to be honest.
All right, I like you already. Go ahead.
Do you agree with the book of Revelation, chapter 2, verse 9? Do you agree that statement?
It is say they're Jews and they're not Jews. It's listen. You see, that's the thing with y'all. Y'all focus on race. Y'all focus
I didn't say
on
race.
No. Deuteronomy 2, Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 talks about those who say they're Jews and they're not, but do lie. Right? They're of the synagogue of Satan. I don't know who's of the synagogue of Satan, but this is John the Revelator writing regarding something else totally different. Yara will break it down for y'all. But what happened is we try to say that it has to do with 2,000 years ago. It ain't got nothing to do with 2,000 years ago. Nothing at all. It ain't got nothing to do with now, I should say, 2,000 years later. This is us again imposing our mindset based off of color and racism. Not saying that you are, that these Jews who say they're Jews are fake. And I'm going to tell y'all this right now. If it wasn't for them Jews, none of y'all would be claiming this right now. It's their fault. They go around the world and trade. They go around the world and trade. And
okay, Garfield, you said you can break down the beast and Roman and all that stuff, right? That's in Revelation. You said that got nothing to do with now. The mark of the beast that's written in Revelation ain't got nothing to do with right now.
The mark of the beast is a troubling situation because the oldest manuscript that we have says that the mark of the beast is 616. Some says it says 666. I don't care about that. It don't apply to me. It's not a part of my culture. Have nothing to do with
it
me.
Wasn't it about a king?
From Africa.
Nero. It was about Nero.
Time out. Yara's been waiting for like 45 minutes, and he's gonna cuss me out and say I violated him. So before he do that, let Yara speak. Go ahead, Yara. Nobody interrupt Yara. One mic, Yara. I'm a mute up.
Hey, peace and blessings, man. Hey, peace and blessings, fam. First of all, I want to, I appreciate the brothers on here. I love to hear the discourse going on. Shalom, family. When we talk about Revelations in the synagogue of Satan, you'll read about who they were referring to and writing about. If you study, Acts. Specifically, I think around Acts chapter 15, it talks about those of the synagogue of Moses. You'll see that in the New Testament, the ecclesia or the church at that time that James was heading, they were in contention, and this is some of the issues that they had with Paul, that they were in contention with those who were teaching of the synagogue of Moses. He said was in every city. This is what they were referring to when it talks about the synagogue of Satan, right? They were talking about those still beholding to certain aspects of the law, like circumcision and different things like that. So that is the contention. It's a bit of a study you have to do, but that's what you'll find there. So it's not really talking about what people refer to as Edomites or the Jews or the small hats of today.
I agree.
To go back and restudy that. So that's been done. Again, when you talk about what was the statement that was made before that? Again, when you talk about
Deuteronomy 28:68.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 3:68. I tell people, first of all, we have to understand, and this is where I agree, and I've heard Garfield about this, so I thought he was going to mention again. You have to understand this is a treaty, right, between Yahweh and his people, right? So when we study ancient Near Eastern culture and how they wrote treaties, you'll see this being, you'll see this type of treaty in the scripture, right? So this is why it begins, Deuteronomy chapter 28, with contingencies. If you do this, then I will do that, right? If you commit to do all and observe all, then I will bless you. I will make you the head and not the tail. I will make you the lender and not the borrower, right? So when you study this, this is covenantal language or covenantal language and treaty. Same thing with the Ark Covenant, same thing with the Sinai Covenant. Same thing when people talk about the Old Testament and the New Testament. They talk Old Covenant and New Covenant. There is no such thing as a Old Covenant or a New Covenant. It's just a covenant. And what you have is, if you study legalese, that you have certain addendums. Why do you have certain addendums? Why? Because you have different people now who are asserting power and control for this quote unquote nation of what we understand to be Israel. You see, the northern kingdoms have been scattered, and not what you have left is the Judite kings and priests, right? This is why the scepter or the rulership is written in the book, is not to leave out of Judah. Why? Because now they're setting themselves up. Right, the tribe of Judah, they're setting themselves up as the preeminent people of Yahweh, right? And those who were scattered, who have to be brought back in, or now coming back around, or being found, these are northern kingdom tribes. A lot of them don't have any connection. They're speaking different languages than that, the tribe of Judah. So a lot of these things we have to understand are political. These are political, right? Doesn't mean that Yahweh doesn't exist or you have faith in Yahweh or whatever, but these are political statements that we're reading, and these are our people who are looking for a position. So when Garfield talks about the Hasmonean Dynasty, right? A lot of people don't understand the Hasmonean Dynasty. These were they were part Israelites looking for a position, right? And so what we call Herod, he married into the Hasmonean Dynasty. The Hasmonean Dynasty were the last remaining full-blooded people or full-blooded Israelites, they believe, that had rights to the throne of King David, right? And so this is why you see throughout the scripture them always still looking for a Messiah, right? Some believed there was King David. Some didn't believe there was King David. Some believed there was a Messiah to come. And this is why they always talked about the Messiah to come, right? From Deuteronomy chapter, I believe, 18, well, who's that prophet like unto Moses, all the way to Malachi. If you read Malachi, they're still looking for a prophet. So they didn't all believe that it was David, right? So at various times, even Isaiah chapter 45, starting at verse 1, you talk about King Cyrus. King Cyrus is called the Messiah. He's actually called the anointed of the Most High Yah. He was not an Israelite. Some say he may have had some historical connections to Israel, but that's unfounded. We don't know.
He was called the Chosen. I just want to throw that in there. He was called the Chosen.
He was called the Messiah. That's what that means. Yeah.
His name actually means chosen in the Hebrew.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, but he is clearly a Persian. But so what we understand is that they were always looking for a Messiah. These things are political. Now, do I believe that there were other Israelites, that were spread abroad? I do believe that some of those those that we call small hats that are Israel today, some of those are Israelites.
I believe that as well.
Yeah. So it's sad for us to keep arguing against that simply because of bad teaching and poor research, right?
Yeah, I
You
want
can't.
to say one thing about that, because
Yeah, go ahead.
a lot of people, when we come on and defend our stance as being Hebrew Israelites and whatnot and the chosen, they automatically just assume, okay, well, you black only and blah 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 blah. No, I came on here when I first came on here and I said, if I laid down with a white woman and my baby came out looking nothing like me, it would still be an Israelite. So of course, mixing and mingling and for hundreds of years, of course, there's some
You
people in the
always
land
have.
of Israel that are actually Israelites that look pale, pasty. You know, you got Blake Griffin, you got Drake's son,
Jacob is the
you got a
mind.
lot of people that
It's not
look
a real
so-called white
person.
that are Israelites. So they kind of throw us
It's a
under the bus
human
and say,
mind.
look, you know. So yeah, I wanted to agree with your point. Like nobody is pushing black only thing, but there is the
Yeah.
fact that when Israel was on the scene, when we became a nation, if Ham is black Africans, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, they all had the same mother and father. They all would look similar, which was dark skin. So we can't deny that either.
That's correct. So we can't play the race thing, and a lot of a lot of Israelite doctrines that you see, especially in a lot of camps, is based on race. I get it; they're burgeoning, they're really getting this thing going, really ratcheting it up out of the '60s. Even going back to FS Cherry and William S. Crowley, a lot of people, I had that discussion, that debate with Rob Bourne. I beat him up on that. He won't admit it, but these things didn't come just from people off the slave ships, right? These doctrines develop over time in the Americas. But the reason why it was so easy for a lot of us to take on that is because of the narratives that we see in the book that do fit our people, that I do believe that it was some Israelites or people that came over. Now, we may not call them Israelites, right? They went by many different names because we're in many different places, many different activities. I do a presentation on called Reclaiming Africa, where it talks about people in Timbuktu and in Mali still holding on to the records of those Israelites who claimed that they had to learn the Arabic language and pretty much live as crypto Jews, right? And live as secret Arabs in order to stay alive, right? So that they wouldn't be persecuted, especially under Askia Muhammad, circa 1492. This is before the transatlantic slave trade. These people tell you that they're there. They still have records today. So, so I think it's a lot of research. A lot of people disagree with my stance, but I'm going to end here. But it's not just, it's not just what we see as far as, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. That doesn't really exist in the book. It's not like that. So studying it from that aspect, you're always going to miss it because you're always going to be looking for race first. And it's not about a race first book, right? So, but that doesn't mean that Judah was not a dark melanated people or people with African descent or some African descent. You really can't have that. Even when you talk about the Canaanites, we argue against the Canaanites all the time. But if you believe in the New Testament, then you must make that claim that even in the genealogy of Yeshua, that Rahab, right? Rahab, the Canaanite, who was not an Israelite, is in the lineage of Yeshua or Yahushua. You cannot deny that. It is there. So to simply say, we're not this people, we're not that people, we've mixed. I keep telling people, you cannot use phenotypes to determine what an Israelite or a Hebrew looks like.
Right. I want to add on to your point. I want to add on to your
Jacob's
point.
dad retarded. He couldn't tell that his son had a fur on his arm.
He was blind at that time.
He can
I
still
don't
feel,
care.
man.
I mean,
Hold on
I
one
don't
second.
care what.
For
Yo,
the
you guys are nuts,
hold on
man.
one second. Mute up 1 second. For the
I
family.
told my dad that the other night. He was laughing his ass off.
No. Hold on, Ramza. For the family.
Right.
You wanted to say something,
My
bro?
bad.
Yeah, I
Yeah, King
did.
Hebrew wanted to say something.
I want to ask a direct question. What is the desire to want to attach Africans onto us? Because from what I'm hearing is, if we gotta have that African in us to be Israelites. Where's that coming from?
No, I don't know who says that.
Well, what is the desire to
Yara,
attach?
you're talking to Yara. Let Yara
Yeah,
respond to that.
what is
Oh, my
the?
fault.
Yeah, I'm going to answer this question, but I'll preface it by saying this first. What is your desire to detach yourself from being African or being
Because the
part
Most
African?
High, I'm gonna tell you why. Because the Most High himself said he's gonna separate the wheat from the tares, right? So just because
And how
somebody
does that
looks like you, gonna make them you.
how does tears translate to Africans?
How do we translate to being Africans?
No, yeah, how do tears translate
I'm
to
asking.
Africans? You
No,
said
answer my
because the
question.
Most
I
High
answered your
said,
question.
okay,
Answer
well,
mine.
when he talks about, hold on, when he watch this, when he talks about the wheat and the tares, why is that parable used?
No, the first question I asked you was a
Okay,
desire
because I'm
for
going
a
to tell
lot
you
of
why
our
that
people
parable.
to attach Africans to us.
No, I'm going to tell you why that parable is used because
That's what you are, bro.
because if you're looking directly at a wheat and a tear, you can't
You
tell the
jumping.
difference.
You jumping.
No, I'm
So
not
hold wait.
jumping. You said, hold
We
on,
can't.
Let him
listen.
answer.
Hold
Let him
on.
answer.
Listen,
Let
brother.
him finish.
Listen.
Let him finish, family. Come
Listen,
on,
brother.
man. Everybody could
You
talk.
said
You know
that the
me,
Most
Freddie. I let
High
everybody.
said he's going. Yeah, you said that the Most High said he's going to separate the wheat from the tares, and you preface that in terms of why should we think we should be Africans or connected to Africans? I'm gonna tell you why that's a bad analogy, because the purpose of the parable of the wheat and the tares is that you can't separate them with your physical eye. They look exactly the same.
We test the spirit, right? Ain't that what it say?
Exactly. And thank you, brother.
Exactly.
So
All
it's
right then. When
exactly.
we
So
test them African spirits,
what
they don't like
spirit?
us.
Hold on.
We're not the
What
same.
color? Hold on. What color is a spirit?
That's a ridiculous question, man.
No, give me the
Oh, it's a great
phenotype of a
question.
spirit.
Great question.
Give me the
Great
phenotype of the spirit.
No. You feel a spirit. How do you test the
Okay,
spirit?
so if you
You test
feel
the
a
spirit by
spirit,
the color or
what
by his action?
what color exactly? Do you judge the spirit by its color, or do you judge the spirit by the spirit?
So you know that they don't really mess with us like that. So you didn't
You're
answer
not
my
asking
question.
my question.
You're messing around. Are you saying that us here, Black Americans, can only be Israelites if we attach to that Igbo, Yoruba, all that bullshit? That's what you're saying?
Why it gotta be
Oh,
bullshit?
He
brother,
never said
I'm
that.
gonna
He
say,
never
I'm
said
gonna,
that.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna
What he
say
I'm
this to
said.
you.
asking the question and he's not answering.
I'm gonna say this to you. Your question is fallacious simply because you have more African. You have more
Man,
tribes in
don't tell me
Africa.
about
More
me,
people in
man.
Africa. Listen to me, brother. That can give you a heritage that traces closest back to Israelites or Israel or
They don't
the
even
origin
have
of
records of
Israel.
this. What are you talking
Hold on. Then
They were
you do.
never sold.
Listen.
about? Exactly. They don't have the
Then
history.
you do. Now,
Anti-Iron
when you
slave
say
trade.
they were never, we keep saying they were never sold.
That was
You
somebody
keep
else,
saying
but
they're
I
never
agree with
sold.
him.
That is, hold on. That is not a prerequisite of being an Israelite.
That's a fact.
All right.
Now, do you want to know what a prerequisite of being an Israelite is? It's in the book. I can.
Obviously, you about to school me. Go ahead. Let me hear this.
Okay. So let's go to Isaiah chapter 56 and let's read what it says.
Go ahead. Break it
Right?
down, brother, man.
So let's read
He
Isaiah
beat
chapter
you up, poor
56.
family. He beat you up. He beat me up, man.
Right?
I'm
So
just
let's
letting them
talk
talk.
about it. Hold on. Because let me pull it up because in Isaiah chapter 56, does it tell us that the Ethiopian does not have to should no longer call himself a dry tree? The Ethiopian?
What that got to do with us? He also said he's gonna slay the
What does that
Ethiopians
mean?
with his sword, didn't he? He said he's gonna slay him with his sword too, didn't he?
Yeah, read the book of Zephaniah chapter 2 verse
So I guess
12.
maybe they're gonna be
Okay,
bathed in
real
blood.
quick. The
Absolutely.
prerequisite to be an Israelite is you descend
Man,
from
just read
Abraham,
the
Isaac, and
scripture.
Jacob. That's the prerequisite. You descend from
There you
Abraham,
go.
Isaac, and Jacob.
I know
That's
what's
it.
going on, man. He just talking. Get off the Africa stuff, man.
That is not the prerequisite
To
because
be an
Abraham
Israelite?
himself wasn't an Israelite.
No,
Hold
but
on,
I'm
let's get
saying
it.
you have to
Ham is not
descend
an
from
Israelite. You
Jacob.
keep trying to make Ham
No,
an
you
Israelite.
you do not listen.
You have
It
to
is
descend
not
from
because
Jacob to be an
Israel,
Israelite.
if you understand Israel was a confederation of different groups. I'll show you that. It's very easy.
He don't want to hear that.
No,
It's
bring
only
it out
12.
because bring it out.
It's only 12.
Stop, bro. It's very listen. If you actually study the tribe of Asher, you see the tribe of Asher recorded in ancient Kemet well before you see a group of 12 tribes of
Wait,
Israel.
what year was this? When is H.E. Kemet? Go ahead and tell me what year this was. Who recorded it?
I'm talking 1450 BCE.
So is this right before the slave trade? Somebody recorded that over there.
Man, what are you talking about?
Let me ask him this question. Let me ask him this question.
I'm like, what is you saying?
Hold on. Let me ask him this question because you said about Asher. All right, you saying ancient Kemet, right? And there's records of Asher being recorded in ancient Kemet. That's what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, at that time, is that before or after Jacob and his descendants went into Israel?
After.
That's before.
After,
it's before. Oh yeah, it's after. It is
all right.
after.
So, and
It
you
is
said
after.
that they're recorded as being Asher. Okay, but Jacob had already had his sons. They were Israelites.
They don't.
When they
But
went into
they
Egypt.
make no connection. But they make no connection to Jacob. They
What do you
only
mean they
make
make
a
no
connection
connection
to
to
the
Jacob?
Israelites when they get into when they come together in the Levant region in the same land, right? Doing what they call an intermediate period or sometimes or collapse or something that happens. They come together. They come together as an amalgamation, a group of people, and they develop a nation.
And that nation was descended from Jacob, the man.
No,
out
there's
of his
no.
sons.
Listen. Let me tell you something. Listen. The records that we have, they make no mention of Jacob.
Okay, all right. You talking about records? Do you believe in the Bible?
Yes.
Does the Bible not talk about the seed of Israel, the seed of Jacob? It don't talk about that? Okay. So in order to be an Israelite, you have to come from the seed, the sperm of Jacob.
Well, actually, it doesn't. Hold on. It doesn't tell you that, right?
Here you go.
What
Here you
it
go.
tells you
Here you
is-
go, man.
Numbers
Here you,
1 and
I knew
18.
he was off. I knew he was off.
Listen,
Numbers
it tells
1 and 18.
you is.
This shit
I
is
love talking to young
wild.
guys. What it tells you is that there are an amalgamation of groups.
The amalgamation was done with after Egypt. The mixed multitude, they was destroyed.
You know what? Yes, it did. They died off in the desert. He killed that whole generation. And you know what, man? Just because we was co-mingled together, don't mean that we was having
Listen to
sex
what he
with each
said.
other.
Listen to what you just said. You said they were. You talking about Joshua chapters 4 and 5, right?
Yeah.
Right. So in Joshua chapter 4 and 5, it says their sons went over, right?
Okay.
Their sons went over. Why? Because those mixed multitude that you said died, their sons lived. So the mixed multitude didn't die, as you just said.
Okay.
Why do you think that?
Let's follow your logic. Let's follow your
it
logic.
clearly tells you that their sons went over.
Let's follow
Not
your
that
logic.
the mixed multitude died out. It just says that their fathers died, but their
Let's follow your
sons
logic.
lived.
Let's follow your logic. According to the Bible,
let's follow your logic.
Everybody who's not an Israelite is going into slavery under the Israelites. Is that not true?
No, it's not true.
Can you provide a scripture that says that is false?
Isn't it true that they called Joseph an Egyptian just because he had took on the customs? What you're talking about is not factual, man.
Moses too. Moses grew up as an Egyptian. They call Moses an
Exactly. They called him an Egyptian, but he wasn't.
Yeah,
Right.
so to be an Israelite, you
Hebrews
gotta
11.
What is that?
What
What does that have
Abraham,
to do?
Isaac, and Jacob?
Y'all
What
got to
does that
step the
have-
game up, old man.
What does that have to do? Listen to me, son. What does that have to do with what I just said?
You
Because
said
you
to
may
be
be
an
confused
Israelite
about what's
doesn't
going
mean
on.
coming from Jacob.
No,
you
you
to be an
said.
Israelite.
Hold on. You said that the mixed multitude died, so they couldn't.
That generation died off. Yeah, they died off. They died
Right,
off. Yeah.
a generation, but it clearly tells you that their sons.
Wait a minute. So look, my God not done. He ain't about to keep the bastard ass kids with them raggedy ass parents.
Hey man, listen. I'm just trying to ask y'all: is that what the scripture says? That
You
their
asking a whole lot of
sons-
questions, man.
But
Okay,
y'all
I got
asking a
something.
whole
I
lot
got a
of
scripture
questions.
from you. I got a scripture
You
for you.
haven't given us no book, chapter, verse. Ain't you?
Yeah, let's deal with the scripture.
Okay.
So I got a scripture right here. I got a
Y'all
scripture
keep
right
because
here.
you keep asking me
Bring it
questions.
out. Bring it out.
I got a
King.
scripture.
I got Isaiah
Nehemiah
chapter
13 and 3.
56 here.
Nehemiah
Y'all read
13
it.
and
Hold
3.
on, brother. I'll read the scripture for you before you get into your ill-fated scriptures. Watch this. It says Isaiah chapter 56. Thus saith Yahweh, keep ye judgment, right? And do justice, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that doeth this, verse 2, and the son of man that layeth hold on it, that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it. Y'all remember that, right? Keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it, and keepeth his hand from doing any evil. Neither let the son of the stranger. Who is the stranger?
Oh my God. No. Okay. Here's a quick cut. Moses'
Hold
name
on.
was
Hey, come on, bro. Slow down, bro.
Isaiah
Who
chapter
is the
60, verse
stranger?
11.
According
I
to
guess
the
people think
scripture.
this is really Sunday school, huh? Okay,
Come
go
on,
ahead.
bro. Who is the stranger according to
Okay.
the scripture
Strangers
right
can
here?
be Israelites. Strangers can be
I
Israelites.
asked
Stop
you,
it.
who is the stranger here?
Finish reading the verse. We'll
That's
see.
what I thought. Neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to Yahweh speak, saying, the Lord
Right.
have utterly separated me from his people.
Ooh.
Why would the stranger, make a difference between himself and the people of the Most High Yah?
Okay, why would the stranger use the word separated? In order to be
It
separated from
says
something, you had to be a
separated
part
right
of it from the beginning.
It says what?
In
There
order to
will be strangers in the
separated from
kingdom. You
something,
know that, right?
in order to be separated from something, you had to be a part of
We
it from the
already
beginning.
strangers in our own kingdom right now. Where you think we at?
Let me read it for you again, because you're not reading it in context, and I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna read it slow.
No, that's why I said finish reading
Neither
the
let
whole
the
verse.
son, listen, neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself to Yahweh speak, saying, the Lord have utterly separated me from his people. Now watch this. Neither let the eunuch say, behold, I am a dry tree. What is the eunuch?
We know the eunuch is, man.
Yeah, we know
Damn.
the eunuch is.
What is a eunuch?
It's someone that separates themselves.
Somebody that got their balls cut off. It sounds familiar right now.
A eunuch is an Ethiopian, son.
No, eunuchs can be
Whatever,
anybody.
man.
All right,
eunuch.
that's what I thought.
You said
A
the
eunuch is
Ethiopians?
Ethiopian. Watch this.
Google eunuch.
The
There was an
Ethiopians?
Ethiopian eunuch. There was an
Can
Ethiopian
I-
eunuch, yes, but not all
I want
eunuchs
to
are
get Zephaniah
Ethiopian.
2 and 12.
Do I need to show my screen and show
Okay,
you
hold
that,
on.
that it's saying Ethiopian?
You pulled your scripture. Here's Nehemiah 13 and
All
3.
right,
Now
I'm not
it
done
came to
reading.
pass.
I'm
You
not
can
done
read it after this
reading.
one.
I'm not done reading. It says,
Okay,
for
go
thus saith the Lord unto the eunuchs that keep my Sabbaths and choose the things that please me and take hold of my covenant. Y'all dead. Watch this. Even though unto him I will give in mine house, in my walls, a place, listen very carefully, a place and a name better than of sons and of daughters.
So what?
I
He did
will
the same
give them
thing
an
with Cyrus,
everlasting
didn't he?
name. I'm not done
What you talking
talking.
about?
I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Who are the sons and daughters in Isaiah chapter 56, verse 5? Those are the Israelites, correct?
Everybody in that is Israelites. What are you talking about?
It says better. How will you have the name better than the sons of daughters if you are a son of daughter?
Okay,
a
listen.
son or a daughter.
And the sons of the
You asked me a
stranger,
question. You asked me a question. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me.
How are you going to have a name
non-Israelites.
better than the sons
Those
and the
are
daughters if you
non-Israelites.
are a
Hold on.
son and daughter?
Hold on. Let me stop.
Now
You
watch
asked me a
this.
question. Let me respond.
Now listen, you can't answer it. You haven't, and you won't.
In the New
He
Testament,
says
the
also
Gentiles
the
who were
sons of the
Israelites that was hold on, goddamn.
Hey,
The
listen.
Gentiles
Talking about the
that were scattered
Hellenized.
and lost their heritage
This ain't no
and lost
Hellenized
their way.
Gentiles. We're reading Isaiah.
Hold on, okay, but I'm saying the same thing that you're reading in Isaiah happened in the New Testament too. The Israelites
We're
lost
not
their.
talking about
Oh
the
my
New
God.
Testament. We're reading
Okay,
right
but
here from Isaiah.
can I answer the
This
question?
is not
Please?
nowhere near the New Testament.
Can I answer the question, please?
No, you can't.
I'm
You just
answering it.
proved it.
The same thing that you're bringing up in Isaiah 56 happened all throughout the scriptures. Israelites fell, moved away, lost their custom, joined themselves back into Israel, came back into the land. You have to treat them just like Israelites. Just like right now, hold on. Just like right now, my great-great-grandfather's from Trinidad. If I go to Trinidad right now, I would be a stranger. But guess what? He from there. So those my people. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about actual heathens gonna have a better name than Israelites, because that would contradict the scripture. It tell you the heathens are going into slavery.
Why did the scripture say that? So watch this.
Okay.
Watch what you just said. Because this is what the scripture just said. Listen to what you just said. What you just said, that the scripture is saying that if you went back to Trinidad, that as a stranger, the scripture just said that the stranger will have a name as great as the sons and daughters. So you're saying if you went back to Trinidad, your name would be greater than your grandfather?
No, what it means is you would have to treat them exactly like the people that they're from. You can't just look at them.
Greater. It doesn't say the same. This says greater.
So according to your logic, heathens, not the chosen people of God, are going to be. Hold on.
I'm telling you what you're
Okay,
reading.
okay.
It's telling you those who join themselves to the law.
Okay. You, according to your interpretation of the scripture,
I'm not interpreting anything. I'm only reading what's here.
Okay, according to what you read and how you believe it and teaching it, you're saying heathens, non-Israelites, will be placed above Israelites. Please bring other scriptures that back that up. What I'm saying
Isaiah
is
chapter
when it say
45, verse 1. I'm gonna show you. I just showed it to you.
okay,
That's why I led you
what
here.
I'm saying,
Isaiah
what I'm
chapter
saying is
45.
what
Let's
I'm
go to
saying
it.
is okay, we're gonna go
You
there.
just said to show you.
Okay. What I'm
Isaiah
saying is
chapter 45.
okay, I heard you. What I'm
What is
saying is,
Isaiah chapter 45?
Damn, let him
let me
talk,
finish
man.
my point.
No, he asked me a question, but don't want to answer.
We gonna go there. We gonna go there. What
He
I'm
said,
saying is,
show him.
oh my
He said,
God.
show him where a
We are
heathen
gonna go there. We are gonna go there. Let
was
me finish
named
making my
greater
point,
than an
please.
Israelite. I just gave it to him.
Let
Now
me
he don't
finish
want to
making
talk
my
about
point, please. We gonna talk about it. Nigga, ain't nobody running.
Explain to me
Isaiah
Leviticus 24 and
45.
10.
Here's what I'm saying. You believe every time you see the word stranger, it's talking about a non-Israelite. Moses'
I
son
never
name was
believed that.
Gershom. Okay, you just took this verse and said, "Oh, what is a stranger? That's a
Yeah, I put
non-Israelite."
you in the context. I never said anything about Moses. You brought
Okay,
up
what,
Moses.
bro?
I'm
Let me
talking
finish.
about
Can you
Moses'
explain?
your
Can
son.
you
Moses
explain
had a son
Leviticus
named
in
24 and 10 or
Isaiah.
no, man?
Moses
He
had a
keep
son
going
named
outside. He
Gershom.
keep going to Deuteronomy. He going to the New Testament. I'm talking about what
Bro,
Isaiah
we
is
are gonna go
saying
there.
during the time.
I'm finished making my last point. Then we're gonna go to the scriptures.
But Isaiah is talking about right here.
Moses had a son named Gershom. What does Gershom mean? It means stranger. Was his son named stranger? Was he an Israelite? Yes, he was. So just because you're called stranger don't mean you're not an Israelite. That's what you're
Okay, I
trying to
never
say with the
made that
scripture.
statement. I asked you, I'm going to ask you again. When we're talking about right here in this text in Isaiah chapter 56,
and I answered you. It's talking about Israelites.
It's not talking about Israelites. And
That's
you
what you
can't
believe.
show that it's talking about Israelites. And let me show you this again. Right? Let's continue. And I'm gonna prove it to you again, just reading this chapter.
Keep going.
Right?
You want to
Same
save the heathens. I already know your type. Keep going.
thing.
You must got a
I
white
say,
girl.
what is
He want to save them all.
You must got a white girl.
No disrespect. Hey, fourth the family.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's disrespect.
Hold on,
That's all they have to do.
Yara, hold on 1 second. Fourth the family, where you from? Which group you're part of?
I'm not part of no group. I'm self-made.
Self-made.
No,
I
listen to. Yeah, I told you I'm in the D. I listen to
yeah.
all these dudes, and this elder whatever y'all was teaching before, that shit is over with. It's just not working no more. Now, explain to me Leviticus 24 and 10. Since you think it's not going to be a problem, that God would just keep these people around, the mixed multitude. Explain that.
Well, let him finish though.
Leviticus 20. Leviticus
24 and
24 and
10.
10. Leviticus 24 and 10. Read it, and I'm gonna show you where to go.
I ain't got access to it right now. If I jump off of this,
I'll
it's going
bring
to
it up.
mess
I'll
up my
bring it up. I'll
phone.
bring it up. I'll bring it up right now. You said
This
Leviticus
is
24
easy
and
work.
10. I'll bring it
Yeah.
up right now. Leviticus
Grab the
24
one
and 10.
when it say the Egyptian daddy. Because some of
Leviticus.
them just be talking about.
All right, here goes Leviticus 24:10. And the son of an Israelitish woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among the children of Israel. And this son of the Israelitish woman and a man of Israel strove together in the camp. And the Israelitish woman's son blasphemed the name of Yahweh and cursed. And they brought him unto Moses. And his mother's name was Shelamith, the daughter of Debri and of the tribe of Dan. And they put him in ward that the mind of the Lord might be showed to them. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, bring forth him that hath cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the congregation stone him. And let me see. And thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel, saying, whosoever curseth the Most High shall bear his sin.
So you still think these Hamites going to be able to deal with us? Get your mind right, man.
I mean, there's
all right. So let me help y'all. So let me help you. I appreciate you reading the scripture. Now,
I don't want you to help yourself. Come on.
Appreciate who is that? Who's that with the loud mouth so I can address you directly?
I guess your shadow. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So let me read it. Let me read a verse for y'all, right? Because this is the problem that a lot of you brothers have, right? One of you wise brothers, while I'm reading this, so you won't think I'm making this up. Let's go to First Chronicles. I'm gonna help you.
What Chronicles?
Next time you read that scripture, Leviticus, I'm gonna help you. Go to First Chronicles, chapter 2, and we're gonna read.
You said First Chronicles chapter 2.
First Chronicles chapter 2, verse 34.
2 and 34. Okay, I'm here.
All right.
It says, now, you want me to read it?
Yeah, you can read it.
Now Shushan had no sons but daughters, and Shushan had a servant, an Egyptian, whose name was Jarrah. And Shushan gave his daughter to Jarrah, his servant, to wife, and she bare him Attai.
All right. Who is Shushan? Do you know?
You said Shashan?
Shaquille
Yeah.
O'Neal? I don't know. Tell us.
Hold on. I'm pulling it up. He's a Judite.
He's
It
of the
says
tribe
he's a
of
Judite.
Judah. He's a
Yeah, it says
Judite.
he's a Judite.
Of the tribe of Judah. Now, what does that verse 34 say? What does the verse
Let me go
34
back.
say?
Hold on. Let me go back.
Now we got the Judite Shashan.
Yeah. Okay, 34. Hold on. Let me get out of this. 34. Now Shashan had no sons but daughters, and Shashan had a servant, an Egyptian whose name was Jarrah.
Right. He had an
Jarrah.
Egyptian servant, right?
Yeah.
Was that Egyptian servant an Israelite?
It could be.
So how could it be? So then Shashan
The other one had a distinction. The other one said it was Egyptian.
Let him make his point.
Hold on. He had an Egyptian servant. Were Israelites allowed to have other Israelites as servants?
Yes, they were. It's in the scripture.
Yes. That's why we had Jubilee and everything, man. We kind of lost, ain't
Come
you?
on, man.
Did you say Jubilee?
That's elementary.
Okay, I see where y'all go wrong at right now. So here we go.
Hold on.
Here we go. So Shashan, an Egyptian. So Shashan had an Egyptian servant. That Egyptian, when you look it up, no matter where you study it from, he's from Egypt. He's an Egyptian. He's not an Israelite. He's not a Judite.
He don't have to be.
He had an Egyptian servant.
It said a servant. What is it?
Hold on. Whose name was Jarrah.
Okay, I'll do you one
and
better.
Shashan gave his daughter, his Egyptian servant. He gave his daughters to him to marry.
Okay, let's go by this. Let's say he's an Egyptian, because even Dinah was given unto Canaanites, right? Early on in scripture, even Dinah was given unto Canaanites. She was raped, and they had to, let her be his. So what is your point? Just because she was given away to a heathen nation don't mean nothing.
Let me explain something to you, right? What we know is that Shashan had an Egyptian servant. He gave his Judite daughters to his Egyptian servant to marry. They had
because he had no sons.
Right, absolutely, because he had no sons. Yeah. And so, hold on. According to your arguments, right? Because I hear it. According to the seed of the father doctrine that you guys believe in, would those children be Judites or Egyptians?
If the father was one of us, it's the father.
Let me make this point.
They would be Egyptians. I heard it. Would they be Egyptians or Judites?
Okay, Jacob was Assyrian. Jacob was called Assyrian. Was he actually Assyrian? A descendant of Aram?
Brother, this is very simple. With these children, would he be an Egyptian or Judite?
Let me answer your question.
Hey, I hear one brother saying he's an Egyptian. Now, what are you saying? Are you going to answer honestly like this brother just answered? And I'm not saying whether he's right or wrong. I'm saying he just gave a direct answer. Can you do that, brother?
Okay, let me give a direct answer. If he's an Egyptian, as in terms of a descendant of Martazarium, if he's a Hamite, those children would be Hamites. If he's an Egyptian, hold on. If he's called an Egyptian just because he lived in that land, just like Jacob was called Assyrian, just like Abraham was called Assyrian as well, then he could be an Israelite that lived in Egypt and is called an Egyptian.
Listen, brother.
Paul was called a Roman.
Just like we was called heathens in the land of the heathens.
Listen, brother.
Get your mind in order, man.
Paul was called a Roman.
Listen to what you just said. Are you saying at this time here in First Chronicles that they didn't know the difference between an
the Most High don't change, dude? Do we change it now?
To what I'm saying to you.
The hell you talking about?
If you're saying right here in First Chronicles that they didn't know the difference between an Israelite living in another land versus a native Egyptian, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
The point is that what we clearly see here in the text is that we see a Judite man give his Judite daughters to an Egyptian who had no sons, absolutely.
Exactly.
Who's not an Israelite. He
had to do that.
Hey, listen, I'm not arguing that. I agree with you. He had to do
What is your point, though, man? God will give grace sometime, but he ain't giving grace from the whole nation of Africans. Get your old ass out of here.
It says he had a son named Ati. You just said that he would be an Egyptian. One of you said it. But if you go by
them kids would be sitting outside the temple. You get that, right?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
You keep making this point and it's been answered.
Listen to what I'm saying. If you're saying he's an Egyptian, right, then Egyptians we know are what? Are you consider Egyptians Hamites?
They're Hamites, yes.
Okay,
Where
so
are you
we see,
lost at?
hold on. We see Hamites being brought into the family or the tribe of Judah. You know why we see that? Because Hati was considered.
Did we saw that? Look, did we see men? We saw African men, Africans.
Let him finish his point. Let him finish his point.
This
He's
is
gonna
the
put his foot in
same
his mouth.
thing you see in Exodus when you had the Egyptian married to the Israelite woman whose son y'all just talked about. If you go
And they packed his ass out. You don't get it?
He still listen. He still listen. He still would have been in Hamite, according to you guys, among the tribes of
now
Israel.
you get it. Question been answered, man.
Among the tribes of Judah. So you see Egypt, you see Hamite blood running throughout the tribe of Judah.
Just say you want to add them to us, man. You ain't got to go through all this bullshit.
Just say that's what the scripture says and stop lying
okay,
about it.
this is what the scripture say. Jeremiah 30:16. Therefore, all they that devour thee shall be devoured.
About Jeremiah. I asked you
Hold
about
on.
First Chronicles, the
We
second
answered
chapter,
that, nigga. We
verses
answered that.
34 and 35. So if you all can't say and admit the fact that you see Hamite blood among the tribe of Judah,
we answered
then
that.
what are y'all talking about?
We answered that, dude. We answered that. If he's in
you didn't answer.
Okay,
you
listen.
ran from
You
it.
already
let me
answered,
Let me
fam.
answer for it.
Because he had no sons.
Run in your
That's
mouth.
why he had no
matter.
sons.
Man.
If the Most High says you're not, if y'all saying the Most High say you ain't supposed to do it, it don't matter.
You know what? The Most High blessed Ishmael. He didn't bless no
What
damn
about
Egyptian or no Hamite.
Judges with all
You
the
know that,
Benjamins
right?
got cleared up.
That's very clear, ain't it?
What about judges? I could do this all day. It's all throughout the scripture.
You're gonna tire yourself out, old man.
They had to go to the other nations to procreate, right?
Young blood, this is what I mean when you get your ear cracked live. This happens all the time. Hey, listen to me. Was Rahab a Canaanite?
Yes, she was. She was a Canaanite.
Was she an Israelite?
No.
How she go?
If you
trying to make some? You trying to pull some bullshit here?
Do you believe in Yahweh? Any of y'all?
I don't believe in you no more.
I believe.
Go to bed.
I already know where you're going.
He gonna try to link these Africans back to us somehow, some way. I'm done,
bro. Just stop that, bro.
I just
answered
Come on, bro.
believe in Yahweh.
Just because they're in our genealogy does
I
not
heard
make
one
them
of y'all
Israelites,
say the
man.
New Testament, so I know the answer is yes.
Yes, I believe in Yahweh.
All right. Can you show me where I can find, or can I find Rahab in the genealogy of Yeshua, Yahushua?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Why are you acting crazy?
Does it? Hold on. No, you're acting crazy. So then, does it behoove you to say that Judah had Israelite blood running? That Judah had.
He is Israelite. No, he go to African shit. You can't even get it out, can you? No.
Running through their veins.
Shut it up. I knew you was gonna do it.
All right, let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. Let's hold on. Hold on. Let's get some more structure. Let's get some more structure.
How we connected to Hamite? Throughout the scripture, the tribe of Judah is where you think your color came from.
All right, listen. Let's get some more structure. Yes. Jacob had two heathen women. He had Rachel and Leah, who were part of his family, but he did had other women who were not a part of his people, who were not even Hebrews. So what? What is your point?
Were they Hamites?
Yes. So what? What is your point?
My point is, how
can Israelites not get with Hamite women?
How do you dismiss? Hold on. How can you? Then my point is, how do you have a tribe of Judah? How do you?
We are not the same people. I don't care if we knock a couple of the hoes down or not.
I'm telling you right now. How do you have this tribe, this nation of people, and you're subtracting out the DNA?
Okay, listen.
They killed off your generation in the desert. Oh man, you know that, right?
Let me answer.
You trying to hold on to the Egyptian culture? You trying to hold on to it, huh?
DNA.
Let me
answer.
Argument
doesn't hold water.
Okay,
we arguing
you, bro.
old arguments.
We heard you, bro.
We heard you. In your scholarship, where you haven't gotten to the point yet, and I understand it. I'm not beating you up. What I'm saying is that if you continue this path, you know what's going to happen? You're going to find yourself no longer believing in what's in the New Testament, you're gonna find
We
yourself
don't
no
believe
longer
in you.
in the
We know how to
Tanakh.
read.
You're
The
gonna
hell,
find
this ain't
yourself no
school.
longer believing in what's in the Torah, and you're gonna find yourself all out of the book altogether. Why? Because you
Do you
following
get?
the same
You
poor
gonna we're gonna find
doctrine
ourselves out of
taught in
Africa
the
altogether. That's what we doing.
So this is what I'm
That's what
trying
we
to tell
doing.
you, brother.
And don't be
All right,
crying
all right.
about it either.
90% of the book that you're reading from occurred in Africa.
Okay,
So
cool.
you say?
So okay, hold on, bro. Let me deal with them real quick. Did Israelites mingle and marry with Edomites? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are Edomites prophesied to go into slavery under the Israelites? Yes or no?
Depends on what you mean by Edomite.
Edomites. Their father
What
goes
are
back to
Edomites?
Abraham, Isaac, and Esau.
Not those Edomites, no.
Yes, those Edomites. That's what the Bible says.
No, not those. No, those are not the Edomites that's being prophesied that you think
How
you're
you
talking
know?
about.
I know you
Jeremiah.
got some Edomites hidden somewhere in the cave, nigga.
It's only one Edom.
Hold on.
Let me help
I
you.
know this
Do
funny.
you know why?
Let him.
Do you think? Do
let
you
him-
believe? Hold on. Do you
let him do his
believe
thing.
that? Hold on. Do you believe that? Do you believe that Esau was a white man?
Yes, for sure.
Yep, I can prove it.
So no, you can't. So here's the problem, right?
I can.
Here's the problem.
You so
No,
disrespectful.
No, you
No,
cannot.
you said I can't. You said
Let
I
him make his
can't.
point
You
though. Let him make his
cannot. You
point.
can talk about Zepho and those going into the land of Shittim all you want to. You can't. I'm trying to tell you can't prove that, right? So what I'm telling you is that there is no what first thing what the Most High won't do, right? Is he's not a counterfeiter, right? He's not a counterfeiter, and he doesn't believe in this nonsense that you guys are talking about.
Man, you just cut yourself. He is no counterfeiter, and you
Right.
trying to make him a counterfeiter.
When it talks about two nations, right? He's not talking about two nations based on phenotypes and color. He's not.
You talking about in that womb?
In the womb.
Is that what you talking about? You out your
Not talking
damn mind.
about
I got.
nations of
You know what? I
phenotype.
got something for you. You ever heard of
He's not talking
heteropaternal?
about different nations of phenotype in the womb.
You ever heard of that
problem is
before?
when you read about all you got to do is read about the birth of Esau, and then ask
Hey, man.
yourself, why is not
Hold on,
Jacob? Hold on. Why is Jacob said to
Ask
have
yourself this:
loved?
if we are brothers, right?
Why
Let him
does
talk.
I
Let
want
him
to be
talk. Let him
warring
talk.
nations.
Come on, man.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Man, why does the scripture say that Jacob loved Esau?
So what?
No.
Because he
It's
make
not
it.
Because he cooked the deer.
Oh no,
It
no,
doesn't say
no.
Jacob loved
You
Esau.
know how many
If
brothers
you're
love
saying
kids that ain't theirs?
listen,
What
if
are you
you're
talking
saying
about?
Jacob loved Esau, then you're saying Israel loved Esau.
How?
Wait. You're saying
They
It's
were
Jacob
not
loved
fighting
Jacob
against each
Esau.
other.
It don't say
You know
It's
what,
not
Jacob loved
man?
Jacob.
Esau.
I don't want to
It's
disrespect you,
not
man. So I'm gonna just
Jacob
fall back.
Israel.
Hold on. Let me answer him real quick.
It's
It don't
not
say
Jacob
Jacob loved
Israel.
Esau. It don't say
It's
Jacob
not
loved
Jacob
Esau.
Israel.
It don't say Jacob loved Esau. It said
He
Isaac
tried
loved
to
Esau.
avoid that nigga.
It say
What
Isaac
is
loved Esau.
Isaac loved Esau, and Jacob did love Esau because he went back for his brother. What are you talking about?
Where does the scripture say Jacob loved Esau?
What
Can
did
you
the
bring
Most
that
High
up?
God say in the book of Malachi, chapter 1, verse 1?
Right.
You
He
know what
said
he
he
didn't
hated
do?
Esau.
But what Isaac said, what did the Most High
That
God
was
say
his
in
mama.
Malachi
That was
1
his
and 1?
mama baby. That wasn't his daddy baby.
Listen, when you
Hold on,
get
hold
to
on, hold on, hold on.
Malachi,
Let me pull everybody down. Hold on. Too much people talking at one time, man. This is interesting. Let's be respectful, y'all. We might not agree on the scriptures, but let's just be respectful.
hey, they gotta do that, bro.
We was bringing structure back.
For
We
the
was bringing
family. Come
structure
on,
back.
man. I love what you're
I'm a
bringing.
chill. No, I'm a chill, man. The old stuff is getting on
Family,
my
are you
nerves.
Hey, I welcome that energy. Hey, I got tough skin, bro. Trust me, I don't crack like
I
that.
mean,
So
welcome to
all
the
that
information.
all
Don't
the ad
practice
homs,
cognitive dissonance,
all the
okay?
ad homs, I need it. So
He trying. It's all good. What was you saying, Garfield? Let me talk past this old nigga. What was you saying?
by the time you get to the book of Malachi,
Yo, let's speak
they're
one
not
at a time.
talking
That's
about
all. That's all. One
Esau
at a
that
time, y'all.
descended.
One at a
They're
time.
not talking about Esau they're not talking about Esau that descended from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They're not referring to that Esau because the rabbis tell us why the Bible reads that way. They tell us that they changed the name of the Roman Empire to the name of Esau so that they wouldn't be persecuted. So by the time you're reading your 1611, 1609, 1614 King James Bible, that's what you're referencing to. That's
Okay, I have
how
a question
Esau
for you.
became the white man in the Bible.
I have a question for you. Do you believe in the Bible?
Absolutely.
Where in the Bible does it say
No,
that
you
the
don't.
rabbis would give us the
No,
truth?
you don't.
Where it says
No,
what?
really.
Where in the Bible does it say the rabbis would give us the truth? Because you said, oh, the rabbis
The
said
Bible
they
doesn't say
changed
that.
to Esau.
Why would you ask that question? That's a fallacious statement that has nothing to do with the Bible.
Because you said rabbis told us that blah 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 Esau they changed.
Yeah,
the name.
it is the rabbis. It's the reason why you use the term Esau to reference the white man.
So you believe what
That's
the
what I'm
rabbis say.
telling you. And the history tells us. See, what do we mean about why you have to study outside of that text? Because you don't know why.
I asked you a question. Do you believe in the rabbis?
Do I believe in the rabbis? I believe in some of the historical accounts, yes. But are you asking me, do I believe in the Mishnah, in their commentary? No.
And, all right, that's why I asked you, where in the scriptures does it say the rabbis is going to give us the truth? Where does it say that at?
It doesn't say that.
All right.
So what's your point?
The point is, you are trying to bring something that the rabbis say and trying to verify it and justify it just because they say.
No, I'm not verifying and justifying anything. It's what they say that they did to the Bible that you're reading.
Okay, it doesn't matter what they did. I haven't read anything.
It does matter what they say, because if they're the hold on. How do you get a copy of the Bible? What version of the Bible do you read now?
All of them.
That's a
He's
fool.
stomping his ass out. Don't stomp him out. Just tell him
That's
one.
a fool. He
Let
said
the
all
old
of
man
them.
feel good today. Come on, feel good. We need some water. You need some milk.
Hold on. Now hold on. You read the NIV, right?
I read all of them.
You read the NIV, right?
All of them.
He just said he reads all of them. If you read the NIV in the KJV, what's the difference between the two?
There's a modern translation. It changes Old English into a more modern English. That's it.
What is that's not the difference. What's the difference between the two?
Tell me the difference if that's not the difference.
Okay, for those who saying I'm getting stumped out, so this is a teachable moment for you guys right here, right? So you can learn how to properly study all those Bibles that you're reading. Is why you so confused.
Much more than you know. We are learning what not to
do.
Version,
not confused.
The King James
We're learning what not to do. We're learning how not to think. We're learning everything we should not do going forward.
The King James
Make this shit a
Version
good
Bible,
show.
listen, son. The King James Version Bible is a word-for-word translation.
Y'all funny as fuck.
The King James Version Bible is a word-for-word translation. The NIV is a thought-for-thought translation. So when you're reading those two, since you say you study them all, and there are many more, some follow word-for-word translation, some study thought-for-thought. So can you tell me which ones you're pulling from that you're only extrapolating the thoughts from? Because those thoughts in those Bibles, like the NIV, didn't come from the prophets. They came from
There's
the
ancient manuscripts, such as the Leningrad Codex, the Texas Receptus, the Codex Sinaiticus. There's ancient manuscripts that predate the King James.
Yeah, exactly. Let's deal with both of those. Let's deal with the Codex Sinaiticus. Who translated the Codex Sinaiticus?
Crackers.
You cut out.
So who said the Texas Receptus? Which one of y'all said that?
Me.
Okay, me.
You said who translated it? Who translated
your Bible? Hold on. Which translation is the Bible that you study the most based on, or you study all of them the same?
What you mean all Bibles? Only one Bible.
One of them jokers said I study all translations of the Bible.
I'm not a joker.
You do know what translations means, right? Come on, old man.
If you're not a joker, then you're a club of hearts, whatever you want to be. So what I'm saying to you is, if you're saying you study all
King of Diamonds with those slick talking ass.
If you study all translations, then you cannot be getting a proper study in context, because they don't all give the same context. So if you study them all,
I put them against the King James. I put them against the 1611. I put them against the 1611.
Okay, you put them against the 1611.
Yes.
Why not the 1609?
Because I don't want to. I'm comfortable with the 1611. Why you don't do the 1609?
I do actually study the 1609.
Okay, cool. So you study all of them too, because you a joker, right? And you confused.
Actually, I don't. So
all right then.
Again, like the Codex, I heard the Codex Receptus, heard the Coda Sinaiticus, things that y'all have heard about that you really haven't read and studied, but I get it.
You don't know
talked
him,
about
so I don't think you could say that.
because you don't know which version of your Bibles are based on which one of those codex. You don't know.
First off, I never said that I read that. That was the other brother.
Okay, whichever one of y'all said it, y'all talking together, right? So y'all all gonna die. Y'all all gonna die together, right? So at the end of the day, you cannot be studying all these different translations and think you're coming away with the proper context. You will fail every time.
Okay, we got it. We got it. You made your point abundantly clear. You made your point abundantly clear.
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Where fourth what you call it?
Who?
So let me get something straight and put it on the table. So are we saying, right, that African Americans are Israelites and that when they migrated to West Africa, they were only sleeping with people they're familiar with, and it was one man to another, and the man have a son. So if the man had a daughter, what happened to the lineage then? And then on top of it, are we saying that they go from father to father the whole time while they're in Africa?
And that is exactly why when I first came on here, I made it clear. Maybe some other Israelites is just all black people and blah 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 blah.
But what about you?
Okay, me. I understand that there was mixing and mingling. So everybody that was in West Africa were not Israelites. Just like today, they're not all Israelites.
Okay,
There's
so
Hamites over there too.
How do you determine if you're an Israelite when you're coming off the slave ship? Who is Ham and who is Shem? How do you determine that?
The spirit.
So the whole time you're on here, you don't really know if you're an Israelite. You just believe it, right?
Romans 8:16.
The Bible said, "Ask your fathers, and they shall tell you." Ask your fathers, and they'll tell you.
Also, Romans 8:16.
None of y'all are any of y'all circumcised on the 8th day?
Yes.
Who you?
Yes.
How you know you were circumcised on the 8th day?
Because I asked when I found out about the truth.
So your mom told you or your pops told you that they circumcised you on the 8th day in America?
Right.
Yes. Why is that so hard to believe?
I don't believe. I find it
Because
very hard.
that hasn't been the standard practice in the United States healthcare system for the last 60 years.
In America, they kick you out 1 to 2
It's supposed to be. It's in the Bible.
Well, that's the Bible. But are your parents Israelites?
Of course.
Yeah.
Do they practice?
No, they don't practice, but they know about the truth.
Israelites. So why would they circumcise you on the 8th day, my brother?
When I was younger, they were more involved in it.
Because the Bible says so.
When I was younger, they were more involved in it.
Hey man, let me help you out a little bit.
You know what is sick Israel doctrine? You coming on my panel and going live on YouTube without even asking me. That's sick.
Wow.
You're talking about this is sick. You're sick.
Who said that?
Flipping guy is sick, man. Don't come in my chat, come on my panel and go live without even saying dog or cat. That shit is crazy.
Okay, I want to bring us back to a point. So we don't get too far off. This guy, Yerah Ben Nazar. There's no E's in the ancient Hebrew, but this guy he made a point about we believe Esau is the white man because of Jewish rabbis and whatever. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't read anything about Jewish rabbi making the claim that white people are the Edomites. I believe, according to the scriptures in Genesis and the rest of the prophecies in the scriptures, that's why I come to the conclusion Esau is the white man. So can you prove who Esau is if he's not the white man?
I could prove. I got scripture right here to prove it.
No, he's saying Esau is not the white man.
Let me pull up his scripture. I'm gonna share my screen, man. I'm gonna help him out today.
Hey, King Hebrew, he's saying Esau is not the white man. So I want him to prove.
I know.
Yeah.
Hold on. You're right. Question. You're right.
Yara, are you on? You're about to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen as soon as I pull up my slide. And I'm
my
gonna read.
advice for Hebrew Israelite is this: if your doctrine is based off of skin color and calling
It's
the
not.
white man Edom, your doctrine is way off. I could tell. And I don't.
We don't base nothing off skin color.
Yes,
How is
you
it based
do.
off skin
So what
color
is
when
the white man?
How is it based
We don't base nothing off skin color.
Let me
So
say
what
something.
is the white man then?
How is it based
We're
off
gonna
skin
base him
color when
off his
white people?
nationality. This is the book of Genesis.
Go ahead.
So let me
You're
ask you a
right.
question, bro. You light skin. So you light skin. Did Europeans mix in your blood?
The Europeans mix in my blood?
Yeah.
I am who my father is. And
right,
if you went to
your
my
father.
last family reunion,
All right, during
ain't no
slave trade.
Europeans in my
All right, what's your? All right, if you don't mind, you know what? I don't want to ask you that, but your last name, is it an Israelite last name?
But hold on.
Answer the
If
question.
a man,
Answer
hold
the
on.
question. Answer the
The
question.
only way for me, what? Hold on.
The question is your last name an Israelite last name? Is your last name Yasharel? Or do you have an Edomite last name?
What's the Edomite last name?
My last name is Knight with the K.
All right,
Which
so
which
now
means black.
that's out of Scotland.
Now
Jewish
that does
people out of
not make me European because
No, because
nobody in
that
my
means the
family who were
slave.
men were raped, and men can't get pregnant, so I can't be
Hold
European.
on. You just made a great point. So now, if some of the people was raped, so who was raped by who? There was a sister that was raped by a slave master, right?
Okay, but you are who your
Hold
father
on,
is. So if the women were raped, that doesn't affect the children because the children come from the father, Garfield.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, King Hebrew. I'm gonna say to you, King.
I could be light skinned to you, but if you meet my dad, man, you're gonna have a whole nother perception about me. Because that's my mom, but I am who my father is.
King Hebrew, I'm gonna say to you right now, if a slave master raped
see my
your
hair?
great grandmother, hold on, bro, hold on. Yeah, I see that
my hair?
European. I see that European curl.
Yeah.
I see the
Stop it.
European.
Okay, hold on, hold on.
Oh no,
Garfield,
it's
Garfield,
dreads
before
right
you
here.
make that point.
Dreads coming in real soon.
This is what I'm saying to you. If you say the Edomite is the European, right, based off of nationality, right? I'm saying to you, you could be an Edomite based off of your logic because your great grandmother could have been raped.
I'm not talking about my great
Listen to what I
grandmother.
am.
Talk about my great grandfather. Talk about my great grandfather. Why?
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to
Why
what
you
I'm
going to my grandmother though?
I listen to what I'm saying first. You're not listening.
I hear you. Okay.
Your great grandfather could have slept
listen.
with your great. Listen. You're not listening. Your
You're talking about my family. I gotta defend my family.
You know
Hey,
what?
just let him make his point. Let him make his point real quick.
All right. Go ahead. Just taking too long to make your point. I hear you.
Our great grandfather, you say you go back to him, but before him, you could have had a great grandmother who was probably raped by a slave master. So when she has a son, the son is carrying his DNA to you, to your great grandfather, grandfather, and to your father, and then to you. So you saying somebody's an Edomite, you might be an Edomite. And the reason why I say that is 30% of African Americans have the R marker from Europeans, which got into our bloodstream because of the slave trade. So you could be an Edomite and don't even know.
Okay,
let me defend what you just said. You just said something. Now let me respond.
Go ahead.
Now you went straight to my great grandmother. How come you didn't mention my grandmother and my grandfather? Why did you only go to my grandmother? Or my great grandmother, like you said? How come? Because you went straight to my grandmother. You didn't even say nothing about my father and his side, Garfield.
You didn't hear anything I said. You never listened to one word I said a while ago. You didn't.
No, but you only mentioned my grandmother.
Listen, bro. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. And by the way, let me take your family out of the situation because you sound like you're getting crazy right now. You
already started.
You're not.
You already started. So now we're about to finish.
Listening. I'm saying that you guys are running around saying people are Edomites. When you're saying that I never mentioned your great grandmother and great grandfather before, but I'm saying hypothetically, if somebody in your family was raped, that man, you wouldn't count that man. That man is a raper. That's what my point is. And if he raped your great grandmother, that means you have that Edomite line in you that you're not familiar with. Like when listen, my autosomal, I got 3.9% Ashkenazi Jew.
Well, you might be an Edomite.
90%. I'm pretty much 90%.
No, him, Garfield.
Sub-Saharan.
I know, but he's saying I could be an Edomite.
Hold on,
because somebody probably raped my. You know what I'm saying?
One of us could be an Edomite.
Garfield probably an Edomite because he don't believe in this truth. Daniel,
though you are
good afternoon, gentlemen.
He doesn't
good afternoon.
Yo, is everybody gonna talk over me, or we just gonna go back and forth like?
Nah, I just want to make one point real quick, Garfield.
What's up, Garfield?
No, let me finish my point. What's up? What's up, 93? I'm boss. All right, listen to this. Is what I'm saying. We don't know unless we take a DNA test. The DNA test will tell you if your Y paternal marker is either Y, is either E or R or Q or T or J or whatever.
Okay,
That will
does that
tell you
DNA
what your line is for the last 3, 4, 5,000 years.
Does that DNA test go all the way back to
Oh
Genesis?
my God, bro! You don't know what you're talking about. Stop speaking about what you don't know.
Oh,
Just
bro, I'm
relax.
asking you a question.
Garfield,
Relax.
I got a question.
Hold
Can
on,
we?
93, hold on.
Okay.
King Hebrew, I am saying to you personally,
Yes, sir.
if someone rapes in my family, right? If there's a white man,
Yes, sir.
like there's a white man that named Allison on my mom's side is true a white man, right? He's come from Scotland. 3 of them. They came from Scotland. One went to Philly, one went to Cuba, one went to Jamaica. We traced that shit down the last 400 years, right? Now, what we've discovered is because it's through my mother, right? My mother has children, not my mother, but 10 generations behind her, before her. And then the Allison name is in Jamaica because of the Scottish man. So I know where that Allison name come from. Now, my father is connected to the Igbo, although he was born in Cuba, right? He's Jamaican parents, but he was born in Cuba. So now his lineage now, my lineage is an E marker that goes back to a certain individual 10,000 years ago. I could know where my lineage comes from. So what I'm saying to you is the DNA test will give you your Y marker and your mother's marker, and you'll see what your roots is. I don't know what your roots is, but I'm telling you, there's some dilly-dally going on in your other Seminole. I could tell. All right.
Okay, can I make a statement real quick,
That's not
Garfield?
a disrespect, but we like to throw out that people are Edomites when we need to look at ourselves and say, based off of the slave trade, any of us could be classified as genetically connected to the Edomites.
Okay, Garfield, let me make one statement real quick. In regards to the brother and the way he looked.
Man, I gotta respond to him.
All right,
Yeah,
go
he
ahead.
got to respond.
He's talking to me. Now,
go ahead, beloved.
A brother said something on a clubhouse, how it's illegal for the people over there in Israel to get a DNA test. Why is that? Why is it illegal for them to get a DNA test? Because they know that something might get revealed in their genealogy if they do get the DNA test. So do you agree with that statement that I just said? How it's illegal for the people over there in Israel? How it's illegal for them to get the DNA test?
What does that have to do with me and you right now?
No, because we're talking about DNA tests and genealogies, even though the Bible said I'm talking about
over Israel. You saying you guys promote that they're not real normally. So why do we care what they think?
Because they know that we're gonna prove that they're not if we get their ass tested.
Bro, you cannot. Let me ask you a question.
They already have their DNA on file.
Hold on a second. You can prove you're an Israelite. You're running around here based off of faith. You don't
They
know
can't
if you're
prove
an
they're
Israelite.
Israelites. They
It's
can't
based
prove they're
off of
Israelites.
faith.
Right. What tribe are they from over there in Israel?
Hold on. Time out, King Hebrew. Do you get the chance to speak whenever you speak, bro? Do we let you speak? Come on, bro. You gotta let other people speak, man. The brother said something and I'm responding to him. Just relax. We're gonna let you talk. No problem, bro. The show's been off for over 7 hours. I only do shows on Sundays. So I'm not even in no rush to even get off. All right. So just relax. You're gonna get your chance. King Hebrew, I am saying you cannot prove to any human being right now while you're live on my channel that you are technically connected to the ancient Israelites. You might can pull a scripture out and say, this is pertaining to me. And somebody else, Yara, might come and say, no, you're wrong. None of y'all not even agreeing on the stage. I'm saying it's your faith, but you can't impose your faith in a wicked way. So when you say white folks are Edomites, you're imposing your understanding of a text that you really don't know, because we ain't got no original. We got a patched up book. And we trying to fight over a patched up book and tell people, oh, you are Edomite. Oh, you are this. I'm saying that if that's the case, everybody could be an Edomite. You can respond to that, and then Yazarala could go after. Go ahead, my brother.
Just for clarification, before I leave, is it true that it's illegal for Israelis to get DNA tested? Yes or no?
I'm not sure on that. I haven't gotten any confirmation of that. I've heard it. I've heard it though. Yes, I've heard it. I've heard that.
No, it is not. It is not illegal.
Oh, it's not.
They need a court order to do it. They need a court order. That's all.
Yes, it's not illegal.
Need a court order.
Yes.
That's not what the screenshot I had. I got the screenshot right here. So
So
whether
who said
it's
that to you,
illegal or
beloved?
whether it's
Who
court
said that
ordered,
to you? Hold on. Who said that to you?
I have the act. I have a screenshot on my phone. I have the act. I think it's called the information. It's called something. I have the act.
Okay.
They passed the bill over there. I don't want to exit because it might take me off the panel. I just wanted to clarify that for the audience, how they can get DNA tested. So whether it's court ordered or whether it's illegal, why do you need the court to give you permission to get a DNA test when I can just go online and buy myself a DNA test over here and DNA test myself? How
That's
come they
them,
can't
though.
do
You
that
said it. But you
over
said
there?
they're not the real one. So why should you care about that rule? That's their rule. Who cares?
Because
You the real Israelite. You the
we
real
have to
Israelite.
prove it. That's the only way we could prove it is get them DNA tested, Garfield. Once we get
Bro,
them tested,
the Babylon,
What's the
bro,
context?
we got the Babylonian Jews DNA before they arrived in there. We got the Persian Jews. We got the Persian. A matter of fact, we got the people in what's his name? What's the guy that wrote in the 1200s, man? Benjamin Tudela, who went to Assyria where the Israelites were taken, and he found people there, over 10,000 people, saying that they descend from the people that were brought there in the 8th century BC by the Assyrians. And those people, you don't believe that, right? You don't believe that, right? You don't believe that. Because again, that kills y'all 12 tribe chart and y'all being the Israelites. You see, y'all don't like facts. Y'all don't like information that prove y'all wrong. I'm telling y'all. Y'all wishy-washy. Look at this guy. Hold on. Look at this guy. Hold on, King Hebrew. Let Yazarala go. And then 93. Look at this guy right here. This is another craziness. Why was Simeon called Niger? So if Simeon was called Niger, why wasn't everybody called Niger? Why was it only him if everybody was Niger?
All right, let me answer that for you, Garfield. 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 Now, if you look at me, look at my profile picture. If you compare me to Wesley Snipes, which one would be black?
I think you're Edomite.
Hold on, my brother is 2 shades darker than me, so calm down.
Have you seen? Do you know the guy that owns African Ancestry? Rick Kittles?
Hold on, sir. I'm asking you a question because you brought up why Simeon was called Niger and why everybody else wasn't called Niger. Just because he was the only one called nigger, don't mean that everybody else wasn't melanated.
It's Niger. It's Niger.
Okay, the word nigger comes from that word, so that's why I said that.
Who says it come from that word? Prove that.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God, let's pull up the guy.
Don't do that, Garfield.
Yo. Y'all play too many games.
Do you really want me to prove that it comes from that?
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all make this up. Y'all like Hebrew Israelites have the worst information in this community. The worst.
Hey, don't put that on all us, man.
Hold on. If I prove it, are you gonna
apologize? You're 0.01%, bro. You don't count. This is Rick Kittles, the owner of AfricanAncestry.com, looking like Wesley Snipes.
Come on, man.
Just for the record,
he looks like Wesley Snipes. Wesley Snipes is like 2 shades darker than him.
R carrier.
Black as hell.
R carrier. But he's definitely autosomaly African.
Got it. Okay. So just because Simeon was called whatever he was called, doesn't mean that everybody else wasn't melanated. Don't mean that.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna teach you something today that you never heard, and I want you to blame the Edomites for this. All right, what's the verse? Acts what? Acts 13 verses 1, right?
Yep.
Bible Hub, watch this. I'm gonna show this on the screen, and I want everybody to see I'm not making this up. Garfield did not make this up. This is Acts 13:1. This is BibleHub.com. Look at this. It says, now in the church at Antioch, there were prophets and teachers, Barnabas, Simeon, called Niger, Lucius of Cyrene, Manaen had brought up with Herod the Tetrarch, and Saul. So these are different translations, right? Let's go to the Hebrew right now. The Greek. I'm sorry, not the Hebrew, the Greek. Let's take a look at the Greek. What it says. It says, in the church at Antioch, there were prophets and teachers, Barnabas, Simeon, called Niger. What is Niger? Niger can mean, it's a proper name of Latin origin. It can mean black, it can be Niger, and it can mean a Christian.
Wait, so Niger can mean Niger?
Now watch this. Let's go to Strong's. Oh, calm down, brother. Calm down. We're gonna look at the occasion of what's called in the Greek. See, it's called Niger, and it's who was called Niger and Lucius and da 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 da. Hold on, let me see if I find the actual meaning. Hold on. But regardless of that, if it means black, Simon the Black, can it be a last name? Can it be a surname? I'm gonna ask you a question. Can it be a surname?
Yes, it could be.
All right. Now watch this. Simon, Simeon the Niger, Simon the Niger, Blue Letter Bible. Let's see what pops up. Let me see. Simon Niger. Hold on. I have this somewhere. I just need to find it. Look at this right here. The outline of biblical use. Niger equals black, but what is it? It's a surname of the prophet Simeon.
And what is your point? It doesn't mean he wasn't black.
Simon, it was a surname. That's my point.
Okay,
it could be considered a surname. It could also mean a Christian, but it doesn't mean he's physically black. It doesn't.
One of
mean
the definitions of that word is black.
Yeah,
so what are you talking
Niger
about?
equals black. Yeah, nobody's disputing that. But it was look at what they said. Look what it said. One, surname of the prophet Simeon.
Yeah.
So you running around based off of this. Hold on, based off of this information, what do you think it means?
He's fucking black.
So it's trying to say he's black. You see, this is the problem. This is the problem
It is. But the biggest problem that they have is not that it just is talking about Simon the Niger. It's specifically talking about who he actually is, right? Who he actually is and was is Simon of Cyrene. Where is Cyrene? Cyrene was located in Libya. Where is Libya, family? Is it not in Africa? So
bro, nobody's disputing that. Nobody's disputing that.
Hold on. Do you have any attestations where Simon or Simeon was an Israelite?
Yes, he was an Israelite.
Show me in the scripture.
Okay, the brother Garfield just pulled up the word Niger, and one of the definitions is Christians. The prophets the prophets and the disciples were called Christians. Everybody that was following the Lord at that time, they were Israelites.
So why did they single out Simeon and call him the black? Why? Why only him? Why not everybody?
Why are black people in America in the group called Black Panthers?
No, I didn't ask you that. Why did they single out this guy and call him Simeon the Niger? You've been mistaught, bro. You got a lot of stuff that's
can I speak? You asked the question.
Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. Simeon was he was called black. He was called Niger. All right. In America, are there black people that are in a group that are called black? Specifically black Hebrew Israelite. I don't subscribe to being black. If somebody call me black, I understand we use black and white, but I don't accept that term. You see what I'm saying? So just because he was the only one that was called black, don't mean that he in that area.
Why would they single him out and call him black if they meant black as in skin tone? It makes no sense. That's like Mary Magdalene. She's the only person that's called Magdalene. We don't think about. Look at what the Thayer's Greek lexicon says.
Okay, go to another translation because in other translations it says Simeon the black man. That's what it says in other translations.
Hold on a second. Right here, the Thayer's Greek lexicon. Go to this one. Surname of the prophet Simeon. I didn't make this up. It's a surname, bro. They got people named Jack Black today. They got Jack Black. That don't mean black is black. They got Jack Black, the actor. That don't mean he's black.
What does that got to do with his lineage? His color don't have nothing to do with his lineage, bro.
What you say? What did you just say?
His color has nothing to do with his paternal lineage. You can be dark skin or black.
His lineage, right?
Yeah, you have to know. We have to know that, right?
Hold on. Color has nothing to do with his lineage, right?
His color has nothing to do with his lineage. Just if he's black, that doesn't mean that we. Hold on. Let me just say this. Let me get it off. I guess white people did a good job at making us think that most of the world ain't people of color, but most of the world are people that approach brown to quote unquote black. India, Southeast Asia. That has nothing to do with lineage. Nothing to do with it.
But what does black look like? See, this
and that's confusion.
No, that's not confusing.
Fourth family mad. So fourth family here. What's up, fourth family? Come on, drop it.
I mean, I'm just listening. I mean, when y'all say black is beautiful, you say that's what an African is, right?
Negro.
Just look at that beautiful black skin, don't you?
Hey, yo, fourth family. Let me answer a question.
Yeah, that's
right?
what we did here in
Yeah.
America.
How do you differentiate?
That's
Hold
what
on,
I'm saying.
hold on, guys. Time out. Fourth family. Let me ask you this straight up question. How do you differentiate Ham from Shem on the slave ships?
I can see it in their face. Check it out, right? Like you, I can look in your face on your little picture you got up there, right? And I listen. I can look at you in your face, right? And I got a keen eye. The way you act, the way you talk about us all the time, I can tell the spirits is off. You get what I'm saying?
Okay,
I'm very good at discerning.
Hold on. Can I say something real quick?
You're the
to,
greatest.
Garfield?
I love this dude. Yo. You got a
Garfield,
YouTube channel,
Garfield.
man? I gotta follow you, man.
Garfield,
Nah,
let me read
man, I'm just trying to tap in with my people, man. I ain't got time for this fake money.
Garfield, let me read something to you, Garfield.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, this is Acts 13:1. Among the prophets and teachers of the church at Antioch of Syria were Barnabas, Simeon, called the Black Man, Lucius from Cyrene, Manaen, childhood companion of King Herod, Antipas, and Saul. So, if according to that one, it says Simon the Black Man.
Oh, okay.
See, look, not the Hamite man, the black man.
Why was he called a black man?
Because there's only one black man on this earth, fool, and it's in America.
Now listen.
That's false.
Time out. Where are you reading that from?
Acts 13:1.
Where? What version?
What translation?
The what?
The friendly one. The friendly one that everybody trying to use nowadays.
Jehovah's Witness translation.
Are you cherry picking, or that's your actual translation you use?
It's a scripture, it's a verse. How's that cherry picking, fool?
How am I cherry picking?
I'm talking about the translation, fool. The translation.
Listen to the context of it, fool. Listen to it.
Bro, stop getting emotional. You talking about skin color argument. Garfield, let me jump in right quick. Hold on, let me jump in right quick, because earlier y'all were talking about
I can hear it in your voice that you're not us either. Where are you from?
I'm not y'all. I'm not y'all.
I know you're not. See, I'm very keen in my enemies. Trust me.
I'm not y'all.
I'm on your ass.
Hey, look, bro, you not like us, bro. We not Israelites. But listen,
wouldn't want to be if I could.
I definitely ain't trying to be no Israelite. But look, I sent the paper,
but you want to be an American though, right? That's Israelite.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, but you shut up, little nigga. You shut up, you little hoe ass nigga.
Ford, chill out. That's my man, Ford. Chill out.
I don't care who he is, bro. Why don't calm him down, bro? Dude is a lame. But anyway, there's a scientific paper I just sent you, bro. Where the one where it talks about 30 to 40% of African.
We only read the scientific papers written by Africans. Pull up an African one.
Shorty.
Pull up an African scientific paper.
Pump your brakes. You at the Dagger Squad now. You at the Dagger Squad now. Calm down.
You ain't got one science. You ain't got one.
Shorty, be quiet.
Because you little.
Go ahead, 93.
You got a small sword.
I just wanted to pause. Homo.
I said
pause. But I just wanted to say that I sent you the paper that talked about 30 to 40% of African American lineage being European. So now we got to sit here and sift through actual lineage and not look at skin color, because we got black men who are the descendants of white people. So if y'all still going by that Edomite doctrine, so many of us are the children of white people.
No,
quote unquote Edomites.
So many of
you. Dude, I wish you shut up.
So many of you.
Shut up. Be quiet, bro.
Come
on, man.
Y'all
you got these lames on here, bro. Shut up. My whole point is y'all don't even know y'all lineage and y'all trying to dude, go put a dick in your mouth, you fucking bitch. Shut up.
He's sodomite. He's sodomite.
Fucking hoe ass niggas, man.
Stop.
He wouldn't say none of that in person.
Stop.
Yeah, because I'm an African and I'll kill you.
Everybody stop. 93. I'm gonna show you the hypocrisy, right? A while ago, right? He showed the NLT, right? With Acts 3, right? Why don't you use the NLT for Deuteronomy 28:68? There you will offer to sell yourselves to your enemies as slaves, but no one will buy you. Let's go back to Acts 13. Let's show you the hypocrisy, and there's no methodology. Just show you that try to fit stuff to sound comfortable. This is what I do. I make people uncomfortable in their beliefs. That's what I do. Now watch this. Acts 13:1. You go to which version? Which one do you want? You want the one that makes you feel better and comfortable. But Simeon, call the black man, but it's in brackets. It's in brackets. It's not even definite. It's in brackets. So even if it's called the black man, why nobody else is called the black man? What about the other people, the other ones? Y'all methodology is whack, yo. This is why y'all stuck. This is why I could beat y'all up every day with y'all own scripture. It's
Stick
crazy.
them to lineage, man. Don't even entertain these color arguments.
I don't get it.
Yeah, we passed that, bro. That's 2015 arguments. Y'all coming with this skin color crap. We passed that. It's ridiculous.
All right,
Anyway.
can I respond to you, Garfield, real quick?
Go ahead,
Because you pulled up the NLT, right? You pulled up the NLT, and you said, "Why don't I use Deuteronomy 28:68 for the NLT?" Let's use that. Now, according to that, you would have to show me Jewish people selling themselves into slavery in history, and
Why are
nobody
you
bought
talking
them.
about Jewish people?
Because
Why you always gotta talk? This is what y'all do. Y'all talk about
okay,
Christians,
damn, Garfield.
homosexuals,
Damn,
and
Garfield.
Jewish
Let
people.
me
What
finish,
about
bro.
you? Talk about you proving it.
Let me finish, please.
All right, let's go to Deuteronomy 28.
Testimony.
Let's go to the NLT too. Go to the NLT one.
I'm gonna go to it right now. Go to it right now. All right, there we go. NLT. Then the Lord will send you back to Egypt in ships to a destination I promised you would never see again. There you will offer to sell yourselves. And by the way, too, how can he say to a destination I promise you would never see again? That means you already went there before. You never went to America before. That's dead again. There, a place you will offer to sell yourselves to your enemy as slaves, but no one will buy you.
Hey Garfield, let me ask you a
When did
question.
you sell yourselves as slaves?
I'm gonna give you an answer. Didn't MLK do it? And then he said, "I fucked up."
You can't be serious.
Go ahead, brother man. I'm dead ass
Hold on. All right,
serious.
let me
Go ahead,
let me
brother
go
man.
ahead. Let me go ahead and deal with
A
Garfield.
burning house.
All right, so you brought it up, NLT. Now, my argument is, Garfield, when we dealt with Joel 3, you brought up, okay, prophecy, this happened in history, blah, 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 the Phoenicians. Where can you find this? If this translation is correct of this verse, where can you find this happening in history?
Where you could find what? Deuteronomy 28:68.
In the way that it's translated in the way that it's translated in this verse.
First and foremost, when was Deuteronomy written? Let's ask a simple question. Let's start there. When was it written?
After Egypt.
I guess before time.
Come on. Now you're playing semantics. Just deal with the question.
Family. This is where I help you guys out, right?
What's the question?
We don't need your help though. You see that, right?
All right. Do you agree that Moses wrote in Hebrew? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you agree, fourth family, that Moses wrote in Hebrew?
I believe he wrote in the spirit. Yes. My people's spirit. Not no African. And you know that you gonna kill something, nigga. You ain't killed nothing at home. You better calm your bitch ass down.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
Who's you like this drama, yo? You definitely from
who's he talking to?
I mean, he said killer. I'm gonna kill you. And what's wrong with you, nigga?
Bro, hold on, calm down. I was just playing with dude. I'm not an African, by the way.
We don't play like that, nigga. But we don't play like that. Even if you want to.
You know what? I take it back. Yeah, I am gonna kill you. Now what?
He's some kind of Hispanic or something.
Now what? I'm gonna kill you until I'm gonna kill you on this information too.
He's some
Come on, get the smoke.
But anyway,
shit.
Garfield.
All you gotta do is drop your addy.
Garfield.
I'm at your mama house.
That's Garfield. All right, hold on.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Garfield.
I am.
Garfield. Let's deal with this now. You jump back. Okay,
so now they drop the addresses. So they done got
we getting it in. Yes, we're gonna get your faggot ass too, nigga.
I'm finna drop his mama.
Hold on.
Sabio, talking all that shit about our people with your faggot soft ass.
Let's get some more structure real quick.
You weak dumb bitch. We ain't no Israelites, nigga.
I'm so gonna keep on a dick again, nigga. Shut the fuck up.
Let's get some structure real quick.
Dumb bitch.
Hey, who is the brother though that I'm arguing with? Who are you, bro? Real talk. My name 93.
I'm your daddy. Now let the other brother talk.
Garfield.
Real quick.
Garfield. We brought up
in regards to the
NLT.
verse, though. If we can get back to the verse.
All right, yeah. We get back to the verse. We get back to the verse.
When it comes to the verse, the people who are pointed out in the verse are offering themselves. Now, if somebody on the pro side of that who is pro that this verse is talking about African Americans, can you explain why the slaves will be offering themselves instead of being offered?
We're gonna
Can you do us a
let me
favor and
explain it.
stop calling us
Hold
African Americans? Call us
on.
Black Americans right now, so we
Let
can
me
separate right
Black
now.
Americans, my apologies. Black
Please, let
Americans.
me
Black is
explain
a
it.
byword.
Let me
Yo,
explain it.
42
It is
minutes
a
up right now.
byword,
I
but
can't
please
deal
let
with
me
you right now.
explain it.
You messing up the
Let me
show.
explain it. Let me explain it. He brought up the question, pro Hebrew Israelite, why are we offering ourselves? I'm asking Garfield this specifically because in the King James Version, it's not written this way. So I'm asking him, if this translation is true, where can you see this in history being done? Because he brought up Joel 3 about Phoenicians selling into the Greeks and whatnot. He can't bring up this being done. You can't find images or history of white people selling themselves into slavery and nobody bought them, because this translation is not what it's talking about in Hebrew.
Right. But we need not seek the
Hold on.
Hebrew
Stop for a
itself.
second. Stop for a second. Who does say it's not the translation in Hebrew? Who does say that?
I said that.
That's Yazarala?
Yazari Allah.
All right, watch this. You said it's not the translation in Hebrew. Let's go to the Hebrew. It's right here. It's right here. See?
And that's
it says
the
it
one
right
we
here.
should be
It says it
basing
right
this
here,
on,
brother.
is the
The
first.
Lord will return you to Egypt in ships by a route that I said you should never see again. There you will sell yourselves to your enemies. This right here. We hit marketing. I said it earlier. The hit pile verb. You will sell yourselves to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you. It's right here in the damn Hebrew. So what are you talking about?
Show me this happening, because what I'm telling you is
It doesn't have. Hold on. This is why
That's
I
what we're
asked you.
saying. It never
This is
happened.
why we ask you.
We're not believers.
We listen.
I
Even if we're
understand you're not
believers,
believers.
hold on. Let's do it step by step. Slow down. Deuteronomy 28:68 and anything in the Bible doesn't have to happen word for word as it's written in the Bible. No, who made that rule? Who made that rule up? Who said that? You are doing that. You wanted to say somebody sold themselves, so we need to find the people who sold themselves.
No, guess what?
This is what the scholars said. Let me tell you what the scholars said.
With Joel 3, what did you do?
Hold on.
When we dealt with
Joel
3,
3
what
was
did you
not
do?
exactly like that. I just show that.
And that's why I said that's not the fulfillment of it.
Because you're trying to be, you're being very anal about the information. You're not dealing with it on a realistic level. You see, the Bible, if you take the Bible literal, bro, you fucked. You brain fucked. There's no way you believe everything in the Bible word for word, all 23,000 words in the Old Testament.
No, I don't believe everything is literal. No, I don't believe everything
listen
is
to what
literal.
I'm saying to you now then. Deuteronomy, when would you say it was written? Physically, when did Moses?
Why does that matter? Can we stick to the verse, please?
No, we're gonna stick to the verse because we need it in context.
Well, how is this out of context? It's together with the rest of the text.
When do you think it was written?
Whenever Moses wrote it.
All right. So you think Moses wrote it. So at that time period, do we have any other writings in Hebrew to say, you know what, we had Hebrew at this time? That's the first thing.
Yes.
So you do? What's that? Can you give me a example?
You have other Paleo Hebrew inscriptions outside of the Bible written on stone. So what are you talking about?
I asked you that. I said, do you have Hebrew written down at that time period when Moses was around?
No, I don't know of anything, but I know before that, yes, certainly there was Hebrew written down.
This is what I'm telling you now. Now watch this. So now that we know that there was no Hebrew written at that time period, whoever wrote this, we got to connect them with an overseeing empire who may have had the same type of writing style or same type of storyline that the Bible had. An easy way to do it is this way, my brother. We know when Yara came on, he said, Garfield, I thought you was going to go with the Assyrian or the Hittites with the whole curses and all that stuff that they wrote. So I'm going to show you what the scholars say about it, so you don't have to take my word. Take the experts' word on it, right? We know for a fact that Israelites were on ships and they went into Egypt. We know that for a fact. We know that it happened with the Greek period, and we know that it happened in the Assyrian time period. And we know that even the Judean king called Manasseh was actually on a ship going into Egypt. We know that for a fact.
Okay.
Now, what does the writer mean? Because listen, this is in the New Living Translation, it kills you because it says, then the Lord will send you back. He's sending you back. An action will send you back is an action, you back to Egypt. Okay, to bondage. In ships. Okay, So we're going to send you back to bondage with ships to a destination I promise you would never see again. Now, what destination did God say to them that he would never see again? Tell me where in the Bible before, because we have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all the way up to chapter 28. When did God say that to Moses before that time period?
You tell
That's
me.
what you got to find. You got to find that words.
You tell me.
You got to find it. When did God say, I will send you, I will never send you there again? When did God promise? The word is promise. I promise to a destination. This is what it says. That means it's a location. It can't be bondage. Bondage is not a location.
Hold on.
When you use the word there, T-H-E-R-E, listen. When they use T-H-E-I-R and not T-H-E-R-E instead of T-H-E-I-R, you know they're referring to a place. It can't be bondage. Get it out your head, bro.
Okay.
You will offer. It says, I promise to a destination I promise you would never see again. What destination did God promise to not let you see again?
Okay, quick cut for you. You said it's a destination because it's a destination, so it can't be bondage. The word Egypt means double straits, double hard place. It literally is a synonym for bondage.
Again. What destination, bro? Bondage cannot have a destination. Are you silly? Are you crazy right now? You can't have a sensible, intelligent conversation.
Garfield,
We're going to say bondage is destination, bro.
Bro, I literally, what I said.
The person is
gotta stop this
offering.
bullshit, yo. This is
Garfield,
crazy.
it doesn't
Bro,
matter. The
listen,
intent is
slow
that the
down.
individual is
Hold
offering
on,
themselves. That's the
Say that
intent
again,
of the
brother.
verse. The intent of the verse is that the individuals who are in this strait are offering themselves and offering themselves willingly. That is not consistent with the transatlantic slave trade, period.
Which is why we say this translation goes off, because if you say,
Why
oh,
would
they
you say that? Who are
okay,
you?
hold on.
It's the
Hold
first
on.
translation, the Hebrew.
No,
Bro,
okay,
the
no.
The
Hebrew
most
agrees with it.
authoritative is the first translation in any court.
We're just
Hey,
gonna
for
read the
anybody
Hebrew
who's
then.
watching, stop for a minute. This is when God said it, right? But Moses told the people, don't be afraid, just stand still and watch the Lord rescue you. The Egyptians you see today will never be seen again. In your King James Version, it says, for the Egyptians who you have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. This is what's the prerequisite. And if you as a man can't even admit this, we don't need to talk no more about the Bible. It says, where I promise you, you will never see again. Where did he, when did he make this promise? Right here in the scripture.
Okay.
This is prerequisite to that scripture. That's
No
why I
problem,
told you
Garfield.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. 5 books.
No
They're
problem.
written in chronological order according to your biblical text and what you believe in. And guess what? When did he say it before Deuteronomy 28? He had to say it before then.
Right.
That's what you need to point out.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Now, according to you, this is saying, according to the translation that you're reading, the Israelites are going to sell themselves and nobody's going to buy them. I said, when did this happen? If that translation is correct. Because you earlier, hold on. Earlier, you said the whole Old Testament is over. You said it's done.
That's what I believe that 100%.
You believe it 100%. So it happened. Yeah. Please show me where that happened. Show me people selling themselves and nobody bought them. Oh, please take me. I'm a slave. I'm a slave. Take me. Take me.
I don't think that's too hard to prove.
You see, that's the problem. You want the Bible to be 100% correct.
Oh, now I want the Bible to be 100%. You brought up Joel 3. You brought up history.
It could be. It doesn't have to
now
be.
It could be metaphorically. It's a metaphorical destination.
Listen. If it never happened for anybody, if it never happened for everything in history, we are not aware of. But I do know that Israelites were on slave ships. They were going into Egypt.
Perfect.
We have it in Joel 3, and we have it in Assyrian records, and we have other records of them being transported in 70 AD around that time period. I'm just saying to you, I don't know what happened. I don't know what they mean by you shall sell yourselves and whatever. I don't know. What I'm saying to you though is that this doesn't apply to African Americans.
Okay, what? Okay, now you
hold on a second. Let's straighten this out before you answer me and I answer you. would you agree that this could not be referring to African Americans because there's
No, I
not
don't
an
agree with
example? Hold on. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it a buck now, because this says this is not even hard. This is easy. Then the Lord will send you back to Egypt in ships to a destination or disembarkation I promise you would never see again. When did God promise the destination, mention a destination that they would not see again? When did
Okay,
God ever
you just brought up those scriptures.
All
so
right.
I'm not
So that
even
means,
arguing
hold
with you.
on. That means he's talking about physical Egypt and
Okay. Okay. I'm glad that
All
you said
right,
it.
now watch
I'm
this.
so glad you said that because you
All right.
just
So now
said
hold on. There, you will offer to sell yourselves to your enemies as slaves, but no one will buy you. Now, hold on a second. You will offer to sell yourselves to your enemies as slaves, but no one will buy you. When in history did it happen? Well, all I could tell you is that they went back on ships with the Assyrians, and they went on the ships when they came to the Greeks. That's examples of them going to Egypt, going to physical Egypt on ship.
Okay, I'm glad that you keep
You can't
saying
go to
physical.
Egypt on ship because Egypt is all the way on the other side of the world.
Okay, I got you. Cool. I'm glad you're saying physical because you just said, I don't know. It could be metaphorical. Which one is it?
No, I'm talking about the parts about the what you call it, selling yourselves. It could be something.
No. You just said earlier, oh, I don't know. It could be metaphorical. I don't know when this happened. But now you're saying, okay, it's only physical Egypt.
I'm saying it's physical Egypt. That's what it's referring to. So what's the point? What's the problem?
The problem is you said it's metaphorical on one side of your mouth, then the other side you said, oh,
I said
it's physical.
It could be metaphorical how
Okay.
they refer to it. I don't know.
Here's the conclusion of my argument. Here's the conclusion of my argument. Based on what you just did, you should accept Acts 13:1 in the New Living Translation that I just brought, because the NLT says Simon the Black Man. You didn't want to accept that in the KJV.
Hold on a second. You know what? I accept it. Hold on a second. Look at this. Since you want to play that game, I accept it. But guess what? What does it mean when something is in brackets? What does that mean? What does this mean?
Please expound upon it. Tell me.
What does that mean? I want you to explain that to me. What does that mean?
Tell me.
No. I want to ask you because you ran and jumped to it. What does it mean? One, it normally means that it's not in the translation. And two, it's not an exact translation or proper interpretation of the verse. Once you see the brackets, something is wrong.
Something majorly wrong.
You saying call the black man. Hold on. Let's look at any other version. If it says the black man. That's all we got to do.
No, it's going to say Niger.
All right, then. So why would you pick the one that says the black man? Because you're obsessed with color and black. Oh, there you go. Call the black right here.
No, but okay. All right. I'm glad that you said that.
But brother, a further question, brother.
Hold on. I'm dealing with him. I'm glad he said that I chose the one because I'm black color and blah 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 blah. Why are you choosing 2868? You will sell yourself. Why you ain't choosing the King James version?
Because when I was learning Hebrew, while I'm learning
Come on, man.
Hebrew teacher, I'm telling you the truth. I'm listening to you. He broke it down to me. And that's what, and actually, if you look at Deuteronomy 28, not to be long-winded, but let's take a look at Deuteronomy 28 one more time. If you look at the Hebrew itself, bro, tells us what it is. We don't need to argue about it. This is, you see, the argument is over.
The Hebrew as well.
Hold on. We don't need to argue. Let's go to the Hebrew.
Let's read the Hebrew.
Hold on one second. 2868 parallel. Yeah, let's go right here. In ships by a route that I said you should never see again. Where did God say that?
Go to Egypt because when it says Egypt in 28, let's read all the definitions of what's possible. It says Egypt, land of the Copts. Number one, a country at the northeastern section of Africa.
Hold on, it's saying it right here. Strong's 4714, right here. It says it right here on the screen. We don't need to go to that. Let's go to what the Hebrew is saying.
Okay.
Strong's 4714 is used, a son of Ham, also his descendants and their country in Northwest Africa.
Okay, I'm reading all of the definitions. Now, you just read the country.
You gotta read it in the context of the Strong's, what the Strong's is saying.
I'm reading that, bro. I'm reading that.
Just to try to win the argument.
Please
Arthur, that says Northwest Africa.
Northwest Africa. Yeah, that's wrong. That should be
Oh,
Northeast.
damn. So you're gonna accept that? Okay, here we go. A country at the
Ain't nobody perfect, bro.
All right, a country at the northeastern section of Africa, adjacent to Palestine, and through which the Nile flows. Another definition: Egyptians, double straits. When this word is used as an adjective, that's what it's talking about. So all I'm saying is, when you see the word Egypt or Egyptians, you can see people called Egyptians that were Israelites. You can see people called Syrians that were Hebrews. You can see people that were called Syrians that were Israelites. So in this verse, I'm saying when it says Egypt, it's talking about double straits. It's talking about what the word actually means, between a rock and a hard place. That's what Martezayim means in the Hebrew. Martezar means straight or a hard time. Yum makes it double, makes it plural. So it means hard times or a rock in a hard place. That's what it means. That's what Egypt means. Literally, that's the direct translation. It don't mean North Africa. It don't mean none of that. When Ham's son was born and his name was Martezarium, before they even went into Africa, his name was if you want to say Egypt, he wasn't even living in that land yet. But his name meant double straits, a hard time. So when the Lord said, I'm going to send you into Egypt with ships, he's talking, I'm going to send you in a hard time. I'm going to send you in the double straits with ships.
Bro,
that's what
you
I
can't, bro, a destination is not bondage. It can't be a location is not. That is just basic English you learn in the second grade, bro. You see, you're stretching and reaching because you want to get an understanding because of your belief. You can't think straight. You don't notice that? You can't think straight. So you're saying a destination is bondage? Bondage is a destination?
No, listen. What I just
So what are you talking about, bro? You know what? Let's end the conversation,
bro.
Let's move to a different topic. Let's move to a
let's go to a different topic. Let me make this final point.
We're not going nowhere, bro. We're not going nowhere.
I just did.
Go back to offer.
What I just did. We can go to offer in a minute, right after I finish this point. What I just did was use the word Egypt, the definition of Egypt. The definition of Egypt is not a location, because before
where are you getting that definition?
Hold on. Before the Egyptians, the son of Ham that was called Martezarium, before they took over that land and made Egypt theirs, his name was already Egypt. His name was already Martezarium.
Martezarian. What are you talking about?
That's the Hebrew word for Egypt.
You mean Mizraim?
Martezarium.
Martezarian. What the hell is Martezarian?
When they represent Egypt, is as Garfield said, Mizraim.
Is Mizraim.
Okay, I'm using that word in a more ancient form of Hebrew. Sorry.
Are you using Laswan Kadesh? Are you using One West? From One West, right?
You're using Laswan Kadesh.
I'm using it.
That's where we're all disjointed. At it from a Lashawan Kadash point.
Okay, even if you say Mitzrayim, let's say Mitzrayim. Let's say Mitzrayim. What does the word Mitzrayim mean? It means double straits. Before it even refers to the land of North Africa, before they even went into that land, that's what the name means.
So somebody named their son that? Somebody named their child that?
That's his name.
Okay, that's like an eponymous, like how they name a person based on the action that they're going to commit in the future. That's kind of like some mythical stuff.
Okay, just like Jacob, his name was Yaquab, or however y'all pronounce it in Yiddish, which means supplanter. He supplanted Esau later on in the future.
So, yeah, that's kind of not realistic to us. Like, if you name somebody the guy who wields the sword 10 years from now, and he actually does it, that ain't reality. That's a story.
Well, Michael Jordan's name, he is like God. Didn't Larry Bird call Michael Jordan the God of basketball?
He ain't nothing like God.
I agree with you. That boy, I was bold.
He ain't nothing like God. But yeah, Garfield, come on.
Andrew, what you working on?
Man, I got a lot of stuff up here. I just want to I want to respectfully engage. I want to respectfully engage because the brother is fighting you. He's fighting you, but I want to know how this applies to African Americans, brother. If you can
let's pull up the word offer. You said let's pull up the word offer.
Yes, please, because the whole intention of the verse is that these individuals are willingly offering themselves, and they will get to a point in their offer that they won't see as much success as they thought they would.
That's fucking asinine, but here I have the word. I got the word. I got the word right here.
When you said these individuals, who are you talking about? Black Americans?
He's not gonna put it on us. He's just saying the Israelites of the Bible without putting.
Yeah, I mean, African Americans aren't the only slaves that ever existed in time.
Nobody.
Name another one.
Then we're not the only ones that went on ship. There's other people that went on ship.
Name another one that was emancipated. How about that?
Okay. Let's stick to the topic. He wanna pull the word.
Go ahead, brother man.
Sell yourself or offer yourself. Here's the word. Here's the word in Hebrew. makar, where you get the word hold on, let me see. It says to sell,
Relent.
to sell.
Give
Hold
up.
on. It says to sell, seller, to be sold, to sell oneself, to be given over to death, to sell oneself. Now let's go to
We the
the
only
word
ones say we
bayou.
die for our homies, man. Y'all some hoes. Y'all know
Let's go to the word bayou, quana in the Hebrew. Here we go. It says to get, to acquire, create, buy, possess, to acquire, to be bought, to get, to buy. That's what it says. So from the basic understanding of the Hebrew, how can you get this notion that it means you're gonna sell yourself, but nobody gonna buy you? It says you're gonna be sold. If you sell yourself and nobody buys you, you wasn't sold because nobody bought you. But in the scriptures, in the Hebrew, it says to be sold.
Right. The
You know what though?
intention. It's the intention of the verse in Hebrew, though. The whole main focus is that these people, outside of anybody else having any influence on them, they have set themselves up to be offered. So we can't get
Look
around
at
that. There's no
1963
semantics that
civil
you can
rights.
dance around that
Yes.
intention.
We offered
I'm not
ourselves up
dancing
to
around it.
hoes.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Now, when Garfield brought up the NLT, there's no word for yourselves. There's no word in the Hebrew at all in the text.
We
Sell
ain't got that
yourselves.
either
It's
because
not in there.
we are brother's keeper. That's why. Y'all got that. Y'all run any time of the day. You say, forget wherever you come from. Forget them. Forget them. Forget them. We don't do that. We are not y'all.
Yeah, look at the Hebrew. Look at the Hebrew. There's no word for yourselves. It's not there in the Hebrew. Let me read it. Matter of fact, let me go to it. Sab, Yahweh, Sab, Mitzrayim, Sab, Onya, Derak, Asar, Amar, Al, Ra'ah. I mean, there's no word there that says yourselves. It's not there.
Mhm. Is there a word that says that two will be joined together, Israelites and Egyptians or Hamites? Is there something in the Bible that says that? Like we will become one people?
No, it's not in
I
there
would
either.
love to see that. I would love to see
That
that.
dude, he gone though. What's his name? Yarah or
He's
something.
talking all that cash money gonna get hurt out here. Hey, I want to ask if you could pull up something, man. Now I was looking at something, right? Just messing with Garfield earlier, just just on the panel and stuff. Did you know it was a Niger River in Canada?
Hey, are you indigenous?
I'm not talking to you.
I'm asking you a question.
But I'm not talking to you.
Well, I'm gonna put any. Is he an abo? I just wanted
Go
to
ahead and
know
hold your tongue. Hold your tongue for a second.
because that explain a lot, brother.
Brother man, it explains that I'm not you. That's what it takes to explain I'm not you. A musty African? Yeah, I'm not you.
Okay,
Brother
you
man,
definitely a
did you know
goofy
about
abo.
Nigeria? I mean Niger River in Canada or no?
That's named from Simeon, man. Simeon the Niger.
Okay, so can anybody pull this up real quick though? Because I don't know how to share screen and stuff like that.
I believe
But
Garfield must be gone.
Y'all gonna leave that food on the table and not take Deuteronomy 28?
no,
Whoa,
it's
hold on.
okay. We
I
can
just
leave.
broke down. I just broke down Deuteronomy 28 that there's no word there that means yourselves. Sell
Right
So,
yourselves.
here, hit Marken. Hit Marken. It means sell yourselves.
No, it
All right,
doesn't.
Garfield.
It
So
means
you are up here,
Makar.
right?
I'm
It
right
means to
here.
sacrifice yourself, really though. Can you pull up the Niger River, right? That basically was
Why?
I
But
guess
why?
because
Why?
I want to show you something real quick so these Africans can leave us alone,
Niger
right?
River.
In
man,
Canada.
Garfield, come on, you finna do some abo stuff now? We supposed to
This
kill
ain't
Deuteronomy
Abba.
28.
This is anti-ho. It's okay.
Well, it definitely ain't got nothing to do with you because you definitely a hoe.
Stop. Hold your tongue, Mr. 3.
Hey,
92, whatever you
93.
is.
Before we go any further though, 93. What you want to bring up with Deuteronomy 28 before we go to another topic? What you
You
bring
Nah,
need
up?
to apologize. 93, you need to
I'm
apologize
just
to my
assuming.
people, man. Don't be talking like that, man. That's dangerous for you out here, man.
Look, to the
Don't do that,
Aboriginals, man. Listen, I apologize for cussing your homeboy up and
man.
disrespecting him because he's a hoe. But
Yeah, thank you for
anyway,
kissing the
the
ring. It's all
only
good.
thing yeah, that's slow. But anything about Deuteronomy 28, I don't know if the guy disagreeing with him left, but I mean
No, I ain't leave.
the guy that was disagreeing with the brother that was combating the Hebrew. But nah, I just wanted to ask him how he connects it to African Americans because that's not that it doesn't pertain to African
We're
Americans.
Black Americans. We're not African Americans. You're
Okay. Let me answer this
Garfield,
question.
you got to do some moderating. I'm trying not to cuss on your platform and stuff, man.
Let me answer this question. You said how does it pertain to Black Americans? Right? Deuteronomy 28:68.
Yeah. And I'll disagree with you, but respectfully after you lay it down.
No, that's cool. But that's the verse that you asking about. 68.
I mean, you want to do any other Deuteronomy? Because I disagree with the whole thing.
We can do it. Hold on.
Let's do it. Let's do that.
Let's do it. I'm right here at Deuteronomy 28.
28. Let me pull it up too.
Now we all know it's a whole bunch of curses, so I'm gonna just start from 15 real quick, just to set the precedence. Deuteronomy 28:15. It says,
which translation you using?
KJV.
All right, King James.
Now, right above the 28:15, it gives the title for what's going to take place. It says consequences for disobedience, and we all know the Israelites disobeyed. So these are the consequences that will come upon them. It's Deuteronomy 28:15. It says, "But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy power, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee." Now we can go through all of these curses, but I'll be here all day.
Yeah, and you know what form of literature this is, right? What form of literature this is, right?
Tell me.
It's called a suzerainty treaty. It's not something that the Israelites created. It's something that they borrowed from other Near Eastern cultures, where you make a treaty with either a lord or a ruler, and if you break it, curses will come upon you. The gods will send curses, scattering, dying, dispersion. So Deuteronomy is very similar to Asarhaddon's vassal treaty, where they made a treaty with him, and if they break it, they break that oath, they're going into slavery, they're going into curses, they're going to die, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So
I'll concede that. I'm not going to disagree with that.
It's called Esarhaddon Treaty.
I won't disagree with that at all.
So the Israelites made a pact with their God, but the other ones, they make a pact with other humans.
Exactly. But
so go ahead.
My point to that would be, okay, when other people made pacts with their gods, did it happen? No, we're looking at the Israelite curse.
Well, you said no. Did it happen? It probably did.
With Israelites? Did it happen with Israelites?
It happened. That's why I'm.
How do you prove that? Hold on. How do you prove that?
I'm getting the curses. We're gonna see.
All right, let them get a curse. I would just say that same logic would apply though. So if they, that's like saying we broke a curse with the Assyrians. If all the stuff in Deuteronomy is true, the same litany of curses is in these other treaties. Why you don't say we're the Assyrians? Why you don't say we're the statue of a dreamy people in
because
Turkey?
These things happen to us because we.
All right, let me let you get to it.
These things happen to us. Like you said, we made a covenant. We made a pact with God. So that's why I'm saying we are these people instead of Assyrians. I don't have a document that says the Assyrians made a pact with their God, and if they broke it, they're going to go into slavery.
Well, I just gave you the pact that they made, the people who made the pacts, and some of the same stuff is in here. But go ahead, we can go line for line.
Okay, yeah, you can bring that up. Hold on, let me see. Now, I found it funny how we have to prove, and we prove that we're the people. But when you read these curses, it also disproves those people that are in the land calling themselves the people.
I would just say real quick, this is not an actual way to prove lineage. I'm just humoring you because this is supernatural. This is not tangible. This is not something you can test repeatedly.
Very much supernatural. I got you.
All right, go ahead.
I got you. Let me bring up one of these, and I'm glad you said that because again, you must understand. Not all Hebrew Israelites teach the same thing. Not every Hebrew Israelite believes all black peoples or all descendants of the slave trade are Israelites. Like Garfield was saying earlier, you had people that were raped.
So how is this a metric if it produces false positive? You just admitted people who went through this, who may have experienced these curses, are not Israelite. So this is not a good metric.
I didn't say that necessarily. What I'm saying is you have people who look like these people that experience these things. They look like them. So that's why I will never say all these people, are 100% Israelites. You have mixtures of people. People look different. Lenny Kravitz, according to the chart, wouldn't be an Israelite. His daddy a white man.
Oh, according to the chart. So you go by the chart. Let me say this though.
So are the New England Indians on this chart as well?
I believe indigenous people. Yeah, I believe indigenous people are the Israelites too.
Okay. So all right, cool. let's do this though. Let's do this. So when you are trying to find out somebody's lineage, you create a method, and you have to. It has to be tested. It has to have it has to have repeatable results. If you're gonna sit here and say Deuteronomy is the way you determine someone's who's an Israelite or not, it's gonna produce false positives because people who are not of that lineage are caught up in the transatlantic slave trade and facing the things that you're gonna try to bring up here in America.
I'll give
So
you
it
that.
produces false positives.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But these curses do single out a people. It's a generalization. That's why I said it's not 100%
Does it?
fact. Yes,
It's not
these curses are
100%
very
fact.
specific to history.
Well, okay. Well, look, I feel like you kind of just cut yourself because you just said one, it's not 100% fact, but two, you just gave me the point that people who are not Israelites are experiencing the so-called curses. Then you said it sets aside a people. Has it set aside a people if people ain't Israelites going through the same thing?
Okay. Listen. I'm a kind of break it down for you. All right. Now we use some of these curses to say this is the reason why black people are in the conditions and we homeless and ghettos and projects and shit like that. Are white people not feeling some of those same things?
There are a ton of
white
Palestinians
people
right
that are
now
homeless.
going through that. In worse
I mean,
conditions than you are.
Okay.
Let him get to the curses. Hey, look, I don't want to keep dragging you. Let's go to the actual curses that you want to go to.
Okay. This is my last point on that. But I'm glad that y'all said that. He said Palestinians and blah 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 blah. The Israelites are scattered around the whole world. When people talk about the chart, that's mainly something in the West to just give you a generalization, an overview. Because slavery is in the Bible, transatlantic slave trade is in the Bible, but it doesn't only mean we're only in America.
It's not in the Bible.
Joel 3.
It's not in the Bible, but let's go to it. Let's do it.
All right, hold on. Let me bring out some of these curses. But I just wanted to make that point. It don't mean we only in America. It don't mean we only look black. You got brothers in certain camps that are white, straight up.
Yeah.
And they
y'all got the same lineage.
They can't trace their lineage all the way back to somebody that looks black or but through the spirit, that's what they believe. They believe in the faith. And if my last point, if we believe in what the scriptures say, the scriptures don't say you're gonna know who you are by DNA and science. The scripture says, like, by the word, you're gonna find out this. You by the faith that you have is gonna solidify.
And see, that's a problem too. That's a problem too, because lineage shouldn't make you have to believe in any theology or any kind of culture. It is what it is, whether you believe in God or not. You're an Israelite. Can't be whether you get a spirit on you.
You have Israelites that believe in Islam. It don't
no,
mean
but I'm saying,
Israelites.
Regardless if I believe in it or not, the truth is the truth. And if your method is you got to feel the spirit or a spirit needs to come on you, people aren't spiritually inclined. So that's not a good method to determine.
Spiritually inclined? How you mean?
So, for instance, I heard people in camp say, well, I guess if the spirit come to you or you gravitate to this doctrine, then it's in you, that you are one of us or something like that. I've heard that kind of flawed argument before. I'm not saying you do that, but if anybody is saying you have to have some supernatural thing, it has to touch you supernaturally, that's not how you determine someone's lineage. Regardless of what you think or believe, you are what you are.
Okay, cool. The fact that I believe in this is not based off, I'm just black and blah, blah, blah. It's still very much a spiritual thing. There's a bunch of black people who don't believe in this. They weren't given that gift to believe.
And it should be apparent to them regardless, right?
But when you deal with the Bible, and you might not believe in it, when you deal with the Bible, the scriptures speak about a certain number of the children of Israel. It's called the elect. They're going to believe in it no matter what, no matter what they look like.
Few in numbers.
No matter what they look like, no matter where they come from, they're gonna believe.
So you want to go to verse 16? Is that where you want to start, or where you want to start?
All right, I was at 15, 28 and 15. It says, I already read that, but let's go to some of the curses. 28 and 26. And thy carcass shall be meat unto all fowls of the air and unto beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. We can show you the lynchings in America where we're literally hanging and the birds.
Oh, which one is that? I was at 16. My bad. Which one was you at?
That's 26.
26. Okay, we'll start there then. Fine. Yeah. So the carcass will be meat into. So you said black people just laying in the streets and they're getting eaten back. I don't see that.
Well, so in slavery, black people weren't hung by trees and left up all day and all night, and the birds came and literally plucked them.
But isn't there a verse that say this should be on you forever though? These curses supposed to stay happening forever.
Hold on. Let's go to that. Let me see, where is that? Matter of fact, let me bring out a little bit more curses, and we can end them with the
Hold on,
forever.
before you even get to that, they just did a census where a group got together and they saw that there hasn't been somebody truly
Show us the curse that we can flee from our problems.
long enough for anybody to be.
And we didn't know who was who.
Definitely not
Hold
relevant.
on,
Let us do it. We got this, bro. We got it. Me and him gonna walk it down. I got you, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, AH.
Yeah, come on,
you
brother.
were saying something. Go ahead.
He wanted to go through more.
We're gonna take this one at a time. Go ahead.
Yeah, because he wanted to go through more. You wanted to go through more until you led up to the forever part. More.
Okay,
curses.
yeah. Let me go through more. Yeah, I see that part that you brought up. Okay, let me see. You can bring up 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. You can look at our living situations wherever we are. You have other nations that come in, they automatically getting loans. They don't speak English, but they get a mom and pop shop.
Are these people Israelites according to you? Because Hispanics are coming in my neighborhood.
Hold on.
You got Hispanics that's on your chart that's coming over here getting
I don't believe
$1,500
that shit.
EBT.
It don't matter.
Chill.
Those are Israelites coming over here.
Okay.
Good Lord have mercy.
Those are Haitians coming over here.
Okay, hold on. You do.
Those are Dominicans coming over here.
Hey,
Venezuelans.
would you agree? Would you agree it's a subset of all these people? That's us, and the rest of them not us.
Sure.
All right, then. So you can't say them all.
Right. Not all those people that are coming over are Israelites. You do have mixtures of certain people. Not every Haitian that comes over is an Israelite. You feel me?
Everybody pause for 1 second, please.
Oh, Garfield's getting good.
Let y'all know that the brother what's his name? Marcellus.
They killed him?
This is Marcellus Williams, a man who's set to be executed in 4 days now.
No, but we do. I'll make a promise to call right now, man. You can drop the number in the back. I'll do it, brother.
And I witnessed something that I've never seen before. The prosecutors, the people who put people in jail, came out and said, hey, he might not have done it. Can we just give him life in prison instead? They were denied. The family of the victim, he supposedly came out and said, hey, don't do it. And they were ignored. But why? Well, the answer is no one knows. But the story gets a little crazier than that. See, this isn't the first time he was supposed to be executed. Back in 2015, in the last minute, the governor of Missouri, this was in Missouri, by the way, comes out and says, stop. They found new evidence. He really might not have done it. So the governor makes a special council of judges to do an investigation. They said, okay, well, he might not have done it. We're making you a report, governor. The governor says, great. But the governor resigns. A new governor comes in and he says, I don't want to see the report. You guys are all done. And he's going to be executed. So they went to the Supreme Court of Missouri. And the Supreme Court of Missouri said, let's just go through with it anyway. So the prosecutors came out and they did their own investigation and they said, wow, he really might not have done it. The trial was a mess. And I'm going to be frank here, racist. 11 white jurors and 1 black juror were selected in Missouri. A black juror was rejected because his hair was kind of messy and unkempt. He didn't look trustworthy. And most importantly, the DNA on the weapon did not match his. So the prosecutors go over to his team. They said, let's talk it out. What if we just give him a plea deal, life in prison, which would give everyone time to come together and figure everything out. But in what is being called a bizarre twist, a judge rejects it. He just says, no, we're going to go through with it anyway. Now, all people are asking for is time. They're not asking he walks out. They're just asking for time. And it would be one thing if his team was asking for this to be stopped, but if prosecutors, if representatives, if people, if the victims' families are asking for a little more time, then I think it warrants that. Now, 4 days is not a long time, so where do we go from here? Well, as many people as possible needs to be aware of this, because bringing attention on an issue does a lot more than people may think. Governors, prosecutors, the Supreme Court, they all work for you. So again, in 4 days, the fate of a man is decided. So really, I just thought you should know, especially the people of Missouri, what some of your employees have decided to do to Marcellus Williams. This is Marcellus Williams, a man who's set to be executed in 4 days. Now, I have a problem.
All right, back to the conversation.
That was very unfortunate.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, come on, brother.
The number is in the chat, and I'm gonna put it on the page for the rest of the show. And y'all call tomorrow, man. September 24th.
Okay.
Come on, brother. Good brother.
All right, let's see. 28 and 36. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers hast known, and there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone.
The hell is that?
What the fuck?
Is that Rob Bourne? I thought that was Rob Bourne for a second.
Jason, you Rob on?
That's
That's
the
definitely
sign.
Rob
That's
Bourne.
the sign. That's the Simon's coming. Yo, hold on, man. You just can't put that up there and then go back to talking about the Bible, bro. You can't do that. Yo, man. Everybody that's on this panel, I don't care if you a nigga boo or not. I want to see your phone number calling this goddamn number, bro.
Okay,
Let me
you
get
go
that
do it.
number.
Get
Everybody in the
off the
chat
panel and do it.
gotta call
Let me
this
get this
number,
number.
bro.
I'll write it down, Rob Bourne.
This
Hold
is
on there, hold
crazy.
on there, hold on there. Yazarala, what are you doing? This the man that started the damn channel you talking to, man. Calm
I know,
down,
but
bro.
I'm saying, like
But
we
this
know
is
Yo,
there's.
bro.
important though.
Yo,
It
bro,
shows.
listen. Hold on. Listen, I be trolling. Yo, son, I don't give a fuck what you believe. I don't care about none of this shit. But what he said is true, nigga. No me, no Dagger Squad. You won't be up here, nigga. So I don't.
Okay,
You
cool,
could go
nigga.
back and talking
Bro,
to what
nobody
you talk.
cares, bro.
Yo,
Nobody
bro, I
cares
will
about you
kick
or
you
the
off the
Dagger
show.
Squad.
I will kick you out of here.
Go
I will
ahead.
kick you off of here. Just relax, bro. We talking about fear.
Okay, I got you. But what I was saying was we was having a discussion. I don't think everybody gonna turn their phone off right
Bro,
now
we
to make
talking
a
about
phone
it.
call.
We talking about freeing the black man, something that your God can't do. Are you with this shit or not?
Bro,
Are
I
you
just
with
said
this
I would call
call
the
or not?
number. I just
Are
said I
you
would
with
call
this
the
call
number.
or not? All right then. So chill out. Let's get people to make sure they get this number, put that back on, and then go talk your nigga brew fairy tale shit.
Okay, it's up there. Is it not? It's up there.
No, it's not up there. Now I see it.
Garfield
Come
pinned
on,
it.
man.
It's up there. It's been up there.
Calm down,
Copy.
bro. You been up here for 5 hours running your mouth.
Okay, keep watching there.
I'm not. Now I don't care about you niggas. I troll you. I don't
That's
take you
cool.
serious.
That's
And the
cool. You
reason I
don't have
don't
to.
because you're retarded. You
Okay,
don't
that's cool.
know. If I
That's
ask you
cool.
one question, you can't answer it.
That's cool.
If I
That's
ask you
cool.
one question, you can't answer it.
Can I get back to my lesson? Can we get
No,
up back
not
to
matter
our
of fact,
discussion?
you're gonna answer this question and then I'll let you go back. If
All
you
right, cool.
can't answer this question, I'm gonna ask you. You can't continue. Yo, bro, how did the transatlantic slave trade start?
According to my knowledge, those people had inner beefs within each other. All right, I know about them selling each other. I know about Arabs being involved in it. I know about the white man being involved in it. It's not something that just happened overnight. All right. So, what are you getting at?
Bro, you don't. This is the problem that we have with y'all, bro. You don't even know the history of the people that you're talking about who went through these alleged curses. You don't even know it. That answer you gave is ridiculous. That's
Okay,
not how it
please
started.
enlighten me then. Please enlighten me.
No, I'm not enlightening you. You're
Okay,
supposed to
cool.
know this because
Cool.
you saying that you're the cursed person. So now I'm gonna
I
get real
got you. No,
specific.
I got you, Rob. What's happening? I
So
got you.
now I'm
What
gonna
you
get
need?
okay. Who's
Ask
the
the
next
question,
person?
nigga. It's for the family. Ask the question. I've been tired of hearing your ass bitch for years. What's up, nigga?
Whatever, bro. Yeah, did you see? Are you
No,
from New
no, no,
York?
no, 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 no. Come on, I ain't
Who is
from no
this?
damn New York.
Who is
Hell no.
this?
Fuck New York,
Okay, all
nigga.
right. So slow down. Hold on, homie. Listen, we can have a
No,
conversation,
catch
right?
up.
Yo, hold on. We can have a conversation, but just know if you saw me in New York, son, you won't talk none of this shit you
I
talking
don't
online.
give a shit about your tall,
I
fake,
know you
strong
won't.
ass, nigga.
I
Come
know
on.
you won't because you know I will smack you when niggas
Let's get to
talk.
the
Now let's get
information.
back. So answer the question, nigga.
What's the
How
question?
did the slave trade start and in what year, nigga?
It started by hoe ass niggas like you selling us out.
Yo, kick him off the stage, Garfield. The other dude that was talking, he seemed like he got a little. Get this nigga right here out of here. Get that, well, whoever that nigga is, the AH nigga, get him out of here. The other dude,
Whoa,
you
it
can.
wasn't. It
What?
wasn't
What you gonna
AH.
The,
kick me out for, man? I'm
It
on your
wasn't
oh, it's
him.
not
side.
you? I'm my back. I thought it was the other. I can't. I'm not looking at it, man.
You got the wrong guy. It's the for the faggots or whatever his
Hey,
name
man,
is.
I'm
Yeah, get
King,
that
man.
bitch
Miss
out
here.
of here. That other dude that was talking, you seem like you really want to get this information out. I'm gonna impress on you, bro. If you gonna keep saying it, you should know about the people that you saying that fit these curses, when it started, who started it, and then compare the stories. Just say honestly, you never did it. You just believe in what the Bible says and how it was taught to you. Just say that, and then we can just keep it moving, bro. Because it's
No.
sad
I
for
mean,
me. It's
I'm,
sad
I,
that you don't know that.
no, I just want to say, I didn't learn about translating slavery through the Bible. I learned it in school in history, just like everybody else did. So my point of view of slavery don't start and end with the Bible.
Okay, so they never taught us this in school because they didn't. Because how school teaches us, if you from America, they teach you from the British perspective, and they're gonna start with this. They might even start with 1555 around there. They're not starting with Spain. They're not
Now
starting with
I'm from the South.
Portugal.
They teach it differently down here.
Yeah, all right. So they're gonna teach her according to the victors. This is why we have the King James Bible. right? No different if you look at what happens in Latin America. Do they have the King James Bible? What is the major language that they speak? They speak Portuguese. It goes by the rulers of the Europeans who did it. That's all I'm saying, fam. If you gonna say that these curses fit these individuals and that this is why black people are going through what they do, and then you're gonna say that, well, these are the things that I'm using to prove that we are Israelites, then you turn around and then say, well, everybody's not an Israelite, but the 40 million people or the 12.5 million people that we're talking about fit this. You don't have no way of showing this, and except looking at the actual history. So if I ask you, what is the date that it started? Who did it? What's the and what was the reasons? All of this is written documents. They never taught us this in school, bro. You're not learning that in school. They're not telling you who started the slave trade. They're not naming the names that I know. They're not gonna name it. They're not gonna tell you about an Asianto. They're not gonna tell you about none of that, bro. And if you understand that, then you know that, then you're gonna be like, damn, this is kind of crazy. Kind of don't fit.
No,
It's gonna.
I agree with you. There is deep history about transatlantic slave trade. What I'm doing is going through a very abridged version of these curses and just generalizing. I'm not going through a whole breakdown of this how the transatlantic slave trade happened. I know it's deeper than just niggas got rounded up and put on ships. I know that. We all should know that.
All
So
right, so then, so
yeah,
I'll back up. I'll back up a little bit more then. So, what do you know about the Age of Discovery and the Crusades in terms of the Atlantic slave trade? What about that? What do you have on that?
I know a little bit about the Age of Discovery, like when they the Roman Catholic gave them permission to any of the indigenous that wouldn't accept Christianity, they pretty much gave them the blessing to take over the land under the name of Catholicism.
Okay, that's a little something, but the
It's just that was
Crusades.
just the general vague
Right,
view of
right.
it.
So just to break it down to you, the Crusades is what takes this forward, right? It's the battle between the Abrahamic faiths, between
Right,
Christianity and Islam, right? That's what kicks this Age of Discovery off. And they're looking for an individual. After 1415, the Portuguese take over the island of Ceuta, right? They're
right,
looking for somebody to continue doing their what? Their conquest.
yeah,
Whoever they saw, whatever black person they saw, they thought that they were Moors. At this specific time, a
right,
Moor is considered a Muslim,
right,
right? So when we look at the person and the name of the person is Prince Henry the Navigator. He never left, but his chronicler is the one who writes it. He gives specific orders to these people, what they looking for, who they trying to find, etc. They're looking for a person named Prester John, bro. They looking for this mythical Christian kingdom so that they could get gold, son, so that they could finish defeating the Moorish Empire. So when you put this historical thing that we have written all over the place, this is how they come across us. And when they come across us, what do? Prince Henry said, do not take no slaves. We just want to see what's up with these people. I want to know the trade routes. They
right.
capture an individual. There's a date here. It's 1441, bro. Some person named Adahu the Moor. They capture all people prior to that, and we ran them out of West Africa in Rio de Oro. And they said something real clear. These people don't speak the Moorish language. So they don't know who the fuck we are. Them Europeans or them Sephardic niggas or conversos, they didn't know who these people were or what language they were talking. They never heard it because they don't know us. Now, when they get over there, they like, okay, round these people up. Boom. Out of who the more makes a deal, and that starts the transatlantic slave trade, bro.
Can I make a
So
point
like
real quick?
I just don't understand. Like, if you know that, bro, and look into that, how does this fit your equation, bro?
Now I wanna make a point real quick. You brought up they didn't know, they didn't speak the language, they ain't know us and things like that. Me personally, and I want to say this real quick, we all can build, and I'm not saying I can't learn nothing from you, because obviously it's some stuff that you delve deeper in more than me. But what I would do is take that information and filter it through the scriptures. Like when you said we didn't know them, they didn't know us, we couldn't speak to each other, we couldn't speak the language. Well, I would then bring a curse that said the Lord will send a nation against you whose tongue thou shalt not understand. And he would basically take you into captivity. I would say, based on the history that you just brought out, something that I'm not too keen on, that fits one of these curses.
Well, they couldn't be the Edomites though, because they definitely knew the Edomites, right?
Yeah, in history, it doesn't mean like, oh, we're gonna create a whole new nation. if we gonna follow the logic of the Israelites, the Jews and the Romans, they knew each other. But then you would have to forward what 2,000, damn near 2,000 years into the future.
Well, this is God. He's all knowing. So why he got to pretend he don't know them?
No, no, no. It don't say God
history.
don't know them. It don't say
Right,
God
but a
don't know
lot
them.
of but a lot of things you skipping here. All right, so check it, right? So if you saying 70 AD, right? These dudes was in West Africa. That means that these Israelites or whatever that wild shit y'all be talking about, there's Jews, kingdoms, all this shit is supposed to be there. So the people are there already. These are the Israelites. They are not recognizing these people as no such. Don't know them as such. Don't call them as such. They describe their practices, nothing to do with that at all whatsoever. They write their religion, they write what they're doing, they deal with them. But now, in all of these places, let's say I bring up Armenia, which happens 100-something years later. This is the first factory that's built, you know what I'm saying, for trade. And then later it becomes a slave trade. It becomes a slave
Where's that at?
capital.
Tell them where it's at.
Right? That's in Armenia. That's in Ghana, on the coast, on the Gold Coast, right? Not Ghana, but on the Gold Coast. So when you dealing with that, how did they do that? They didn't go over there and take them people. They didn't go over there and beat them up. They made a deal with these people. And they was like, yo, we want to do this, that, and the third. They said, bet. Yo, we're going to pay you. Like, for what? For your land. They don't have that concept of paying for land. That ain't some shit that they were doing over there. So these people who are allegedly Israelites, are these the Israelites that helped build the castle over there? Because y'all say they over there. And there's kingdoms of nigger brews over there. So none of this whole slave trade would have happened or could continue without the participating of the people that you claiming as Israelites.
Right.
Because
I 100% agree with you on that. I
He's gonna
agree with you
accept
on that.
that though. He's gonna accept that because they were in sin and all that. They were doing wrong. That's how
But then,
they're gonna accept that.
I would bring a scripture like Psalms 55, if I could read it real quick. It
this
says,
nigga here, bro.
if I can read it real quick, it says, "He hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace with him. He hath broken his covenant. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords." Me, and how we believe that, yeah, we initially there was no like one day, we just went to slavery overnight. No, there was a slow buildup. You had peace treaties, and just like how he did with the indigenous people of America, he had treaties with them, and then eventually he used tactics to get up amongst them and subvert them and take them down.
So
You get
brother,
what I'm saying?
if I understand you correctly, was the destination America?
Say that again. You said it was the
For
definite
for
the
for
destination.
these individuals in this scripture, in this
Uh-huh.
verse that claims it's Egypt again, are you saying that this now represents America?
I would say it could represent America and any other place we were enslaved.
So there's
Right.
really no
So
limitation then to this capture then.
Because
It could be all over the world.
if I say it's America, I have to discount all the niggas that was taken to Cuba in slavery.
Right.
That's
Because
not
I was about
America.
to say, because my Narragansets was sent down to all types of places,
Right.
and a
Oh,
lot
that's a
more of us were leaving than were coming in.
that's
so
a
yo, so
semantic
so
thing though.
I'm done with this conversation now because this is old to me. So
I'm
let me
Rhode
just ask you
Island.
this so I'm clear on this, bro. So how do you know that these people are Israelites in West Africa? How do you know that? How do you tell someone is an Israelite?
Okay.
How?
This is how I would know if I proclaim that African Americans are Israelites, you have whole communities in West Africa of enslaved individuals that went back to West Africa. That's where you get Liberia from. Those were people originally enslaved in the Americas and went back and created that. So they're literally the same people.
Before that
Like,
time. Before
Yo,
that
whoa, whoa,
time.
whoa, whoa,
okay,
whoa,
He's
whoa,
talking
whoa.
about
No,
before that time.
we gonna keep
Liberia
them right
already
here. Wait,
existed,
wait.
baby.
Let's keep them right
Did he
there.
really just use Liberia though?
Hold on. Yeah, we gotta
Yo,
keep them right. We gotta keep them right there. So in Liberia, the free blacks in America, these people, we know they got names, right? You know John Brown Rushfarm. You heard that name before?
yeah,
You know that all of these people that you're talking about in this 1820 part, especially in New York, and especially under these Pacific banners, their organizations are called New York African Society.
okay,
This is the name of it. This is what they're a part of. he actually writes about the slave trade, and all of them write about where we came from, and none of them ever say any of this stuff. No people from that came from America to that part ever created some shit or called it that or no other thing to deal with no Israelites.
Okay,
Now,
I
what you
got you. I
so
got you.
so so where'd you get this from,
I
brother?
got three boys
Okay,
from
hold on.
Liberia.
Let me ask him a question real quick.
I
Based
got a
on your
boy that
logic.
knows General Butt Naked.
Hold on. Based on your logic, you saying that just because they didn't have knowledge or saying they didn't have any writing saying we're from Israel, we're Jews, we're Hebrews, that means that they weren't? Because then I would ask you, in
Hold on.
slavery, did not they have a song about swing low, sweet chariots? Did not they have a song about going from
Please don't
Bro.
do
home to the
kumbaya. Don't do kumbaya. Please don't.
hold on, man. Hold
Oh,
on, man. Hold on.
Yo, did he really just
We're
go
dealing.
there? This
Just
is
listen.
crazy.
Just listen to me. Listen to me. I said based on your logic. Based on your logic, you said they don't have records or remembrance or any written history about being Hebrews and Jews. Okay, well, what about slaves that were saying that their homeland is beyond the River Jordan?
bro.
So I'm saying based on your logic,
Bro,
if it's
It's a
listen,
only
listen,
gospel
based,
listen,
song. It's a
listen.
gospel song.
Bro, listen. First
it's a
off,
gospel
brother,
song
and
that
hold
slaves
on,
made
brother.
up.
Listen. This is what makes this an interesting conversation, right? All of the people who started Liberia, we have their names. I know the ships. I have Daniels and all the rest of them. Mr. Brown, all of them. These people tell you their history. I don't gotta guess. There's no metaphysical thing here. When they write their sermons, they say the African American. They've been using that shit way before the time that y'all be claiming that they didn't. This is what these people are. And the reason they left here is because they felt like they could not get the citizenship that was promised to them after the Revolutionary War. And then the second war of independence in 1811 that took place here.
Okay,
So
cool.
now, oh, wait a minute. Let's
Yeah,
be
my fault.
clear. No. I'm being real clear with you. This ain't no guess. Anybody dealing with Liberia, any one of those people, son, they tell you this. So now, when you even get to the first part where it happens, it's in 1780 before the shit is even started. That's the African Union Society. These niggas still spoke their own language. That's in Rhode Island. That's Newport, Gardner, and all the rest of these people. These dudes became the first people to go there. They on
And
the
then what
first
happened
ship.
7 years later
And they
in
all Christians.
1787?
So like so
Was that
what I'm trying to figure this out, brother. And as
Thanks,
the
bro.
time goes, even as the time goes 75 years later, we write our own newspaper, bro. It's called the Freedom's
right?
Journal. And in our
Freedom's Journal.
newspaper, hold on, brother. And in our newspaper, we speaking for ourselves. These dudes is writing about Egypt. They're writing about Timbuktu. They writing about what happened to us. These dudes are still talking about the abolition of the slave trade and calling ourselves the Africans. The African will rise, bro. Nowhere in here, this is the chance for them to say this. They are fighting the European who is saying that we are a curse of God. They said that we the curse of Ham. They read that Bible. They said, you's a goddamn liar. This shit say Canaan. And if you want to say it's Ham and fuck it, those are black people, then we the founders of civilization and you's a goddamn liar. They fighting against people calling them a curse. And you're coming with a doctrine that is created in the very 1900s that makes this up. That makes this shit up. No one never said this. This shit was created in America, bro.
Get him the
No
bomb.
one never said this. How come they didn't say this? They're reading the books. They're reading the Bible. They are using these information to fight the European for our freedom. And in 2024, you got the audacity to come up here and say this amongst our people who wrote for themselves?
Facts.
Okay, I got
Right.
you, bro. I
And
got you.
then in
I got you. I got you.
1787
Everything
at
that
the
you
Free
just said,
African
cool.
Society.
Hold on, man. Let me
What?
respond.
Then you
Everything
got the
that you
Free
just
African
said,
Society.
everything that I agree with everything you just said.
Let
Now
let him go, say Bill. Let him talk.
you bringing up, okay, they wrote about themselves and their history. What about the black people back then that was writing that they were Israelites or they was writing that they did speak Hebrew? What about them? Are
What
you gonna
people?
discount them?
I want show them. Show
Who
me the
who Uncle
organization.
who Uncle Billy?
Yeah, listen.
No,
Check it
no.
out, right?
Hold on.
Check it. Hold on, brother. Homie. Look, check it out, right? Every organization that we built
African
here,
views.
look, every organization that we built here, son, in America, son, from its inception, from the beginning of America, just dealing with, I'm not even going to deal with Spain and Spanish Florida and take you there because that's going to kill you. That hurts because the records that they kept of these people. For instance, fuck it, we going to do it. So in Black Florida, right, you have 1526, you got these people first coming over there. Later on within the 1700s, you have a dude named Francisco Menendez. That's the name that they gave him, right? Those people in Spain keep the ethnic group of these people, not like the British do. So when we looking at this person, it says Francisco Menendez, Mandingo, his wife, Mandinga. And then this dude begins writing early in the 1700s. These people are developing their own community called Black Fort Mosaic. These people's African culture is all through there for us to go see it for ourselves, bro. Not one time is he saying that we need to go to Israel. Not one time is they saying this. So what I'm trying to figure out is all of the free blacks from the African Union Society 1780, Free African Society 1787, New York African Society 1784, going all to South Carolina, the Negro Color Conventions from 1831 that go to 1899 that represents every single political ideology we have, from
Israel
Pan-Africanism
ain't
to
feeling your black ass.
Ethiopianism to all of this shit. Where's these niggas saying we them niggas?
Okay.
Where?
Okay, hold on.
He got something for that, I bet.
All I'm saying is, based on your logic, because these people have an identity and they're building up so basically what you're saying, whatever they saying is the truth. If they saying we come from Egypt, that's the truth. If they saying we come from Canaan, that's the truth. If they say we came from Mars, that's the truth to you.
Nope, that's not what I said. They never said they
Hold
came from
on,
Egypt.
Robon. Hold on 1 second, please. So you're telling me with all the information he just said, that's what you got from that? Bro,
No,
it seems I told you this at the beginning of the conversation.
Right.
5 hours ago. Hold on. Time out. I told you at the beginning of the conversation, I said, bro, what if I brought information to you that contradicts or is superseding to what your Bible says? I'm paraphrasing now. And you said it don't matter. You're going to go with the Bible. So all what Robon is saying means nothing to you. All you're trying to do is defend and then bring out these fake information that's been circulating within the African American community for so long. For example, you want to bring up the stuff about the pews in Georgia. You're talking about Hebrew. You're not talking about Billy Simons. I don't think you even have that knowledge. But no one was running around saying that they're actually a Jew. They were using it as inspiration. Israel Hill has nothing to do with Israelites. That's why the Israelites is in parenthesis on the thing. It's about an interracial community by a slave master. He developed the first interracial community in the world. Okay?
Did I bring up any of that?
And then on top of it, Israel Hill, and this for anybody out there that's listening, Israel Hill helped to build an integrated Baptist church. And one of his first children was called Hercules White. That definitely is not an Israelite name. But when we look at all the names, the Kumbaya, the Yah people coming on the slave ships, the people with the Yah name who never came to the Americas, and then all of this stuff. We done beat up all of that, bro. There's no evidence that anyone is an Israelite. It's made up in the 1900s, and that's it. That's
wait. So the slaves having Yah in their name, that's fake.
They might.
That's fake, according to Garfield.
No, it's not fake, bro.
No, having Yah in your name don't mean you're an Israelite.
Hold on,
it's a
bro.
name.
Like, bro, listen, right? If you pull up that slave site right now, bro, and they tell you how they get these names and how it pronounced, they tell you that they get it from numerous different places. That right there, the pronunciation of the name. But anyway, if you look at those people didn't come here. They went to Sierra Leone.
Yeah, they got intercepted. They weren't able to come here.
They a part of they become a part of something that you call in, like, I don't even want to go through that other history, bro. But bro, all I'm telling you is this, fam. Bro, the doctrine that you have, son, was created in America to fight white supremacy, son.
No cap.
Yeah, it is. It's American.
There is no ancient history or nobody ever talking about Deuteronomy 28 nowhere except in America, bro. You gotta deal with that.
They use Zephaniah 3:10. That's what they use. Zephaniah 3:10 and Psalm 68. That's what they use.
I'm not gonna use any of those. You said that the doctrine came up in America. What about all these Negro spirituals that you was just talking about? They made up that shit in America too.
Yeah,
we're gonna do this.
We know
that.
They
had access to the Bible.
Yo, bro, they was fucking with the
what
Bible.
The hell?
They was fucking with the Bible, son.
Okay,
So like, for instance, right? I'm gonna give you an example, and then I'm gonna let you cook, right? So that Psalm 68, whatever that is, Egypt and Ethiopia shall stretch forth his hand before, that created Ethiopianism, which became Pan-Africanism, bro. That shit was so powerful that you had people in America thinking these niggas, they repping Ethiopia. All the way to the Italian war with Haile Selassie. We ain't from no fucking Ethiopia. But
I
it's
got you.
using that, but it's using the concept of the Bible and using that, right? So we could see them doing these things, right? We could see them doing that, and they got a start date, fam. You're gonna start with William Sandys Crowley and William Christian. You don't have it
Facts.
before that, bro. And then you
Okay.
gotta look at, and then let's deal with it. How did he say he get his information? Did he say he studied it? Did he read it? First, he was a Freemason. Let's get to that. First, he was a Freemason. He said he had a dream. And then in his dream, they told him he was the 12 tribes. Some angel came to the nigga and told him he the 12 tribes, and he created the 7 keys. And when he creates his movement, his shit is different. He got white people running that shit in Chicago, all type of shit. He creating black towns. He doing all type of shit. He sending people to Africa. He sent Albert Christian to Africa to go tell them that they the Israelites. They turned up but got their ass kicked. But hey, I'm all for it. I don't give a damn if it's a lie. If it's a lie and you made them fight the white man, so be it. But that's the history of it, bro. It
I
ain't
understand.
not. I did what's. It ain't. It ain't the other thing, bro.
I understand exactly what you mean and what you're saying. A lot of people have taken certain things and from the scripture and made it into doctrines. Me, my own personal belief, when I read the scripture, I'm not going off based off some doctrine that was passed down to me. Of course, it was brought to me, and then I had to search it and find out, do I agree with it or not? And what I found was there are some things that are off, but there are some things that are correct.
Brother, which version of the Bible are you willing to accept, though? The original Hebrew or
The
only the
original
King
Hebrew.
James?
The original Hebrew is good for me, and I believe personally, my own personal opinion, the closest one to that
Do you
is the
read Hebrew?
1611. You say what?
Do you read Hebrew? Do you
Yes, I
read
read
Hebrew?
Hebrew. Yes, my name is in Hebrew. I read
Oh.
Hebrew.
Will you promise to buy a fully 100% Orthodox Hebrew Bible?
I have one.
You have one.
I have one.
When
You
you
have a
read it,
Torah. So,
when you
Of course.
read it, does it read the same as your? Are you? Wait, hold up. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm an Israelite.
Yeah, Israelite.
But do you believe in Jesus?
I believe in Yahushua.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Okay, so then, will you promise that if you so you have your Hebrew Bible. When you read this Hebrew Bible, is it consistent with your Christian Bible?
It's very close with the King James. Very close. Of course,
Very
there are
close.
certain things that are going
What?
off, and you gotta what? Bro, stop interrupting. Of course, it's very close. There's always going to be sometimes when you're reading something that was written in a different language where you have to refer back to the original language. For example, a lot of Israelites use Jeremiah 14:2, Juno mourneth and the gates thereof language, they are blackened to the ground. When you go into the Hebrew, it's not talking about their skin color. So you won't
Right,
know
but
that until you go into the Hebrew. If you read in the English, you could twist it and say, oh, well, they're black. No, when you read in the Hebrew, it just says that they're in a state of mourning.
But
Their
what
gates
about
were burnt down.
Isaiah? What about
Isaiah
Isaiah,
what?
where it says instead of he was stricken, in the Hebrew it says they were stricken. Mi pesha ami negalamo, which is they were stricken, not he.
Which scripture was that? Isaiah what?
Isaiah 50, I think was it Isaiah 58 or something like that?
All right, let me pull it up though, real quick. Isaiah 58. You said
It's the verse where in the Christian Bible it refers to it as a he was stricken. But when you read in the Hebrew, the word there is lamo. And lamo in Hebrew is for they, not a he, which would be lo. Why there is it contained as they and not he?
okay, I got you. Let me just make a point real quick. I very often go into the Hebrew to double check the English. Now, for example, in Genesis, there's a lot of times where it uses he, but really it's saying they. When it says like Elohim or Allahayim, that means God plural. But it'll just say God singular, and then it'll say he. But really it should be they, because the word in the Hebrew is gods or powers or angels. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not just some dummy that reads in English only and oh, this is what it is. No, I'm very often going into the Hebrew.
Respect, and no doubt, brother. But let me correct myself. I think it was Isaiah 52
All right,
To be more
let me
specific.
type in he was stricken, then I can find it.
Yeah. Check that verse where he was stricken. When you read it in Hebrew, the word is they. So that the context of that is that these people who in the Christian Bible is referring to that Jesus was stricken for all this stuff. When you read it in the Hebrew, it changes and it says that they were the ones stricken for all this iniquity.
Okay, I got you. Let me read it. It's I think that's Isaiah 53 that you're referring to. Let me see.
See what happened,
Okay.
man? You keep them in the Bible, bro, they good. You take their ass out
Yeah,
that
I was.
Bible, they sink.
Whoa, he not taking me out the Bible. We're agreeing. What
They
are you
sink
talking about?
fast.
I
We're
wanted to go
we're
back to them
agreeing.
curses real quick, but
We're agreeing. What are you talking about?
Hey, Yazarala, I don't know if you're free next week, man. Next week Sunday we live again, 10 a.m. in the morning. We could pop it in, man. I'm gonna say this to you as a man to a man. We ain't Israelites, and it's based on what historically who we are, man.
I got you, and
We are
I
not
respect
those
your opinion,
people.
but this is the thing.
I'm
I don't.
gonna say this. You have no evidence that anybody came off the slave ship claiming to be a Hebrew, a Jew, or an Israelite. We've been asking this for 10 years at the DAC squad. That's kept us at the top because ain't nobody been able to topple that information yet. But I'm gonna say this, man. You only believe, bro. If we took the Bible from you, would you be able to trace your roots back? Would you even claim that? Nah. But once
Can
you see
anybody trace their roots all the way back? Can Jewish people trace their roots all the way back?
Yo,
I've
check
traced my
yo,
roots
check it
back.
out.
I've traced my
we
roots
don't
to
care
the
about
Esau tribe.
This
hold
would make that
on.
question.
Time out. We don't care about Jewish people. We don't care about homosexual. We don't care about Christians. And that's all Israelites talk about. Those three things. We don't care about it. We talking to you. We want to deal with you and directly with you.
Okay,
Nobody.
Exactly. That's it,
why do you
brother.
want to
Just
deal with
you.
me? If this is the thing, if a black person comes up and say we not Israelites, okay, I'll respect him and say, okay, you might be a Hamite, you might be an Edomite, you can be whatever you.
We are none of that. That's stories.
That's
That's
at
all
the
we
end
care
of the day.
about
At the end of the
stories.
day,
Can you hold on? I never asked you this. Can you prove the patriots are real people?
Please, that's what I wanted to ask.
Are you?
Let me get up on these curses. Let me get these curses.
Abraham.
All right, before we get back to the
Wait.
Patriots,
Have them prove Abraham first.
what do you mean the Patriots? You mean the patriarchs?
You got a guy from Ur of the Chaldees, and Ur and the Chaldees didn't hook up to the 900s. How is that possible if the Bible was written before that?
What do you mean?
How is Abraham from
was
Ur
writing
of the Chaldeans when the Chaldeans didn't come into Ur until 900s? In the Bible, was supposed to be written in 14s.
Prophecy.
No, we can deal with basically. If you don't believe the scriptures, just say that.
No,
Is that what it
none
is?
of us believe the scriptures.
I don't believe the scriptures.
Yazaba, I'm just saying this is it, bro. What Garville originally asked
None
you,
of
son,
us.
is what this is about. It's about knowledge of self, bro. How you prove your lineage
Mm-hmm.
is your genealogy, bro. Your parents did not teach you that, bro. You a
My
convert.
parents didn't teach me that. Of course
No.
not, because
You're an
Hold
convert.
on. Let me finish.
All right,
I'm
go
just
ahead.
telling you
Culture
that
vulture.
you're a convert.
Hey, get
Which
this
is no,
sodomite out of here, man.
there's no problem with being a
You
convert.
culture vulture.
Damn, who the sodomite? Who's that?
This guy, his name is S
He don't
because he's
like
a
my voice.
sodomite.
He don't like
Yo,
my
this nigga
voice.
crazy.
He don't like
Now
my
hold on.
voice. His weak
Listen,
ass
Hold
nigga,
on,
culture vulture.
hold on, yo, hold on. So
Get some
what
heart.
we saying is
He an
use
African.
bro,
knowledge
say
of
it with your
self,
chest,
bro.
nigga.
We saying this, bro. Use knowledge of
I
self
did.
to
Be
find
an
out who
African,
you
nigga.
are, bro. Hold on, man. Use knowledge of self to find out who you was. Do your own genealogy, son. Trace your people back. We have that information, bro. Yeah, you gonna get cut off. You might get. I got the 1801, bro. My shit is ill, son. I didn't found the fucking slave ship that my maternal side came on. The plantation that started my whole line, bro. I know the place where they came from, Africa. I was loving this shit. Shout out to the Aboriginals. It took me 4 years to find this shit, and now I got it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what I'm saying is this, bro. Like, that's your lineage and who you are, bro. These people got history, stories, and what's gonna fuck your head up, they are part of all of this shit that we talking about. Prince Hall Freemasonry, they gonna be a part of the African Baptist Church. Hey, if you find one that's a part of the one of the original Hebrew Israelite movements, that's your claim right there. Nigga, my family is a part of these dudes right here. They was a part of this church and this, the Church of God in Christ, and blah, blah, blah. That's a good claim.
That's good.
That's a dope claim.
That's good. My whole point is this is not forced on all of our people. We are not. Let me speak for myself, because there are camps who really try to push it on our people. Me, y'all, any niggas can believe whatever they want to believe. I believe what I believe because I did research, history. I've studied it
What
for years,
history?
and
What history?
I've done the history of the
Man,
Bible.
this shit crazy.
I've researched my own lineage.
What history on the Bible, bro? Do you know that the Bible stories have history mixed with falsehood? Like, for example, when it says Ezra, when I quoted Ezra earlier from the Bible, when he says all of Israel could come back, you know, he never said that. He never said that.
Okay.
The Bible made that up. When he talk about all people coming back, the Bible made that up. All right, let me give you a scripture right now. 2 Kings 18:13. Next week we're going to debate on that. That's when 200,000 Judeans were taken by Sennacherib. Y'all don't even teach that, and that's a part of history.
All right, let me say one thing. And
that's in the Bible, by the way, too.
Okay, I got you.
This is a strong motherfucking nigga brew, bro. He really stays up there all this time.
Listen. So if one account in the Bible says, "Oh, it was 15 sheep," but then another prophet knows a little bit of that account, and he said, "Oh, it was 10." Does that mean it's fake because they have different accounts?
Okay, what about the Egyptians? What about hold on, guys. Let me ask you a question. This is easy. In Daniel 5:30, right? It says that Belshazzar was the last king, and Darius the Mede took over.
Oh shit! Here comes Daniel and the Medes.
Did Darius the Mede literally take over, or was it Cyrus? Because the Bible does say Cyrus, and the Bible does say Darius the Mede at the same time.
No, it was Cyrus.
It was Cyrus. So why would Daniel's 5:30 say Darius the Mede?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
No,
God's wrong.
First.
Let me pull it up. I'm here right now. You said 5 and 30?
Daniel 5:30 and 31. 30 and 31.
5:30, 31. Okay. In the night was Belshazzar, the king of Chaldean, slain, and Darius the Median took the kingdom, being about 60 and 20 years and 2 years old.
62 years, yeah.
Okay. Now, hold on. Let me pull it. Let me pull it up.
Is that a conundrum?
No, it's not.
Let him solve it. I want him to solve it.
It's not a conundrum because there are many instances. Okay, I'll give you one example before I go into it.
No. Explain to why Darius the Mede is there. Please just explain to me why Darius. Who is Darius the Mede, by the way?
Okay, let's look at it.
No, you don't, baby.
It's Cyrus, right? It's Cyrus, right?
No, it's not.
No.
He's asking. He's like, it's Cyrus,
not
right?
saying Darius. Darius is his own separate person. Explain
Slow
who he is.
down. I'm not saying Darius is Cyrus. I'm talking about the one who took over. It's Cyrus, right?
Yes, Cyrus took over. Yes.
Okay. All you have to do.
Mm-hmm. Let me hear this one. This is a new one.
Yeah, this is new.
When you look at this word Darius, it tells you it's Darius the Mede. Then it also tells you he's the same. He's the uncle of Cyrus.
No,
I'm looking at it right now in the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon.
I see a red flag out here.
I'm looking at it right now in the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon. It says the son of the successor of
Hold on 1 second. Let me hear what he says.
This is from the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon. It says Darius, some of the kings of
Media. What lexicon?
Hebrew Chaldee lexicon.
Hebrew Chaldee lexicon. Okay, continue.
Yeah. Okay, it says some of the kings of Media and Persia, of Darius the Mede, Daniel 6:1, Daniel 9:1. Then it says this was Xerxes II, the son and successor of Astyages and uncle of Cyrus, who reigned over Media between blah blah blah, and it goes. I can read fully into it, but it's telling you he's the uncle of Cyrus,
brother. But you know that's not the only opinion.
What's another opinion?
1 second. Hold on 1 second. That's not even true though. The Bible acted. They made that up. He's not no
make that up.
Cyrus the Mede is not no uncle of no Cyrus, bro.
I'm reading the lexicon. I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example real quick. I'm gonna give you an example real quick.
Can you put it on the screen?
Yeah, it's on my phone. I'm using my laptop. But I can hold on. I can if I turn my camera on. Hold on. I should be able to flip this bitch around.
Yo, who's that guy, Mr. 707?
I don't know, man.
I can't flip my camera around. I can't flip my camera on, but let me give
Intro
an
for a while.
example.
Hold on 1 second. I got you 1 second. All right, don't move from where you at. See where you at, Mr. 707. We got deported back to West Africa and were sold by the local African tribes. What are you talking about? Who deported who? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Who deported who?
He's talking about Sao Tome and bro, like,
You don't
damn,
know,
like,
bro.
this is
You know. I don't think people realize that the Sephardic Jews in Spain, if you're gonna claim them, you're gonna lose the
Yeah, it's
argument
over with. It's over with, bro.
because some of those people went back to Israel, physical Israel, in 1492. They went to Yugoslavia, they went to Siberia, they went to Russia, they went to all over. They went to Switzerland, they went to all over Europe, and you can't claim none of them.
He talking about Loango
And then
Jews.
and the Loango Jews. Oh, what about them?
Click the link. Come on, bro. Come on. We already got that covered. We already got all that covered. Come on with the Portuguese Jewish crap.
And by the way, my brother, just to let you know that a Christian made up that Cyraxes II. There's nobody in history by that name. A Christian made that up.
You talking to me? You said there's no Xerxes?
There's no such thing, bro. I got to answer everything by the Hebrew Israelites, bro. I got a file for everything. What are you talking about? When he said that, I'm like, oh man, I got to pull out my files.
Okay, all I said was I just brought it out the Hebrew child.
I know. You had to look it up because you're like, damn, they got me. Let me look it up.
No,
but,
I just clicked
but
on
the bottom
word,
line
the
is
definition.
there is no figure. That person actually, Cyraxes II, don't exist. He doesn't exist. They made him up to solve the issue of Darius the Mede in Daniel 5. They made him up.
Exactly. And
Darius is literary fiction.
This guy made him up right here. This Christian scholar by the name of Doctor. See that? He's qualified. He's a doctor. But you know what he's doing? Like what you doing for the whole day? Making up shit because of his belief.
And he lived at the same time you did.
How am I making up shit? Anything that I brought out the scripture. Whether you don't believe it or not, that's what you don't believe. All I said was, okay, I feel like this applies to African Americans. I'm not making anything up.
Anyway, let's stop for a minute. You think it applies to African Americans? Fine.
Curses, please.
What do you have? Give me one piece of information that the slaves brought over with them that could say, hey, I'm this guy. Give me a tradition.
Okay. You brought up earlier about the Hebrew on the pews. I want you to debunk that.
Okay,
if you can.
All right, pull it up. Number one, they tell you it's similar to Arabic. Number two, do you know the
Arabic
name
is
of that?
Hebrew.
Arabic
is the dialect of Hebrew.
Bro, it's not.
So
Hebrew,
why did they say
bro.
Ben?
That's demonstrably false.
Hold on. First off, bro, none of that shit is even deciphered. There's no words there, none of that. We don't know what to say. So if it's Hebrew, we don't know the word. If it's Hebrew, like you claiming it's Hebrew, is that. But let me ask you a question, brother. What is the name of that church?
I forgot.
Of course you did. It's called the African Baptist Church. And what else did they find in that church, brother? Do you know what those holes on the floor was? They are called the Congo circles, or what you would call how they deal with their actual religion. So how they have the cross and the circle that represents the place or the intangible culture that they brought with them, bro. The Dinka, however you pronounce it. I'm probably pronouncing this wrong. But that's their culture there. So in the African Baptist Church, why they didn't call it the Lost Tribe of Nigger Brews?
Okay.
You right in Nigger Brews.
Why would they call it the Lost Tribes of Nigger Brews? Why would they call it that?
Because that's what you are to me, a Lost Tribe of Nigger Brews.
Okay. Well, they wouldn't call it that because they wouldn't use the term nigger brew.
Yeah, okay. But here's the term that they did use. When the people were able to speak for themselves, they said, this is the African Baptist Church, bro.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with African. I accept African. I believe that West Africans are Israelites. Me.
See, now West Africans are Israelites. Do you know how general
brother,
that
do you
is?
belong to a camp?
Garfield.
Bro,
have I ever said that they weren't?
Have
I ever said they weren't on here? In this 9 hours I've been on here, have I ever said they weren't?
Can you please stop making shit up as you go along? This is getting horrible at this point, bro.
I'm just saying, brother, like, hold on. So you saying the West African, do you know how big West Africa is? Which tribe is a fucking nigger brew?
Okay, let me
What's the history of the West Africans?
Let me
Where they come
say it
from?
more clearly. Let me say it more clearly so it can make sense. There were Israelites that dwelt in West Africa. How about that? I'm not saying all of them are Israelites. I'm not saying that.
Where?
But people
When did they
never
get
released
there?
Nah,
themselves
wait,
as Hebrews.
hold on. There's a Jewish presence in West Africa, but you talking about they are Hebrews. That's different.
Yeah,
What?
a
Yeah,
religion
but
is
that's at
different
a
from a
certain
group of
time.
people.
What? Okay, what
Yo,
is Jewish? What is Jewish? Can you show me Jewish
yo,
in the Bible?
What I'm saying, hold on, wait. I just want to say there is a history of the practice of people coming in with
Judaism.
those customs. Sir, I'm trying to give you some acknowledgement. I'm not going to take away what you're trying to say because there's a history
Hold on.
of the practice in West.
I got a good question. Hold on 1 second. He said, what is he saying is written in Hebrew on the pews?
Yeah, because you can't say that word anymore. So yeah.
What you mean?
What are you saying? What's on the pews in the church that's in Hebrew?
All I'm saying is they wrote in Hebrew on the pews. I would have to pull up. I'm not
No.
looking at
what
the
it
image.
say? What it say?
I don't remember.
That
Nobody
picture with the
knows.
squiggly
Hold
lines
on
on it.
1 second. Let me just pay 5 minutes of this.
Yeah, go
5
ahead.
minutes of this. Just 5 minutes. My brother.
This has been debunked a long time ago.
Savannah, Georgia, with the focus mainly being on Hebrew and Arabic. Now, when I make videos on the pews, I often get a reply from someone about how I'm beating a dead horse. So I want to make clear that just a little over 2 months ago, the We Woke Now channel put out yet another video on the pews, arguing that the case for Hebrew is stronger than the case for Arabic. And I hadn't yet gotten around to commenting on that video, until now that is. So I'm not just harping on an old topic by myself. Rather, I'm responding to something that proponents of Hebrew on the pews have themselves been recently promoting. And the main focus of this video will compare Kelly's proposed Hebrew reading to a couple of proposed Arabic readings. What Kelly has proposed is that a pew has solitreo script and with text that reads Yisrael Yom, which Kelly translates with a bit of an apparently unwitting Germanic syntax as Israel's day. And the proposed spelling of Israel has it spelled with 5 yods and a Zion, but no center aleph. Moreover, his proposal also quietly has the word yom being written with a regular mem rather than a mem sofit, which is to say a final mem. And we'll get into this in more detail as we go on. Moreover, the Good Doctor's reading will be compared to 2 proposed Arabic readings, one of which posits that La ilaha illallah, which is to say there's no God but God, or there's only one God, that appears on a pew, and yet another proposal which proposes that Ilahinas appears on a pew, Ilahinas meaning the God of mankind. In order for Kelly to pretend like there's a better case for that string of Hebrew characters than there is for the Arabic phrase, he would have to abandon not 1, but 2 of his side's previous modes of argumentation. In short, he and his supporters have moved the goalposts. But whatever the case, at this point, one would be within their rights to ask where either of these alleged readings might be found on the pews. So let's get into that now. While I don't know for certain which pews Boubacar Diakite proposed readings for, I have said in the past that this pew has markings which look a bit like the Arabic phrase La ilaha illallah. However, if that was intended by the person who made those markings, it is arguably quite sloppy, quite different from how others might write that phrase. So let me color code the different words to make clear precisely which portions of the Arabic text correspond to which markings on that pew. And as you look at this, we should ask the question, what are the main weaknesses here? I would propose that there's at least 3 problems. First, what is supposed to be a lam and alif do not cross each other, as is typically the case when writing in Arabic. And here I'm referring to the red text and the blue text. Second, what is proposed to be an alif seems disconnected from what is proposed to be a lam. And third, the ha at the end of ilah and Allah they're open rather than taking the form of a typical loop in how, the final ha is typically written. And here I'm referring to the purple text and the green text. However, on the other hand, all these features can actually be found in different instances of handwritten Arabic. And to show this, I'd like to take a look at a handwritten letter that the Shi'i cleric, Grand Ayatollah Sistani, who's based in Najaf in Iraq, a handwritten letter that was written by that Shi'i cleric in Iraq. And I'll share a link to this in the video description. So let's take a look at the text of his letter, which is written in Arabic. And I want to zoom in on 2 words in particular. First, note the word al-Islam at the top right of your screen. Notice that in the first instance of lam alif, the lam and alif do not cross, as might typically be the case. Rather, it seems like the lam is written and then the alif appears over the part of the lam which trails off to the left. So it looks more like this. Beyond that, notice that in the second instance of lam alif, the alif doesn't connect to the lam. And then let's switch to the word Allah at the bottom left of the screen. Notice that the final letter, the Ha, is not a closed loop. Rather, it's open. In short, it looks more like this. So with all of these features in mind, if we return to the pew we were looking at, to make this proposed reading more clear, we only need to change the style to be a bit more like, for example, Sistani's writing or his handwriting, where the final Ha is open rather than a loop, and the Lam Alif does not cross. And perhaps so too, we can disconnect the Alif from the Lam. Now, again, one might argue that if this was intended as reading La ilaha illallah, then it's a sloppily written instance of such. Nonetheless, I'd say that it's at least a plausible reading, and it seems it was backed by a linguist from Harvard, that being Boubacar Diakite. But now we should turn to the question of where Kelly's proposed reading can be found. The good doctor proposed such for this pew. As I noted earlier, he's never attempted to highlight that pew, but he has offered a certain drawing, which
one of the pews, bro. Is that Hebrew?
Hold on. Is that what?
Is that Hebrew?
No, I'm guessing that's Arabic.
Okay. All right.
We don't know what's on them pews. Abu don't know.
And again, the good doctor claims this is Solitreo script and that it reads Yisrael Yom, which he claims means Israel's day. At the top right of your screen, I've placed the relevant string of characters in the Solitreo and square scripts. And by square script, I mean the block letters, what's now the standard Hebrew script. And as I alluded to earlier, the relevant Hebrew words in that phrase are not written in those ways. The word for Israel is not spelled Yod Yod Zayin Resh Yod 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 Lamed. Rather, the correct spelling of Israel is spelled Yod Shin.
All right, I don't need to play no more of this. But hey, to the brother that's on the screen, Ya Zugi. I like this guy, Rawbon. He said Rawbon is just slow. He doesn't know what we practice, kosher, and that pork was forbidden before we were captured. Before you were captured from where?
From who? Where?
Right.
What are you talking about?
The Igbo eat damn rats. What's going on, bro?
What are they
Ra
talking
will
about?
cook your shit.
No, these guys have made up. They don't understand that this shit was made up in America, bro.
This is
made up in America. It was made, and they used the Bible to create this Hebrew narrative. Harriet Tubman was a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, I like your cartoon character up there, man. That's some doc. That's some Dr.
That's a real nigga brew right there. Real nigga brew.
That's a real Dr.
That's
York
some
shit right there, nigga.
Masters of the Pseudoverse character right there.
The thing is, y'all wouldn't make fun of Arabs for having images like that. Y'all wouldn't make fun.
Yes,
of
we would.
Yes,
we would.
You wanna know
Stay
what's
tuned.
crazy about this, right?
Stay tuned.
Look. So you got people like Abraham Rahim. He's a Fulani, captured, brought here. This nigga biting in motherfucking Arabic, talking to your law shit. You got a whole revolt that happens in Latin America called the Mali Revolt. These people coming from over there. They got the shit writing all up in there. We got people in the South doing this shit. Sapelio, all over the place. We ain't got to guess. We know that this religion of Islam comes from this specific place, and we know that these people were practicing that shit before they came over here. Why we don't got to put bifocals on to find this shit? Why we don't got to put bifocals on to find Budun? Why we don't got to put bifocals on to find the Congo God's head? Why we don't got to put bifocals on to find the Laos and everything else? Why we don't got to put Congo? Why we don't got to put bifocals on to see the Winti religion? And then the
Let me
people
sum it up for you.
And what's so crazy is, let's just talk about the people who escaped, the maroon niggas, all through the Americas. Or they were not colonized. They had their own shit. They don't replicate no nigga brew nothing. Nowhere.
Let me. You said why we ain't gotta put bifocals on and blah blah blah.
Because it don't exist.
Okay, hold on. Maybe it's not for you. Maybe it's not for you. Maybe it's not for you to see.
We don't got
Brother.
one. Listen, brother. We don't got one revolt in America with niggas called on Yahweh, nigga.
Zero.
Not one. Zero. We got niggas calling on Jesus.
Okay, I got you.
We got niggas calling on that white Jesus.
I got you. Why would they call on the name Yahweh? If
nigga, call it whatever you want to call it.
Hold on.
Nigga, whatever. Yah,
Wait. So why is Isaiah's name Ishayahu?
Ishayahu?
If it's Lashawan Kadash.
If it's what? What's your question? I was about to ask him a question.
Why is Isaiah's name pronounced Ishayahu?
I don't agree with that pronunciation.
Hey, before you go, I think y'all looking over to what Robon said about the Maroons and people.
No, I'm not even looking over anything. He made a statement.
Hold
He
on.
said
In Brazil, they had over 5,000 different Maroon communities, and none of those people, none of them showed anything associated with being a Hebrew. So we can't say they didn't allow us. They had over 5 million people was in Brazil, and they had 5,000 Maroon communities. And guess what? None of them was talking about all that Hebrew nonsense.
I got you. Why would they call on? Why would they call on that name if that would go against prophecy?
Hey, yo, bro,
What
listen,
prophecy,
bro.
brother? What prophecy?
So
You
hold
know,
on. Wait. So it's okay for them to call themselves nigga brews in West Africa, but in America they don't know they nigga brews?
Well, did they call themselves
Wow,
that in West Africa?
this shit crazy.
I'm trying to figure this shit out, man.
I never said that they called themselves Hebrews. I've never said that. You've never heard me say that once on
So
this line.
they didn't know that they were nigga brews in West Africa.
I believe that they had certain customs, but I don't believe that they had full understanding of being Israelites.
This nigga here, bro.
Okay,
So how would they know to
Man.
continue their
I
customs and
do know
cultures?
on a map that there's a kingdom of Judah. Now maybe you have
Yeah,
some
but who was
information.
that?
Okay, don't do that. Oh, come on, man.
Wait. Hold up. Who was that put there by?
What?
Who made the maps?
Oh, man, listen. That's the French
It's time to
interpretation of
go,
Guida.
Garfield.
No.
It's time to go. It's time
No,
to
man.
go. It's time to go. We done ran over the
We're
weeder.
gonna spend 2 more minutes with him. 2 more minutes.
I just wanted
This shit crazy.
to finish up something. I don't think we got enough time, but yeah, the Judah thing, that's the French, interpretation of Wida, or whatever. So yeah,
Why would they put that on them?
because Europeans go different places and they
Hold on.
designate people as Jews.
93. You're complicating the conversation. Let me ask the brother a question. Do you
All right,
speak English? Do you speak English, brother?
Yeah, for sure. We on here talking to English.
All right. What's the English word for that area that they call that we on the map? That map that they have.
You mean when it said the kingdom of Judah?
Yeah. What
Yeah.
is the
What did the English
word
call it?
What the English call it?
I'm not sure. Negro land? Let me know.
They call it wider.
Wider.
Okay,
Ask
yeah.
what did the Portuguese call it?
And we speak
said
English. So shouldn't that have a blink in your head? Like, if they call it that and we speak English, why didn't the English call it Judah also? We speak English.
Nah,
Why did the Portuguese call it? What did the
I was under
Portuguese
the belief
Spanish
that
call
was
it?
French. I was under the belief that that's French.
No, it's not French. But what did the Portuguese call it? Garfield will tell you.
What do they call it? Enlighten.
Ajuda.
Okay. But
Which means help, aid.
My question would be, why would they put that name on there specifically?
Because the town is a part of a
No.
place. Because the town is
No. Let me ask you a question, beloved. What area are you talking about? Because I'm going
The area of the map that's called the Kingdom of Judah or Wida or Ajuda. Why was it called that?
Okay.
Okay, so I can offer you something. Okay, so
somebody
there's
answer
a French
me because I've been forced to answer.
Is
all
my
these
mic not
questions.
working?
Cool. Now y'all dodging. Somebody answer.
Is my
Why
can
was it
y'all
called
hear me?
that? Your
Can
mic
you
is
hear me?
working.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, brother. Yeah, you got a right to ask that question because I had to ask that question. But I will tell you that a French traveler by the name of what's that guy name?
Emmanuel Bowen.
It was the one that we used with Dante Fortson. That guy, he went through the whole town. Jean Barbeau. Now I believe he actually went there. There were no apparent Jewish customs. Them dudes was worshiping snakes. There was nothing there that indicated anything Jewish about those people.
Hold on, the
However,
Europeans in the
Europeans.
Bible.
So I guess by that logic, that makes them.
Go to my
I guess
video,
that makes
bro.
them Greeks and Romans, huh?
No. I was just saying that.
Let's slow this down. All right. First and foremost, what year was the map made?
I don't know. Let me know.
17 something.
I don't have it pulled up.
All right. Now, as we see, it says here, Kingdom of Judah, right? Kingdom of Judah at the top.
Sure.
So what else to say? Wida.
It says Wida, slave coast, right? And at the bottom it says Wida and says Judah. Now, by
And
the
you
way,
see the F right there, right? That means French.
Yeah. When it says Kingdom of Judah, by the way, this is anachronistic because the kingdom of that region was taken over by the Dahomey kingdom at that time. All right. So there was no kingdom.
A lot of kingdom.
All right. Yeah. there was where you had a lot of the home or whatever, right? So now this is what we're doing. So this is another map, the same map. So we'll look at the Negro land and everything, right? Okay. Where did the kingdom of Weda, known locally as Glexe, but also known and spelled in old literature as Weda, Wida, Ajuda, Oida, Wida, Jueda, Judah, Agelefe, Exweda, kingdom on the coast of West Africa, what is known as Benin. All right. Now, in this book, Robin Law's book, what I'm going to tell the brother is this. On the left-hand side is when it was the kingdom of Judah or Wida. Why are we saying these different names, by the way? Why do we say Wida, Judah, Joda? Why are we saying these different names? What Exweda? Why are we saying that?
You tell me.
Because it's what it's called. It's a transliteration of a word. What we're trying to do is pronounce a word that is ethnically connected to that region by the Fon people. The Fon people is who call it Exweda. But watch this now. This is the dagger to all of this now. The first people to actually try to translate the name of the place were the Spanish. But look what the Spanish call it. Look at what the Spanish call it. Right here. In contemporary sources, the name Hueda may have been noted first by the Spanish missionaries visiting the kingdom of Alara to the north in 1660, who recorded apparently in the form of what? Jura or Lura, not Judah. You see, it has to do with pronunciation. More certainly, it enters the historical record 11 years later as Judah when the French first established a trading factory there. So the original, the first people to go there, the Spanish, call it Jura. They don't know nothing about no Judah.
Okay.
So yeah, we got to know why the French did that. The French.
My question was, why?
Wait a minute.
Why was it called the Kingdom of Judah?
Garfield.
Hold on, brother.
You just dancing around.
He just
Hold
did
on,
it. He
hold
got
on,
it on
hold
the
on,
screen.
hold on, Rob.
All right,
Let me
go
answer this
ahead.
real quick. Oh, go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
No. Did you get the oral tradition of the people of Judea, which is on the bottom, the fine people that's in that same book? And they tell you the kings.
I think I have it in my slide, but hold on one
Yeah,
second.
we got the kings
So
and
let's
all
look
of
at
that
the
in there,
names
my
for a
nigga. That
second.
ain't
Let's
nothing to
look
do
at the
with no
names.
nigga bros.
Let's look at the names for a second. So you have the Spanish Lura Jura, 1671 French Judah. The Dutch call it Fida. So if you're from the Dutch era, this is how you pronounce it. Portuguese Ajuda, English call it Wida, and the Fon people call it through the Latin script it would be pronounced Ueda, right? But it's called Xweda. All right, we're not forgetting to the pre-Dahomey and stuff and all that stuff. In its original, let me see right here. All right, the name of the kingdom from which that of the town of Oida derived may be written Exweda in the phonetic script, Hueda in the Latin alphabet. So the brother asked a question, why would they call it the kingdom of Judah? So they're writing that kingdom of Judah from a French perspective because the people who were in charge of the map had to do with the French. So what they did was they pronounced it kingdom of Judah. It's the same thing. When you say Judah or Wida or Fida, it's the same word. They're trying to translate this word right here, Exweda. Has nothing to do with the biblical Judah.
No,
But
hold on. Why would they even try to translate it as Judah or Wida or Weda or any of those words? Where did they get the idea of we should translate whatever this place's name, we should translate it as Judah?
They have a history of doing that though. They did the same thing with the native.
No. Look at the screen. The Spanish pronounce it Lura.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, did they just make it up?
This word? They got it from the word Exweda.
Yeah,
the original word. They're trying to pronounce this word. This word Exweda in the Fon language or the dialect is what they're trying to pronounce as Weda in the phonetic script.
So why
Weda in the Latin alphabet?
Okay.
Nothing to do with Jews, Muslims, Christians. Nothing. This is an African culture.
What does the word Exweda mean? What does that mean?
It could mean farmhouse. It could mean farmhouse. As a matter of fact, hold on, I got something for you right here. Hold on.
we got the book. You can just go to the book.
Hold on, I got something. I think I got something to talk about it right here.
But we know the fine lineage, though. We know where they come from.
Where is their lineage? If you don't believe in the Bible, like what is their lineage?
The ancestors of. Yeah, go
Where did
ahead.
they
Sorry.
spring up? They just sprung up out of the land somewhere. Where did they go back to? Did they go back millions of years?
Actually, the history of the majority of African Americans and West Africans, it's a longer, like, their history is they're in Africa, in West Africa, in parts of Africa before the Israelite narrative even begins. Like, we talking like 9,000 BC in the Sahara. Like, they're known to be there. Like, there's a whole documentation in anthropology on.
Okay,
I'm assuming your
what
ancestors.
lineage do they go back to? Who is their final ancestor?
Oh, I don't have the names, but we have the genetics, we have the anthropology, we have the skulls that match
So at the end of the
West
day,
Africans.
at the end of the day,
It's older than the Israelite lineage. I'll
okay,
say
at
that.
the,
It's
at the end of
older
the
than the
day,
story.
at the end of the day, you guys believe in the white man's logic. You said we have DNA, we have the skulls, we
There's
have
no
this.
such
At
thing
one,
as the
hold
white
on.
man.
Let me finish my point, please.
What the white man's logic?
Hold on.
There's no white man logic.
Hold on. Because even Egyptology and all that shit was pushed very heavily from the white man. Now let me make my point real quick. At one point in time, did not the white man teach, because our brains and our skull shapes is shaped this type of way and blah 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 blah. We're inherently stupid and this and that. You
No, that's
guys
irrelevant.
No, it's not
Because
irrelevant,
that same
because
white man is
skull shape,
teaching
you're
against that
using
today.
that same thing. We have the
No,
skulls and we have
no. I'm talking modern anthropology, not racist white supremacy, 19th
Okay,
century.
where do you get that technology? Where do you get the knowledge of technology? Where do you get that from?
Well, you can Metro.
9-3, stop. My brother, what are you on?
Let him
right
answer
now?
the question.
Who created the technology you on? Stop the bullshit, childish
Bro,
arguments.
let him answer the question.
It's
I asked him a
childish.
question.
No,
Let him
I'm not
answer it.
letting him.
I'm gonna answer the question. Yeah, it's childish.
That's
You are
childish. Man. Everything is the
It's
white
not
man.
a good argument what you're saying.
You want
Why?
to also you believe
It's
in
a
the white man.
fallacy.
You believe in the white man.
It's a fallacy.
Tell me why.
That's a bad
Tell me why
argument.
it's not a good.
Because you're
not a good
judging
question.
something based on its origin rather than the merit of the argument. You can do craniometrics today based on simple mathematics. It's not the white man. He doesn't own anything. You can
You
look
said you
at
can
the
do
skulls.
carbon dating based on
I
mathematics.
said
Is that what you said?
craniometrics. You can okay, listen, sir. The skulls that we have today, modern Homo sapiens sapiens, they have the same kind of skulls as West Africans that's found 9,000 years ago in the Sahara where they were living. They have their tools, their way of living, their ceramics. They were there in the Sahara before the Israelites even sprang up 5,000 years ago?
Okay,
4,000 years ago?
who gave you that information? Where did you
It's
learn that from?
it's really irrelevant. But if you want the source, I can get the source. I have it. They have the
Who gave you that information?
Let me get his. I'll get his name. It's an anthropologist.
Hold
Do
on,
you study any
respond to somebody.
anthropology?
Let me respond to somebody on the comment board. This guy Asoru Reed Seeker. I'm assuming. Correct me if I'm wrong. He believes in Egyptology and all that crazy shit. Niggas with dog heads and Geb and Nut and all that.
I got the source. I got the source for you.
It's funny.
Yes.
So don't come on here and talk about the Bible when you believe in obvious fairy tales. But go ahead.
The source is called Tracing the Bantu Expansion from its Source. Dental non-metric affinities among West Africans and neighboring populations. The author is Joel. Tracing the Bantu expansion from its source.
Gotcha.
Dental, that's the teeth. Non-metric affinities among West Africans and neighboring populations. And the author is Joel D. Irish from Liverpool John Moores University. So this is pertaining, Joel D. Irish.
Joel?
Like the book of Joel. Yeah, like the book of Joel. Yeah.
Joel D.
Irish. I really hope you don't.
Liverpool. Yeah, I see him.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, good.
Okay. All right, keep going.
Yeah. So the point is, the anthropology and the physical remains of the populations that gave rise to those later West African populations, they were already in the Sahara. They were already there when it was green. They were living there with other lineages of black people, but after the Sahara started to dry up, they begin to move.
Okay,
and this is far before. Yeah, this is before the Israelite thing.
All right, I got you. I have a question for you guys. Earlier we were talking about slaves and who broke from slavery, and they have oral traditions, and we're this and we're that and we're this, and you all claimed, oh, we should listen to them. Why are they not talking about Hebrews this and Hebrews that? We need to go back to what these people are talking about. These people are obviously of their own race, pertaining to their race, and coming up with an identity. Why are you getting your identity from a white man?
That's a fallacy. You go
How
with
is that a
who has.
fallacy? That's a
Listen,
valid question.
let me tell you something. If a white man tell you the accurate time of day and a black man tell you the wrong time of day, are you gonna go with the black man just because he's black? You go
No,
with the
I wouldn't.
best information. It
No,
doesn't
I
matter
wouldn't. But
what color. I don't care if the nigga's purple. If
okay,
he
but listen,
shows
I was
anthropology,
using you guys' logic earlier. We have all this
Hold
stuff
on, let him
on our
talk and
own.
finish, bro. Yazarala, let him finish.
I'm just
My
gonna
bad.
say, in any meaningful conversation, when you deal with philosophy and forming arguments, you're committing something called the genetic fallacy. You're judging something based on the origin, and you're not even dealing with the actual information that's being presented to see if it's actually correct. They have anthropology. They have tools you can pick up and see. Black people were living a certain way. They had pots. They had cloves. They had tools that they used to live, and this stuff is dated before the Israelite narrative even begins. They were already in Africa, man. They were in the Sahara before it became a complete desert, when it still had a lush green environment. This information is out, and it predates the whole Israelite narrative.
Okay, so why do you not take white people's information that say that black people are Israelites? Why do you not take the white man's information that
I'm
says black
judging
people
it
are
based on its
Edomites?
merit. I'm judging it based on its merit, not because he's a white person.
Truth has no color,
Yeah.
bro.
So no,
I'm not saying
the arguments that the arguments
look,
in your favor don't stand up to scrutiny is what I'm saying.
But listen. Basically, based off just what I just said, I'm agreeing that truth has no color. I'm agreeing with that. I'm telling you though, there's hold on, because I just said white people say that black people are Israelites. I believe that they will be telling the truth in that fact. All right, now based on historical events and evidence, you do have white people who came up with certain doctrines and philosophies and pushed it on our people as lies on purpose. Is that not true?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I do is factor these things out. You are trying to you don't know anything about cranial dating and any of this. You're not a PhD in DNA. None of this
You
shit.
just made that's another. You're assuming because I don't have a
Do you have a
PhD. I can't.
PhD?
I don't need it, sir. You don't need a PhD to read the information and use it. It's out for the public. Everybody can't have a PhD, but you can read. You're intelligent.
Okay,
You can absorb the information.
all right, cool. Based on some of the information that you brought, this guy Joe D. Irish is using people's skull shapes to say who they were 9,000 years ago and things like that.
No. If you read the article, he'll tell you how he came to his conclusion. He's using the teeth, the dental formation.
Okay, he's using teeth. Okay, cool, perfect. I'm glad you said that because
read the article first before I even let you even try to come at me. You got to read.
I'm still on his page right now, but let me make my point. He's using certain whatever doctrine that based on someone's teeth and teeth that we found in history and blah 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 blah. These are West Africans. Now, do you not know that there are people in West Africa right now that are descendants of Chinese people?
Sure, and Europeans too, and African Americans are too.
Which is true. There are, yes. So based on that, how can you say, "Oh, we found some teeth. This is a West African"?
Sir, the vast majority of West Africans are still okay. I'm trying to help you understand something. All right, so in America, for the most part, the male lineage of black people, males have not been wiped out. Not yet. White people haven't supplanted us just yet. In West Africa, they 30 to 40%. All right. Well, in Africa, it ain't nowhere near that. So the population there, it largely, because it's, even though it's thousands of years ago in the grand scheme of humanity, that's still kind of small. We got hundreds of thousands of years. They are still the same people. Those bones that they found are the same people that you find in West Africa today.
How do you know?
Well, let's read. We can go through the article.
Please read.
Let's go through the article. You want to read the whole thing, Garfield? You're gonna have to put it on the screen. I have to send it to you, or he gonna have to share his screen, and you have to go to the people.
Let him read the article and come back next week.
Come back next week and read Peopling of the Early Green Sahara, because this is really gonna destroy the whole everything you're trying to say right here. This is really gonna destroy it.
It doesn't,
The
because
fact, the fact of
we're
the
both
matter is,
using
how do you
sources.
determine? Hold on. Do you have a methodology how to determine truth? It seems like the Bible is the only way, and you're gonna be stuck because the
No,
Bible
no,
that
no.
you
False
have. Hold on, hold on.
positives.
Bible that you have. Do you have an original text for it?
You asked me, how do I
Do
determine
you
truth?
have a? Do you have a? Hold on. Let's deal with this. Do you have a primary text of what you have as a Bible?
What do you mean? I have the Bible.
Right,
To
but
me,
where did the Bible come from? What's the original documents? Do you have the
the Dead
original
Sea
manuscript?
Scrolls.
The Dead Sea Scrolls is not the original documents, brother. You see, this
Okay,
is the problem. You don't have an original document. So
do
how
you
can
have an
you
original
determine?
document?
Hold
Do
on,
you
hold on,
have an
hold on.
original document?
Oh yes, if you have original direct primary research, of course we could
Okay,
have
so
like with
so
the
you have.
Assyrian. Hold on, hold on,
Oh,
hold
my
on,
bad, my bad,
hold
my bad,
on, hold
my
on,
bad.
hold on, hold
Go
on.
ahead. 'Cause I'm gonna cut you.
The Assyrian documents is primary. That's the primary sources of the writings, and it's translated into English by someone who could read the language. That's the primary source. You don't have a primary source for the Bible.
Okay, brother Garfield,
Where
I
is
have a
Genesis?
question
All
for you.
right, let's look at Genesis 1. Show me
Before we
Genesis
go there,
1,
I
the
have a question
original
for you.
primary Genesis 1.
Before we go there, I have a question for you.
No,
What do you actually?
Let's deal with that first. Let's deal with
We're
that
gonna go
first.
there. I just want to know what you actually believe. What do you believe? You believe in evolution? You believe in what do you believe? Humans are billions of years old.
I believe my mother and father created a beautiful human being. That's what I believe. That's the
Do you
only
have
thing I believe.
Do you have primary sources of all your lineage going all the way back? Do you?
Primary lineage of all my family going back. No one has primary lineage.
Oh, so
Of
you don't have a primary
all
source
their
for that? That's
no,
the same
because
argument you coming with me.
no, we're talking about a piece of paper. We're talking
Oh my
about a
God!
paperwork.
And
I
you don't
have
have a
my
primary
DNA.
source.
Hold on. I have my DNA. I don't need nothing else. You don't believe in DNA because science kills what you believe in. You
What does the word
stuck,
science
bro,
mean? What does the
because you
word
can't.
science
You
mean?
stuck because you have no primary evidence, and
Okay, you're using this
trying
word
to come at
science. What
us
does the word
for
science mean?
primary, and you have no primary source. Genesis
What does
1.
the word science
Show
mean?
me Genesis 1. Show me the primary of Genesis 1.
What does the word science mean, Garfield?
To knowledge, it has to do with knowledge. To know, getting to know. But the problem with
Okay.
you is this, though. Hold on. The problem with you is this, though. You want to now reverse and talk to us. We're not talking about that. We're talking about African Americans are Israelites. You're trying to switch it because you
I'm not
can't handle
switching
the
nothing.
heat.
I'm not
But
switching
watch
nothing.
this, though. Watch this.
Okay.
Watch this before I end the show. I ask you, do you have a primary of the Bible text? You know what you said? Dead Sea Scrolls. It shows you are limited in having a conversation about the biblical text because you don't know where it came from. You have no idea. And then what you do is when Fortune bring out 93, bring out the information, or the white man, show me a black man that translated the Dead Sea Scrolls. Show me a black man that wrote the first books.
Who's confirming the biblical? Wait, who's confirming the biblical narrative or archaeology? They confirm your narrative.
Who controls anthropology? Who controls archaeology? Same white people. A lot of them even Zionists.
I got you right here. I got you right here. I got you right here. If I believe the Israelites were black, why do I need a black man saying that he translated when the black people wrote it?
So
why would I
how do
need
you
that?
prove the Israelites are black? How do you prove that?
Job 30. My skin is black upon me.
No,
was he not black?
That's talking about one person. That's talking about that.
Garfield.
Okay. Look at the wall release of the Israelites in Egypt as slaves. Were they not black?
Let's look at
in
this
Egypt?
right here.
Were they not black?
Brother, but if I wrote a story from my perspective, I'm light skinned. So now is every Jew light skinned? Because you said I'm part of the tribe. Now is all the tribe light skinned because I wrote from my point of view as a light skinned individual, a Narragansett?
Is Michael Jackson an Israelite?
Yes, he is.
Hold on 1 second. Stop.
Yes, he is.
This right here. My beloved is white and ruddy. Does that mean Solomon is white?
No.
Okay,
no,
then.
Job said my skin
so
is
Job
black.
30, 30.
Job
Why
said
do
my
why
skin
do you
is
why
black,
do you bring
bro.
out Job where you're not looking at the context of what Job is saying? Stop it, bro.
Okay, go to the Hebrew. Go to the Hebrew.
This is why I
Go to the
smash
Hebrew.
Israelites.
Now he
Go
wants
to the
to
Hebrew.
When before he was saying
Go to the Hebrew.
All of y'all come in the same playbook. Let's go to Job.
Go to the Hebrew.
I'm going to Job.
Wait,
30,
so
30.
stay in the
I wanna go
Hebrew
to
for
what you
everything.
Okay, hold on. I got a point for that because Miriam was cursed with leprosy and she turned white as snow. It said it was a curse that she turned white. So was Solomon cursed
No, it's a
with that
curse
leprosy?
that she had leprosy.
No, he wasn't.
Not that the color of her skin
No,
had
it says
turned,
she turned
but that she
white
had
as
leprosy.
snow, bro. It says she turned white. Numbers 12. Go do some research.
But you're using it as in the context that we think today, which is white and black. When they're talking here, it means that she had leprosy, and when you have leprosy, your skin does turn white. But that doesn't mean if your skin is white, you are bad. It's if you have leprosy, that's the problem.
I didn't say that. But having a lack of pigment is leprosy according to the Bible.
So you're saying that
Oh,
all white people
vitiligo
today have a
is
low grade
leprosy.
version of leprosy?
Yes, and it's diagnosed in the Bible.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
well
Right here,
the
leprosy.
word leprosy is not Hebrew, and that is a totally different condition. But I guess
Look
Read,
at
read
Job
the word in
33,
Hebrew. I
right?
believe it's
I hate to
Job
say to
33.
all my white people out there listening, you have leprosy
You said what?
officially.
What you say? You hate to say what?
Did you just say that if your skin color is white, you technically have leprosy?
I never said anybody's skin color is white. I said if you lack pigment, that's a form of leprosy, which biblically it is. You can read
So
it.
what about light
the word, yeah,
skinned
that's
black people who are really,
I said
really in
if
the
you
light skin
lack
color, who we
pigment,
call red
light
bone?
skinned people still have pigment, bro.
hey,
Red bone.
hey
God damn, it's not hard.
Garfield, is Michael Jackson an Israelite? Garfield?
I believe he was.
Well, he don't descend from
You come from our markers. You
he
come
come
from European.
he come from a French man, a white French man.
No, he
Is
doesn't.
he
He
an Israelite?
descends from
Yes,
an
he
Indian. He
does. We
descends
have his
from an Indian.
history. No,
We got his history.
hold on. He said no, he doesn't. How you know that?
I googled his lineage. He comes from an Indian. The
Nope,
guy was light skinned with blue eyes, whatever, but he was still an Indian. Are there not black
nope,
people with blue eyes?
nope. He goes back to a white man. It's proven. It's
Can
documented.
you
Genealogy.
pull it up? Prove it.
Okay, I can put it in the chat. Yeah.
Put it in chat. But listen, when I first came onto the show, I said that there are Israelites that look white.
No, we saying he's the seed of what you call an
Who,
Edomite.
Katazar?
Israelites don't have a thing
I don't
called
believe he's the
divorce,
seed
bro.
of Edomite, but you can
They're
believe that.
following
You're
a
Why
free to
not?
believe that.
No,
doctrine.
they have his genealogy, bro. They got it. They have it. Michael Jackson is
You're free to
descendant
believe
of a
that
white man.
you're free to believe he's an Edomite.
Look, you said I'm believing. I don't believe it. I know it. I
You
have the
just okay.
information.
Okay, so you believe he's an Edomite, so you believe the Bible.
No, I don't believe
Oh,
he's an
okay.
Edomite. I have the information to show you where his lineage come from. The man descends from a white man. There's plenty others too.
But you just said he was an Edomite.
According to what you would say is an
Hold on,
Edomite, he would be.
time out.
But
Young
didn't I
Ali,
say
who's
that
Young
not
Ali?
all
What's
white
up,
people
Young
are
Ali?
Edomites? I said that earlier.
Oh, okay.
Young
I
Ali,
Okay,
used
buddy.
I used Drake's son as an example. Numbers
He's
1 and
not white.
18.
No, we ain't doing it.
What?
You playing. Listen,
What?
bro.
What? Wait, what?
Time out, guys. Time out.
Drake's son is not white.
Time out.
So
Time
if
out.
Drake's son have
Time
a white,
out. Time out. Time out. Young Ali, what's up?
Yeah, man. I just came on it. You know what I mean? I appreciated the dialogue y'all was having, and I know somebody mentioned the Dead Sea Scrolls, but
Yes,
I
sir.
wanted to see how much of the Bible is in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Good question.
How much? What do you mean? How much of the Bible? I mean, you
How much
got
of percentage
fragments, you
is
got scattered
compared
text.
to the Old Testament from Genesis to Malachi? How much of it is in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
you probably have to answer that question in reverse. How much of
Yeah,
the
you got
Bible came from
numerous
the Dead Sea
copies
Scrolls? I
and
guess.
in longer copies, shorter copies. You got full blown. As far as Dr. Kip said, from another show, another podcast I read, the Dead Sea Scrolls are a mess. We got proof that they was biting straight off other documents that were still contained within the caves that they was investigating with all these supposed Dead Sea Scrolls, where it would be alluded or allegedly at least considered that this scribe, whoever's writing the Bible, was biting. And what I mean by biting is copying.
Okay.
Straight from these Egyptian texts, straight on to these Hebrew, what you would consider a Hebrew text. So we need to factor that into these Dead Sea Scrolls that these people writing were continue on traditions that were coming from other cultures and masking it into their culture, because that's just the way it was back then. It's not so
Okay,
much
I'm gonna tell you
plagiarism,
something.
but acceptance.
I'm gonna tell you something. Maybe you're not really aware. The Israelites are the last nation to be established. So when you say they're copying other people's, so what? So what?
But because now you're basing your religion off those documents, brother.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen.
How you
Moses.
how
Okay,
you
so
gonna
what?
say like the Dead Sea
Here's the
Scroll,
thing.
Dead Sea
Here's the
Scroll,
thing.
and it's
The
only
origins are fake. That's why.
Here's the thing. Moses, when he married the Ethiopian woman, he learned from her father. That father was a heathen. Was that wrong that
Yes.
he learned from him?
And based on the structure of with all Egyptians he would have needed to do like 40 plus years within the whole structure. And then another X amount of years with just learning this. So you're
Okay.
talking about someone who's 48, 50 years deep inside a culture. That's why it sounds Egyptian.
Okay,
Because it's
okay.
written.
There's nothing wrong with sounding Egyptian.
Brother, theirs was
all
fake. If the
communities,
root is fake,
all
the entire
communities,
operation's fake.
all communities and cultures have similarities. The Egyptians have a flood story. Chinese people have a flood story. So what? So what
Egyptians
if
have a
there's
flood story.
similarities?
Hold on. What Egyptian flood story?
There's an Egyptian flood story. You can pull it up.
No, you tell me about. You said there's an Egyptian flood story. You tell me about.
We can Google it.
Go ahead.
Oh shit.
So why are we googling it? You should have known it off the top of your head. What Egyptian flood story?
Right, because this is
Do
part of your
you know
history.
everything off the top of your head, Garfield? Stop it. You've been Googling shit all day.
If I make
Stop
a
it,
claim,
Stop it.
trust me and believe, I have the information here on my computer. I can bring it up. I don't need to Google.
So all right.
I have a file on every
It's
claim.
all is okay. Why you need the file though? It's not in your head.
No, it's not in my head because it's right here. That means if I make a claim, I already know I got the information to back it up.
Don't play that. We all been looking up and searching stuff.
You made that up. That's what you're doing.
How did I make that up?
Even the Native American flood stories, those stories don't come in until the colonialism.
Did I say anything about a Native American flood story?
Their tradition.
Did I mention anything about a Native American flood story?
No, I'm just saying. But when we start talking about this worldwide flood nonsense, it's garbage. It's total garbage, and it's only biblically inclined. Is
it garbage? So in the Chinese language,
hold on, brother. You can't use a standard and say, "Hey, Garfield produced this." But when we ask you, I asked you for Genesis, the primary source. You said go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. That told me you don't know what you're talking about. Then
I didn't say that when you said that. I never said that, bro.
Does the Dead Sea Scrolls match with the King James version?
Said that. I never
Does
said
it match
that,
with the King James version? All right. What is the primary source you have for the biblical text?
All I said was the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then you didn't mention anything about Genesis until now. Just now, you were trying to switch and move to Genesis.
Dead Sea Scrolls, but how much of the Dead Sea Scrolls are in the Bible that you use today?
I don't know. We can search it. I have this pulled up though, the Egyptian flood story. You said I made it up.
What we're using in there, that's not, you know what I mean? That's kind of inaccurate. We're like, oh, Dead Sea Scrolls. That's just throwing people off. You know what I mean?
How is that throwing people off if I know Garfield?
How much
way more?
Is the New Testament in Dead Sea Scrolls?
No, it's not.
Okay, so you said the Bible comes from Dead Sea Scrolls. So you mean half of it, a quarter of it, or?
And then didn't I when you asked that question, I said you should ask that in reverse and say how much of the Bible came from the Dead Sea Scrolls. I said that.
Okay, how much is it? Half, a quarter, 10%, 5%, 0?
I asked you.
I don't use the Bible.
It's been a beautiful day, man. Beautiful day in the neighborhood. I want to say thank you. Hey,
hold on. I want to make one more point, man. I want to make one more point. Make one more point.
Soon, bro.
Is Nas an Edomite?
Is who?
Go ahead, Aki.
Who? Is Nas an Edomite?
I don't think so.
All right.
Yes, he is. His genetics, yeah.
He's a Viking. He's a Viking.
Well, they're not black people over there. Come on, man. Stop it. It's like, man, oh, you come from. I live in Japan, bro.
We're talking about lineage, not skin color.
If I live in Japan for the next 100 years, and somebody come to America looking black, but he's from Japan, and you're gonna say, oh well, he's from Japan, so he's Japanese.
I'm talking about lineage, seed, the seed.
Okay, you said Viking. Show me Viking seed in the Bible. Show me that.
What the heck kind of what? Why would I do that? Why would I try to do that? I'm just telling you that.
You just said he's a Viking.
Yeah, his lineage is tied to Vikings, but listen, it's not the same as what you would call a Hebrew Israelite. Like the male lineage is different. Yep.
What do you mean?
Okay, so you got an idea of this. You are the seed of your father, right?
Wait, are you saying like DNA and all that shit?
No, his lineage. Yes, the male lineage.
You talking about DNA and haplogroups and all that?
Yes.
Sure.
I don't deal with that.
Well, you don't have to deal with water either. That shit exists.
Okay, Garfield don't believe in second Esdras. It exists.
He don't believe in the veracity. He won't tell you that the book ain't real.
Second Esdras is real as they come, but
it's a book.
book. It was written by the real Ezra. That's all.
Okay, and you don't believe in it.
It's not about believing in it.
It's not belief. It's about acknowledging existence.
Just like how the Greeks
the fact of the matter is, I don't recognize DNA as being accurate, and DNA people, scholars, and experts, they will tell you.
Stop saying that, bro. Stop saying you have no information. Don't say.
You want me to bring it up? Let me bring it up right now.
And you have second Esdras is a known forgery, so we can't even play that right now.
Yeah, and I bet you have a concept of DNA. You probably just don't disagree with modern DNA.
You said I don't disagree with it. I do disagree.
No, I'm saying I bet you have a concept of DNA, but you probably don't agree with the DNA that we're bringing to you.
I don't agree with being able to tell somebody who they are based off a region that they come from.
No, not a region. We're talking about looking at their sex chromosomes. You can tell that.
But if you use all of that, and people use DNA all the time, You can't go far enough back to say definitively, okay, you are this person in the Bible, or you are this person, because those people don't exist. You don't have their bones to
Those
compare
people
it
in
with.
the Bible are not real
We have
people.
the population that represent those.
Hold on.
Right.
The people in the Bible are not real people. We don't look at them as real people.
You
Only
don't have
people
to.
who
You don't
believe it.
have to.
Listen, let me finish, beloved. The point of the matter is that's where we could start from. We could start from Adam and Eve, or we could start from Cain and Abel. We could
Right.
start from Jacob and Esau. We could start from Shem, Ham, and Japheth. These are not real people, and these writings and these concepts are not even late. They're not even late, right? They're not even early writings. They're late writings in the heavenly.
Right.
Or we can start with the people that actually did exist that was in the Bible.
Second temple at best.
We could do something simple. First of all, we could just say, hey, when was Genesis written? Genesis is the first book, because it really was technically it wasn't the first book. You know, when were these books written? That's all you got to do is start off with Genesis. When was Exodus written? You look at the loan words. This is all you look at. You look at the loan words within the text. You see a lot of Egyptian loan words. You see Akkadian loan words. You see not Persian, but you see
get some Persian words in there.
No, not in Genesis.
Genesis. Okay.
Not in the first 5 books. You might. I think they have a word in Numbers that's Persian, but that's about it. But those words that you see borrowed from the Egyptians, you could say, okay, this word is borrowed at this time because the Assyrians were ruling. Culturally, if they have a calendar system that's similar to like the Assyrians or Babylonians, they say, okay, this is when this happened. The 7-day week. We know that the Assyrians are the ones that actually implemented the 7-day week more than likely.
Sabbath is not anything new.
So when I look at all of this,
who said that was new?
Sabbath. Y'all trying to claim Sabbath is something y'all created. Is that not you?
We're not saying it's new as like we created it in America or nothing like that.
The
Sabbath was all the way in Genesis.
First culture to start it, the Sabbath.
No, because
Sabbath, if you guys leave in Egypt, yes or no?
Okay, no, I'm not saying that. If you look at Genesis, Adam ruled over everybody. He had a way, and people knew about that way, which is how in Genesis 20, the king Abimelech knew you shouldn't sleep with another man's wife because it was a known oral way to be in the earth. Cain and Abel, they knew how to sacrifice. It goes back to Genesis. So, of course, it wasn't new.
Brother, before y'all even came over to the New World, the Narragansetts had a word for adultery. We didn't need y'all. We already knew. You sleep with my wife, it's off with your head. What you mean?
Bro, I said in Genesis, when people came on the scene, there were people
We're talking about before Genesis. We're talking about 30,000
anything
years
before Genesis. Can you
continent.
prove anything before Genesis?
Yes.
Do you have a primary source of anything before Genesis? Please.
Yes.
Primary source.
Yes.
Somebody who was there and
the
wrote
Epic
something.
of Gilgamesh,
this is before Genesis. Please give me a primary source.
The Epic of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, whoever the nigga who wrote Gilgamesh, that boy existed before the Book of Genesis. Period. I believe that dude of you.
Okay, let's pull up the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Please do, because you got a lot of your stuff from him, and I suggest you account for that.
The nigga who wrote Gilgamesh. Who is that nigga?
Yo, we've been off for 10 hours, man. Let me end this show right now, man. Peace and love, man.
Hold on, don't end it before this last point, Garfield.
And I want to say peace to AH, man. You a real one because you held it down. You ain't run. You wasn't no coward or nothing, bro. Respect to you all day, and I would love to talk to you again.
Hey, man, hit me up. You know what I mean?
Hey, hit me up on.
You a real one, bro. You a real dude.
You on
I want to
Facebook?
bring out this last point.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook.
Earlier.
I'm already on your people, God. I'll hit you up.
This last point, real quick. He brought up about leprosy. Leprosy is in the Bible. You read Leviticus. If you have blonde hair,
why are you concerned about leprosy? Because it has to do with color, right?
No. You can have leprosy in your house, which is mold.
Yazarala. Actually, I'm sorry, bro. I actually meant to. I mean, peace to you too, AH. Actually meant to say that to you because you a real brother. You came up here and dialogued. I appreciate it. You got my respect. Even if we disagree, you a good brother. I like dialogue.
Yeah, for sure. It's nothing. It's all love. For sure. I'm on here.
You a real one, yo.
You definitely a real one.
Though I'm gonna make this last point. If
Go
you
ahead.
go in there in Leviticus, it does tell you about leprosy of the skin, leprosy of the hair. Blonde hair is leprosy, which is a disease. Being melanin deficient is a disease according to the Bible.
Right.
Okay,
brother. But also in that same Leviticus, it says that you don't need blood.
When Jesus' head was white and his hair was white in Revelation, does that mean he's white?
Right.
Is white blonde? Is gray hair blonde?
No, but his head and his hair were white though.
And his hair was white.
So what does that mean to you? Because
Does
to
it
me,
mean he's white?
No, what does that mean to you?
To me,
Was he white or did he look like yellow man?
No, listen to me. What I would say, the head on his hair, all right, the hair on his head. Forgive me. The hair on his head was gray. The texture, or it was white.
But that's what the verse says.
Hold on.
It says his head and his hair. That's a combo, bro. If you went to Taco Bell and you got the combo and they only gave you one thing, you stressing, bro.
Listen.
Damn, I'm gonna give me some Taco Bell now.
Listen, bro. Listen.
All right, later, man. Peace. I'm out of here.
Hold on. He just brought that up, man. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that, Garfield. Don't do that.